Chapter 181. My young lady is not that strong. Young lady. It's dangerous here. You go back. The loyal guard said the classic lines with an anxious look on his face. He didn't realize that there was no safety in the current situation. The elite members of the treasure-stealing group on the opposite side also stopped their actions. They looked at her with doubts at first. But soon, because both Liz's appearance and the girl's innate temperament silently proved her identity. Several kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group looked at each other. They could all see surprise. After all, in their inherent impression of the young lady of the nobility, she should be so scared that she would hide in the carriage, trembling all over, crying for her parents. Therefore, Liz's active appearance was indeed a novelty for them. Even many kidnappers whistled after they came to their senses. Although they were elite members of the treasure-stealing group, they were essentially gangsters. Hey! Look who this is. Oh my! This is the daughter of a noble in the inner city. She is really beautiful. Even the top star in Night Charm can't compare to her beauty. Right? Don't say it. I can play with these legs for a year. Gulp. Swallowing sound. Listening to the dirty words coming from her ears, Liz could also feel that many eyes with bad intentions were wandering around her body. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous or scared. But Liz still forced herself to calm down, taking a deep breath while the kidnappers were still pointing fingers at her. Feeling fresh and not having seen enough, she quickly recalled in her mind how Vivian had taught her this morning how to guide the root of magic power in the body. Liz raised one of her arms. On the other side, the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group who whistled at Liz finally noticed the abnormality of the noble daughter. Seeing Liz raise her arm, they all looked puzzled. What does this young lady want to do? Is she planning to fight with us? Don't tell me. If we change the place to the bed, it's hard to say who will win. As the leader of the kidnapper gang, he is relatively stable and has more experience than ordinary people. When he saw Liz's action, his eyelids jumped instantly, and he thought it was bad. Not good. Be careful. She might be a magician. Interrupt him. The kidnapper leader warned the rest of his companions, and his body also shot out, turning the blade in his hand over, using the blunt side, without any mercy on Liz's beautiful white neck. Just hitting it hard, trying to knock it out. What? Magician? Really? The remaining kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group were skeptical at first, but within a breath, before they finished talking, their expressions suddenly changed, and the teasing and relaxed look before disappeared completely. Because never give the magician a chance to activate. This is the first sentence of a classic saying. While the gangsters were still talking nonsense with contempt and teasing, Liz had completed the magic circuit, and the magic power hidden in her body was completely activated. When Vivian checked Liz's magic power before, she was also surprised that this young lady was born with a considerable magic capacity. Originally, it might not be reflected in the teaching in the castle room. But now, facing the crisis, Lee did not hold back at all, and tried her best to activate it, only to see that the light blue magic halo overflowed from Liz's body, and they turned into starlight dots, like fireflies at night, surrounding the girl. The Earl's daughter's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the accompanying magical airflow made the kidnapper leader, who wanted to approach Liz, stagger, and was forced to stop and unable to get close. It's bad. Looking at the distance, an unknown magic circle began to condense quickly under Liz's raised arm. Although the group of treasure robbers didn't know what kind of magic it was, they all showed fear and had a tendency to retreat. They were indeed the elite of the Tiger Division, and they could beat several high-level gangsters alone. But if they were facing a spellcaster with extraordinary power, they would not dare to provoke him even if they had 100 courage. Damn it! Aren't only the followers of the fire god cult able to use magic? When did a spoiled noble lady have such power? It's too late to curse now. Liz's green eyes were shining, although it was only her second time to use magic. This smart lady still successfully completed the summoning array. Then, Liz knew that this was the key to whether she could escape successfully tonight. The lady looked stern, and kept Vivian's teachings in mind. When summoning, you must not be rigid. You need to follow and drive your emotions, full of ritual sense for the summoned beast. However, just when Liz finished brewing, and was about to say the word summon in a tender voice with full of emotion, it is said that people are most likely to stimulate their potential in times of crisis. This sentence is correct. At least it is true for Liz. From the depths of the blood, a certain power that was originally hidden in the dust began to sprout, and showed some signs of awakening because of Liz's full-strength magic. And at this moment, the Earl's daughter was in an instant. The screen was full of blood, red, dizziness. The picture in Liz's eyes changed rapidly. The nervous guards, the frightened treasure-stealing group, the outer city under the night, and all the surrounding scenes began to retreat and disappear. Instead, it was like a dazzling revolving lantern, with blurred images filled with scarlet, flashing wildly in Liz's vision. She couldn't see the content of the images at all. Or rather, Liz could only see that in each different scarlet image, there was an identical female figure. The figure had her back to her, and her face could not be seen clearly. But for some reason, even if it was just the outline or the back, Liz was extremely sure that it was the mother she had never seen since she was born. However, generally speaking, the feeling that a mother brings to her children is warmth and kindness. But Liz could only feel a strong impulse from the female figure. An impulse to change her. An impulse that made her feel scared and didn't recognize herself. This impulse was especially strong when the common female figure in the countless scarlet images seemed to have noticed Liz's sight. The figure seemed to come alive, slowly turning. And when it turned around, it also met Liz's sight through the void in the dark. Instant. Boom. The heart beat hard, and the blood in the body seemed to burn. Liz felt an incomparable hunger. And it was not from the abdomen, but from the depths of the soul. Blood. She wanted blood. Of course, this impulse and illusionary picture were fleeting, so fast that it seemed as if it had never appeared. Or, when the female figure turned around and looked at Liz, the picture could not hold up, shattered, and completely collapsed. The whole process seemed to be quite long. But in reality, no time had passed at all. Liz was still at the final stage of the magic, where she was about to shout out the word summon. But, this time, for some reason, Liz did not say the two words that were the standard for summoner, but blurted out and murmured in a low voice a few words that inexplicably appeared in her mind. My dependents. Respond to. My call. Appear here. The emerald eyes of the Earl's daughter suddenly turned into a terrifying blood red at this moment. Even the summoning circle under Liz's feet, and the normal light blue color that was supposed to be magic power that surrounded her body before, also flashed with a few red rays. Finally, the summoning magic that had become inexplicably full of strangeness was finally completed under Liz's unique chanting. As a result, one after another summoned beasts emerged from the summoning array. That is, under Liz's feet. Seeing such a large number of light spots, the kidnappers of the surrounding treasure-stealing group felt weak in their legs and had already thought of running away. In fact, if the light of the summoning array lasted one more second, Liz might have won without fighting and directly scared off the kidnappers. Unfortunately, there is no if. When the light that affected vision faded away, they really saw the so-called large number of summoned beasts summoned by the Earl's daughter opposite. The kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group were stunned, in a daze in every sense. They were stunned for a moment, and several of them, who had already taken a step forward and wanted to run, stopped. Because is this a bat? The leader of the kidnapper gang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His mouth twitched as he looked at the wings fluttering in the air around the young lady opposite, making a lot of noise. But when he looked closely, they were all ugly and short. Small chiropteran animals. The kidnapper leader thought there was nothing wrong with using small animals to describe them. After all, if he was not kidding, he felt that he could kill a bunch of these things with one slap. Oh my god. I was scared to death. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something else. But it turned out to be a group of bats. Fuck. I said. How could a noble like her know magic? She is just a half-witted one. Then the second half of the famous saying at the beginning. Never give a mage a chance to activate, unless the other party is a summoner. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Now it was Liz's pretty face, full of iron blue, showing an expression of great disappointment and as expected, while the treasure-stealing group returned to the laughter at the beginning. But of course, they only laughed once or twice to ease the feeling of being scared by Liz just now. These elite tiger soldiers were not fools. They were elite soldiers after all. When they knew that the other party still had a certain ability to fight back, they stopped playing around and became serious. Go! Don't waste any more time. Especially don't give her time to cast a spell, the kidnapper leader ordered coldly. They quickly approached Liz, not caring about the group of brown bats flying around her. No, not to mention them. Even Liz herself didn't care. Stop! seeing that the two sides were about to fight, and their loyal guards were about to die tragically under the swords of the other side. The young lady called for a stop again. Originally, the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group had learned a lesson and didn't intend to be fooled by Liz again. However, the Earl's daughter's next move forced them to lay down their weapons for the second time. "Because you are coming for me. Come on. I will go with you." Liz waved her hand and dispersed the bats that surrounded her, which made her angry at the sight of them. Not only was their fighting ability scum, but they were also very troublesome. She passed through her own guards beside the carriage and took the initiative to deliver herself to the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group. "Miss." 2 or 3 guards almost stared out their eyes and hurriedly tried to stop them. But Liz turned around and frowned and scolded. "Go back." But came from the duty of the guards, not allowing him to see his own lady being kidnapped in front of him. But he did nothing. But Liz raised her voice again. "Is it useless for me to speak?" After finally stopping the guard, Liz took the initiative to walk in front of the kidnapper leader. When their eyes met, she could see that the other person's eyes were full of surprise, as if he had never expected that she could do such a thing. "Okay. Now your goal has been achieved. You can let them go." The they in Liz's mouth naturally refers to her own guards and coachmen. The kidnapper leader was about to say something, but Liz seemed to have anticipated it and took the lead. "Someone has to go back to inform my father. Otherwise, how can you ask my father for a ransom? Since one person is going to report the news, then more people can also report the news. And it also saves you the effort of wasting time. Right?" After Liz's words, the kidnapper leader was speechless and couldn't find any reason to refute. But the kidnapper leader was naturally unhappy to be dominated by a woman he wanted to kidnap. "Humph. Our eldest lady. You don't seem to understand the current situation. Now you are in our hands," the kidnapper leader threatened. The implication was, "Be honest and restrain yourself. You should be trembling with fear and crying now." But Liz is obviously not that kind of person. "Why? Do you dare to touch me? When the time comes, I believe my father will not be the first person to kill you, but your boss." "You?" The kidnapper leader was so angry that he subconsciously raised his hand to hit someone. But he put his fist down quickly after it was in the air, because reason told him that what Liz said was absolutely right. Once this young lady really had an accident, the situation would change completely. Such a big responsibility is not something that small people like them can bear. "Humph. Take her away." The leader was not angry at this. He waved his hand and asked his accomplices to tie up Liz. "Oh, plus a little revenge. Also, shut up our young lady's mouth." Chapter 182. What a coincidence. We meet again. You? Seeing Liz being treated rudely, the accompanying guards were furious and wanted to fight with the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group. But they were soon suppressed by their companions, the slightly wiser coachman. Although he was called a coachman, he was actually an old servant of the Cecil family and had a lot of experience. The coachman lowered his voice and warned solemnly, "Don't let down the opportunity that the young lady fought for us. The young lady did this so that we could all survive and report to the Earl as soon as possible. So, let's go!" After saying that, the coachman jumped onto the noble carriage. The carriage was still the original carriage, but the noble inside was gone. After the driver's words, the guards also knew that the enemy and us were far apart in strength at the moment. No matter what they did, they could not save the young lady from the kidnappers. After gritting their teeth, they jumped into the carriage one after another. The driver whipped the carriage violently, and the carriage returned to the manor of the Cecil family in the inner city, and sped away, looking at the figures of their servants and guards leaving, and the kidnappers around them. They did not chase them to the death. With her hands tied and her mouth sealed tightly, Liz still showed a look of relief in her eyes. But soon, she was escorted into the carriage by the kidnappers. Taking advantage of the night, the group headed towards the planned, extremely hidden abandoned warehouse in a certain outer city. After the two groups of people left quickly, the scene seemed to become deserted. No, that can't be said, because at least there was one more thing at the scene than before. The flapping sound of the wings of chiropterans. A group of bats, who had nowhere to go after being driven away by Liz, had to wander in the dark sky. When they saw Liz moving, they also wanted to follow Liz. But just halfway through the flight, the group of bats was intercepted by another creature. It was a little wolf cub as black as the night. Liao Zishuan looked at this group of brown creatures with pointed heads, ferocious fangs, and scary looks at first glance with interest. Liz didn't realize it, and the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group were even less likely to notice it. But as a third party watching, Liao Zixuan saw it clearly. There is no doubt that the group of bats summoned by Liz this time are completely different from those in the morning, although they still look very ordinary. But the most obvious and strong evidence is that they did not disappear. Usually, ordinary summoned beasts are limited by time and region. First, the magic level of the summoner determines how long they can be summoned. And second, as long as they are too far away from the summoner, they will automatically disappear. It is also jokingly called by players human-machine separation, automatic explosion. But the bats at the moment clearly violated both of the above points. They could not have the privilege of being a taboo creature like a certain wolf. So, rather than calling them summoned beasts, it would be better to call them dependents, just as Liz was chanting at the time. But judging from the performance of the young lady, it seemed that she herself did not notice it at all. Puff 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 puff. While Liao Zixuan was still thinking, the group of bats that were stopped and could not follow their master could not bear it and began to get impatient. Their wings flapped more violently, and the high-frequency vibration brought a sharp sound. If it was just one bat, it would be fine. But if it was a group of bats, the change in the sound of the flapping wings would be amplified a lot. And in the dark, it sounded a bit creepy for a while. Of course, the more creepy thing is still to come, seeing that the threat and warning were fruitless. Even if the bats realized that the little wolf cub blocking their way made them feel scared, they still went forward without hesitation in order to follow Liz, their master. The bats decided to attack the little wolf cub. Yes, attack. I wonder what the kidnapper leader, who just called the bat group little animals, would look like when he saw the next scene. I saw a group of bats, like a black fog, rush towards the wolf cub in an organized and orderly manner, under the cover of the night. Ordinary people may not be able to see clearly, but Liao Zixuan can observe clearly. The soft wings of these bats hardened rapidly in the blink of an eye as they rushed towards him, turning from a tool for flying into a weapon for killing. The hardened bat wings were like brown blades. When they passed by the trees beside the street, you could see sharp scratches left on the relatively strong trunks and branches. Although the scratches were not very deep, it was obvious that the force was still lacking. But there were too many of them. If they were really besieged by a group of bats, that would be no less than a small blade storm. Ah, sorry. Don't say if. Because they were being besieged by a group of bats at the moment. The little wolf cub surrounded inside felt that the group of followers summoned by Liz would be enough to give Chris a hard time even if he came. Not to mention the kidnappers of the treasure-stealing group just now. They would probably be wiped out in a minute. Right? Or they would die miserably, being cut into pieces. It's a pity that Liz didn't know all this. The Earl's daughter still thought that what she summoned was still just a group of scum bats with a combat power of only 5. However, it's okay. Liao Zixuan thinks that the later Liz knows about this power, the better. How does that old saying come from? The more you know, the faster your sand value will drop. He waved his claws casually. Liao Zixuan thinks that the skills of this group of bat masters are just like this. After all, it is a sword storm for others, but it is a bat storm for the little wolf cub. The bat group has been scraping for a long time, but the blood bar on Liao Zixuan's panel didn't even jump. From here, we can also see the weakness of the bat group. Once the opponent's defense is too high, this high-frequency but low-damage attack will become a polishing for others, and it will not have any effect at all. At present, it seems that they are far from reaching the physical fitness of the forbidden monsters like the wolf cub. As long as they wear a thicker armor, they will be immune to the attacks of bats. Of course, the premise of this is that these bats only have this way of attacking by hardening their wings and turning them into sharp blades. But according to Liao Zixuan's game memory, as the final gatekeeper boss of the Bloody Earl Castle, the bat family of the Bloody Earl is divided into several different types. At present, hardening wings into sharp blades is just the most common normal attack. In addition, there are also blood-sucking, curse, regeneration, and even self-explosion with real damage. It makes players extremely headache. So much so that at that time, players on the forum unanimously felt that half of the strength of the Blood Countess's boss should be attributed to her followers. At the moment, it is estimated that Liz's blood and abilities have not been fully stimulated, but only awakened to a bud, far from the level of the future. Or is it because Liz is still just Liz? Not the female countess? Oh, bad. It seems that it has been delayed for too long. When Liz was mentioned, Liao Zixuan remembered the business. He was delayed for too long by these bats because of his curiosity. His poor young lady was still tied up with her hands and feet, and her mouth was sealed. Calculating the time, it is estimated that it has been abandoned in a cold and dark abandoned warehouse at this moment. It seems that it is time to continue filming the second episode of I Trained the Rich Lady to Become XXXX. When I think of this, the black flames burst out from the void and burned on the wolf cub. From an outsider's point of view, it was like a moth flying into a flame. The bats that had not yet reacted were still sprinting. But the moment they touched the wolf cub, they were swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. The remaining bats finally wanted to flee in all directions, but the wolf cub would never let them go. In order to let Liz feel the power of blood later. This was for Liao Zixuan's next plan, and for the good of the young lady herself. Therefore, this group of bat followers would definitely not stay. Flames rose from their bodies out of thin air, and their flesh and blood began to spontaneously combust violently. In the end, like the previous bats, they ended up like fireworks in the night sky, bursting out a short burst of fire, and then completely extinguished silently, turning into dust embers. After confirming that no bat followers survived, the little wolf cub followed the direction of the carriage that the treasure-stealing group had kidnapped Liz at a very fast speed. Whoa! The girl's sobbing echoed faintly in the lonely space. After the kidnappers left her here, they all left, probably guarding outside. This was the decision of the kidnapper leader. They didn't dare to stay with Liz. The main reason was that they were afraid that if they couldn't control their desires, they would lose their heads if they did something. They knew which was more important, desire or head. So it became the current situation. Liz looked around. There were only cold wooden containers and many unknown mechanical equipment. From the moldy colonies on the containers and the rust on the mechanical equipment, it was not difficult for Liz to preliminarily judge that this should be a warehouse. But it has not been used for a long time. This made the Earl's daughter feel depressed, because the more abandoned the warehouse is, the less people care about it, which means it is remote and difficult to find. The possibility of being rescued by accident or even escaping by yourself is basically zero. But in fact, these are all considered too far. The most urgent problem that Liz wants to solve right now is... She shrank her body. The breath exhaled from her nose emitted a wisp of white mist. The temperature in Huidian City dropped sharply at night, and the temperature difference between day and night was huge. And the place where the girl was thrown by the kidnappers had neither warm torches nor hot stoves. As for the heating beads that store fire magic, don't even think about it. Cold. Very cold. As the daughter of an earl, a young lady who owns a manor castle in the inner city where every inch of land is valuable, Liz hasn't felt this feeling for a long time. Her hands and feet have become cold, and the coldness has slowed her blood circulation. And her head is dizzy. Although she won't be frozen to death, it will definitely make her condition worse, eliminating the possibility of her escape. This may be one of the reasons why the kidnappers chose this place. Of course, it is more likely that it is an invisible revenge from the kidnapper leader, who deliberately wants to make her, a self-righteous young lady who is not afraid even after being kidnapped, suffer a little. But Liz can't just sit there and wait for death. She tried to lean against the wall and wrap her clothes tightly to keep warm. But it was a pity, because tonight was a banquet. Liz naturally went out in a formal dress. The dress used for social dinners was obviously not designed with the effect of keeping warm in mind. In order to highlight the body lines, the thin silk fabric used made Liz's skin almost unprotected and in close contact with the wet floor of the warehouse. The idea of wrapping tightly was even more nonsense. Damn! Why did the dress have to be designed with so much exposure? Her calves, collarbones, and shoulders were all exposed to the cold air in the warehouse, making Liz shiver all over. She didn't shiver when facing the kidnappers, but now she was shivering physically. I guess she was frozen and confused. Liz suddenly thought of the dress she bought for Vivian last night when she went to the tailor's shop with Alina to buy clothes. How nice that dress was. The upper body was wrapped up. It must be very warm. And the shoes, the fully enclosed cloth shoes that Vivian wore were so nice. She was not like me now, with this pair of high heels that looked beautiful but were actually flashy. Her feet were exposed. Liz curled up her feet. But it was useless, because the so-called fabric of the whole high heel was only a few silk threads used to fix the position of the feet. And the rest was gone. No! Wait! A moment. It was as if she suddenly thought of something. Liz's mind was dizzy, and her thoughts were flying. Oops. I forgot to prepare high heels for Vivian. She shouldn't be stupid enough to wear cloth shoes with a dress to the banquet. Right? Probably not. Liz didn't dare to imagine how embarrassing that scene would be. Damn it! It's all because of the tailor shop. Someone actually wanted to snatch that dress from her. If she hadn't been afraid of being caught up, she wouldn't have rushed to grab it. She was in a hurry to leave after buying it, and ended up forgetting that she had shoes. But then again, in the end, she was caught up by that person and blocked. If she had known this, she might as well be patient and negotiate with others in the store. As time went on, the cold spread throughout Liz's body, blocking her mind. There is really no other good way to deal with the physiological changes. The smart young lady has disappeared. Now it is Liz who is dizzy, and can only rely on subconscious divergent thinking to stay awake. But soon, Liz felt that she probably couldn't even stay awake. Because the best evidence. It was this young lady who found that she had begun to hallucinate. Why do you say that? The answer is very simple. A young man who was not unfamiliar to Liz, and had just met last night. To be precise, a man who was labeled as a hooligan in the heart of this young lady. At this moment, he was standing opposite her, showing white teeth, smiling, greeting her. Hey, beautiful lady, what a coincidence. It seems that we have met again. Chapter 183. You are obviously not such a person. It is said that when a person's consciousness is blurred, the brain will hallucinate what he wants to see most in his heart. So, why is it this guy? Liz's eyelids are fighting a little. In order to cope with the cold, the body begins to adjust internally, reducing the consumption of each organ to the minimum, and putting more energy into heat production and maintaining temperature. As the most energy-consuming part of the whole body, the brain is naturally the first one to be clicked by the physiology to cut off the power supply. In simple terms, it is probably like when you have a high fever. The brain is useless and has become a little bit dull. This can be seen from Liz's mental activities at this moment. The young lady was trying hard to rack her brains to think about the answer to her previous question. That is, why did she hallucinate this man who she had only met once and had a negative impression of? Then, Liz's answer was, could it be because he was more handsome? It seemed that this was the only reason. I have to admit that when reason fades, people are actually no different from other creatures. And they are all very loyal to their instincts. This is especially applicable to those who pay more attention to reason and suppress their instinctive desires. Then when reason is gone and instincts are free, the rebound will be greater. It is the same as a wild horse running wild. Unfortunately, as the young lady of a prominent family, this kind of species is one of the high-risk groups mentioned above. Liz stared at Liao Zixuan in a daze. Then, the young lady frowned. Because, after a closer look, the man opposite was indeed the second young man Liz had ever met. Second only to Demir, who had the admiration bonus. And the reason why she frowned was, could it be that she was really just a superficial woman who focused on appearance? She was teased by others after just meeting them once. But she was reluctant to leave because the other person was good-looking? She is such a person? When Liz thought of this, she felt frustrated. What a strange mental activity. Take another look. The other side. Seeing the opening words that I carefully prepared. It seems that there is no effect. The kidnapped Earl's daughter, after seeing me, did not show any surprise at all. No, let alone surprise. She was not even surprised. It seems that there is some. But she stared at me blankly, then frowned and showed a sad expression, and finally became more lost and depressed. Liao Zixuan was a little confused. But soon, when he saw the girl's red limbs from the cold, her increasingly heavy breathing, and her blurred and hazy eyes that were about to lose focus, Liao Zixuan finally reacted. I can tell at a glance that he has never been in love and has never had a girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it so late. Not everyone has the same physical fitness as him. I came a little late. This kid is probably going to be frozen silly. The thin dress on the girl's body was dutifully saluting the cold warehouse air around her with the French military salute. The door was open, allowing the cold wind to penetrate the fabric and blow on Liz's body. Yes, the windows of the warehouse were deliberately not closed, which was also one of the means for the kidnapper leader to give this young lady a taste of pain. It was cruel enough, and the effect was very good. The former young lady shivered non-stop, and now curled up into a ball, like a stray cat wandering on the roadside on a cold night. Urgent need. A kind passerby carried her to a warm home. So, as a kind passerby, Liao Zixuan snapped his fingers. Sparks burst out like a match. Liz seemed to see the flames coming out of the fingertips of the man opposite. That was the flame that brought warmth. But in the blink of an eye, the warm flames disappeared. As if everything was still just an illusion. No, that's not right. Only the flames disappeared. Not the warmth. Liz felt that the originally biting cold wind stopped abruptly in an instant. It was as if there was an invisible wall that blocked the abandoned warehouse, that was leaking air from all directions tightly and airtight. Similarly, the cold cement floor under her buttocks magically began to warm up. It no longer transmitted the coldness into her body, but was completely reversed, and began to gradually absorb and offset the remaining coldness in her body. Not only the ground, but also the air around her, was like a fireplace, like a warm blanket, completely wrapping up her frozen body. Moreover, it was not the kind of instant heat, but slowly heated up. Although it seems that there is not much difference, it is actually completely different. Liz was immediately reminded of her childhood memories. In the coldest winter in the Fire City, in the castle room, her father was holding her and throwing firewood into the burning fireplace one by one, enjoying the happiness of the cold being dispelled bit by bit. Stretch out your limbs. No longer need to huddle together for warmth. The blood in your body resumes its normal flow rate. The numbness quickly fades, and Liz gradually regains control of her body. Similarly, as the most important organ in the body, the Earl's daughter's little head finally lifted the low-consumption sleep mode and restarted. This restart is not a big deal, but the problem is that the brain will not clear the history. It's like recalling the feeling of being drunk after sobering up. On the surface, Liz is no different. Very normal. This is the rational facial management online. But the actual heart. What the hell? What kind of nonsense did she think of? At this moment, she secretly muttered to herself. Liz immediately threw out the nonsense that belonged to the frozen self from her mind. But memory is not something that can be thrown away. It will always become a part of you more or less. Woo-woo. On the other side, looking at the kidnapped lady opposite, she finally showed some shock and surprise about herself appearing here. Liao Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. This is the normal reaction. He stepped forward and tore open the seal that the kidnapper had blocked the girl's mouth. Otherwise, the poor young lady, even if she wanted to speak, could only keep wooing non-stop. The seal fell off. Huh? She took a big breath in celebration. Liz's mouth was finally free. She could finally speak. The young lady was obviously very impatient and had countless questions for the mysterious man who appeared in front of her. You are from that time. Yes. Congratulations on your correct answer, young lady. Liao Zixuan clapped his hands like applause. Perhaps he felt that the atmosphere was right, so he followed up with another sentence. But unfortunately, there is no reward, young lady. Every time he faced Liz, Liao Zixuan's desire to perform would always increase inexplicably. Looking forward to how this noble young lady would react. Liz, after a mysterious silence for a while. I'm curious. Do you always talk like this? No. Then can you please be more normal? Okay. Liao Zixuan. Well, anyway, miss, your current situation doesn't seem to be good. He looked at Liz with a playful look. Liao Zixuan helped Liz tear off the seal on her mouth. But the most important rope that bound Liz's hands and feet was still tied firmly on it. Liao Zixuan now understands why the group of kidnappers who stole treasures would rather stay outside than stay with Liz. This scene, the noble daughter's bondage play, is like a soft and white lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It would be a lie to say that there is no heartbeat. Liz at the moment is indeed more attractive than in the usual state during the day. Sure enough, human happiness is built on the pain of others. On the other side, Liz nodded after Liao Zixuan's words. So, can you please help me untie the rope? I'm sorry, Mississippi. Liao Zixuan shook his head. Why? Because I caught you. After Liao Zixuan said this, the two fell into silence again. The eldest lady tied up on the ground stared at Liao Zixuan for a long time. She sighed heavily as if helpless. This feeling is like getting unexpected support from teammates in a desperate situation. But after a closer look, it turns out that the supporting teammate is a psychopath. Why? You don't believe it? Liao Zixuan raised his eyebrows. Because Liz on the ground opposite her almost had the word disbelief written on her face. Because our business yesterday is not over yet. I am holding a grudge in my heart. secretly investigating your identity, and planning this kidnapping operation to avenge you. No matter how you look at it, it's all reasonable. Don't you think? Miss? After Liao Zixuan finished his description, it was Liz's turn to speak. It seemed that she could not be saved if she did not satisfy the strange hobbies of the mysterious man opposite her. In order to escape, Liz had to seize this opportunity and solve the problem that the other party had given her. But to be honest, this was too easy for her. So, who is Shima to you? Liz started with a killer move. She was good at careful observation. So how could she not notice the name of the mastermind that was accidentally exposed when the kidnapper saw her get off the car? However, as Liao Zixuan witnessed the whole process, this alone would not let him out. TSK. Should I say that she is worthy of being the daughter of the Earl? She found the clue so quickly. Indeed, I asked Shima to help with this matter. I think she and I know each other. After thinking about what Sima did under the control of the Count, Liao Zixuan couldn't really say the word friend. Liz shook her head. Know her? Based on my understanding of Sima, kidnapping a daughter of a count is not something that can be done just by knowing her. If I'm not mistaken, the kidnappers outside have deliberately concealed their faces and identities. But think about it. The only one who dares to do this in the entire Huidian city is the treasure-stealing group. Right? In addition, I remember that Sima's mother herself came from the underground forces. So the clues are connected. After Liz calmly analyzed, the eldest lady's pair of green eyes stared straight at Liao Zixuan. Moonlight shines through the warehouse window onto Liz's blonde hair. She asked again, so, are you also a member of the treasure-stealing group? Or are you the kind who is in a high position and can mobilize elite subordinates? You guessed all this. It's really impressive. Liao Zixuan nodded, as if to ask you to continue and see what else you can say. But this is what Liz wanted. It's over. Whether it was your disappearance or appearance when we first met, I couldn't be sure at the time. But now, I can be sure. You are a very powerful mage. Liz said word by word. Then she didn't give Liao Zixuan a chance to speak. The best proof is that I am now conscious and even warm, playing detective games with you in an abandoned warehouse that should have been freezing cold. So, Mr. Wizard from a foreign land, if you want to join the treasure hunting group, you'd better first understand how bad their attitude towards wizards is, and how much they reject foreigners. After that, after you give up the treasure hunting group, if possible, on behalf of the Cecil family, I am looking forward to cooperating with you. Regarding the misunderstandings and contradictions between you and me, I, Liz Cecil, will definitely apologize to you solemnly. After thinking about it, Liz gritted her teeth and added another sentence. In the way you want. Liz had already said this. If he still tried to argue, it would be pointless. Liao Zixuan sighed and muttered softly. If I had known, I would have let you stay frozen. You are obviously not that kind of person. Liz retorted directly and forcefully. Who said that a young lady would not flatter? And flattery has always had an immediate effect since ancient times. Liao Zixuan moved his fingers. Liz was startled first, because the flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere and burned on her limbs. But soon, the Earl's daughter calmed down and was no longer afraid. On the contrary, she showed a strong curiosity about the flames on her body, because these strange flames seemed to have spirituality, not hurting her skin at all, but burning precisely on the ropes that bound her. In just 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, Liz's hands and feet were completely free. The young lady wanted to stand up immediately, but she overestimated the degree of her body's recovery. After being tied up for so long, her blood circulation was blocked, and she was still in a numb state. With a sudden effort, Liz stood up, but her feet could not stabilize her body at all. Her center of gravity shifted immediately, and she staggered. As luck would have it, her whole body fell towards Liao Zixuan. Then, he faced the young lady who was falling towards him. This was a classic scene from anime. When the opportunity came, what should he do? Do he need to think about it? So, Liao Zixuan moved sideways flexibly and took a step back. This gave Liz a perfect space to fall. Plop! Boom! Chapter 184. I just want to give you a punch. She fell down without any suspense. Liz supported herself with her hands, and her knees came into close contact with the ground. For a moment, she felt a burning sensation from her palms and knees. It hurt so much. A certain rich lady gritted her teeth. She gnashed her teeth, not because of physical pain, Although all the ladies seemed to have the attribute of delicate, Liz was an exception. She liked to play crazy since she was a child. Liz had fallen down many times, which was much more serious than this. This was nothing. What really made this lady's teeth itch and made Liz feel burning was mental. Are you serious about that small step back? Don't think she didn't see it. Liz felt a strong sense of humiliation for no reason. The source of this feeling can be traced back to her psychological activities a few seconds ago. In fact, when Liz was anxious to stand up and her feet became numb, the young lady's heart skipped a beat, and she could predict what was going to happen. Afterwards, when her body really lost balance and fell uncontrollably, the place where she fell happened to be the man opposite. Although the whole process only took a few tenths of a second, it did not affect Liz's mind at the time. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After all, for a well-educated person, her thoughts are very conservative. For a young lady who had never even peeked at a pornographic book, a single one, she wished so much that the other party could dodge. Liz would rather fall to the ground than fall on a person of the opposite sex she had only met twice. Although this person of the opposite sex she had only met twice was her only hope of escaping at the moment. He also used fire magic to warm her up, and was, well, a little bit handsome. Then, this person of the opposite sex she had only met twice really dodged as she wished. He dodged so without hesitation, so cleanly and neatly. This made Liz's original shame evolve into shame and anger and humiliation at the speed of light. And the slight good impression she had on Liao Zixuan in her heart before also disappeared immediately. He didn't help me? He didn't take the opportunity to hug me? He actually hid from such a good opportunity? Why did he hide? How dare he hide? Women are sometimes really strange creatures. If you do something to her, you may get a beast in return. But if you do nothing, you may get a lower evaluation than a beast. By the way, this is not intentional by women. They don't even understand some emotions themselves. Just like Liz at this moment. Failure is the mother of success. Mississippi Liao Zixuan extended a hand to Liz, who was on all fours and fell, very gentlemanly, to help this young lady to go to the bathroom. That's true. Thank you. The last two words can be heard. Liz almost squeezed out from her teeth. And facing Liao Zixuan's outstretched hand, the eldest lady simply ignored it. She would never take the stinky hand of the man opposite. However, what the other party said was somewhat reasonable. After a failure, Liz did not stand up blindly this time. Instead, she moved her limbs to make sure that the blood flow was smooth and she was no longer numb due to the original binding. Liz used both hands to get up from the ground by herself. This time she stood steadily, putting all the messy emotions behind her. Liz did not forget her current situation and the most important thing. She took a deep breath and adjusted her state. Soon the young lady raised a hand, and the familiar magic fluctuations were about to come out from Liz's body. The magic circle symbolizing summoning was about to light up from the girl's feet. But at the same time, another voice came from her side. Miss, I don't recommend you do this. Liao Zixuan looked at Liz, who was about to release the summoning magic again, and shook his head. If you summon a group of bats again, it will make me very distressed. The light of the summoning magic circle stopped abruptly, along with the magic fluctuations on Liz's body. The girl turned her head suddenly. She frowned and reacted to the information in Liao Zixuan's words in an instant. The other party actually knew that he would summon bats. You have been there since the beginning of their carjacking? Liz could only think of this possibility. Yes, miss. I was lucky enough to witness the whole process. Why didn't you help at that time? With your strength, it should be no problem to deal with several members of the treasure-stealing group. Right? Liz asked angrily. The next second, the other party's answer almost made the young lady faint. Huh? Miss, do you think we are familiar with each other? Liao Zixuan showed a surprised expression. And then, he analyzed it to Liz in a logical way. Okay, even if we are half acquaintances, but instead of saving you at that time, it is better to wait until you are kidnapped by robbers and in trouble. And then I will come to rescue you. Just like now. Wouldn't the effect be better? What do you think? Young lady? What do you think? What do you think, right? I just want to give you a punch. Liz secretly clenched her palms, and her chest was surging. The poor dress was bearing the pressure it shouldn't have to bear. Don't be like this. Young lady. Aren't you also thinking about how to use me? Take the summoning magic you just released as an example. If you summon other powerful monsters, you can easily kill them. But if you fail, The kidnappers outside will also come in to check the situation because of the movement of the summoning magic. Then, I will have to be your free thug. Young lady. What a good plan. Young lady. After Liao Zixuan finished speaking, Liz slightly curled her face. Because, indeed, that was her plan in her heart. But it failed. The man opposite her was actually as smart as he was shameless. There was no other way. There was no use being clever or playing tricks. Liz could only lay her cards on the table. She took another deep breath and adjusted her mood. Liz stared at the man opposite her, who was almost writing the words "beg me" on his face, and finally got what he wanted. Save me. The Cecil family will definitely give you a reward that will satisfy you. His voice was sincere, clear, and neither humble nor arrogant. Liz can still tell the difference between face and safety. Who told her that she can only rely on the man opposite her now? But as a young lady, she still has her dignity. Even when she asks for help, she asks in a written format to show her noble temperament. But this obviously doesn't work in front of Liao Zixuan and doesn't satisfy him. From Liz's perspective, I saw that the man opposite shook his head at her after her previous words. Then he said, "Miss, when asking others to do something, should you add the word please?" Liz. Forbearance. Forbearance. Where does that old saying come from? The young lady is flexible. Please. Please save me. This time her speech was not as clear as before. And even the sincerity of her voice was much lower, with a bit of gnashing of teeth in it. Of course, the biggest change was the girl's appearance. From the original eye contact with Liao Zixuan to the current drooping eyelids. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled into the warehouse, and the girl's beautiful long eyelashes could be seen, trembling slightly in the moonlight. Liz lowered her eyes, staring at her toes, and pursed her lips. From childhood to adulthood, Liz has always been begged by others. And she has never begged others in a humble manner? Therefore, this brings not only a sense of humiliation, but also a sense of novelty hidden in it, which may not even be noticed by the young lady herself. It was indeed the first sign of training. But this was far from over. And the surprise that made Liz feel novel was still to come. Miss, everything has a price. Just when Liz had already prepared herself mentally, the other party would take the opportunity to ask for a sky-high price. Asking for money, power, women, or even asking her to do something excessive. But Liao Zixuan's next price was completely beyond Liz's imagination. I have always been a person who pays attention to equal exchange. Miss, you ask me for power. And in return, I will also take your power as a price. My power? Liz was puzzled. Yes. Well, let me think about it. Then use the summoning magic just now. Miss, you have to make an agreement with me. Never take the initiative to cast this magic without my permission. Seal Liz's summoning magic. This was one of the purposes that Liao Zixuan had planned before taking action. The purpose was to let this young lady delay the awakening of her own bloodline to prevent her good father from discovering it in advance and causing the plot to be messed up. For Count Cecil and the mysterious forces behind him, Liao Zixuan still needs a little preparation time. So during this period, Liz, as one of the key baits of the Count, must remain the same. But these young ladies, who are the real masters, but are kept in the dark, still know nothing. Liz almost did not hesitate. Okay, I promise you. Liz was already extremely disappointed with her summoning magic, which would only summon a group of useless bats. In her opinion, if she doesn't need it, then she doesn't need it. After all, in addition to the summoner branch, there are many other spellcaster professions, which can just prevent her from being influenced by Vivian and obsessed with the fantasy of becoming a summoner. But, is it really that simple? Just a verbal promise from myself? Or such a strange promise? What benefits does this bring to the other party? The next action of Liao Zixuan seemed to respond to Liz's concerns. Then I won't be polite, Mississippi. In the process of establishing the contract, there may be a little discomfort. Contract? Establish a contract? Discomfort? Wait a minute. What are you going to do? Liz reacted and wanted to speak anxiously. But it was too late. The moment the other party finished speaking, Liz felt as if her soul had left her body. As if everything about her was exposed to the man opposite her. This was indeed the case. Liao Zixuan certainly would not let Liz make such a verbal promise. But he did not know any contracts at all. And there was no such setting of a drop from the sky. So, Liao Zixuan took a compromise. It did not have to be a real contract. as long as Liz mistakenly thought it was a contract. He opened his soul vision, and the soul of the girl opposite him suddenly floated above his head, with a confused look on her face, which was the case for ordinary people who had never experienced soul training. Then, Liao Zixuan stretched out a hand and flicked the white forehead of Liz's shadow in the form of soul. Ah! A delicate exclamation sounded immediately. Liz in reality immediately shivered uncontrollably from head to toe. Then, there was a feeling of numbness, which made her legs and feet weak, and she couldn't use any strength in her whole body. It can be seen that the soul is the most vulnerable part of the body. Even if it is just a slight flick, the feedback to reality will have a great impact. So, our miserable young lady fell to the ground uncontrollably again. But fortunately, I don't know if I should use fortunately to describe it. In short, this time someone did not take another step back, but was very considerate, and even took the initiative to step forward and supported Liz's weak and paralyzed body. Leaning on the broad and strong chest of the man, Liz panted violently. The feeling of paralysis in the body came quickly and went away quickly after the young lady regained control of herself. Her high heels made a series of ding-ding-ding sounds on the ground. After running away from someone's arms, Liz quickly pulled away and looked at Liao Zixuan again. At this moment, the little face of the Earl's daughter was full of incomparable vigilance. What did you do to me? Liz asked harshly. That feeling was so special that the girl had never experienced it before. It was as if it came from the depths of her soul, leaving Liz with a deep impression. Don't be so nervous, Mississippi. It's just a contract. As long as you don't violate our agreement, you can just pretend nothing happened. What if I violate it? What will happen? Liz asked hurriedly. Then I'll probably die. Right, miss? Liao Zixuan made up a story. Anyway, the heavier the punishment, the better, so that Liz can be sure to listen to him. You? On the other side, Liz's eyes were about to spit fire. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. No matter how smart the young lady was, she fell into the trap. She didn't know that the other party just flicked her soul. And Liz really believed it. There are such serious consequences. Even if the eldest lady is well educated, Liz wants to curse. But the reason why she didn't do so is that she was in a hurry to leave. So she didn't ask clearly. And secondly, she couldn't beat him. Endure. Endure. All Liz can think about now is to tell her father about this matter after returning to see if there is any way to crack it. This is not to say that Liz wants to break the contract. But anyone with a sword hanging over his head will feel uncomfortable. But who would have thought that it seemed to be able to read minds? Oh, by the way, there is an additional small addition to the contract between us. That is, you can't tell this to anyone else except you and me. Otherwise, you will still die, Mississippi. So, please keep this little secret between us. Chapter 185. Okay. Sima. Signing a contract is like getting on a pirate ship. It's hard to think about it any further. Now Liz deeply understands this sentence. After paying such a high price, then of course we have to see the results quickly. Liz walked towards the warehouse door. But as soon as she arrived in front of the door, the Earl's daughter had a bad premonition in her heart, because she noticed that the iron lock on the door that was originally locked by the kidnappers now had obvious signs of being damaged. Then, Liz hurriedly pushed forward. It was effortless. Sure enough, the door was not locked at all, and was easily pushed open. And the scene that appeared in front of the young lady almost made Liz's eyes black. Because the kidnappers from the original treasure-stealing group were now lying on the ground outside the warehouse. And none of them could stand up. This should have been a good thing. It was equivalent to Liz being able to run away safely without any effort. But the problem was, she had paid a very expensive reward for this in advance. In the end, she found out that it was just a waste of time. Even if she didn't sign the damn contract with that stinky man, the other party had already cleared the obstacles for her. It was like something that could be taken for free. But she paid a lot of money. Who wouldn't stamp their feet in this situation? You? The eldest lady suddenly turned around. Her beautiful green eyes stared indignantly at Liao Zixuan, who was walking leisurely behind her. When you came in, you had already knocked them all down? Yes, miss. Otherwise how do you think I got in? Liao Zixuan asked back curiously. This made Liz explode immediately. The Earl's daughter immediately showed an expression of give me back my money. But after waiting for a long time, Liz couldn't hold back a word of rebuttal. After all, if you really want to talk about this matter in detail, It's really a matter of one willing to fight, and the other willing to suffer. And there is no reason to refund the money. Now she is dumb, and swallowing bitter herbs. However, although I can't say my pain, I can cry. This is a girl's privilege. Crystal clear tears, shining in the moonlight, began to swirl uncontrollably in the girl's eyes. Liz is indeed one of the noble ladies who is mentally tough and smart. But no matter what, she is just an adult girl, and a girl who grew up in a greenhouse. In just one night, she was kidnapped, summoned failed, and was freezing cold. After finally welcoming the flame of hope, she was teased and bullied by the other party. She felt like she was being played around and had no power to resist. Especially at the end. Liz was completely broken. When she thought of the mysterious contract with serious consequences, she couldn't ask anyone for help and reveal it. In addition, she was now in the wilderness, and she didn't know what place the kidnappers took her to. The cold wind blew, and she had no warmth after leaving the warehouse. She was alone, and her dress was thin. How could she go home? Yes, there was also the dinner tonight. I didn't go to pick up Vivian. Can the little girl do it alone? Knowing that she had met with an accident, her father must be in a state of confusion. Can the hosting work of the banquet go smoothly? Even if she is out of danger now. But if you calculate the time, the dinner should have started long ago. Not to mention that she rushed there on foot. Even if she took a carriage from such a remote place to the inner city, it would be too late. Right? It was such an important matter. But it was messed up because of herself. Liz's self-esteem made her unable to accept such a reality. The tears accumulated more and more. And the eye sockets that could not bear the weight finally couldn't bear it anymore, and began to drip to the ground. Plop. Plop. If it was Liz in normal times, the proud young lady, she would definitely not cry in front of outsiders. But now, it doesn't matter. I don't know if it's because she has been embarrassed too much in front of Liao Zixuan. So it doesn't matter. Or if there are secrets between the two of them, and they no longer regard Liao Zixuan as an outsider. In short, Liz squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, buried her head deep between her legs, her shoulders trembling, and the faint sobbing of the girl continued to sound in front of the deserted abandoned warehouse. But soon, Liz was in no mood to cry, because she found that her body seemed to leave the ground. At the same time, it became much warmer. This is an extra bonus. Mississippi. A man's voice came to the girl's ear. Before Liz could react, the scene in front of her began to change rapidly. The young lady wanted to speak, but the whistling wind forced her to shut her mouth. At high speed, Liz's blonde hair fluttered in the air, like riding a roller coaster. Instinctively, the girl subconsciously hugged the objects around her that she could rely on. Fortunately, the whole process did not last too long. That is, 2 or 3 minutes later. Miss, we've arrived. You can open your eyes now, Liao Zixuan said to the girl who was hugging his neck tightly, curled up into a ball in his arms, and closed her eyes in fear. When Liz opened her eyes tremblingly, the young lady was stunned, because the place in front of her was no longer the wilderness a few minutes ago, but a place that she was extremely familiar with. There were shops on both sides. The roads were clean and tidy, and the tall street lights emitted warm orange light in the dark night. In Huidian City, there was only one place like this, the inner city. How could it be? From the outer city. It was such a remote place. If you want to get to the center of the inner city, even if you ride a horse carriage at full speed, it will take at least half an hour. But she just closed her eyes and opened them again, and it was like a dream. Home? No, not home. This is... Liz noticed that right across from them at this moment, there was a magnificent building with dazzling lights flashing in the dark night. That was where her father held a fundraising dinner this time. The largest aristocratic banquet hall in Huidian City. And it was also the destination she was going to tonight. What on earth are you? The girl raised her head, with an unbelievable expression on her face, looking up at the face of the man who was close at hand. Miss, in fact, your previous reasoning was still wrong in one point. I am not just a mage. I am also a little bit good at physical fitness. A little bit good? It means that by relying on the physical movement of the flesh, in just a few minutes, he crossed half of Huidian City, and he was still carrying a personal load. If the original Liz just thought that Liao Zixuan was a mage with good strength, now, Liao Zixuan's image in the young lady's heart has changed dramatically, referring to his image in terms of strength. As for his image in terms of character, seeing that Liz was about to speak, like a curious baby, with countless questions to ask, Liao Zixuan was unwilling to waste time. After all, he was still waiting for Liz to help him save the situation. The situation from Vivian was not optimistic. So miss, although I know it is very comfortable to lie in my arms, shouldn't you also be considerate of me? You are very heavy. How to make a woman lose interest in communicating with you in one sentence. Liao Zixuan gave a live teaching. The first sentence made Liz come back to her senses suddenly, and she realized that they were in an ambiguous posture. She was still hugging each other's neck, and the two were almost face to face. And the next sentence was heavy? I am heavy. Liz struggled and jumped off Liao Zixuan immediately. She was so angry. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something to Liao Zixuan, but finally gave up, turned her head, and trotted towards the banquet venue. Miss, you must remember our contract. If you still encounter any difficulties, or have any wishes to make a deal, you are welcome to call me at any time. I don't mind expanding the business. As for the method, just use the secret between us. Oh, by the way, next time you can call me by my name. My name is Bai. Liao Zixuan passed the message to Liz's trotting back. When the girl looked back in shock, there was no trace of Liao Zixuan. Bai. He silently recited the name in his heart. At the same time, he also thought bitterly, you still want me to contact him again? To make a deal with him? Bullshit. Even if Liz died, jumped off her own castle, and was nailed in a wooden coffin, she would never contact the ghost man again. Don't think about it. The most important thing for her now is to rush into the banquet hall. Liz's face is the best pass. With the identity of the Earl's daughter, no guard dares to stop her even without an invitation. Walking quickly on the red carpet leading to the main hall of the banquet, the eldest lady was very anxious. Vivian, don't let anything go wrong. Hold on a little longer. She'll be here soon. Time went back a little bit. When Vivian followed the address and came to the venue of tonight's banquet, it was impossible to say that she was not nervous. She was a small village girl from the countryside. How could she have seen such a scene? The huge building was magnificent, and many nobles who were dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked dignified, chatting and laughing with each other, entered together. The nobles had their own circles, but Vivian didn't know anyone except Liz and Count Cecil, and came to the banquet alone. As expected, before she even entered the door, the waiter in a suit and tie at the door was the first obstacle that stumped the little girl. Stop! Miss, please wait a moment. This is a private club. It has been reserved tonight. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The guard stopped the little girl. Although Vivian was also dressed brightly and her appearance was no less than that of a noble, the little girl's uneasy attitude was obvious compared to the calmness and habitualness of others. Therefore, it was normal for the guard to stop Vivian. Miss, please show me the invitation. Please show me the invitation? After being questioned outside the door, Vivian looked confused, because Count Cecil never told her that he needed this, and never gave her any invitation. Hello. I was invited by Count Cecil. My name is Vivian. You can go inside and ask. Sorry, miss. We won't let you in without an invitation. Seeing that her explanation was useless, the guard still shook his head, and the girl suddenly became a little anxious. The abnormality here also attracted the attention of many nobles who came to the banquet. Many nobles were amazed by the girl at first sight. It must be mentioned that after Vivian was dressed up, the pure aura did not disappear, but was more reflected. You know, in the eyes of the nobles, purity is one of the top plus points. So, several young male nobles immediately wanted to come to Vivian's rescue and take the opportunity to chat with her. But who would have thought that there was another female figure? As if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She got there first, ahead of all of them. Ah, you are not the rumored Vivian, are you? The young noblewoman covered her mouth and asked the girl in surprise. Vivian was anxious to enter the venue, and when she saw someone recognize her, she nodded quickly. It's really you. Oh, my God. It turns out that Lord Cecil didn't lie to us. Lord Cecil really invited you. This young noblewoman looked like a fan meeting her idol. She excitedly introduced herself to Vivian and finally extended her hand to the little girl. Hello. My name is Seema. It's an honor to meet you. Miss Vivian. Hello. I am also very happy to meet you. Miss Seema. Vivian was a little flattered. and quickly responded politely, and shook hands at the same time. After getting to know each other, Seema asked enthusiastically, "Miss Vivian, I saw you arguing with the guard just now. Are you in trouble?" "No. It's not that serious. It's not a dispute. It's just that the Earl didn't seem to give me an invitation, so I wasn't allowed in. I was wondering if I could ask for a door." Before Vivian finished her words, Seema on the opposite side immediately had an angry expression of how could this be? Her angry voice interrupted Vivian directly. Of course, the target was the guard who just stopped the little girl from entering. "Are you using your eyes to vent your anger? Do you know who this is? She is the great hero of our Fire Classic City. The special guest invited by the Earl this time. And the biggest protagonist of this banquet. You even dared to stop Miss Vivian. I think you are really too bold." The noblewoman named Shima scolded the guard, and then took out her invitation. As luck would have it, she had an extra one, so she gave it to Vivian. The guard was already feeling guilty after being scolded by Shima, and seeing another invitation, he dared not stop them, and quickly let the girl and Shima in. "Thank you so much, Miss Shima. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." After entering smoothly, Vivian thanked the new friend beside her with great gratitude. Shima showed an expression that this was nothing. After that, he struck while the iron was hot. "It's okay. It's okay. And you don't have to call me Miss Seema in the future. It's too distant. Just call me Seema," Seema said nervously, as if she mustered up the courage to say it. Then, Vivian did not disappoint her. "Yeah, me too, Seema. Just call me Vivian." "Really? I'm so happy. Vivian." Seema smiled very brightly. Very bright. Because it was so simple. Even simpler than she imagined. It was so easy to get closer and gain initial trust. Then, from now on, the dinner is about to start. Let's go. Vivian. Okay. Seema. Chapter 186, a game within a game within a game. After entering the banquet hall, the atmosphere inside was somewhat different from that outside. How should I describe it? Vivian felt that it could be described as lax, because it was clearly time for the dinner to begin. But as expected, everyone sat down in order according to their assigned seats. And the scene where Count Cecil took the stage to give a speech and kicked off tonight's fundraising event did not happen. Instead, everyone was still in the venue, walking around casually, eating, drinking and chatting. Tonight was clearly under the banner of a banquet, an important parliament for refugees outside the city. But it seemed to have really turned into an ordinary aristocratic social dinner. The main reason for all this. Vivian looked at the empty host platform in the center of the banquet hall with a worried look. Count Cecil, who was supposed to host the banquet on the stage, was nowhere to be seen. "My lord, are you late?" The little girl had a bad feeling in her heart and murmured to herself. When the new friend walking beside her, Seema, heard it, she immediately spoke up to comfort her competently. "I guess you were delayed by something. It's okay. This situation is very common. Vivian. We just need to wait." "Yeah." Seeing that the little girl looked a little relieved after his comfort, Seema actually sneered in his heart, because it was very fast. Calculating the time, the news she deliberately revealed should be coming soon. Right? Shima looked at the clock in the banquet hall. As expected, just a few minutes later, servants began to whisper something in the ears of their noble masters. "What did you say? Are you sure the news is reliable? Is it fake? Who has the courage to do that?" "Humph. I knew that anyone who dared to touch this piece of fat meat outside the city. Even the Earl. TSK. This is fun." A series of uproars rang out among the nobles at the banquet. It soon turned into a commotion. Everyone started to whisper to each other, gathering in groups of 2 or 3, discussing something in low voices. Some of the nobles looked surprised. Some shook their heads with regret, and more of them looked like they were watching the fire from the other side of the river, looking forward to the subsequent revelations. The already casual dinner scene was even more noisy and chaotic. What happened? Seeing the sudden change in the scene, Vivian's heart sank, and she vaguely expected something. After that, Seema, who was under the banner of asking someone, actually only walked around for half a circle, and quickly returned to the little girl, whispering to Vivian with an unbelievable expression. "It's bad. Vivian. Lord Cecil is in trouble." "No. It's not Lord Cecil. It's the Earl's daughter. The eldest lady." "What? Liz. What happened to Liz? Vivian actually felt something was wrong from the beginning, because Liz had agreed with her to accompany her to the banquet. But the young lady still hadn't been seen. I heard it from others. I don't know if it's true or not. But it seems that the Earl's daughter was kidnapped by an unknown force on the way to the banquet. Kidnapped? Vivian stood up from her seat. She clenched her hands, and without thinking, she was about to walk out. As if she had expected it, Seema quickly grabbed the little girl. Vivian, where are you going? Let me go. Seema, Liz needs me now. I have to save her. After Vivian spoke anxiously, Seema did not let go. Of course she would not let go. After all the situations tonight were prepared for the little girl in front of her. How could she let Vivian go? At this time, she helped Vivian out of the predicament, gave her an invitation, and pretended to be a temporary friend with the little girl played a very crucial role. Vivian, I know you are very anxious, but calm down and think carefully. What's the point of you going there now? Do you know the identity of the kidnapper? Do you know where Miss Liz is imprisoned? What? Vivian was interrupted just as she was about to refute. I heard that the Earl has mobilized almost half of the city's guards to look for his daughter. I believe there will be news soon. Moreover, even if the kidnappers have 100 courage, they dare not harm the daughter of an Earl. Right? But what I want to say more is, Vivian, have you ever thought about why those kidnappers took such a big risk to kidnap an Earl's daughter at this critical moment? Seema persuaded Vivian step by step. And the more fatal point is that what Seema said was indeed true. So it's no wonder that Vivian was led by the nose. You mean it's impossible for the little girl not to react to this point? That's right. Vivian, those kidnappers seem to be kidnapping. But in fact, their real goal is tonight's fundraising party. They want to use this method to make the Count absent and prevent the fundraising from being held. Prevent the refugees outside the city from rebuilding their homes. After Seema threw out this conclusion, Vivian immediately showed a rare angry expression. Why? Why do they do this? There are many reasons. After all, in the eyes of many underground forces, the refugees outside the city are resources and a huge consumer group. They can make huge profits by selling the supplies that refugees need at high prices. Naturally, they don't want to see this cash cow fall. How can this be? Vivian frowned tightly, and her breathing became a little faster. One of the things that the little girl hated the most was to gain benefits by hurting others. Seeing that Vivian's emotions had been mobilized by her, Seema's mouth curled up for a moment. Tonight, she would teach this innocent and silly girl from the countryside a lesson. Let her know that in Huidian City, the first rule of survival in the upper class is not to be a good person. So, Vivian, do you understand? What you should do now is not to look for Miss Liz like a headless fly. You are needed more here. You can't let down the fundraising dinner that the Earl has worked so hard to hold. And you can't let the underground forces behind the kidnapper succeed. Vivian, you are carrying the hopes of tens of thousands of refugees outside the city. I don't think Miss Liz would want to see you destroy the hopes of tens of thousands of refugees because of her, and continue to live a hard life without a home. Right? Seema put one compliment after another on Vivian. In terms of controlling people's hearts. Indeed. How can a young girl who has just started out compare with a shrewd nobleman? As expected, after hesitating and struggling for a while, Vivian finally chose the latter. That is, to stay and host the fundraising dinner in place of Count Cecil. Don't be afraid, Vivian. I will accompany you and be your assistant. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seema, if it weren't for you, I might really make a wrong decision and let down the Count and Liz's expectations of me. Vivian's words came from the heart. Seema shook her head. Don't be like this, Vivian. Although we have only known each other for a short time, we are friends after all. Friends should help each other. Encouraged by Seema, Vivian walked alone to the hosting position that should have belonged to Count Cecil. From this, we can see that the little girl has grown up. If she were a country girl, she would be paralyzed and speechless just by the bunch of nobles dressed in bright clothes in the audience. It would never be like this. Vivian first used a simple amplification magic to force the nobles, who were still talking about the kidnapping of the Earl's daughter, to be silent. And their voices were drowned out by the little girl. After attracting everyone's attention, Vivian stated her identity. Since the Earl could not attend, she would temporarily replace him. This time, no one questioned the little girl anymore. The release of the magic just now was enough to prove it. The first step was successful. And Vivian encouraged herself secretly. Then, she began to explain to the nobles in the audience what she had observed today. The difficult situation of the refugees outside the city. The current situation of the city's urgent need for support and help. And her, Vivian, as the person in charge of the reconstruction work. Her firm determination and belief. So far, it seems that the effect is not bad. At least the nobles in the audience are still listening. Their eyes are all focused on the little girl. And no one gets up and leaves. Or breathes continuously. Of course, how much of this is out of concern for the situation of refugees outside the city? Or just out of curiosity, observation, or admiration for Vivian, the new star of the Fire Classic City? That is unknown. But the good times didn't last long. Or it was the inevitable ending. When Vivian's speech ended, she mentioned the most critical fundraising and money. Under the little girl's expectant and hopeful eyes, only a few young nobles were willing to donate one or two sums selflessly. As for the majority of the rest, especially the older nobles who were really rich and powerful, they seemed to have agreed on it. And they were all indifferent and drank tea quietly. But the cold reception was not their purpose. Soon, a representative, who should have been arranged long ago, who was the first to speak out, expressed their intentions on behalf of the others. It's very simple. That is, distrust. There is no doubt that Vivian is a good fighter. But they doubt whether she will embezzle funds, use the money well, and be competent as the leader of the reconstruction work. No one wants to waste their money. This is human nature. Vivian can understand and has thought about this situation a long time ago. But no matter what the little girl said, the nobles in the audience were unmoved. And at this time, it was Seema's turn to appear. Seema was very obscure. After exchanging glances with several nobles who had made an appointment in advance, she showed that as a friend. She couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go on stage to help Vivian. After walking onto the stage, Seema first cursed the nobles. The lines were similar to those of the previous gatekeeper, which were probably about you all being blind. How could Vivian not be competent? She must be able to do it. And so on. But at the end, as if he was angry for a moment, Seema pretended to be angry and said to the nobles below the stage, "Humph. What exactly do you want to do to trust Vivian? Do you have to force her to sign a gambling contract with you before you will give up?" As soon as Seema said this, several nobles who had agreed in secret stopped being silent and spoke up. Gambling contract? Well, this is indeed a good idea. If Miss Vivian is really willing, then we have nothing to say. We will absolutely trust Miss Vivian and are willing to donate a little for the refugees outside the city. Really? Just sign a betting contract with everyone. Vivian, who came from the countryside, didn't even know what a betting contract was. She just saw that after Seema's call, the nobles actually gave in. And Seema, as Vivian's good friend, quickly grabbed the little girl and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "You are crazy. Vivian, you dare to sign a betting contract with them. Do you know what it is?" "Yes." "What is it?" Vivian asked in a low voice. "Oh, this is very complicated. In short, it's a bet between you and the nobles. They bet on whether you can complete a certain amount of reconstruction work indicators within a specified time. If you reach the target, it means they lost the bet, and they will increase the amount of money donated to you unconditionally and free of charge in the future. But if you don't reach the target, it means you lost the bet. The consequences will be very serious. They will ask you to pay several times the amount of money they donated to you, enough to make you heavily in debt and completely bankrupt." Seema explained to Vivian very diligently, without any lies, but just omitted some consequences. For example, according to the laws of Wudian City, if the debt amount is too large and unable to be repaid, then as the debtor, the personal freedom will be deprived and the creditor will be at your disposal. This is the law recognized by the god of fire when the city was first built, and no one can violate it. Of course, unless the god of fire is gone one day. No, Vivian, you don't understand these things. The risk is too great. I know you are kind-hearted, and many of the refugees outside the city are from your same village. But you can't sacrifice yourself for them. Seema pretended to stop him, but actually secretly pointed out that there were people from Vivian's same village among the refugees. As expected, the little girl shook her head in return. "You? I have to admire Seema. Or rather, the acting skills of the people who are using Seema's skin. It really looks like the kind of helpless anger after being persuaded." The voices of the nobles in the audience also rang out at this time. Miss Seema, if Vivian is really capable, this gambling contract is a big loss for us. Or is it that the confidence that Miss Vivian mentioned is just a contract? And she is already guilty? Seeing that Seema was going to confront the nobles for her, Vivian rarely spoke up to interrupt her. The little girl turned around and swept her eyes across the eyes of the nobles in the audience. No need to say more. If only in this way can everyone really trust me and be willing to give me the funds for the reconstruction. Take a deep breath. Vivian closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was full of determination. Then I am willing to sign this bet contract. After the little girl said this, the nobles in the audience laughed. Standing behind the little girl, where Vivian couldn't see, Seema also laughed. Of course, there was another person, a very young baron noble who also attended the banquet tonight, who also laughed. Teddy recalled the secret conversation on the rooftop last night under the night sky of the Fire Classic City illuminated by the blazing flames. It really is. It can't be said to be completely similar to what the big brother expected. But it can only be said that it is exactly the same. Teddy would like to call it a game within a game. Now, we are waiting for the last protagonist to come on stage. By the way, can Big Brother really find the kidnapped daughter? Pooh! One day without seeing Big Brother, my bad habit of supporting role comes back again. At this time, the unconventional statement should be that even if the kidnappers are the rumored largest underground black power treasure-stealing group, even if it is said that the city guards of half the city have not been found. But hey, for Big Brother, it should be just a trivial matter. Easy. Right? No. Maybe Big Brother has already rescued the daughter, and is still talking about love while the iron is hot. Now all I have to do is... Teddy opened his eyes. For the banquet that just started tonight. He was looking forward to it with great anticipation. Chapter 187 Bang. Since Vivian is willing to sign the gambling contract, the next thing will be much easier. The nobles' negotiation was actually just a show. They had already reached an alliance consensus on the big thing of fundraising in private, and the content of the gambling contract had been discussed almost. Therefore, soon, a written contract written on high-quality parchment was brought to Vivian by the nobles. The little girl looked down and scanned the content of the contract on the parchment. Aside from the formatted written terms, the gambling terms were very concise and clear, and not very difficult to understand. In general, the Great Nobles Association, in accordance with Vivian's wishes, will give the refugees outside the city a total of 300,000 gold coins, which is 3 million silver coins and 300 million copper coins. This is indeed a considerable amount of money, which is almost enough to cover the annual tax revenue of Huidian City. But in fact, if you really want to restore the original appearance before the disaster, this amount of money is still not enough. Vivian certainly knows this. Therefore, 300,000 gold coins are only used for the first stage. This is the plan she discussed with Mayor Thorin at the refugee camp outside the city earlier today. The so-called first stage is to carry out preliminary reconstruction of the largest lower-level town under Huidian City, which is separated from the original Terror Claw Forest and is located at the throat of Qian Town. After the abyss came, countless villages were destroyed and the damage was already done. It was not easy to recover, and it could only be done bit by bit. The strategy that Vivian and Mayor Thorin thought of was to go from point to surface, from top to bottom. They knew that with the stinginess of the nobles, the donation of 300,000 gold coins was already the limit. So how to maximize the use of limited resources was the problem they had to consider. First, concentrate resources and rebuild Qian Town. After that, use it as a new base to replace Huidian City to receive a large number of refugees. And then extend downwards, be self-reliant, and expand the surrounding villages at the lower level like branches. The nobles did not have much objection to this theory. They were really making things difficult. No, it couldn't be called making things difficult. It should be said that it was an open conspiracy, the most critical time aspect of the bet. They said it was to prove Vivian's ability, and to ensure that their fundraising money could be spent in place. The nobles only gave the little girl 1 month. That is, after 1 month, they wanted to see the initial results of Qian Town. And the standard was that it could accommodate and clear all the refugees gathered outside Huidian City at this moment. If Vivian really did it, then according to the bet contract, they would continue to bleed heavily and pay an additional 300,000 gold coins for fundraising. On the contrary, if Vivian didn't do it, Then, the little girl would have to pay a total compensation and bear up to 3 times the default debt. That is, 1 million gold coins. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this gambling contract was a huge loss for Vivian. Because firstly, the costs of both parties were unfair. On one side, the Noble Association jointly borne the cost, and it was only doubled. But on the other side, Vivian was alone, and the cost would more than triple after failure. What is the concept of 1 million gold coins? Even an earl could not come up with so much money. It was equivalent to directly sentencing Vivian to life imprisonment. If she really had to bear it, she would not be able to turn over for several generations, let alone her lifetime. As for the second, it was also the most shameless place for the nobles. If this matter was really accomplished, it would be of great benefit to them. Not only would it stabilize the public security and public grievances of Wutian City, but it would also restore some family industries and taxes as soon as possible. Where did the nobles get their money? A large part of it was made by sucking the blood of the country people, importing cheaply and selling at high prices. It was obviously a win-win situation. But the nobles were greedy and wanted to take advantage of Vivian's kindness to firmly control this rising newcomer from the Fire Classic City. Okay, no problem. Let's get started now. Vivian put away the contract and nodded to the representative sent by the Noble Association to express her acceptance. You, what are you doing? Vivian, the second personality in the mental space, couldn't stand it anymore. Usually, in order not to disturb the little girl, she always let herself fall asleep, and only woke up when Vivian's emotions fluctuated greatly to see what was happening outside. As a result, it didn't matter if she saw it, but the second personality wanted to come out on the spot and chop all the nobles present with a sickle. They did it on purpose. Can't you see it? The impatient voice of the second personality came from the spiritual space. But Vivian shook her head at the other self. Can't the little girl see it? No. Vivian believed that even without her, the nobles would still take out the money for reconstruction. But why did Mayor Thorne beg her so much and insist on letting her preside over it? It was because if the nobles were to do this personally, it would be no less than a second disaster for the refugees. That was 300,000 gold coins. If you were a little greedy, you could live a life of wealth and glory for half a lifetime. Naturally, you should save as much as you can in the middle of the journey, and use the lowest configuration if you can. They even said that they would cut corners and not think about the future at all, as long as the house was built. Even if it collapsed in less than half a year, what did it have to do with them? They completed the task and took the opportunity to make money. And what Vivian wanted to do was to really give a home to the refugees, who had nowhere to go after the disaster. For this reason, she would rather take such a big risk and firmly control this dominance in her own hands. Then Vivian, let me do it. I promise that these stinky nobles will not dare to fart, and will sign any broken contracts, and just give the money to you obediently. In the mental space, the second personality changed his words and sharpened his sickle at the nobles. No, another me. Don't always think about using violence to solve problems. Why? We have already met the highest ranking god of fire. Why do we still need to be here and suffer from these mere nobles under the god of fire? Believe me, Vivian, the god of fire won't mind us using violence. After all, this is also for the good of Fire City. It is also to help the Lord God of Fire rectify the atmosphere. No! Vivian rarely raised her voice to her other self. Of course, her tone softened soon. Another me. This is not the god of fire's problem. But if we think about using violence to solve problems once we encounter difficulties, this time the starting point is indeed good. But what about next time? What about the next time? If I really develop this habit, I'm afraid I will not recognize myself anymore. After Vivian finished speaking in her mind, the second personality suddenly fell silent. In the spiritual space, the little girl, who looked exactly like in reality, sat cross-legged on a high-backed chair inside. The black giant sickle in her hand, which was full of murderous intent, was turned by her little hand, and the shadow disappeared. Maybe to cheer up, because she felt that the atmosphere was not good. She said some encouraging words. The second personality heard the little girl's spiritual message again. Don't worry. The other me. Think positively. We signed this gambling agreement with the nobles. As long as we complete it successfully, there will not only be no harm, but also an additional amount of 300,000 gold coins compared to the original plan. It can allow everyone to return to normal life faster. Or, another me. Even you don't believe I can accomplish it? What else can the second personality say under Vivian's pitiful tone? What she hates most is this little girl's trick. Humph. Whatever you want. But Vivian, I have a bottom line that will not change. As long as they dare to hurt you in a substantial way. Then, the second personality didn't finish his words, and stopped talking in a huff. Thank you. Another me. It is precisely because of you, Vulcan, and Xiao Hei. So, I dare to make such a big bet QWQ. Under Vivian's slightly willful and coquettish tone, a barely detectable hum sound came from the mental space. Although they seem to have communicated a lot with their minds. But in fact, it has little impact on the time in reality. The second personality was appeased. After Vivian and the fat noble representative signed the contract. Finally, they concluded with God of Fire is above to make the contract effective, implying that they were supervised by the God of Fire. This is not only the tradition of Huidian City, but also the tradition of the entire Yinyu. Both parties achieved their respective goals. The tense atmosphere at the banquet before immediately became much more relaxed. The business was done, and the next step was the routine socializing and socializing time to get closer to each other. Vivian originally wanted to leave directly. She was still worried about Liz's safety. But it seemed that there was no business that said that you could just get up and leave after the dinner table. Vivian, you are being very rude and disrespectful. If you leave a bad impression on everyone, it will be very troublesome in the future. Since you have come this far, it doesn't matter if you have to do this little bit. Shima acted like a friend, teaching Vivian about etiquette among nobles. But, Liz and the Earl. The little girl was a little hesitant. Oh, don't worry, Vivian. As long as the news of our successful fundraising is released, I believe that the kidnappers will give up soon and return Miss Liz. So the most important thing you should do now is to make tonight's banquet a perfect end. As Sima spoke, he pulled up the hesitant Vivian, and without giving the little girl a chance to refuse, he walked towards the middle of the nobles. Look, everyone is waiting for you. Go over and have a chat. It will also be good for your future reconstruction work, and you can accumulate a lot of connections. It's called a chat, but in fact it was pure enjoyment. Toasting and drinking non-stop amidst a bunch of meaningless nonsense. Vivian, who was pulled over by Sima, was the protagonist of this party. So naturally she couldn't escape the fate of being toasted. At first, Sima pretended to help Vivian block the wine. But after just a few glasses, she kept coughing and retching, looking like she was about to be unable to drink. This immediately made Vivian feel distressed, and she quickly stopped Sima from drinking anymore. But what about the remaining wine that Sima had contracted for Vivian? She had no choice but to do it herself. Even though she had never drunk wine before, she took a sip nervously, and the wine flowed through her throat, and a burning sensation suddenly emerged, causing Vivian to cover her mouth and frown. But the nobles didn't care whether the girl could drink or not. On the contrary, Vivian's appearance aroused their interest. They kept using various words of praise and admiration. But in fact they just wanted to have a drink with the girl. Although the throat gradually began to adapt to the next few cups, and the spicy feeling brought to Vivian by the wine began to decrease. The reason why wine is definitely not because it is spicy. Gradually, Vivian's little face began to feel hot, and blushes rose on her cheeks. If Sima was just pretending to be drunk after 3 or 4 cups before, then Vivian at this moment was really a little overwhelmed. The little girl's head began to feel a little dizzy, and her vision was slightly doubled. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sima, who seemed drunk before, immediately seemed to sober up. She took the initiative to drive away those nobles, who were getting more and more excited, and trying to force the little girl to drink. This was not a repentance. But Sima had a more insidious trick waiting behind. She took the slightly tipsy Vivian to a slightly remote corner of the banquet, pretending to let the girl get away from the crowd and take a rest. But in fact, at the signal of Sima's eyes, 2 nobles who had been ready and on standby immediately walked towards them. They pretended to be good relatives and friends with Sima, and expressed that they were very happy that Sima could make a friend like Vivian, and were willing to make personal contributions to raise an additional amount for Vivian. Fundraising was of course not the real purpose, but just an excuse for the next step. As expected, they still wanted to toast Vivian and make friends. The girl wanted to refuse, and she knew she couldn't drink anymore. But the other party repeatedly explained that there was only 1 glass, just for the sake of meaning. In addition, as Seema's good relatives and friends. They also raised a large amount of money, very giving face. Seeing that Vivian still agreed, the two nobles looked at each other and secretly showed joy. One of them deliberately stepped forward and talked to the little girl, but in fact he blocked the view. The other person behind him quietly added some powder while pouring the wine. Seema saw all this, but she cooperated with the other noble with a smile, attracting the attention of Vivian, who was already slightly drunk. After the other party poured the wine, he made way. Seema was the first to pick up the wine glass, and the other two nobles quickly took one each and left the last wine glass to Vivian. So, this time, the terrifying summoned beast beside you is gone, and I am in an abnormal state. Can I succeed? Seema thinks that there is a high probability that it will still fail. After all, Vivian's strength is there, even if it is a special medicine bought at a high price from the treasure-stealing group. It is estimated that the possibility is not great. But in fact, for Seema, success or failure doesn't matter. His main goal has been achieved. Now it's just a jackpot. If Vivian is caught, that's great. If not, it can't be blamed on him. What does Seema's dirty work have to do with him? Count Cecil? Thinking of this. Cheers! Seema showed a happy expression. Then, time seemed to be suspended at this moment, because too many things happened. The first picture is our Baron Teddy, who is anxious to get up, being taken to a remote corner. Others may not notice it, but Teddy will not. He has been staring at Vivian diligently, and naturally saw the scene of the noble drugging. But soon, the second scene appeared, and the anxiety on Teddy's face quickly turned into fear. No, not only him, but also all the nobles in the entire banquet hall, especially the two beside Vivian and Seema. They trembled all over. Their hair stood on end, let alone smile. They couldn't even breathe. It was as if they were stared at by something extremely terrifying, like a real murderous aura, making their whole body stiff. An invisible black sickle loomed above the heads of the three of them, as if it would be ruthlessly swung down in the next moment, splitting them in two angrily. But I don't know whether to say they are lucky or unlucky, because the third scene appeared. It was a series of footsteps. At an extremely fast speed, she rushed to the bodies of Seema and the other two, who were actually completely stiff and unable to move. And she was in a hurry. Without hesitation, she didn't even blink. Slap. The Earl's daughter, a certain lady, Liz, slapped Seema in the face. Chapter 188. The price of the gift has long been determined. The banquet hall was silent. Only the loud slap from Liz echoed faintly, and the breath of death that appeared in vain, like the black sickle of the god of death, also quickly receded like a tide and disappeared with Liz's slap. But no one really thought that it was just an illusion. The cold sweat on the back of the clothes of every noble present was the best proof. Among them, the three people of Seema beside Vivian were particularly obvious. There was a chill in the neck, swallowing hard to make sure that the head was still intact. The backs of the three of them were soaked. What on earth was that just now? All the VIPs in the banquet hall had this doubt. But unfortunately, they didn't have time to think about this question at the moment, because, at this moment, there was obviously a bigger event happening in front of them. Liz? Seema said in disbelief. She looked at the girl standing opposite her, who was very familiar and angry, with a look of "you shouldn't be here. Why? Are you surprised to see me?" Seema, Liz sneered. The young lady was about to question Seema in public about the kidnapping, but when Liz's sight passed through Seema's body and saw a girl behind him with red cheeks, a slightly drunk look, confused eyes, and a look that showed that she didn't understand what happened at all, and it was obvious that she was not in a good state. "Vivian?" Liz frowned immediately. "Get out of here!" the Earl's daughter yelled, and the two nobles, who were called by Seema to do harm to Vivian, immediately ran away and dared not block Liz's way. They were trembling all over, and the fear that had just been relieved was revived this time. The two kept winking at Seema, meaning that it was easy to tell what to do now. Seema herself was still in danger, and the plan she had set was disrupted by Liz's appearance. She could only give the two a look to stop talking nonsense, and then her face was uncertain, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Lilith? Vivian tilted her head, rubbed her hazy eyes with her little hands, and asked the girl who came to her with a concerned expression uncertainly. After her sight was in focus, and she could really see the girl's appearance clearly, Vivian showed a surprised expression. Great. It's really you." Liz, you escaped. Before the little girl could finish her stuttering words, she was interrupted by Liz. Vivian, have you been drinking? As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, Liz smelled the alcohol coming towards her. This made the girl frown even more. Under Liz's questioning, Vivian was like a child who had made a mistake, and answered in a guilty tone, I just drank a little bit. A little bit. Is this what you mean by a little bit? Liz was like a strict sister, teaching her immature sister a lesson. She snatched the wine glass that Vivian was holding in her hand, which was given to her by Seema and the other two. Then, turning around suddenly, Liz's cold eyes were on Seema again. Although she had just arrived, as the daughter of an earl, the top of the nobility, unlike some fledgling girl, Liz saw the situation clearly at a glance. It's you? It seems that I really underestimated you. Seema, I didn't expect that the purpose of your kidnapping me was here. The here in Liz's mouth could refer to Vivian or this fundraising dinner. Don't, Liz. Seema is a friend. I just wanted to drink. It has nothing to do with her. Vivian, who was dizzy, wanted to defend Seema, but Liz ignored the drunken girl, and first looked at the place where the girl was taken, which was located in a remote corner of the banquet, and then looked at the two nobles next to Seema with a sharp gaze. These two people don't have the concentration of Seema. When Liz glanced at them, they immediately looked guilty and felt uncomfortable. Humph, he snorted coldly, as if he had confirmed something. Friends? Vivian, you should watch carefully. I will let you know that not everyone will be like you, and will always be friends with others sincerely, Liz said, picking up the wine glass she had taken from the little girl before. She glanced down and saw that the wine inside seemed clear and normal. The girl quickly took out a silver needle from the small package she had been carrying. This needle is engraved with identification magic. As long as there are abnormal substances in the food, the color of the needle will become darker. It seems that explanation alone is not enough, and it needs stronger credibility. Liz added another sentence at the end. This is a birthday gift given to me by my father, the head of the Cecil family, the Earl, when I was 10 years old. At that time, my father told me to be cautious in making friends and be careful of bad people. Liz noticed that after her words, the corners of Seema's mouth twitched fiercely for several times. But at this time, the eldest lady just thought that this was Seema's guilty conscience. Liz put the silver needle into Vivian's wine glass. As expected, although it was a high-level medicine produced by the treasure-stealing group, it was still exposed in front of a self-defense item given by the Earl to his beloved daughter. The silver-white needle soon deepened in color and turned dark black. How could it be? After so much had happened, Vivian had recovered from her drunken state and regained her consciousness. But the little girl still looked at Seema, the new friend who had helped her so much, with an unwilling look. But Seema's silence, lowering her head slightly, and covering her face with her hair on both sides was the best proof. Come here. Catch her. And these two. They are all accomplices. The original owner of Seema was just the daughter of a baron. And Liz, the daughter of an earl, were both noble ladies in the eyes of ordinary people. But if the two are really compared, then Seema may not even be able to reach Liz's toes. Under the order of the earl's daughter, how dare the guards at the venue disobey? Moreover, judging from the conversation just now, Seema seems to have not only bad intentions towards Vivian, but also has something to do with the kidnapping of Liz that was reported earlier. Several guards immediately rushed in from all directions. In such an important occasion with many nobles gathering, the guards are almost on standby at any time. As Seema's accomplices, the two nobles who played minor roles were already scared when they saw being surrounded by so many guards. They squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands and dared not even resist. On the other hand, Seema said. What? Liz exclaimed. Seema seemed to sigh when she lowered her head slightly and began to raise it. Seema's legs exerted force at the same time, and she easily escaped from the layers of guards in an almost leaping posture. Not only the guards, but also Liz herself and all the other nobles who were watching the show were stunned by Seema's actions. Because this is not something a noble lady can do. Even the most experienced and flexible thief can't say that he can jump 6 or 7 meters high, jump out of the wall of guards, and land very steadily without even breathing. It was this moment of surprise that gave Seema ample opportunity to escape. But then again, even if everyone was not stunned, the ordinary guards here alone could not stop Seema. Right? In fact, as long as Seema wanted, she could directly kill. In front of absolute power, the number of people is meaningless. Oh, no. There is another great god here. No wonder Seema chose to be silent. Scare everyone. And then take the opportunity to escape. Using power will destroy the physical disguise. And not wanting to expose the identity is one reason. The presence of Vivian, whose strength is unfathomable, is the second reason. Seema found it skillfully at the back door of the venue not far away. And it was obvious that everything was arranged, and they had thought about emergencies. When her figure flashed and completely disappeared in the banquet hall, everyone seemed to have completely come to their senses. Chase! Go chase! Liz felt a little angry. She didn't expect that at this point. She could still let the other party run away under her nose. Damn it! She cursed in her heart. After escaping from the back door of the venue, Seema was a little embarrassed. She was far from being as relaxed as she was at the beginning. She was panting and kept pressing her chest with one hand. Although it was not the time to be funny, it must be said that Seema's chest was sagging at the moment. It was not the normal sagging of running away, but it seemed that the fake breasts were about to run away. In fact, it's not just the chest, but all parts of Seema's body are the same. Count Cecil can indeed disguise his body into the appearance of a devourer with some ability. But this is temporary and cannot withstand intense activities. But now, quick! Go over there. Hold her. We have notified the city guards to block it. She can't run away. Miss Lee said that whoever can catch her will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Ah! I saw her. She's over there. Chase her. Under the stimulation of money, the guards worked extra hard, holding torches, chasing Seema's figure in the inner city under the night. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Wasn't Liz sent to a remote warehouse in the outer city by the treasure-stealing group? Why on earth could she still be here? It's impossible for her to escape alone. Who is it? Who helped her? Seema's face was grim, and she asked frantically in her mind. Perhaps the gods heard her voice and wanted to give her an answer. So the next moment, it happened to be the corner of the alley where Seema ran into. Bang! Love at the corner. A very classic collision happened. Seema, who was running fast to get rid of the pursuers behind him, didn't pay attention and bumped into a passerby who seemed to come from the other side of the corner of the alley. Seema directly bumped into the chest of the other person. Ah! A pain sound rang out. Seema was hit and fell to the ground. I'm very sorry. Mississippi. Are you okay? A magnetic and pleasant male voice sounded beside the fallen Seema's ears, just when Seema was thinking whether she had heard this voice somewhere before. Hey! Oh! Great! It's really you. I'm still looking for you. Miss Seema. The other party made a surprise sound first. At this time, with the moonlight, Seema also saw the other party's appearance clearly. There are not many people whose appearance she can remember. But tonight, the servant she met accidentally in the mansion of Seema's original body was one of them. You were at that time. Seema's eyes widened. She really didn't expect to meet this servant who followed her to the treasure-stealing group and disappeared inexplicably here. In this situation, at this time, Seema's degree of surprise was no less than when Liz broke into the banquet and came to her. Seema didn't even have the chance to ask. The servant said in advance, Miss Seema, I heard that you made the Earl's daughter angry, and she is now trying to catch you everywhere. You don't even need to say that. Seema was about to push him away impatiently, wanting to get up from the ground and continue running. Unexpectedly, the other party's next words made Seema stunned. Miss, after hearing the news, I quickly prepared a horse for you. You can get on it and use it to escape to a safe place. What? Prepared a horse? In Seema's surprised eyes, she saw that the servant actually led a horse out from the shadow corner of the alley that Seema had not noticed before. You? Seema opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What is this? Is it her luck? What Seema needs most now is a tool to escape. If she lets her disguised body move vigorously, her true identity will be exposed, and she will be in big trouble. But, can it really be such a coincidence? Just when I was about to doze off, someone brought me a pillow, or another one, saying that it was strange for him to appear here. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was a reluctant explanation. The attendant I brought and selected at the beginning. There was no time to give Seema more time to think, because behind him, the footsteps and shouts of the guards chasing were getting closer and closer. I remember your name is Bai? Quickly climbed on the horse. Even if he was in a hurry, Seema still turned back and talked to this magical attendant before leaving. After this time, you can come to this place to find me. I will give you a generous reward. After saying this, Seema waved her whip and galloped away. In the last dim light, Seema saw that the young and handsome attendant behind her seemed to shake his head at her last sentence. Indeed, Seema was not wrong. Liao Zixuan watched that with his help, Count Cecil would not be exposed too early and escape successfully. He put his other hand, which had been behind his back, in front. He opened his palm. On it was a handkerchief. In the center of the handkerchief, under the moonlight, you can see a touch of scarlet, which is very obvious on the white handkerchief. Liao Zixuan's muttering echoed in the alley. You have already paid the reward, Miss Seema, or Lord Count. Chapter 189 Professionals do professional things. What? Let Seema run away. With so many of you, you can't catch a noble lady? After receiving the feedback from the guards, Liz stamped her feet in anger. The young lady scolded the guards. The guards were also in pain. First, with the physical fitness shown by Seema, she was not an ordinary noble lady. Second, Miss Seema seems to have an accomplice to help her. They have prepared a tool for her to escape. We were too hasty to catch up. Huh? Accomplice? Liz glanced at the other nobles at the banquet. No one dared to look at the angry daughter of the Earl. Tell Robert to send someone to seal up the mansion of the Seema family. I think she can run away. But can she run away from the family? Stupid. Yes, Mississippi. The guards agreed in unison and were about to do it. But Liz stopped them again. By the way, where is my father? Lord Cecil. We don't know either. Maybe he is worried about Miss's safety and doesn't know that Miss has returned safely. So he is still looking for Miss? The guard answered uncertainly. Okay, go ahead. Liz waved her hand, although she felt a little strange in her heart, because with her father's intelligence ability, it shouldn't have taken so long for her to get the news of her return. But Liz didn't think much about it. There was another thing she needed to do right now. Liz took out a parchment scroll representing the contract. When this was mentioned, the young lady got angry again, and her chest kept rising and falling. While the guards were chasing Seema, Liz asked Vivian about the banquet in detail. To be precise, it was the trick the little girl was deceived by. Through Vivian's retelling, Liz roughly restored the whole process of the incident, which made her feel a little relieved, because at least Seema's deception was quite attentive, and it was not difficult to see that it had been planned for a long time. So it was reasonable for Vivian to fall into the trap. If Seema had just used the trick to deceive fools to deceive Vivian, then Liz would really be furious. This feeling is quite similar. An old mother watching a child. As a junior high school student, you can get 0 points in the advanced math questions in college. But you can't get 0 points in the math questions in elementary school. Unconsciously, Liz has regarded Vivian as a very important person, and her identity switches between a good sister and an old mother. Therefore, Liz could never accept the extremely unfair gambling contract that Vivian signed with the nobles under the instigation of Seema. Bang! Liz walked up to the stage and slammed the table. The young lady looked around coldly, and all the nobles in the audience were shocked by her and focused their attention. 2 simple words came out of Liz's mouth. Resign. When this was said, the nobles in the audience were also expected. After all, the reputation of the Earl's daughter was notorious for her pride and arrogance. It can be seen that she has a very good relationship with Vivian, and it is reasonable for her to stand up for her at this moment. The old guys who led the nobles exchanged glances with each other. Then one of them, who was also of equal status, said, I don't know. What does Miss Liz mean by resign? It means that this contract is invalid, even if the other party is a count like her father. Liz will not show mercy. It was like a domineering CEO in the board of directors, seeking justice for his little wife. What a mess. Vivian was about to say something, but Liz gave her a sharp look, and she shut up again, shrank her neck, and sat obediently in the back. Liz flipped the table directly. There was no way to talk about it now. The nobles finally managed to trick the little girl into signing the gambling contract, and it was also to restrain Vivian, the newcomer of Huidian City, in the future, so as to maintain their status. They were unwilling to let go of the fat meat at their mouths. Yes, in the eyes of these nobles, their world is only a small place like Huidian City, so they also think that the same is true for Vivian. Little did they know that under the grand plan of a certain little wolf cub, the little girl would sooner or later bring disaster to the whole continent. How could the legendary witch lady who traveled around the 9 countries look down on Huidian City? So the current group of nobles can't be said to be worrying about nothing, but can only be said to be frogs in the well. The banquet hall suddenly fell into silence. Since the nobles couldn't beat or scold the earl's daughter, who was like a tigress, they simply kept silent and wasted their time. Although the young lady was aggressive, they really didn't believe that Liz could do anything to them. It seemed that they were about to fall into a stalemate. Scared, Baron Teddy, who was about to stand up according to the script, was suddenly patted on the shoulder from behind, and was shocked. When Teddy looked back, he showed a resentful look. "Brother, can you make some noise when you walk next time and say hello? Don't be like a ghost and scare me to death." "Huh? Aren't you supposed to be surprised at me? Why are you here?" After Liao Zixuan finished speaking, Teddy answered silently with a look that said don't compare him with other cliché characters. "Okay. You really played me to death." Liao Zixuan stopped teasing and asked in a low voice. "You still remember what I told you, right?" "Of course. Brother. How dare I neglect what you told me? I did a data analysis overnight and counted all the tax payments from the nobles to the villages and towns in the countryside in the past 10 years. Then I reversed the budget development of villages and towns at all levels and calculated the policy terms with the best ratio." Teddy looked very proud. These things sounded easy, but the complexity and workload were not something that anyone could do. Only a genius like him, who had been doing business since childhood and had a whole commercial street as an asset at a young age, and who had established one of the largest chambers of commerce in Huidian City, could do it. "Oh, no. Don't mention the commercial street." Teddy gets angry when he mentions the commercial street. "I don't know which conscienceless bastard was fighting in the inner city late at night. You can fight if you want, but you have to fight in the commercial street, which is the street under Teddy's assets." Teddy felt pain when he thought that the whole street was almost destroyed. He issued a wanted order in the night and was determined to catch the murderer. He just didn't know whether the foreigner who received his wanted order and called himself Rongrong was reliable or not, and whether there was any progress. He would ask him again when he had time. Liao Zixuan didn't know what Teddy was thinking in his heart. He just nodded with satisfaction after hearing the other party's report. It seemed that this guy was reliable. "Okay. Then I'll leave this to you." After saying this, Liao Zixuan was about to leave. Teddy asked hurriedly when he saw this. "Brother, where are you going? Don't you want to come and see my heroic figure?" "Me? It's boring if I'm alone. I'll find you some heavyweights to show my support." "Heavyweights?" Teddy's eyelids jumped after hearing this. But according to Teddy's law, he must not show shock at this time. "But okay, brother. Just do whatever you want. Find someone like Harvey, the supreme commander of the knights, or the newly promoted archbishop of the Vulcan cult. I think his name is Demir. Just the 2 of them. Don't call too many. Just show your respect. The total power of the Fire Code City is composed of only 4 parts: the knights, the Vulcan cult, the nobles, and the underground treasure-stealing group. Don't call too many. If you want to call you, there will be no one else." After Liao Zixuan rolled his eyes at Teddy, Teddy only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then the other person's figure disappeared. "Sooner or later, I will have to let my elder brother teach me this trick. It will definitely be useful for escaping." That's all he wanted, he muttered softly. Originally, Teddy might have been a little nervous in his heart. After all, he would have to show off his skills in front of so many nobles who were much higher in status than him. However, Liao Zixuan's coincidental appearance, although he didn't say much, for some reason, was like giving Teddy a reassurance, which greatly increased his confidence and made him no longer nervous. Anyway, there is a big boss backing him up. So what is there to be afraid of? Show. It's over. When he thought of this, Teddy slammed the table and stood up. And the target. That was the Earl's daughter, who was confronting the nobles, and was in a stalemate. "Excuse me, Miss Liz, are you going too far?" As soon as Teddy said this, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the banquet. Now everyone pretended to be dumb, and no one dared to offend Miss Liz. But someone dared to stand up and speak for the nobles? Count Durin cast an inquiring look at several nobles in the group, as if to ask who hired this person. But the nobles looked at each other, and none of them recognized Teddy. A small figure like a baron would not be remembered by them. But now it's different. Wild too. The young man has a future and can be cultivated. At this moment, a group of nobles led by Count Durin have not realized the seriousness of the problem and think that Teddy is their teammate. On the other hand, Liz also thought so and regarded Teddy as a shield for the other party. Facing the "you have no right to speak here" look of the Earl's daughter, Teddy faced the challenge and did not back down. As everyone knows, once the contract is signed by both parties and sworn by the God of Fire, it is protected and supervised by the God of Fire, and it cannot be invalidated at will. Even if Miss Liz is of noble status, she dare not openly challenge Lord God of Fire. Right? Humph. Don't distort the concept. I just want to invalidate this unfair contract. It has nothing to do with provoking Lord Vulcan. This kind of trivial matter only requires the consent of both parties to the contract. After Liz's cold response, Teddy still shook his head. Under the strong pressure of the aura of the lady opposite, Teddy's next words made Count Durin and Liz stunned. How about this, Miss Liz? The reason you want to cancel the contract is that you think it is unfair. So let's take a step back and revise the content of the contract to make the gambling clause in it truly fair. What do you think? What the hell? Count Durin frowned immediately. He was indeed happy to see a wild agent who would confront Liz on their behalf. But if this agent started to speak on their behalf, then the nature would be different. Count Durin saw that the situation was not right and was about to speak. But Liz got there first. Oh, tell me, what is fair? As if she had keenly sensed something. The eldest lady's tone was obviously much softer than it was at the beginning. Of course, the most important thing was that Liz's quick opening was equivalent to snatching Count Durin's chance to speak. Seeing the situation clearly, Teddy's smile became even brighter. Look, what a good teammate is. It is so comfortable to have a smart lady like Liz as a teammate. He coughed and cleared his throat. Teddy entrusted Liao Zixuan to him and began to tell Liz slowly about a set of plans that he had planned long ago. The general content is that the nobles are not limited to money, but also have to give more invisible terms and agreements that can actually play a huge role. It is like the preferential treatment and benefits in the purchase and transaction between the two parties. There are many excellent craftsmen and related professionals on the side of Huidian City. But if you want to produce finished products, it is naturally not enough to have manufacturers alone. You also need raw materials. And the source of raw materials, most of them have to rely on many lower-level towns in Huidian City. Those large and small villages located on the edge but close to the wild and rich in natural resources. For supply. But why? Take Vivian as an example. The little girl lives so hard. This is just a microcosm. Most villages are extremely poor. A large part of the reason is that the nobles, who are the buyers, have pushed the price too low. Sometimes even less than the cost price. After all, in the eyes of the nobles, the role of the country people is to work for them and collect materials. So of course, they can be exploited as much as possible. As for life, what a joke. A bunch of workers still want to improve their quality of life? Improving it for you is equivalent to reducing their quality of life. Even if the quality of life of the nobles is already sleeping until they wake up naturally every day, eating delicious fish and meat every meal, and having good wine and beautiful women. So, Teddy is not now. It should be said that Liao Zixuan wants to use Teddy's mouth to point out a possible path for future reform to Vivian, who has no culture and only knows how to work stupidly. And Liz, who is smart but is a member of the nobility after all, and naturally finds it difficult to find the key to the problem. Of course, the issue of purchasing just mentioned above is just one of them. There are also various tax reductions for future rural towns, such as not excessively interfering in the participation of towns and villages, such as allowing villages to form civil guards, and so on. By the way, Liao Zixuan is not omnipotent. He can only provide a general direction of thinking. This is why he handed this matter to Teddy, a great business genius. Let professionals do professional things. This has always been Liao Zixuan's purpose. Under Teddy's new gambling contract terms, the nobles on Count Dulin's side were sweating more and more, while Liz and the little girl's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, as if they hadn't thought of it before. No! It must not be changed like this. Count Dulin calculated in his heart that if it was really, as the little baron, who came out of nowhere said, then their annual income would at least drop by 30%. And the most important thing is that it would weaken their control over the lower-level towns. This won't do. This time it was Count Durin's turn to slam the table. But, just like Liao Zixuan said, Professionals should do professional things. He arranged for Liz to rescue the confrontation and Teddy to formulate the terms and conditions. As for himself, an old father like Wolf Cub, who was worried about his little girl and fulfilled his duties. What Liao Zixuan was best at was naturally to push back all those who wanted to overturn the table. Count Durin was about to stand up in anger and slam the table to stop. Countless uniformed footsteps of the city guards suddenly sounded outside the banquet. Chapter 190, The world where only Liz was injured is complete. City guards? Why are these people here to join in the fun? At first, Earl Durin thought that the commotion caused by Liz's arrest of Sima had attracted the city guards on routine patrol nearby. But until one of them, wearing exquisite light armor engraved with silver patterns, although his figure was not as tall and burly as the traditional one, his lean figure still gave people a strong sense of power. Adding to his weathered face, he suddenly looked extremely capable, and people could tell at a glance that he was a powerful warrior who had been on the battlefield for a long time. There was probably only one such extremely charming middle-aged handsome uncle in the entire Fire Classic City. Commander Harvey. Why are you here? Count Durin quickly stood up from his seat. This was a treatment that Liz had never received before. After all, one was just a little girl with a good appearance in the eyes of Count Durin, but the other was a real legend in Fire Code City, holding the strongest power of the Fire Code Knights. I received a report from enthusiastic citizens, saying that there are lawless elements disturbing public order here. Lord Durin, you also know that in recent days, Fire Code City has been experiencing a series of major events. So for your safety, I came here to lead the team to take a look. Cough, puff after Harvey's words. Teddy really couldn't hold back and used coughing to cover up his laughter. What a caring citizen! As the only person who knew the whole story, Teddy was filled with endless emotion. Although he knew that the two had a different relationship when his elder brother showed him Harvey's necklace the night before, Teddy did not expect that his elder brother had such a close relationship with Harvey, and he would come whenever he was called. Teddy knew it in his heart, but others did not. They certainly did not believe Harvey's nonsense about reports from caring citizens. Not only was Count Durin's brain spinning rapidly to judge Harvey's intentions at the moment, but Liz was also the same. The Knights have always maintained a neutral attitude and will not lean towards any party. This is the purpose of the Fire Code Knights. The Knight's sword is only for the people of the entire Fire Code City. But having said that, people's hearts will inevitably change. Even Harvey, the Knight Commander, and the Commander-in-Chief. So, could it be that? Liz's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it her father? After she was kidnapped, her father mobilized all his forces to put pressure on the Knights in anger. And facing the anger of an earl, even Harvey had to take it seriously. And after learning that she appeared at the banquet again, Harvey rushed over to check on her situation without stopping? Miss Liz's reasonable imagination analyzed the events she imagined in 2 or 3 seconds. Then this is an opportunity. The eldest lady is very smart. Liz didn't expect Harvey to speak for her. She only needed to create the impression that Harvey was on her side, which was enough to put pressure on Count Durin and force him to re-sign the gambling contract with Vivian. Thinking of this, Liz immediately went to Harvey. Sir Harvey, I'm so sorry that my father bothered you to come here for me. Liz seemed to be apologizing, but in fact, she was invisibly showing the nobles on Count Durin's side her position and relationship with Harvey. Sure enough, after these words came out, Count Durin's face became worse, because it seemed that except for Liz, there was no one else present who could make Harvey come in person. Unexpectedly, this yellow-haired girl actually took advantage of her kidnapping and tied Harvey to her own camp. Damn it! When Earl Durin cursed in his heart. But who would have thought? Who are you? Harvey asked the young and beautiful girl in front of him, who took the initiative to talk to him. She looked a little familiar, but I couldn't remember her name for a while. I guess she was the daughter of a noble. For a while, the scene fell into silence. The smile on Liz's mouth froze awkwardly. But as a young lady, she still has the ability to respond on the spot. Master Harvey, my name is Liz. My father is Earl Cecil, and I received your blessing at the coming-of-age ceremony not long ago. After Liz said this, Harvey showed a look of recollection, and soon nodded to Liz as if he finally remembered. So it's Miss Liz. I'm sorry. I don't have a good memory. I hope you don't mind. Huh? So you've already escaped successfully? It seems that there's no need to waste the city guard's strength to look for you. Come on. After Harvey finished speaking lightly, he called his subordinates to convey the order to withdraw the search and rescue forces. It can be heard that the tone towards Liz is not very friendly. This is not surprising. Harvey originally had no good feelings for the pedantic nobles. And Liz, as a member of the nobles, was naturally no exception. Especially today. Almost half of the city's guards were sent to look for an earl's daughter. Although Harvey couldn't say anything, he was actually annoyed in his heart. Just as the original intention of the Knights of the Fire Code. The Knight's sword is for the people of the entire Fire Code city. Not as a private soldier of a single noble. Harvey has never forgotten this. And this is actually the reason why he is here. His sight crossed Liz, and Harvey set his sights on a little girl who seemed to be overshadowed by her light, and had always been in the back with a low sense of presence since Liz appeared. Vivian. There is no harm without comparison. Harvey took the initiative to call the little girl's name, and then walked over quickly under the sight of everyone. How are you? Are you okay? Is the fundraising going well? Have you been bullied by others? 3 questions in a row. Harvey looked concerned, as if he was a very protective elder. Vivian was surprised at first, then shook her head subconsciously. No. It's okay. It's just in the middle. No. It's nothing. Anyway, thanks to Liz's help, everything is fine now. We are discussing with everyone. Although the little girl said so. From Vivian's pause in the middle and her frustrated look, Harvey could easily guess that these nobles must have not let Vivian go. And they might have used some dirty tricks. Harvey snorted coldly. Just like an old father who saw his daughter being bullied. Then the chief commander of the Knights of the Fire Code moved a chair directly, deliberately making a loud noise on the way. With a bang, he put the chair next to Vivian and sat down directly with a sword in hand. For such an important occasion, the safety here is personally responsible by me. Harvey, don't worry about me. Just continue your work. The nobles on the side of Count Durin looked at each other, and it was not difficult to see that everyone's face was far from the previous confident and relaxed look. On the other hand, Teddy on Vivian's side almost clapped his hands. And Liz. Wait a minute. Liz. It was obviously in her favor. But at this time, the Earl's daughter pursed her lips, lowered her eyes with her head, and lowered her gaze. Liz. Are you okay? Vivian was very sensitive to the abnormality of the young lady beside her. The little girl looked concerned and pulled Liz's hand. No. It's okay. Raising her face covered by her hair, the young lady forced a smile. But in fact, Liz's other hand, which was not pulled up by Vivian, was clenched into a fist. No one expected that Harvey was actually coming for Vivian. Thinking of her imagination just now, and the corresponding performance, Liz felt like a clown. Obviously, the self-esteem of this young lady was hit a little bit. However, what Liz didn't expect was that this was just the beginning of her injury tonight. If Harvey's move was just a little blow, then the next move would be a lot more serious for Liz. The temperature in the banquet hall suddenly rose rapidly, and waves of heat spread on everyone's skin. Just when everyone was at a loss, the source of the temperature rise was soon found. On the empty platform in the center of the banquet, a spiral flame suddenly rose from the ground, scaring the nobles nearby. Fortunately, the flame surged. But strangely, they did not ignite anything. The scene quickly stabilized, because the people present were all nobles with some status, and quite knowledgeable. Only the magicians of the fire god cult could cause such a phenomenon. Of course, they had to be very powerful. And then it was as expected, when the spiraling flames finally disappeared. Instead, a handsome young magician walked out of the afterglow of the fireworks. He could appear in such a coquettish way. There was no other person in the Fire Code city. Dadamir? Count Durin was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Teddy, who knew the script, opened his mouth wide, rubbed his eyes hard, and then confirmed that the young man who was one of the few who could make Teddy feel inferior in appearance, except for his eldest brother. No way. Did they really invite this great god? However, compared to another person present, the shock and panic of Count Durin and Teddy can only be described as child's play. Yes, that person is the Count's daughter, Miss Liz. How could it be? To Dadamir, many memories flashed through Liz's mind. Like when she was a child in the classroom of the Noble Academy. All the classmates couldn't solve the difficult problem, including Liz, who was ranked first at that time. But it was easily solved by a little boy who slept all day. Like in the Magic Enlightenment class, when everyone was still reciting obscure spells, a little boy could already skillfully use magic to hide from the teacher and skip class. For example, during a study tour organized by the Academy. They were attacked by monsters unexpectedly. At the critical moment, when everyone was trembling and didn't know what to do, a little boy stepped forward and showed his strong fighting power. Before the panicked teacher came, he repelled the monster alone. Why are all memories always about little boys as the protagonists? Because this is the distance between mortals and geniuses. Only when they were children, they had the opportunity to contact each other. As they got older, Liz was left behind by the other party to a gap that she couldn't catch up with. Even in the end, she couldn't even see the back of the little boy. However, despite this, the feeling from childhood has always been kept in my heart. From time to time, I would silently pay attention to what achievements the other party has made and what new magic he has researched. So, take a deep breath. Liz wanted to slow down her pounding heart a little. She would never have thought that Demir, who was harder to meet than to ascend to heaven, would appear here today. What is he doing here? Wait a minute. Could it be that? As if she thought of something, Liz's heart rate, which had just slowed down, soared again. Is he worried about me? After all, the two of them were classmates and friends, and they were in the same aristocratic college when they were children. As the first place in the test, Liz has been trying to compete with Demir, a genius, secretly, although the two had only spoken a few words until Demir dropped out of school early. But Liz believed that Demir should still be able to feel the mutual admiration between them. Sure enough, although it was not shown on weekdays, Demir had never even attended her coming-of-age ceremony, and Liz was depressed for a long time. However, at the critical moment, after knowing that she was kidnapped, she was still anxious. Later, she learned that she had returned safely, so she put down everything at hand and rushed to visit herself without hesitation. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that humans will not learn lessons from history. This point was deeply reflected in Liz. The young lady immediately imagined the whole story in her mind, and she didn't feel familiar at all. It must be said that this time, it seemed to be confirmed by reality. It was seen that unlike Harvey's appearance before, he was polite and greeted other nobles. Demir didn't care about these secular rules at all. The young and handsome genius wizard stood on the platform, looked around, and finally quickly fell in the direction of Liz. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Demir looking at her, Liz's power reactor was running at full capacity, and it was extremely hot. Her eyes were flustered, and she didn't look like a rich lady before, and she didn't dare to look Demir in the eye. If Liz could look at Demir a few more times, she would have noticed that his gaze was only in her direction, not on her. Demir's real focus was on the side of Liz. Someone was holding Liz's hand, so she was a little confused and tilted her head because she was trembling with excitement all over her body. Footsteps sounded. It could be heard that they were running. It was obvious how anxious they were. Liz was touched and felt warm in her heart. My childhood friend, childhood sweetheart, old classmate, and old rival. He still has me in his heart. He hasn't forgotten me. Chapter 191. What should I say later? How should I greet him? As a classmate or as the Earl's daughter? Should I use a happy and surprised tone? No. 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 Wouldn't that reveal my feelings too much? Then use a proud and arrogant tone? No. 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 That makes me look too artificial. Or should I use a cold and calm tone? Liz lowered her head, her uneasy eyes fixed on the toes of her high heels, the girl's hands hidden under her skirt. Just like her mood at the moment, her white fingertips intertwined and twisted into a knot, with the sound of Demir's footsteps getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Liz thought of a question. What if Demir asked? No. He would definitely ask. Right? How did she escape safely from the den of thieves? What would she answer then? When she thought of this, another young man who was as handsome as Demir, but who would not make Liz admire him at all, but would only make the girl grit her teeth and feel itchy, popped out of Liz's mind. Because there was a damn secret agreement between the two parties. Liz could not tell anyone except her about the existence of the young man. Liz had originally thought of a set of external rhetoric. That is, she took advantage of the kidnapper's negligence to untie the ropes on her hands and feet, and used the summoning magic again. And this time, it was unexpectedly successful. With the help of the powerful summoned beast, she broke out of the den of thieves and escaped smoothly. But Liz hesitated, because, if the person she was talking to was Demir, the man who was known as the first magic genius in the Fire Code City, was blessed by the fire god after Archbishop Maggie disappeared. and inherited the position of the new Archbishop of the Fire God Church. His strength was unfathomable, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was the first in the entire Flame territory. The man whom she secretly admired and worshipped since she was a child, regarded as an opponent and role model, and always chased and looked up at his back. The extraordinary little boy who was outstanding in his childhood, and now his status and strength are perhaps only second to that of a god. The more the young wizard thought about it, the more determined the light in Liz's eyes became. Her hands, which had just been twisted into a knot, were now loosened and placed on both sides, tightly clenched. Because Damir's words will definitely work. He can help her solve the secret contract that she hastily signed with the bastard youth in order to escape from the predicament, so that she no longer has to worry about being unable to sleep or eat, fearing that the contract will take her life. Although the bastard youth promised her that as long as she stopped using summoning magic, the contract would not have any effect on her. He also told her to keep this little secret between them. Kellis has made up her mind. As the daughter of an earl and a noble lady, Liz doesn't like the feeling of being constrained by others. She wants to be strong, and she wants to hold the initiative in her own hands. Damir is her hope and her only chance. Take a deep breath. Damir's footsteps have stopped. The girl can feel the burning breath of the young genius wizard who is right in front of her. It's like she has mustered up her courage and made up her mind. Under the influence of the atmosphere, Liz placed all her bets on Damir. She finally raised her head that was lowered due to nervousness. She looked at Damir's face for the first time with a pleading look. She was about to speak. Duh. Vivian. Unfortunately, a certain young wizard was obviously speaking faster than her. Then, under Liz's frozen mouth shape, Damir took another step and passed by the young lady without any pause. The young wizard came to Vivian. Are you okay? Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell? I heard someone drugged your wine at the banquet. Tell me who it was. Which bastard? I will burn him to ashes. Damir circled around the little girl anxiously. He said one thing after another. In just a few seconds, the words of concern he said to Vivian were probably more than the words that Liz, who had known Damir since childhood, had said to Damir in the past 10 years. Well, I'm fine. Really? Vivian waved her hands repeatedly. The little girl felt that everyone's eyes were focused on her at the moment, which made her very uncomfortable and a little overwhelmed. But Damir obviously didn't realize this. In this silly boy's mind, there is only magic and the magic book in human form. Vivian, what would you do if your favorite book was stained by someone else? No. Let me check it. It will be troublesome if there are any drugs left. After Damir finished speaking, he didn't give Vivian a chance to speak. The magic spell was chanted in his mouth. Several precious buffs that made the nobles at the banquet drool, such as intermediate healing, strengthened physical fitness, increase abnormal resistance, and even the extremely precious blessing of the God of Fire that can only be used by the bishop level of the God of Fire and above, were also used by Damir on Vivian in one breath. Damir, that's enough. No. Stop wasting magic. I'm fine. I didn't even drink the wine. Dad Damir? Vivian spoke several times, but because the girl didn't want others to hear such embarrassing things, she lowered her voice. In addition, Damir himself was working hard to add buffs, so he didn't seem to pay attention to Vivian's words. Of course, he didn't see the increasingly embarrassed expression on the girl's face. Fortunately, there was another person next to him. Enough. Liz's classic arrogant voice was many decibels louder than Vivian's whisper. Anyway, it was enough to pull Damir back. The young wizard stopped the spell, and Damir looked at the source of the sound, which was another beautiful girl in a beautiful dress standing next to Vivian. To be described as beautiful by a wooden head like Damir, it can be seen how much foundation Liz has. But it can also be seen, if she was just beautiful, then in Damir's eyes, she would be no different from others. And he couldn't even leave an impression. Who are you? Liz, close your eyes and take a deep breath. When you open your eyes again, the Earl's daughter's eyes no longer have the surprise and excitement she had at the beginning when she came to Damir. There was only indifference, and the unwillingness and humiliation hidden in the deepest part of her eyes. Liz did not answer Damir's question. The girl just said, I have arrested the people who wanted to persecute Vivian, and I checked the bottle of wine in time and did not let Vivian drink it. So Archbishop Damir, who came late, can you please take back your powerful magic that is nowhere to go? If you want to release magic, you can go back to your Fire God Church, not to our banquet hall in the inner city. And, if I remember correctly, according to the internal regulations of the Fire God Church, all mages are not allowed to release magic in the city unless it is necessary. Archbishop Demir, you can't ignore the hundreds of years of tradition of the Fire God Church just because you are the new archbishop. I think if your mentor, Lady Maggie, were here, she would say the same thing to me. Daniel didn't even have a chance to interrupt before he was ridiculed. The young man wanted to argue for himself, but after holding it in for a long time, his face turned red, and he couldn't refute a word in front of the eloquent Earl's daughter. This young wizard is a genius in the field of magic, but in other fields, it would be a compliment to call him an idiot. After scolding Demir, Liz turned around and looked at Vivian, who had a thank you Liz expression on her face. And you? I have tolerated you for a long time. Vivian, is it so difficult to reject others harshly? It was just now. And it was also when Seema and other nobles persuaded me to drink. Vivian, don't regard your weakness as a good personality. You were indeed born in a lowly and poor countryside. But this does not mean that you will be bound by your past for the rest of your life. He also scolded the little girl. Liz did not even look at what kind of expression Vivian would have after her words that seemed a bit face-breaking. She must be extremely disappointed with her best friend. If someone is scolded in public, they will definitely not be friends anymore. But it doesn't matter. Who told me to be jealous of her? Liz didn't expect that she would have such a feeling towards Vivian. She began to hate Vivian. No. Rather than saying that she hated Vivian, it would be better to say that Liz hated herself for feeling jealous like this. However, although she said in her heart that she hated Vivian, but Liz's body was still very honest. Although so many things happened in the middle, Liz still didn't forget the original intention of this banquet. With the arrival of the Earl's daughter, who seemed to be blackened and rampaging, and Demir and Harvey, who were obviously on Vivian's side, the nobles, led by Count Durin, could not even last a round and were quickly defeated. Using the idea that Liao Zixuan gave to Teddy as a template, Liz took advantage of the situation and almost doubled the various terms of treatment for the future villages and towns. Although they were very angry, the nobles were forced to re-sign with Vivian and modify the new gambling contract. After witnessing the little girl and the nobles signing each other and declaring the words God of Fire is above, the dust finally settled completely. Before everyone noticed, Liz quietly left from the back door under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Leaving the banquet hall, Liz came to the dark alley behind. The cold air from outside hit immediately, and the temperature suddenly dropped a lot compared to the indoor temperature. The girl leaned against the wall and looked up at the moon. In the deserted and quiet alley, Liz let out a long breath as if to vent her depressed mood. The breath exhaled by the girl quickly condensed into mist in the cold air at night, and became hazy under the moonlight, covering her vision. Who would have thought that a daughter of an earl, who should be a noble lady envied by countless people, would now be alone in such a small corner, dejected and sad. Maybe even God wants to torture this already depressed girl. A sudden cold wind blew. Liz couldn't help but wrap her clothes tighter. But because she was eager to leave, she was still wearing that thin dress. So how could she wrap it tightly? She was freezing cold. This moment made the young lady subconsciously recall the feeling when she was thrown into the abandoned warehouse by the kidnappers. That kind of loneliness, coldness, and helplessness. Wanting to escape, but having no way. Oh! Go back. Liz turned around. She couldn't resist the night of Huidian City with her thin dress. She could only give up compromise and return to the banquet where she didn't know how to face it. But, at this moment, I don't know if I should say it's familiar, because Liz felt it again, when she was on the verge of fainting and her whole body was about to be frozen in the abandoned warehouse. The feeling of happiness was like a drowning person being pulled out of the deep water with a strong arm. The warmth and vein enveloped her body, and it was completely different from Demir's, where the temperature suddenly increased, making people feel hot and even slightly burning. This was like feeding you a mouthful of hot porridge, but afraid that it was too hot. So they kept blowing carefully to adjust it to the most suitable temperature. Liz, who was about to walk back, turned around at full speed. Even the young lady herself didn't know why. It might be due to the atmosphere, or it might be because she had suffered too much hurt and grievance. So a strong sense of expectation rose from the bottom of her heart. Because, so far, only one person had brought her this warm feeling. Moreover, although that person was a bastard, he also said that if she had any difficulties or grievances, she could find him, and he would help her solve them one by one. Sure enough. Yo! With an indecent teasing tone. A familiar greeting sounded in the girl's ears. Under Liz's sight after she turned around. Still so silent. Without her noticing. It seemed to appear out of thin air. A handsome young man leaned against the wall of the alley not far from Liz, showing her a smile that made her unhappy at first sight. Moreover, even the words he said were so identical, which made Liz's originally depressed mood change rapidly. She became so furious, gritting her teeth. All she heard was, "Miss, when you interview someone who always ignores you, you find out that he is a loyal licker of your best friend. How do you feel?" If Liz's heartbeat quickened for Demir before, then at this moment, Liz's heart beat just as fast. No, more than that. It was extremely fast. It was almost jumping out. It kept booming like thunder. However, this time it was not a throbbing heartbeat, but it was a rise in blood pressure. Chapter 192: A Blessing in Disguise. From Liao Zixuan's perspective, the girl on the other side began to look around. Just when he was wondering what Liz was doing, the next move of the young lady gave Liao Zixuan the answer. It seemed that there was nothing around her to throw. And Liz, who was extremely angry, finally set her sights on her high heels. It was not difficult to see that she was really broken. She had completely ignored the young lady's airs. Liz skillfully bit her calf backwards, and then quickly took off the high heels that looked quite complicated from her left foot. And then, the next second, "I'll smash you to death, you bastard." The above is the voice that Liao Zixuan automatically imagined for Liz. The action in reality is that the girl gathered all her strength, wishing she could use all her strength, and threw the exquisite and beautiful noble high heels in her hand towards the face of the young man opposite her. Then, Liao Zixuan tilted his head slightly and dodged it. "How scary. Miss, this is not the behavior of a lady. For someone like you, there is no need for a lady," Liz said with gritted teeth. But who would have thought that the young man opposite her would be even happier after her words? "Miss, can I understand that this is a symbol of a further development in our relationship?" She resisted the urge to throw the high-heeled shoe on the other foot. The reason she didn't do that was because Liz realized that it was really cold to stick her bare feet on the cold alley tiles. But it was this chilly feeling that made the young lady recover from the cerebral congestion and wake up. So, Liz soon discovered another serious problem. "You followed me into the banquet?" The bastard opposite could say such words just now. Although Liz was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed a very appropriate metaphor. The other party must have taken in everything that happened at the banquet. But the problem is that Liz thought she had a strong observation ability, especially after being kidnapped. She was more careful everywhere. But she never saw Liao Zixuan at the banquet from beginning to end. On the other side, it seemed that Liz had expected this question. Liao Zixuan bowed slightly and answered very gentlemanly, "Miss, as my first customer, I must pay great attention to you. In order to provide customers with the best service when they need it most, I always pay attention to your every move and dare not slack off." "You?" After Liao Zixuan finished speaking, Liz, who was half forced to become a customer, immediately protected her chest with both hands and took several steps back with a very insecure feeling. This young lady looked at Liao Zixuan with great vigilance, as if she was looking at a perverted stalker. "I know what you are thinking, miss, but please rest assured, I will avoid anything that involves privacy, such as changing clothes and taking a bath. And I will not have any unreasonable thoughts." After Liao Zixuan's additional words, the two fell into a short, deathly silence. And afterwards, it was obvious that it had the opposite effect. Believe it or not, if I shout for help now, within a few seconds, Wei Havi and Demir in the hall will rush out. Lise was going to blurt out the girl's name first out of habit, but soon changed her mind. "I know you are a bit capable, but no matter how capable you are you really confident that you can get away from those two?" Under the words of the lady opposite, who thought she was very threatening, I couldn't help laughing. From Liz's perspective, the bastard young man opposite laughed out loud. "Ahem. Sorry. I just remembered something happy. By the way, I don't recommend you to do this, because first of all, you will be the one who gets hurt. Don't forget our agreement. Secondly, I'm afraid that the two people you just mentioned will not help you after seeing me, but will, well, probably think you are showing off, and then envy you. After all, not everyone can become my client, miss." Liao Zixuan looked thoughtful, as if he had seriously brought in Harvey and Demir's perspectives, thinking about how they would react. but in the eyes of the Earl's daughter opposite. "Pa!" he cursed in his heart. "This is a pure narcissist, who speaks without thinking, and is shameless to a certain extent." But I have to admit that Liz was still attracted by Liao Zixuan's last words, especially after she had suffered a heavy blow at the banquet just now. "What do you mean? Is there anything special between me and others?" Liz pretended to be not believing your nonsense at all. But in fact, the eldest lady was a little nervous in her heart, and she didn't even realize that she was very eager to be praised and recognized by others. Liz, is not an unknown little character on the side of the road. Not a supporting role that everyone asks, "Who are you?" In fact, it is not difficult to understand Liz's current mood. The eldest lady, who has been admired and loved by countless people since childhood, suddenly found that one day, compared with a little girl who was thought to be a sister but turned out to be Feng Aotian, she turned out to be nothing. Such a huge gap is a big blow to a proud girl who grew up in a greenhouse. When people are emotionally active, it is difficult to control the various micro-expressions on their faces. The girl didn't know that her inner thoughts had been exposed to the young man opposite. Facing Liz's question, Liao Zixuan raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, very much like the bad uncle who was deceiving the ignorant girl, and saw that the silly girl really took the bait. "Of course," Liao Zixuan answered immediately. "I don't know how many people want to be my clients, but they are far inferior to you. Miss, you are unique in my heart, and no one can replace you." Liao Zixuan's set of words was not even slightly disguised, and it was a naked sugar-coated cannonball attack. Liz couldn't stand this. Why do they say that many goddesses who look good and cold are eventually chased by ruffians? It's because they never pull and shoot straight. Oh, there is another big premise. That is, this ruffian must be handsome, have high emotional intelligence, and have strength. And it is best to have some early emotional preparation as a foundation. In short, Liz's psychological defense line is to immediately salute the French military and welcome Liao Zixuan's army into the country. Boom, boom, boom. The young lady's heartbeat accelerated. And this time it was not the blood pressure that rose, but the heartbeat. What unique and irreplaceable by anyone. Although Liz's reason told her that this was the bastard named by on the opposite side who was talking nonsense to her. But as a girl's sensibility, from the fact that he had started to call her youth and then called Liao Zixuan's best name, we can get a glimpse of it. Hurry up and change the subject, in order to make herself less panicked. "So, what on earth did you come to me for? Just to act like a hooligan in front of me? Do you want to see me lose my composure? Of course not. I'm not such a bad-natured lady. Comforting the injured hearts of customers is also within my service scope. This is the first thing. As for the second thing..." "The second thing? What is the second thing? Before that, please allow me to be rude for a moment." After Liao Zixuan finished speaking, his figure flashed. When the girl opposite came to her senses, Liz found that her feet were off the ground again, and her whole body was leaning against a warm and broad chest. "What are you doing?" The young lady in his arms was about to struggle subconsciously. But soon, a shiver, like an electric shock, instantly flowed through Liz's body. The reason was very simple. Liao Zixuan placed his palm on the girl's bare ankle, which was frozen red because she had thrown her shoes away and had been stepping on the ground. As if soaked in hot water, streams of warm currents flowed from Liao Zixuan's palm into the girl's soles, allowing the meridians that had shrunk due to the cold to relax and flow smoothly. The reaction on Liz's body was an extremely strong numbness, rushing from the soles of her feet to her brain. The girl instinctively arched her instep, and her 5 round jade-like toes twisted back and forth restlessly, sometimes spreading apart, sometimes twisting together. The feet are one of the most sensitive parts of the human body, especially for girls, and they are endowed with many different meanings. She pursed her lips tightly to prevent herself from making strange sounds. When Liz came to her senses again, the high heels that were thrown away had been put on again, and the thick palm on her feet had long disappeared. Only the owner of the palm was looking down at her, and she looked like a ripe apple in his arms, with a red face that seemed to bleed if squeezed. "No need to thank you, Mississippi. Now I can tell you the second reason why I came to see you." As he spoke, Liao Zixuan handed a white handkerchief to Liz. He leaned over to the girl's ear and whispered, "Since you kept your promise at the banquet and didn't tell anyone about what happened between us, I decided to give you a small reward." "Reward? For me? What reward?" At first, the girl, who had not yet recovered from the numbness just now, felt dizzy and did not react for a while. But when Liz saw the bright red in the center of the white handkerchief, this is in vain. The young lady opened her eyes wide and became much more sober in an instant. Memories flooded into her mind. This handkerchief was not the one her father used to wipe the blood for her. Liz got out of Liao Zixuan's arms in an instant. The girl tightly grasped the handkerchief, and there was no more shyness in her eyes. She became fierce, as if she had returned to the strong young lady. Liz asked sternly, "This is my father's handkerchief. Why do you have it?" But unexpectedly, the young man on the opposite side shook his head. "Don't misunderstand, miss. I don't have it. But I got it by chance from the escaped Sima." "What? Sima?" Liz never thought that the name Sima would appear in the conversation at this moment. What does it mean? Does the other party want to tell her that Sima and her father are still related? Impossible. How is this possible? Liz's first thought was to deny it, saying it was nonsense and ridiculous. But wait until the impulse subsided. Obviously, this blood-stained and dirty handkerchief should have been thrown away by her father. Why has her father not appeared after she has appeared for so long? If she thinks about it carefully, there are many doubts about the whole process of her kidnapping. And the cause is that her father asked her to go to the outer city to find Vivian, saying that this was Vivian's request. In fact, with Liz's intelligence, she has gradually noticed too many things wrong. But she subconsciously doesn't want to believe it. After all, these clues will point to a conclusion that Liz will never agree with, and is extremely absurd. But Liao Zixuan's reward seemed to have broken the window paper, so that the girl could no longer deceive herself. "Miss, someone is here, and it seems that he is still coming to see you. In this case, the reward has been delivered, and I should leave." Just when Liz was still in a state of confusion and her mind was blank, Liao Zixuan's voice brought the girl back to reality. "No, don't go. Wait a minute." Liz anxiously asked to stay. But unfortunately, the reality is like this. When you don't cherish it, it will always dangle in front of you, making you irritable. But when you wake up at a certain moment and want to cherish it again, you find that it has disappeared quietly. But fortunately, it is not that cruel. At least a few words were left, echoing in Liz's ears. "Don't be afraid. Miss, do whatever you want, because I'm behind you. You only need to pay a little price. Any troubles, I will clear them for you. And finally, I give you a piece of advice. Don't let a momentary impulse make you regret for the rest of your life." "Yes, that's right. I mean the little girl who will appear in front of you soon. Well, in the end, I lied to you. I'm lazy. Unless you have obvious emotional fluctuations. Otherwise I'm too lazy to stare at you every day. So don't worry. But the sentence 'you are unique' is true." The young man named by left a message in her mind. Liz turned around impatiently, looking around, trying to find the young man. But she didn't find the young man. What appeared in the girl's sight was just as the young man said in the message. A little girl that Liz didn't want to see at the moment, because she didn't know how to face her. But look at the little girl opposite. When Vivian saw Liz alone, leaning against the cold and dark alley, her anxious brows finally relaxed, and an excited smile bloomed on the little girl's face. "Liz, finally found you." Chapter 193 Sticking. Mice and serious people. Liz had the alley wall behind her, and there was no way to retreat. The girl lowered her head silently and took her left foot. But unexpectedly, the little girl opposite her immediately took her right foot and blocked Liz's way. If she changed the direction and took her right foot again, Vivian, who had pressed Liz against the wall in the corner, would move at the same time, leaving Liz no chance to leave. It was seen. If the two of them didn't talk it out today, Vivian would not let her leave. Liz sighed. She raised her head and stared at the little girl who was only 2 fists away from her, and was also staring at her with a pair of big eyes and a little angry. "So, what do you want? Just block me here and freeze me to death?" As soon as the young lady with full language skills opened her mouth, Vivian was not someone, so she immediately lost the battle. The momentum that the little girl had just built up was like a deflated ball. "Ah! Is it cold? Sorry. I will use a fire magic right now." Looking at Vivian, who was immediately in a psychological disadvantage because of her words, Liz sighed again. "Don't bother so much. Just let me go back," the young lady said, and was about to push away the little girl in front of her. But who would have thought? This time, even Liz was shocked. No. Vivian's voice rose a lot in vain. And it was a rare tone. At least Liz had never heard it from the little girl. And it was very unquestionable. The sound of footsteps rang out. Perhaps fearing that Liz would run away, Vivian took a few steps forward, making the distance between the two girls, which was not very wide to begin with, even more crowded. She was almost close to her, with their noses touching each other's noses. And there was only a fist space between their chests. It was only thanks to the flat ground on the other side. Otherwise, Liz felt that the style of the scene at this moment would have to be in a way that was indescribable and erotic. Too close. Vivian. You? What on earth do you want to do? Liz's voice was no longer deliberately cold at first, but a little more flustered and different. She really didn't understand why the little girl came to her now, even though she had a falling out with Vivian in public at the banquet. On the other side, I don't know, but I just feel that. Liz, you are not right now. Vivian also gave it her all. The little girl was like the kind who couldn't answer the question, but still had to be confident. There was nothing she could do. Who told her to be stupid? Especially in terms of feelings. Vivian was very delicate and sensitive, but not good at expressing herself. I am not right? The person I think is not right is you. Right. Vivian? Don't you understand what I said at the venue? I have actually tolerated you for a long time. I don't like you. And even hate you. Maybe it was out of self-esteem. Or it might be out of hypocrisy. After all, this is a common problem for young ladies. Liz subconsciously spoke and said something that went against her own heart. In fact, the girl regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. But sometimes it is like this. Once you make a mistake, you will be forced to make mistakes step by step. But fortunately, Liz taught Vivian a good skill. No, I don't accept it. The little girl interrupted the girl opposite directly, and looked angry and said, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. What? You? This is what you taught me. Liz, to dare to refuse things you don't like. Just say no. You? Liz, who has always been eloquent, didn't expect that she would be choked by Vivian, and was speechless for a while. Strike while the iron is hot. Vivian pulled up the hand of the girl opposite. It can be seen that the little girl is gifted in some things and is not self-taught. Thank you. Liz. Thank you for what? I just scolded you. Idiot. Feeling the little girl's warmth coming from the 5 fingers. It seems that the cold night of Whittian City is no longer cold. Yes, I am a fool. So I need the help of Miss Liz. I need Teacher Liz to scold me more. Only in this way can I know my shortcomings and correct them. After getting along with someone for a long time, the little girl's face has obviously become thicker. Vivian looks like a good student. But in fact, as long as Liz doesn't agree, she won't let go. Since you insist on asking me to do so, I will do it reluctantly. Great. Liz, let's still be friends. Woohoo. Liz's appearance before really scared me. Let someone finish their words. Hearing that the general direction was right, Vivian couldn't wait and interrupted Liz's arrogant speech directly, crying with joy and throwing herself into the arms of the girl opposite. Ah, this is the umpteenth time Liz has sighed tonight. Looking at the little girl in her arms, Liz stroked Vivian's head like a big sister. It was originally a very warm scene of sisters resolving misunderstandings and reconciling. As a result, wow, Liz, you are really big. The little girl couldn't help but sigh. Liz, the fundraising contract has been signed. The misunderstanding has been resolved. And it's time to end tonight and start the journey home. In the carriage heading to Count Cecil's manor, Liz sat in a bad mood, while Vivian looked like a student who had made a mistake. A good baby. Huh. Vivian, I think you have really grown up recently. Don't take me seriously. Right? Just now, it was like that. And earlier today, you even asked me to go to the outer city to pick you up and drop you off at the dinner. What? Me? Ask Liz to go to the outer city to pick me up and drop me off at the dinner? No. Vivian looked confused. Is that so? Liz pretended not to want to talk to you anymore, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. In fact, deliberately not letting Vivian see the expression on her face now, because Liz no longer had the playful look. Instead, her brows were deeply furrowed, condensed into a ball. The eldest lady's fingers clenched the cushion of the carriage. She looked at the dark fire city under the night sky. Is it really like this? In a murmur that only she could hear. Why did you lie to me? Father, Bang! Crack! The sound of objects being smashed hard and then shattered kept coming out from a room in the Earl's castle. It was like he had finally vented his anger. The sound of smashing things finally stopped. Pulling open the curtains, the faint moonlight shone into the room, reflecting a strange face that was half female and the other half male. Why can't I find it? Handkerchief. My handkerchief. The faces of Seema and Count Cecil were on the same body. They both showed ferocious expressions. But soon after, the expressions on the two faces paused at the same time, as if they thought of something. Wait a minute. Was it at that time? Count Cecil remembered that when he was escaping in Seema's body, he was bumped by the servant named by at the corner of the alley. Was it at that time that the handkerchief was knocked off? Or, dong dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted Count Cecil's thoughts. Count, Miss and Miss Vivian are back. The voice of the new deputy maid Lena came from outside the door. The door creaked and opened quickly. Count Cecil, with an expression that was very consistent with seeing his missing daughter back, appeared in front of the door again. Really? I'll go right away. Oh, right. Before going downstairs, Count Cecil said to Lena, just now a mouse entered the room and knocked over some utensils. Go in and help me clean it up. Yes, Lord Earl. Outside Huidian City, refugee camp. Compared to the bright lights in the city, it is much bleak here. Except for the office in the center. There are only a few scattered torches in other refugee camps to maintain lighting. If you look more carefully, you will find that these scattered torches are also concentrated in one place. It is the tent where Chris and his gang live. They originally lived in the outer city, where the environment was relatively poor. When they were down and out, it was common for them to live on the streets. Therefore, the harsh conditions in the refugee camp were nothing to them. The only thing worth mentioning is that Chris's gang has grown a lot. Among the patrolling guards, it is not difficult to see that there are several professional thieves with the title of peripheral members of the treasure-stealing group. It is precisely because of the addition of players that Chris is relieved and can focus on doing more things. Inside the big tent of the gang, Chris sat on a chair with his legs crossed, and below him were a group of young brats. They were all dirty, and their clothes were tattered. Now they were facing the food in front of them, which was like paste, and they were eating it voraciously. Slow down. Slow down. Don't be in a hurry. Be careful not to choke. Chris couldn't stand it, got off the chair, and patted several brats on the head. Liao Zixuan had just finished his instructions in the morning, and by the evening, Chris had already taken in almost all the orphans among the refugees that he could take in. But in fact, Chris knew that he was just a drop in the bucket, and the real big deal still had to be seen. Boss! Boss! There's news in the city! A loud shout came, followed by the panting Xiaoqi running into the tent and in front of Chris. Tell me quickly. What's the fundraising going on? Something happened. Boss. Vivian didn't seem to have any proof of what, and was stopped by the dog guard. What? Chris was very anxious after hearing this, and seemed to be ready to enter the city with his weapons. Seeing this, Xiaoqi hurriedly stopped him. I haven't finished yet. Boss. Fortunately, there's a female noble who seems to know the big sister, so she took her in. After Xiaoqi said this, Chris sat back on the chair with a sigh of relief. But before he could even sit still, he stood up again, this time even more furious, wishing to lead people directly into the city. But who would have thought that the female noble was actually a scheming bitch, deliberately approaching the big sister, trying to trap Vivian and drug her wine. Fuck you. Hey! Don't worry. Don't worry. Boss, that stinky woman didn't succeed. At the critical moment, fortunately the friend of the Earl's daughter of the big sister came to the rescue. Chris breathed a sigh of relief. But who would have thought? This time, Xiaoqi was beaten up by Chris before he could finish his words. But, right. I'll let you but. Chris chased Xiaoqi and beat him up. You're telling me a story. Telling me a story. Right. Tell me the result quickly. I just want the result. Ouch. Stop hitting me. Boss. I'm telling you. It's signed. The big sister has successfully asked for money from the nobles. And it is said that she has signed a gambling contract. Once we win the bet, we can get great benefits. And these refugees can be saved. Our big sister is really amazing. This time, he was really relieved. And Chris sat firmly on the chair. At this time, a little boy, who was just during the day, showed a confused expression to Chris. I don't quite understand. Oh, big brother. It means that you little brats finally don't have to eat these pig food with us all day long. Really? Really? Then how can I lie to you? Chris glared. Thank you. Thank you. Big brother. Don't thank me. Little brat. How can I have such ability? If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the sister you met during the day. Your big sister Vivian. Thank you. Thank you, big sister Vivian. Not only Jis. Many other orphan children in the tent listened to the conversation between the two, stopped eating, and thanked them from the bottom of their hearts. The same scene also happened in the office of the refugee camp, in the tent of the former mayor of Chian Town. Thorin. Pass it on. Let everyone rest early today. Tomorrow we will go home. God knows how excited this old mayor, who was homeless due to the fall of the abyss, was when he said these two words. Human sorrows and joys are always incommensurate. Treasure-stealing group. Tiger tribe. Count Durin angrily opened the door and broke into Black Tiger's room. Seeing this, Black Tiger waved his hand and asked the people in the room to leave. Then, he poured a glass of wine for Count Durin, who was about to question him. Don't play this trick on me, Black Tiger. I ask you, how do you do things in the Tiger tribe? You can't even guard a yellow-haired girl. This is an accident. Earl Durin. Anyway, your goal has been achieved. Didn't you sign the betting contract with that little girl as you wished? After Hayhu's leisurely words, Earl Durin became even more angry. If it weren't for the trouble made by Earl Cecil, the betting contract would have been safer. Now, if we lose the bet, do you know how much we will lose? Bastard? Earl Durin cursed as a bastard, and Hayhu frowned on the opposite side. The Earl immediately felt like he was being stared at by a tiger in the wild. The huge sense of oppression made him relax. Relax? Lord Durin, you nobles can't lose. After all, with Earl Cecil as the inner ghost, how could you lose? What do you mean? I'm always very accurate in judging people, especially those who are the same kind of scum as me. He handed the wine glass to Count Durin, who looked suspicious. The two sat on both sides of the table. Lord Durin, I ask you, don't you think it's strange that a man who knows his daughter is safe and is at an important banquet doesn't show up and lets his daughter take his place? That's right. Who would let his daughter take his place when talking about serious matters? Yes. When you are talking about serious matters, would you let your daughter make decisions for you? I don't even have a daughter, let alone a replacement. What about you? Huh? Can it be considered a serious matter if you let your daughter make the decision? They smiled at each other. As an outsider, Black Tiger's words instantly made Earl Durin see the light. And after careful consideration, there was no more worry on his face. Humph. He had known for a long time that old man Cecil was not a good guy. Lord Durin, how will the money be divided when the time comes? We nobles will take the lead in paying 30%, and the rest will be called on citizens to pay 70%. After the matter is completed, the nobles' 30% will be returned, and the citizens' money will be divided into 60% and 40%. 60% and 40%? Black Tiger turned the wine glass and stared at Earl Durin with a smile. You want to go outside the city to cause trouble and do bad things. But this is our treasure-stealing group's strong point. I'm sure the Earl knows about the fire last night. That was a whole snake group of our treasure-stealing group. And the loss was heavy. Recently, the brothers' morale is low. I'm afraid that when we help the nobles, we won't be able to exert our strength. After Hayhu finished speaking, the Earl gritted his teeth. 6 members of the treasure-stealing group. 4 members of the nobles. Ha ha. Hayhu laughed heartily. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 194 Migration. Targeting the ruins of Chian Town. What is the most attractive thing about the internal test of an online game for players? Is it the immersive gameplay and advance? Game content and plot? Skills and professions? Or is it the ability to get a beautiful NPC earlier than others? No. Compared with the internal test experience brought by the game Falling God, the above is simply too low. As a video up master in the game area of C Station, GNG has been invited to participate in the internal tests of many games, including some well-known masterpieces. But for a game like Falling God, it allows internal test players to build the birth point of thousands of players after the future public test, which is commonly known as the newbie village. This is the first time GNG has seen the internal test gameplay. I thought that the internal test would be over in less than 2 weeks. And the previous Fallen Abyss Arrival expansion pack was already the end for these internal test players. But who would have thought that there would be a bigger sequel now? Now GNG and many players are in the audience. And on a simple temporary wooden stage, the little girl familiar to the players, the NPC named Vivian, is giving a speech. The content of the speech is the same as that of most players. GNG didn't listen carefully. Anyway, it's all very old-fashioned and stereotyped. Like we are in trouble now. And we urgently need the help of you brave outsiders. Blah blah. The standard NPC task speech was not bad. What really excited GNG was not old-fashioned at all, and even unprecedented, was the task that Vivian issued to them. Ding. Enthusiastic citizen Vivian issued you the task Rebuild Home. Rebuild Home. Task introduction. After the incident of the fall of the Abyss. Although the crisis was resolved, the disaster and pain it brought were difficult to eliminate. Vivian just won a sum of money from the nobles in the Fire Classic City for disaster relief and reconstruction. She needs your help to restore the ecology of the village with her. At first glance, it seems nothing. But if you look further down, the task prompt is a bit more interesting, giving a very obvious hint. Task tip: destruction also represents rebirth, implying that a new era is coming. The Yinyu, which has been severely damaged, urgently needs fresh blood from outside. Perhaps more foreigners will arrive in the future. Therefore, the home you rebuilt today will most likely become the first choice for a new batch of foreigners arriving in Yinyu in the future. As soon as this tip came out, the discussion on the internal test forum instantly reached its peak. Many players have analyzed that the new era refers to the arrival of the public beta, and the fresh blood and more foreigners obviously refers to the arrival of the real army of players. The most critical thing is the last sentence of the tip. The first choice for landing. Doesn't it refer to the birth point? The novice village. Wow! So the game officials are too lazy to build a novice village. So they use the internal test players as laborers to be self-sufficient. Right? As soon as the mission is launched, you can tell that they are old capitalists. GNG and the vast majority of internal test players strongly agree with this. This is not a question of whether it is hard work or not. This is an honor. Do you understand the sense of honor? Imagine that when the public beta is launched in the future, you can bring your new friends, who know nothing about it, and are born in the novice village, and proudly say, "See, the road you are walking on now was paved by me, and the village chief grandfather who gave you the mission. I built their house." In response to this, there is also a celebrity in the internal test forum, the Black fan leader who is famous for Black Vivian, and the player with the ID, the most handsome little wolf, who posted a post to collect ideas. It is said that if you are given a chance to build a building with hidden goods in the novice village, what would you choose? In just half an hour, there were hundreds of replies. The little wolf cub lying on the soft and fragrant chest of the maid Alina kept browsing the various replies of the players with his paws. Some said they wanted to build their own sculptures. Some said they wanted to restore a famous scene of an anime. And some said they wanted to build a monster nest so that they could spawn monsters at will without leaving the novice village. Some also wanted to build a brothel filled with various beautiful NPCs. And some of Vivian's fanatical fans actually wanted to join forces to build a sculpture of a little girl. What the hell is this? The little wolf cub finally took a compromise and wanted to erect a stone tablet in this super large novice village that the players were about to build. No, it should be called Novice Town. It's called a stone tablet, but it's actually a disguised ranking list. Whoever contributes the most to the reconstruction work during the last 2 weeks of the internal test will have his name engraved on the most eye-catching position of the stone tablet. And so on. As for the number of places, based on the total number of internal test players, about 400 or 500 people, 110. That is, 50 players' nicknames will be engraved on it. This completely ignited everyone's passion. There was originally the temptation of copy crystals, and the number of times to enter the copy crystals could be exchanged through contribution. So the players were all motivated, even because of the news that Liao Zixuan had spread in advance. A group of players led by Changla Minmin and Luochen had already accumulated a lot of materials before Vivian issued the task. As soon as the task was actually issued, all of these were done by those foreigners? Thorin was a little stunned, looking at the various woods piled up like a small hill in a vacated space. "I think so," Vivian replied weakly, just after she finished her speech asking for help from foreigners. A group of foreigners, who looked familiar to the little girl, swarmed towards her. Before Vivian could react, They put the chopped wood in front of her like a magic trick. As for the reward, it seemed that after hearing her thank you, they left happily. Mayor Thorin looked at the girl next to him with complicated eyes. He didn't say it, but he underestimated her in his heart. Could it be that the aesthetics of foreigners prefer such girls with no figure? It's so strange. Even if they are pursuers, they are too fanatical. Doing such hard work just to hear Vivian's thank you? Of course not. Although there are indeed some fanatical fans like this. Most players still rely on the secret operation of the little wolf cub to exchange contribution points for them again and again. But in short, great Vivian. With so much wood, we don't know how much time and money we can save. As long as we move to the ruins of Qian Town, we can start rebuilding immediately. Thorin's joy was only for a moment. But he soon became sad again. Because, however, we have to send so many refugees back to the wilderness that has become a ruin. And now we have to transport these timbers. The remaining guards in Qian Town are probably far from enough. We have to hire a large number of escorts from the Adventure Association or the city guards. The cost will definitely not be low. Alas. Thorin shook his head. After all, they only have 300,000 gold coins as starting capital. Every penny spent is a penny less. They haven't even started the reconstruction work yet. Just hiring guards will cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins. But what can we do? Without human activities, the wild becomes the world of monsters. As long as you leave the scope of Fire Code City, you may be attacked by wandering monsters at any time. It is not bad to lose some wood. But if there are no guards to protect these tens of thousands of refugees, who knows how many will be killed or injured on the road? After all, this time there is no Archbishop Maggie to open a portal for them that can span hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. While Thorin was worrying, Vivian spoke at this time. Uncle Thorin, I think it's not necessary. With your guards and the strangers, I think it's enough. There is no need to recruit new escorts. What? Vivian, this is money related to human life. We can't save it. You are still young, so you don't know. Let me tell you, the monsters in the wild are very fierce. If we encounter a group of monsters passing by, it will be even more. Thorin thought that the little girl wanted to save money, so he showed a preaching look. Unexpectedly, Vivian shook her head. The little girl smiled and said to Thorin in an almost very confident tone, "Don't worry. We will not be attacked by monsters. After all, Xiao Hei is here." Xiao Hei. After Vivian said this, Thorin subconsciously glanced at the black little wolf cub who was lying behind Vivian, in the arms of the little maid, and seemed to be dozing off out of boredom. I'm not saying anything bad about Vivian. I know your little black is very strong. But can it really subdue all the monsters in the wild? This time, the little girl didn't need to speak. The little wolf cub, who had just closed his eyes and was snoring, opened his eyes in vain after Thorin's words. As if he heard someone saying bad things about him behind his back. As if helpless, he stretched his waist first, jumped up, and his body left the warm jade arms. In midair, the little wolf cub's body instantly grew larger and expanded several times. When he landed again, he had transformed into a pitch-black giant wolf with a height of 7 or 8 meters. The wolf head looked down, and Thorin's body, which was originally quite large, was like a toddler in front of the black wolf. Not only the size, but also the pressure that has increased several times, also emanated from the dark giant wolf. The suffocating pressure almost made Thorin choke to death. The players were fine, but as the natives of the world of fallen gods, both refugees and guards, driven by instinct, trembled and looked at the giant wolf in the center of the distance with horror. Some of them even fell to their knees with a plop, pressed their foreheads against the ground, and prostrated themselves before the giant wolf. Okay, Xiao Hei, don't be angry. Uncle Thorin didn't mean it. Okay, calm down. Vivian quickly approached the giant wolf. After the little girl comforted him, the giant wolf shook its body and shrank rapidly again, returning to its original harmless and cute wolf cub appearance. After what happened just now, Thorin dared not say a word more. He finally realized that Vivian's little wolf cub was too human and very vengeful. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Since everything is ready, let's take everyone away now. Yes. I hope everything goes well. Hey. Looking at the refugees who started packing their luggage under his orders and were finally leaving the Fire Code City, Thorin always felt uneasy in his heart. What did you say? They left immediately? What adventurers and escort guards were not hired? In the mansion of Count Durin. After listening to the report from his subordinates, the Count's face was a little unhappy. Lord Durin, it is said that the monster of Vivian, the Black Wolf, showed its true form at that time, which shocked everyone and made people believe that the Black Wolf could protect them. So, otherwise, with the cautiousness of the old man Thorin, who brought several carts of wood that were said to be cut by foreigners in advance, Thorin would force Vivian to hire escorts. The servant who looked like a butler said with a stiff upper lip. The Earl opposite him tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, with a ruthless look on his face. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to extort money, and he had already contacted several adventure groups in the Adventurers Guild. When the time came, everyone would raise their own prices and rip off the little girl. But to her surprise, Vivian ignored him. In this case, don't blame him for being inhumane. Are the people we planted and infiltrated into the refugee team still here? Yes, sir. Send them a message. Tell them to wait until they are halfway through the migration journey. And if there is no monster attack, they can use the medicine. After Count Durin said this, the expression on the butler's face paused for a few seconds. Master, that kind of medicine was originally used after they were settled, established their foothold, and had a little improvement in reconstruction. I'm afraid it's too early to use it now. That kind of potion that can attract monsters is fine if used outside the town. Monsters will be cautious. But if used in the wild, the number of monsters attracted may not be a small number. It is more likely that even elite-level high-level monsters can be attracted. In the eyes of the butler and Count Durin, the lives of refugees are also lives. Here, as a tool for them to produce and make money. If there are really heavy casualties, the nobles are unwilling to see it. However, Humph, what are you afraid of? Isn't that little girl very arrogant? If you don't give her a taste of pain, how powerful does she really think she is? Just do what I say, and I've changed my mind. Not only do I want them to spray the medicine along the way, but I'm also going to double the dosage. After Count Durin finished speaking, his eyes flashed with coldness. He wanted to see how the strangers, whose fighting power was not as good as that of the treasure-stealing group, and Thorin's remaining poor soldiers and subordinates, would deal with a fierce monster tide in the wild. Or could that little girl, Vivian, protect everyone by herself? It's ridiculous, because this is completely different from the battle outside the Fire Code City. At that time, the refugees could rely on Huidian City, but they were only attacked from one side, and there was no way to retreat. It was a desperate encounter, but this time it was in the wild, and the monsters came from all directions. What was even more terrifying was that they would not distinguish between day and night. If I had to make an analogy, it was like one was defending and the other was ambushing. An ambush where every tree and grass was an enemy. From Huidian City to the ruins of Qian Town, it was a journey of hundreds of miles. Even if you traveled without rest, it would take more than a day and a half. You, Vivian, can repel a wave of monster attacks. But what about the second and third waves? Under the strong stimulation of the potion, the monsters will not give up such a big piece of fat meat. If there was a time when they were not well protected, and the monsters rushed into the refugees, then with the quality of those refugees, I'm afraid they would be scared without the monsters, and start running around. Old adventurers all know that when attacked by monsters, only a few people die under the claws of monsters. Most people run around in fear, and disappear in the wild. So, how many people will die along the way? And what kind of expression will the self-proclaimed kind girl show when she faces the cruel reality and finds that she is powerless? When he thought of this, the sadness on Count Durin's face turned into a sneer. Chapter 195 Shirley's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. Originally, the landform outside the Fire Classic City was a crisscross of hills of various sizes, with ups and downs, and it was not flat, which was very inconvenient for transportation and the establishment of human habitats. But after the super-level magic of the god of fire and the baptism of the meteorite of the fiery meteor, everything was truly razed to the ground, and the hills became plains. So from this perspective alone, whether it is more conducive to development or not is not mentioned for the time being. Anyway, the plain is at least much easier to walk than the mountain road. The long queue of refugees lined up in a dragon, walking in the wilderness. The wilderness here refers to the absence of signs of human activity, not the ecological environment. On the contrary, there are green grass and shrubs underfoot, and the varieties and styles of fir, pine, and birch are even more than before. The players were still in the mood to enjoy the beautiful natural scenery during the migration. But the refugees were completely different. Anlu, do you think your daughter can do it? Look, there are so many of us. Can your daughter really take care of it alone? In the middle and back of the long line of refugees, a villager dressed as a hunter looked around nervously and talked to another fellow villager who was passing by worriedly. But it was obvious that his fellow villager's attitude was not very good. Bah! What do you know? You country bumpkin? My eldest daughter is very powerful. She can even deal with those disgusting monsters before. What's this now? After being scolded by the other party, the hunter villager shrank his head, thinking that if his daughter had not made it, he would still be a country bumpkin. But even though he was scolded, the hunter villager quickly said, Old Lu, you see? How about this? Go and talk to your daughter, and ask her to move our people from Nochi village to the center of the team. Closer to your daughter? In case there is an abnormality in the middle of the journey, it will be better for us to take care of each other. Right? The reason why the hunter villager pestered Lu again and again was because he was really a little scared. After all, if the migration route was all wilderness, the hunter would be much more at ease, because the poor environment means fewer resources, and the number of wild beasts and monsters will never be large, and the probability of encountering them is very low. But if it is such a lively wild scene right now, even though it seems to be calm now, according to the hunter's experience, there may be many beasts and monsters quietly eyeing them in the dark, but they dare not approach because of their large numbers, or the black wolf of Anlu's daughter. But old hunters know that in the wild, you are not afraid of encountering monsters, but you are afraid of being remembered by monsters. You may suddenly jump out and bite you hard when you are relaxed. On the other hand, Anlu was somewhat moved by what the hunter said. Well, in fact, the main reason is that the other people in Nochi village around them looked at Anlu with expectant eyes after hearing the conversation between the two. As for the refugees from other villages, they were shocked after learning about Anlu's identity, and tried every means to squeeze close to Anlu. It must be said that this kind of celebrity effect, which is almost a big shot, is something Anlu has never experienced in his life. Although it is not him who is famous, but his daughter. But no matter what, as a father, it is always okay to get some of his daughter's fame. Right? Well, next time the team stops to rest, I will go to my daughter to nag her. But I warn you, I will listen to my daughter on this matter. And Vivian's words are what she says. If she disagrees, I can't do anything about it. I can't cause trouble for my daughter because of this. Under the gaze of the crowd, Andrew had a chance to show off his father-daughter relationship with Vivian, and he was smart enough not to say anything final. To be honest, Andrew had lost control of his daughter since the stormy night when Black Vivian appeared, and he even had a faint fear in his heart. Fortunately, Vivian's other self rarely appeared. Otherwise the father might not even dare to recognize his daughter. The little noise made by Andrew was also heard by some people with ulterior motives in the refugee team who had been secretly watching this place. They sneered with disdain on their faces. Then several of them exchanged glances, and each of them could see the bad taste in their eyes. Message has come from Lord Durin, informing them that they can use that medicine. Originally, he said to randomly choose a position of the unlucky person in the refugee team and sprinkle the potion. But now it seems. Ouch! What are you doing? Watch out! Oh! Sorry! I'm really sorry. A young refugee seemed to be careless and bumped into Andrew with a bowl of water. And the water in the bowl was spilled all over Andrew. Looking down at his half-soaked clothes, Andrew angrily scolded the young man. And the young man bowed his head again and again to admit his mistakes, and then hurried away, as if he was afraid of being chased and scolded by Andrew again. So he hid far away. What bad luck. Now, let's stay here until my clothes are dry. I don't want to see my daughter in this wet state. And Lu still has some fatherly burdens, he said depressedly. The villagers of Nochi village around him were also very depressed. But what can they do? It's all because of that bastard who walks without eyes. Speaking of which, where is that kid? And why does this bowl of water taste a bit strange? The hunter next to Lu before, although he was a little more alert than others, he was still a villager after all. Too little knowledge, and after a few curses, it was over. If we do this, nothing will happen. Right? We use such a large amount at once. The young men who had exchanged glances secretly, including the young man who had just hit Andrew with water, now gathered together, and several empty bottles were thrown at their feet. One of them said with some worry, "Didn't Master Dulin tell us not to touch Vivian's relatives for the time being? Just keep an eye on them. If something really happens to the little girl's father, will she? Humph. What are you afraid of? If something happens, it will be killed by monsters. What does it have to do with us? On the contrary, Master Dulin will definitely reward us after knowing this. With my father dead, I don't think I, as a daughter, will have the mood to pretend to be the Virgin Mary and help these broken refugees. Hey, stop talking for now. It is said that this medicine was obtained by the master from the treasure-stealing group. A little smell can attract monsters more than 10 miles away. We have spread so much at once. So let's hide away." As soon as this was said, the group of men that Dulin had planted in the refugee team immediately agreed. "Yes, that's right. If we also fall into the claws of monsters, it will be a joke. Hurry up and squeeze to the position of that little girl. It must be the safest there. Let's go. Let's go." The original forest of the claws of the devil. After the meteorite of the god of fire smashed the forest into a basin, the firewood fire poured vitality into the earth at the cost of nirvana, turning the huge meteorite crater into a lake. As the saying goes, there are twists and turns. After the first two twists, the last twist ends with a little girl's classic angry throwing of the heart of God. The huge energy overflowing from the heart of God finally transformed this area again through the hands of the god of fire. The lake was endowed with divinity, sparkling and colorful. It has only been a few days since the fall of the abyss, and many signs of biological activities can be seen in the lake, including some high-level monsters emitting powerful magic fluctuations. In vain. A clear and pleasant bird song came from the companion forest not far from the lake. It was a forest where you could vaguely see stars in the daytime, as if there were flames dancing on the leaves. After the bird song, the originally calm Shinjai Lake began to fluctuate violently, accompanied by the sound of large waves in water. A crocodile-shaped monster with a body length of more than 20 meters emerged from the lake, and its huge head that made people feel terrified at a glance emerged. It was not difficult to find that it even had some dragon bloodline, and the crocodile head was quite similar to the dragon. The other monsters in the lake fled away quickly, and the creatures that entered the water at the edge of the lake also scattered in the blink of an eye. Some weak beasts were even frightened and collapsed on the ground, giving up even running away. There is no doubt, this dragon crocodile is the new monster overlord of this Shinchuan lake. But even such a terrifying existence. At this moment, I inexplicably felt a sense of excitement from it, as if it was summoned by something. After it climbed out of the lake, it moved quickly and rushed towards the spark forest, where the bird's cry just sounded. A similar scene also happened in the spark forest. A giant ape that was probably as tall as a small building when standing up jumped down from a 100-meter-high tree and began to run towards the location of the bird's cry. A strange unicorn in the forest, whose every move exuded an elegant temperament, no longer cared about its image in an instant. Like a happy little girl, jumping and leaping towards the location of the bird's cry. Whether it is the dragon crocodile, the giant ape, or the unicorn, the strength of each of them is not inferior to the original overlord of the forest of Terraclaws. That is, the devil Tyrannosaurus before being catalyzed by the abyss. This shows how terrifying the power of the heart of God is. Even if a few strands are leaked, it will be a qualitative improvement for the ecology and monsters. If left alone, the powerful monsters have a strong sense of territory, and there will inevitably be an extremely bloody melee, and finally compete for a real overlord monster. But why didn't this happen now? It can even be said that because the destinations of several monsters are the same, they will inevitably meet each other soon. As a result, they are like old friends. Not only did they not fight, but they were even very humane and greeted each other in their own way. Look at that posture. It's like saying, "Have you eaten yet?" "I have. How about you?" "Oh, don't mention it. The boss has given me too much work. Where is the time to eat? I'm not like some guy who only cares about his image all day long." "Hey old man. Who are you talking about?" "Okay. Stop chatting. It will be terrible if the boss gets anxious." Yes. Such a harmonious and friendly scene is all thanks to this hot woman. As soon as this appeared, with an absolutely overwhelming momentum, the spark forest and the god's cracking lake, and even the wider area. No monster dared to compete with it, and all surrendered to it. The place where birds chirp loudly. It is also the center and core of the spark forest. A colorful peacock bird was lying obediently at the bottom of the stone steps. The previous bird chirping was obviously from its beak. At this moment, its big eyes, which were shining with spirituality, occasionally glanced at the top of the stone platform, a position similar to the altar throne. And there was a woman who looked like a human at first glance. But if you look closely, you can still find the sharp tiger teeth that the woman occasionally reveals, and the snow-white long hair that is so white that it is unbelievable. Those are not human eyes, but wild red pupils. Of course, the most intuitive judgment is the breath exuded by the woman on the stone platform. If the breath of the three monsters before is compared to stars, then this woman at this moment is like a bright moon. The woman now sat on the stone platform with her legs crossed. She was wearing a fleece coat made of snow wolf hair, and she was barefoot without boots. However, on one ankle, you could see a black fur foot ring. The black foot ring made the woman's already fair skin even more eye-catching, and the damn asymmetry made people unable to take their eyes off it after seeing it. It was strange and irresistible, I have to say. In her spare time from work, Shirley did not forget to learn human knowledge. Compared with a three-no girl or a silver wolf, who knew nothing at the beginning, Shirley now is obviously evolving towards a big sister. On the stone platform, Shirley looked far out into the forest, although she didn't show it on the surface. After hearing the report from her subordinate colorful bird, Shirley was still quite excited, and her fingers almost knocked a hole in the armrest of the stone platform chair. There are a large number of humans, probably tens of thousands, heading in their direction. Shirley reacted immediately when she got this information, because there is no doubt that it is Lord Hay. Although only 2 or 3 days have passed, but Shirley feels that the days are long. But finally, is it finally her turn? Rumble. The ground shook for a while. Such a huge movement. As expected, the huge figures of the three monsters appeared under Shirley's stone platform. After they arrived, they all bent down under Shirley like the peacock. Chapter 196. Big Ape. How are you doing with the ruins of human remains that I asked you to send monsters to clean up? Sitting on the stone platform, Shirley looked down and first looked at the brown-black giant ape and asked. This scene was actually quite magical, because it would be fine if the monsters could communicate with each other simply. But Shirley actually asked in human language. And the most important thing was that the giant ape understood. But it was obviously far from Shirley's level to communicate in human language. The giant ape could only rely on its thick arms, whimpering and gesturing, to convey its meaning to Shirley on the stone platform. Roughly translated, it means, Boss, I have sent out all the ape monsters under my command, and have cleaned up all the building debris and huge rubble. I even asked my men to level out any potholes. Don't worry. As for the monsters around, I went over and told them that this was the new territory that you wanted. The monsters that originally lived nearby didn't dare to resist at all when they heard that it was the land you wanted. I didn't even have to do anything. They were all scared away and would never get close to it again. After the giant ape said this, it was obviously good news. But Shirley showed the opposite expression and frowned her beautiful eyebrows several times. This frightened the giant ape, which was already quite big, and it shivered directly, thinking that it had said something wrong. Am I that scary? Shirley sighed. She didn't want to hear such a bad reputation after Lord Hay came back and asked around. After all, most males would definitely prefer more delicate females, which would stimulate the male's desire to protect. However, the giant ape under the stone platform nodded repeatedly after hearing Shirley's question, and wanted to take the opportunity to say something nice. It hurriedly gestured, that's right. It's scary. Boss, you are always scary. The scariest. In our area. Everyone knows that you are a bloody and violent female devil who kills demons without blinking an eye. They are all afraid of you. Take me for example. If my child doesn't listen, I will say to throw it to you, Boss, and it will immediately be as obedient as a grandson. Uh-huh. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. The giant ape hadn't finished the sign language when it was shocked to find that the woman who was originally on the stone platform chair had disappeared. When she came back to her senses, Shirley's face, as cold as ice, appeared in front of the giant ape's big eyes. Old. Bang. A heavy muffled sound was heard. Shirley kicked the giant ape's huge body, which was half a floor high, and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. As if it was fake. I don't know how many spark trees were affected along the way. Next time, whether you are outside or in your own clan, you are not allowed to do things under my banner casually. Shirley clapped her hands and said lightly, as if nothing had happened just now. Swish. The remaining 3 monsters nodded in unison. She stepped back onto the stone platform step by step. And halfway up, she seemed to have thought of something again. And her bare jade feet stopped on the stone steps. Shirley turned around and glanced at the 3 remaining monster subordinates trembling at the bottom of the stone steps. She asked softly, "Am I scary?" Monsters are not stupid, let alone being recruited by Shirley as subordinates. The tragic situation of the giant ape is still fresh in their minds. They shook their heads frantically without hesitation. Sit back on the stone chair. Shirley continued to ask, "Gray Crocodile, how is the canal I asked you to dig? Can it ensure that the water of the gods' cracking lake is diverted to the ruins? Forget about the dragon crocodile. Let's call it Gray Crocodile according to Shirley's name. Boss, I am the old crocodile. You can rest assured. I asked the monsters in the lake to work without sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. And finally dug a small stream and diverted it to the location you requested. In this way, our new territory will not have to worry about lack of water." Nodding to the gray crocodile, Shirley finally turned her attention to the unicorn. The unicorn monster was obviously much smarter than the other 3. Before Shirley could speak, it took the initiative to speak. Yes, that's right. It spoke, but it didn't really speak with its mouth, but used magic to achieve the effect of onomatopoeia. "Sister Shirley, Baiju has also transplanted some of the precious vegetation and herbs unique to our Spark Forest and Shinjai Lake as you instructed. But the effect is not obvious now. My ability is still too weak, and I can't force it to catalyze. It can only rely on time to settle." The sweet and energetic girl's voice gradually became low, as if she was a little self-blaming. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Baiju." To the unicorn, Shirley's voice seemed to be much softer. "It's not hard. I'm very happy to be able to do things for Sister Shirley." The voice immediately jumped up, and the unicorn twisted its hooves. It was only a short step away from becoming a spirit, and it was just a step away from turning into a human form. With a closer relationship with Shirley, the unicorn became bolder, driven by curiosity. She tentatively asked again, "Sister Shirley, are the human team discovered by the group of colorful birds going back to the ruins where they were destroyed before to compete with us for new territory? Is that why Sister suddenly summoned us here? Don't worry, Sister. We won't let them succeed. We worked so hard to make that place good, and now they come here to take advantage of it? Humph! We won't let them get away with it." After the unicorn finished speaking, its hind legs dug the ground. The colorful bird spread its wings. The gray crocodile raised its tail. And the giant ape, who came back covered in dust after being kicked away, also beat his chest with both hands. All of Shirley's monster subordinates burst out with a strong desire to fight, as if they were determined to follow Shirley and go to war with humans. Although they knew that humans were very strong. Usually, the stronger the monsters, the more they avoided humans, fearing being attacked, not to mention competing with humans for territory. But now they had Shirley, and the power of this woman gave them immense confidence, and they put their fear of humans behind them. But at this moment of high morale, no one expected that Shirley, the leader of the monsters, shook her head under their eager gazes. "No, it seems that you have misunderstood. I never said that we are moving, let alone that it is our new territory. The reason why I asked you to do so much is to help them save a lot of trouble after the arrival of this group of humans, so that they can settle down as soon as possible." "What?" After Shirley said this, the 4 monsters were stunned, looking at each other. What does the boss mean? Is he saying that he wants to show goodwill to humans in this way? The monsters immediately thought of this possibility. Although they didn't say it openly, their eyes actually revealed some negative emotions. Dissatisfaction, disappointment, and discomfort. Humph. Shirley's cold snort on the stone platform woke up the monsters. "I didn't ask you to do this for humans. Sister Shirley, you just said." Bai Jiao couldn't help but speak first. "It's for my master." Shirley interrupted Bai Jiao's words directly, speaking clearly without any hesitation, as if she didn't care whether her words would affect her image in the eyes of her subordinates. As expected, The shocked expressions of the four monsters under the stone platform were even more unacceptable than when they heard that Shirley was going to give the territory to humans. Master? Sister Shirley's master. Bai Jiao repeated in disbelief. But Shirley nodded. And then, as if reminded by Bai Jiao, Shirley added seriously to her monsters. Yes, but my master doesn't seem to like me calling him that. So you should just call him Hey-sama from now on. Just like me. Hey-sama? It was the first time for the four monsters to see their boss. As their boss. Show a hint of pride on Shirley's face when he said the first sentence. As if it was such an honor to have a master like Hey-sama. After a series of blows. The only thing that can make the four monsters feel a little relieved is I know what you are worried about. But don't worry. Lord Hay is also a monster like us. But his bloodline and strength are far beyond our reach. The large number of human migration teams detected by Kai K were the work of Lord Hay. You can understand that they are all Lord Hay's subordinates. When Shirley explained this, the four monsters were shocked again. It's not their fault. Who told Shirley to tell them that the amount of information that came out of her mouth today was too much? Monsters take humans as subordinates. What is this concept? It's unprecedented. Beyond imagination. In a flash. Just based on Shirley's few words. They had not even seen Liao Zixuan. But in the hearts of the four simple-minded monsters, they already had unimaginable respect and admiration for this Black Lord. At this time, suddenly, a bird flew from a distance and landed next to the colorful bird, chirping as if reporting something. After the colorful bird nodded, it quickly turned around and reported to Shirley. Boss, something happened. A large number of wild monsters are rapidly approaching the human migration team. According to the description of the family I left behind, they also have the desire to get closer because there is an extremely tempting smell from the human team. What's going on? The remaining three monsters looked at each other after Kaik's words. Although they are strong and intelligent, they are all the result of the catalysis of the heart of God. In fact, they have very little knowledge. However, Shirley is different. After all, she has a good master. Although she doesn't know the reason and the smell that attracts monsters, Shirley can infer the reason from the result. For the human team, being targeted and approached by a large number of wild monsters is definitely not a good thing, but a disaster. Therefore, the conclusion is obvious. Someone is doing something for Lord Hay, and he wants to use the hands of these monsters? Shirley's eyes condensed, and the cold light was as sharp as a blade. Swish! The temperature around seemed to drop several degrees suddenly, and the four monsters under the stone platform trembled even more violently. Because the woman on the stone platform was emitting the same terrifying fluctuations as when they just encountered. Let's put it this way. The original Spark Forest and Shinli Lake, with their rich divine heart energy, could catalyze more than just four high-level monsters. But why? Now on such a vast land with unparalleled precious resources, there are only four high-level monsters left? The answer is simple. Those who were disobedient and dared to resist have been turned into bones and rotten meat by the woman on the stone platform. What about Lord Black? Is there any action? Shirley stood up from the stone chair. She did not act immediately, but asked Kai. It stands to reason that this little trick should not be hidden from Lord Black, and Lord Black should have discovered it long ago. But Kai shook his head, although it did not know what Lord Black looked like. From the report of the family birds, no powerful monster appeared. Is that so? Shirley showed a thoughtful look. But soon, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and even a faint smile appeared on her face, because she felt that she understood Lord Black's meaning. The reason why Lord Black did not take action must be intentional. Under this premise, Shirley naturally thought that Lord Black wanted to use this to catch a bigger fish and pull out the dark hand behind the scenes. The reason why Lord Black was so confident and dared to fish must be because Lord Black knew and believed that he had ruled all the monsters nearby. So he was not afraid that his human team would be surrounded by monsters. After all, Shirley's monsters were Lord Black's monsters. So they were all his own. What a trust. Shirley's mouth curled up. This touch of charm, even though it crossed species, made the gray crocodile and the unicorn stunned, wishing they could imprint it in their minds. But it came and went quickly. Business matters are important. She can't live up to Lord Black's trust. She must cooperate quickly. As for how to cooperate, Ah Qian, a little wolf cub lying comfortably in Alina's fragrant arms, sneezed inexplicably. The little wolf cub rubbed his nose in a very human way with his paw. What does a sneeze come from? Someone misses me. Which sister misses me again? Could it be Liz? Just when the little wolf cub was thinking so happily in his heart. In vain. As if he just sensed something. The little wolf cub stood up from Alina's arms and jumped to the ground. Wait. Something is wrong. After sniffing the air several times with his nose, the little wolf cub finally understood why he sneezed. It seems that no one misses him at all. Instead, there seems to be a faint smell in the air. But the smell was so light that the little wolf cub would not have noticed it at all if it had not fermented for a while. Liao Zixuan hurriedly checked his status bar. Nothing. Then he looked through the history records. Only then did he find the source. Your summoned beast Xiao He was attracted by the devil's saliva fragrance intermediate. After judgment, it was exempted from this attraction state. Damn! What made the little wolf cub curse in his heart was not that someone actually used the devil's saliva fragrance in the team. But you can use it if you want. But you have to use such a low-level inferior product. As a result, it is still attracted to him. A taboo monster. There is no attraction at all. If it hadn't been smelly, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Cursing is one thing. The little wolf cub really took it seriously. Here, serious means jumping down from the little maid's arms. The reason was that there were 4 fairly powerful monsters. At least, well, probably close to level 30. Approaching the team quickly. The little wolf cub's judgment was correct. Within a few minutes, there were waves of commotion in the refugee migration team. And there were exclamations and fear in the crowd. The reason was simple. A bird, a monkey, a horse, and a crocodile. 4 monsters that can be described as giant beasts. From the 4 directions of southeast, northwest. It was just right to trap the refugee team inside and surround them. Chapter 197. It's all the master's task. Is the medicine that Master Digiling gave us so strong? In the chaotic team, there were several young people disguised as refugees. Like the other refugees around them, they stared at the 4 monsters that surrounded them in amazement. It's not that there are no other monsters besides these 4. But compared with these 4, the other monsters are not worth mentioning. Don't panic. As long as we stay close to that little girl, we will be fine. Okay. Even the instigator behind the scenes was frightened by the monsters. Let alone the remaining ordinary refugees. Fortunately, the monsters surrounded the entire long refugee team, leaving the refugees with nowhere to run. Otherwise, this scare alone would have dispersed the team of tens of thousands of people. Buzz! An invisible halo was stimulated from the center of the team. Where the halo affected, the panicked refugees gradually calmed down. Concentrating halo. This is Vivian's move. Stabilizing the team a little is only the first step. The little girl looked around the 4 giant monsters with a serious look, and then whispered to the little wolf next to her, Xiaohe. Are you sure? I'm responsible for the 4 big ones. And the rest of the small ones are up to you. Liao Zixuan quickly transmitted the voice to recover. The little wolf twisted his neck and stretched his limbs, his eyes full of eagerness. He hadn't used his true form to exercise for a long time. In the past, Liao Zixuan liked to watch those giant beast movies, especially the fights between giant beasts. Now, since there is such a good opportunity delivered to his door, the little wolf's body began to expand rapidly. Even if it was just a growing dark flame wolf, his limit size was already comparable to the bone dragon that had fallen into the abyss. That was a giant black wolf that could be several stories high with its limbs on the ground. But of course, this would be boring. So when the flesh and blood increased rapidly, the bones expanded, and the huge heat generated in the body evaporated the moisture in the surrounding air and turned it into white mist. After the mist, Liao Zixuan used the gorilla that was almost 1 story high as a template to control his body size to a level range that was not much different from the other party. Come on! A physical fight between monsters. The black wolf leaped out of thin air and rushed towards the chimpanzee first. As for the chimpanzee, it seemed to be inspired by Liao Zixuan. It beat its chest with both hands and rushed forward without fear. The running of the 2 giant beasts made the earth tremble. Many smaller monsters and refugees couldn't even stand. Soon, the 2 sides came into contact. The black wolf was obviously faster and attacked first. Liao Zixuan pounced on the giant chimpanzee with the sharp claws of his forelimbs. And the giant chimpanzee responded very smartly. It knew that it had lost the advantage of the first move. So it immediately switched from offense to defense and stopped sprinting. It stayed where it was, with its feet planted on the ground, and used its hands to meet the claws of the black wolf. Oh! The only ones who were still in the mood to cheer were the players. When they were surrounded by monsters, they were quite excited and ready to fight. But after waiting for a long time, the small monsters did not rush over. It was obviously a very unusual thing, but the players understood it instantly. They naturally regarded it as a CG cutscene of the plot. As we all know, when the boss fights, the younger brother stops time. So they all turned on the recording function in the game. Such a wonderful scene of giant beasts is no less than a short movie. It's a pity. Originally, in the players' expectations, Vivian's black wolf and the giant ape should wrestle with each other, muscles engorged, claws against the giant ape's hands, to see who can push who down. As a result, maybe not even 2 seconds had passed. The giant ape and chimpanzee took several steps back, then fell to the ground with a thud, and was silent. No sound. What the hell? The players were dumbfounded, and 2 words popped up in everyone's mind. That's it? Not only the players, but also Liao Zixuan, the person involved, felt the same way. He swore he really didn't have any strength left, and it had nothing to do with him being a forbidden monster. It was just that the other party was ridiculously weak, not giving too much time to think, as if the giant ape's fall was a signal. Another monster, a colorful bird with extremely beautiful colors, flapped its wings and flew into the air, and even cried loudly as if afraid that others would not know. After the bird circled in the air, it instantly folded its wings as if it had finished charging, and then the whole bird body dived towards the black wolf on the ground in a high speed, like a sharp arrow. Good. Liao Zixuan's interest, which had been weakened by the giant ape, was aroused again at this moment, and he was full of fighting spirit. The black wolf was ready for defense and stared at the opponent. The bird was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it came from the sky to the ground, and with a huge diving force, it plunged into the ground in front of the black wolf. Boom! The strong impact stirred up a large amount of dust, making a group of players waiting to see the CG curse. They couldn't see anything. After waiting for the smoke and dust to pass, the anxious players finally saw it clearly. The black wolf was intact, and it even seemed to have not moved at all. But the bird that was so imposing before now lay on the ground not far from the black wolf, like a dead fish stranded on the beach, without making any sound. No sound. What happened? Where is the promised CG? Where is the promised monster movie? Just show us this? The players were depressed. Liao Zixuan was even more depressed. What did it mean? Playing a fake match with him. Right? Liao Zixuan felt like he was being played. And it was that kind of extremely poor acting. As expected, a very classic gourd baby saving grandpa. After the bird also fell, it was the turn of the next dragon crocodile to play. It opened its jaws and spurted out what looked like a high-pressure water stream. But in fact, Liao Zixuan also symbolically opened his mouth and sprayed an ordinary fireball in response. And he actually resisted the water stream by resisting the attribute restraint. After the dragon crocodile attacked, it waited for a long time. But the black wolf on the opposite side did not attack it again. There was nothing it could do. So the dragon crocodile turned its limbs up, belly up, as if it had been strongly attacked. And there was no sound. Until here, Liao Zixuan was completely sure that not only these 4 giant beasts and monsters, but also the other monsters that were brought here and surrounded the refugees, and did not attack under the attraction of the magic saliva, all had big problems. Liao Zixuan had completely lost interest. But the last remaining monster, the white unicorn, was anxious. She used her beautiful and smooth hoof to kick the ground several times. But the black wolf on the opposite side just stared at her. It seemed to be saying, "Show. Keep on playing. I won't touch you this time. I'll see how you can fall to the ground again." This made the unicorn very anxious, because Sister Shirley's mission would not be completed, and they had to be defeated by this black wolf. Although helpless, this did not bother her cleverness. The white horn released magic, and in an instant, some dark clouds gathered above the unicorn, and then a lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the dark clouds, aiming directly at itself. Paw! After hitting itself with its own lightning magic, the unicorn screamed symbolically, and finally fell down like its other 3 teammates, without making any sound. Okay. You are cruel. Ordinary refugees can't think too much. They only know that it was Vivian's black wolf that protected them. And it was 1-against-4. Breathing fire and calling thunder. And it was unscathed. A large cheer suddenly rang out from the team. And many refugees even knelt down directly. Worshipped the black giant wolf. As if it were a totem guardian god. This included Vivian's father, Andrew, because he felt as if every monster's eyes could not stop drifting towards him. And he was almost scared to death. And he urgently needed to seek a sense of security. Chris and his group were not so exaggerated. But they respected Vivian, the Black Wolf Summoner, and the big sister in their mouths even more. Xiaoqi quietly slipped to Chris' side and patted him on the shoulder. Boss, why don't we just forget it? The big sister is too fierce. You probably won't be able to catch up with her in your lifetime. It's not bad to eat some soft rice. Get lost. Chris kicked Xiaoqi fiercely in anger. But in his heart, he sighed, clenched his palms on both sides, and finally loosened them. There were also several other people in the team who were in a bad mood. Is this fake? Is it over like this? Several traitors planted by Count Duran among the refugees were stunned. Too strong. I thought that little girl was powerful enough. But I didn't expect that her magic was even more powerful than her. Not only can it spit fire, but it can also summon lightning. What should we do now? What else can we do? Report the news to Master Du Lin quickly. Hey. When several insiders were about to take out the token of magic communication. They didn't expect that, sorry. But can I see what you have in your hand? A little girl's voice came from their ears. The insiders were all startled. And when they turned around and saw that it was Vivian, their faces turned pale in an instant. At first, they wanted to argue a few words, because they knew Vivian's character was the kind of hesitant and kind-hearted person who could be fooled by them. But after the heart-to-heart talk with Liz last night, Vivian actually tried to change. Before, she might have waited for these traitors to make excuses. But now, Uncle Thorin, thank you for your help. Humph. Leave this bunch of scum to me. Guards. Looking at these people being escorted into the prison van, the maid Alina couldn't help but ask the little girl beside her curiously. Vivian, how did you find them? Because Xiaohei told me that a large number of monsters suddenly appeared because someone in our team used some kind of drug that can attract monsters. So I was thinking, if they did this, what would they do? They must run to the safest place. And in the entire team, the safest place should be here. Right? So I used magic to detect nearby. And I happened to find that these people had the fluctuation of magic communication. In addition, although they were dressed like other refugees, they could be easily distinguished as long as you paid a little attention. Vivian carefully told Elena her thoughts. The little maid was confused at first, but later her eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, she showed admiration like little stars. Wow! Vivian, you are so smart. Elena, is there a possibility that you are too stupid? Ah! I was just kidding. In fact, I was able to think of it because someone reminded me. If I were alone, I would definitely not be able to do it. Vivian explained hurriedly. Humph. A proud snort came from the spiritual space. I thought it was over. But who would have thought that there was a bigger sequel waiting? The four fallen monsters exchanged glances with each other after seeing that the atmosphere was almost over. And all jumped up. This almost made the refugees who were still surviving the disaster freeze their smiles again. But fortunately, this time their goal was very clear. As if they were defeated. So it was very logical that they were willing to be the younger brothers. The four monsters ran to the Black Wolf in unison, with their heads facing the ground, indicating submission. And then, they threw out the real purpose of surely sending them to such a big battle. In short, it can be summarized in 4 words. Means of transportation. At the command of the 4 Lord-level monsters. The small monsters that had surrounded the refugee team before, which were still the size of a carriage for humans, were also preparing to perform the function of a carriage. At first, the refugees, who were all villagers and townspeople, were very afraid of these approaching monsters, until Vivian kept using the loudspeaker magic to explain. And Thorin, who was almost crazy with joy, took the lead in propaganda and ideological work for the refugees. It took almost an hour to make the refugees really feel at ease, not only putting all the luggage they carried with them, which seriously affected the migration speed, on the monsters. The refugees dared to climb on the monsters' backs and use them as a means of transportation. The players played a leading role in this. When they learned that they could even climb on the 4 giant monsters, They were all very excited. The most popular one was the bird. Even Vivian and the wolf cub chose to take this flight plane. The second was the giant ape chimpanzee. Sitting on the giant ape's shoulders was like a small moving hill. By the way, the unicorn was special. Only certain players were allowed to ride on her. One of them was that she had to be a female player. But being a female was not enough. It seemed that certain conditions had to be met before she was allowed to ride on her, which attracted a lot of complaints from the players. In short, with the help of the monster army, the refugee migration team successfully arrived at the ruins of Qian Town, which was originally planned to take more than a day to reach, in less than half a day. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing that made Thorin, the former mayor, rub his eyes constantly was that he originally thought that the land of Qian Town was almost destroyed, and it was probably a mess. But who could have thought that the imagined building wreckage and ruins were gone? The rubble of the meteorite was gone. And the ground with pits here and there was gone. It was just like a piece of land that had been cleaned up neatly in advance. And it was clean and ready, just waiting for these construction teams to come. What on earth is this? Thorin looked at Vivian, and Vivian cast her eyes on the little wolf cub. Little wolf cub? Where is the little wolf cub? Could it be that he was moved, so he couldn't wait to see a certain good wife and little wolf as soon as he landed? Chapter 198 Boss. You know me. Shinley Lake. There is a corner on the vast lakeside that is considered a restricted area by the creatures in the lake. Even the overlord gray crocodile dare not approach it at all. And it is specially divided from the territory. You don't need to ask who can be treated like this. The sound of gurgling water sounded in the quiet restricted area by the lake. The woman, who was half exposed in the lake, gently touched the shimmering lake surface in front of her with her hand. And the ripples immediately spread out from the woman to the farther lake surface. She scooped up some lake water. From the outside, it was a colorful and magical lake water. After leaving the lake surface, it seemed to fade away and become clear and transparent. The woman scooped up the lake water in her palm and wiped it on her body. Her skin, which was already smooth like jade, looked even more tender, moist and shiny under the clear lake water. As the woman moved, her long white hair, which fell to the lake surface, also moved, like a whisk, across the lake water, slowly soaked and gradually became wet. Similarly, the two hemispheres that were undulating and had proud curves and looming on the lake surface became a beautiful scenery that attracted people's attention. Such a pleasing and elegant picture was ruthlessly broken by a black wolf who didn't understand romance. What would you do when a half-covered woman in the lake took a bath in front of you? The answer given by the wolf cub was, throw a fireball. Hey, just for fun. This is how we dark flame wolves greet each other. Whoosh! A fireball about the size of a wash basin cut through the air, whistling, and shot towards the woman in the lake. Although the momentum seemed to be quite loud, this was actually intentional by Liao Zixuan. After all, he was not really going to sneak attack. Fun, you know? Therefore, the speed of the fireball was not fast. With the woman's ability, there was enough time to react. Even Shirley had time to use a helpless expression and sigh deeply. Alas, she washed for nearly an hour. And you know, if Shirley had the usual cleaning speed, it might not take 10 minutes. Shirley was a little upset because her good intentions did not work. She did not dodge the fireball that was coming straight at her, but raised her arm from the lake, and a black hole suddenly appeared in the void, sucking the fireball in. The next second, an identical black hole appeared above the head of a wolf cub hiding in the woods next door, and returned the fireball that had been swallowed to its original owner intact. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and there was a commotion in the woods, with birds and beasts fleeing and gray smoke rising. Well, it was not intact. Looking at the explosion of the fireball, the power must have increased by at least 3 or 4 times. Taking this opportunity, Shirley did not wait in place. Under her red eyes, which had recently turned red after accepting the gift from the god of fire Alice, a black mark flashed in her pupils. And when the black mark appeared, a kind of evil aura that was considered an old friend immediately spread out as if it had been unsealed. Shirley's body shape changed accordingly, and the sound of water splashed from the lake behind her, compared with the time when the abyss descended. A single black wing that was fuller and stronger opened from Shirley's back. Moreover, Liao Zixuan, who ran out of the woods in a panic, also noticed that the other side of Shirley's empty single wing now had something new, which was a sharp bone finger as black as ink. The body floated upward until the bare toes could just touch the lake's surface. The black velvet ring above the ankle finally played its role at this moment, and immediately attracted the eyes of a certain wolf cub, who could not leave. The new clothes were displayed. The next step was to look at the wolf cub, who was eager to try her, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit instead of affection, as if he wanted to make up for the previous disappointing battle with her, or to test how her strength improved after being refined by the god of fire. In short, Shirley sighed again. In this case, Mr. Hay, then Shirley will offend you. After a soft apology, the violent part began. Shirley first. Then, but the wolf cub also. But Shirley seemed to have expected it, and she immediately followed. But the wolf cub also changed his tactics. In the end, in the contest of strength, Shirley was the first to fall down due to exhaustion, announcing the end of the battle. Well, applause. What a wonderful battle. Fast forward directly to Shirley falling from a high altitude as if she was exhausted, and someone successfully intercepted her from midair and held her in his arms. Leaning on the thick and broad chest, Shirley raised her head and looked at the angular face of the man who was holding her in his arms. Mr. Hay, has Shirley become stronger? Of course. It can be seen that you have become more proficient in using the power of the fallen abyss, and you have acquired many new skills. And most importantly, I can feel that although you still emit an evil aura when you use the fallen abyss, the feeling I give you is different from the original you. How should I put it? Well, it's like there is only an evil shell, and the real inside has been hollowed out and replaced with your own will. Liao Zixuan talked to the woman in his arms, and gave a very serious and professional analysis. Well, in fact, he relied on cheating on the game panel to translate the information on it into words that Shirley could understand. After summarizing, Liao Zixuan smacked his lips and sighed. TSK. It seems that the fire god is really good and didn't lie to us. Next time we have a chance, we must find a way to make Alice's wool slip again. After Liao Zixuan muttered to himself, he realized why the woman in his arms didn't say a word. When he looked down, Liao Zixuan's heart thumped, because he found that Shirley was frowning and pouting at him. When he looked at her, she immediately looked away. Of course. Our Shirley's own efforts are also indispensable, which is much more important than the gift from the old woman of the fire god. Liao Zixuan said hurriedly, as if to make amends. This is the gold content of 200 love novels, which is completely different from those slow-witted male protagonists. As expected, the password is correct. 2 dimples suddenly appeared on Shirley's cheeks. She stopped frowning and pouting. Instead, she used her little hands to draw something on Liao Zixuan's chest. Mr. Hay, don't always say bad things about Mr. Vulcan. Be careful of being punished by God. Shirley muttered. Humph. That old woman. Liao Zixuan was about to speak, and he glanced at the sky unintentionally. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or something else. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly had a few fire clouds. How to say it? It's very weird. Well, indeed, Mistress Alice is beautiful and kind, intellectual and wise. She is the protector of all things in our Yenyu. Such a good goddess, who cares about her people must have an extremely broad mind, and will definitely not care about a small person like me. Hey, Darren is not a small person, Shirley retorted in a low voice, after a while of being bored. When Liao Zixuan asked about the business, although he already had the answer in his mind, he still wanted to confirm it. For him, it might just be one more question, but for others, it was a recognition of his efforts. Shirley, those monsters were all sent by you, right? And the situation in Qian town was also your work, right? Yeah. The woman in his arms nodded gently. Although Shirley didn't say much, it was not difficult to see that a sense of happiness still emanated from her body. Most people who work silently behind the scenes actually hope that their merits and deeds can be discovered by others, especially those who are regarded as important by themselves. Liao Zixuan has read many novels where the heroine works diligently and secretly to help the hero. But the hero is a fool and can't find out. That really makes him anxious. Don't do that. Wait, does this sound familiar? Oh no, I'm the heroine? Well, anyway, you really helped a lot. Shirley, I didn't expect you to be so capable. It's only been a few days, and you've tamed all the monsters in Shinli Lake and Xingho Forest. It's amazing. Where's Mr. Hay? Is the plan in the Human Fire Code City going well? Have you encountered anything these days? Shirley was about to say the word trouble. But suddenly, the small nose sniffed. Wolves belong to the Canidae family, and their sense of smell is recognized as the most sensitive. Mr. Hay, Shirley said faintly. Have you hugged other people? It should be last night. Hay was able to hold him in his arms. And this smell should be a noble among humans. This person must be an important person. So can Shirley meet him too? Question. What should you do when your wife finds that you have the perfume of another woman on you? Hey Shirley. By the way, what are the names of your 4 monster subordinates? I think they are not only powerful, but also smart. Thanks to the power of the heart of God. The monsters in this area are all highly spiritual. And those 4 are the best among them. Shirley is not like the noble girls among humans, who have a good education. Shirley is not well educated. So she is not very good at naming them. She simply calls them colorful bird, great ape, gray crocodile, and white horn. Liao Zixuan's mouth twitched. Playing dumb? Just pretend. And in Shirley's explanation, he found something very strange. How can you be uneducated? I think the names you gave Shirley are very nice. But why are the other 3 named by color and race? But you call the chimpanzee great ape. Why not black ape? After Liao Zixuan asked curiously. Shirley paused, as if she didn't expect Liao Zixuan to notice this little detail. She pursed her lips, as if a little embarrassed, and answered in a mosquito-like voice, because Shirley doesn't want others to occupy the word black. Critical hit. Liao Zixuan began to regret why he had to be curious at that moment. This is good. This question is too beyond the scope. Even if he read 200 romance novels, he didn't know how to answer it for a while. However, fortunately, just when the atmosphere on the scene was developing towards an increasingly ambiguous situation. If it continued like this, if nothing happened between the 2 of them, it would be really difficult to explain, and there would be no way to end it. Crack. Like some kind of sound of being unable to bear the weight. Just when Shirley had just prepared herself to pursue the victory, and strive to win and successfully advance. Perhaps this was the retribution for speaking ill of the god of fire before. No. Is it retribution or reinforcement? After hearing, dong, 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 4 heavy objects fell to the ground in a row. Shirley and Liao Zixuan at the lake looked at each other, and immediately separated and stood up. The perception that had been slightly relaxed because of the atmosphere before was instantly full. Soon, they flashed and arrived at the place where the noise happened. And there were 4 peeping toms, who fell from the tree like paparazzi. Well, it seems that your men seem to have something to do with you. Then, I will leave first. Shirley. Such a godsend opportunity. Liao Zixuan immediately put on the oil on his feet, turned into a little wolf cub, and ran as fast as he was afraid of being eaten by Shirley. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Liao Zixuan ran away, only 1 person and 4 beasts were left at the scene. Silence. Deathly silence. The little woman's attitude in Liao Zixuan's arms before had long disappeared from Shirley's body. She had an expressionless face, like carrying a chicken, 2 on each side, and brought the 4 trembling monsters on the ground back to the original stone platform. Sitting on the chair on the stone platform, Shirley did not speak. She first cast her cold eyes on the chimpanzee and the great ape. After seeing this, the big ape immediately made a sign language. Boss, you know me. The big ape would never do such a thing. I have a wife and children, and I have long lost interest in courtship. After the big ape said this, Shirley moved her eyes to the next one. Boss, you know me. Kai K, am still young and don't know anything. Even if I have 10 guts, I dare not peek at your courtship, unless someone forces me. The voice of Kai K became smaller and smaller, and then she glanced at the gray crocodile next to her. Shirley's murderous eyes immediately followed. What are you doing? Kai K, don't spit blood. Boss, you know me. The gray crocodile, have always admired you. So how could I see you being intimate with other males? And I would go over to peek. Am I a pervert? After Gray Crocodile finished speaking, there was only 1 monster left, and everyone's eyes were focused on the unicorn. White Horn immediately became anxious. Why are you all looking at me? Sister Shirley, you know me best. We unicorns are the purest race in spirit, and we can't tolerate even a grain of sand in our eyes. We would never let married people make comments to see if it would be successful. Let underage monsters see the forbidden fruit in advance. Or want to see the expression of the object of secret love when it is plundered. I am the purest. Boss. Chapter 199. One day, I will make all the birds in the Yenyu look up to me. A few days later, in the study of Earl Doolin's mansion, a roar came. I asked you to hinder the reconstruction of Qian Town. And this is how you hindered it. It's only been a few days. Tell me, what are these buildings? Under the Earl's rebuke, the butler in front of him, whose legs were shaking, lowered his head lower than an ostrich. This made Doolin even angrier. The Earl slapped and slapped a file bag sent from outside the city on the butler opposite. One by one, the photos taken by the camera scattered from the bag to the ground, and the images showed a series of houses in a staggered manner, standing on the flat and regular countryside. Although it is not difficult to see that the house is still very simple, even compared with the worst outer city area of Widyan City. It is still a distance away, but if compared with the previous refugee camp outside the city, those sheds and tents that are like pig pens, it is simply a world of difference. More or less like a home where someone lives. Of course, what makes Earl Durin most anxious, even a little scared, is not only the scale of these houses, but also the speed at which they were built. Because if you look more closely, you can find that the main roads connecting the houses are actually paved with gravel roads, which means that the opponent's strength is more than enough, and they still have time to deal with these unimportant things. These are just a few photos at the beginning of the data bag. The further you go, the more substantial the scenes in the photos are. It is no longer just a single residential building, but also other types of buildings, such as the mayor's hall, militia camp, warehouse, reservoir, and watchtower. In fact, 3 or 4 days ago, when he decided to let the insider use drugs to attract monsters during the refugee migration, Count Durin lost contact with the chess pieces he had planted. At this time, he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. As a result, when the new batch of people he sent out today, who were called volunteers but were actually people who went to explore intelligence, sent back news about Qian Town, Count Durin almost jumped up from his chair. Master, who would have thought that the girl's summoned beast could actually command monsters? Our batch of medicine did attract a large number of monsters, but instead of attacking them, they became helpers who came to our doorstep. Asshole. Forget about the monsters. No matter how big they are just a group of beasts without intelligence. Tell me, are the blueprints, layouts, and high-grade building materials of these houses also helped by monsters? You swore to me that even if the refugees had money and wood, they didn't know how to build houses, and the core technology was in our hands? Amid the Earl's anger, the butler wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh, sir, those refugees really don't know anything. But who would have thought that the group of foreigners who followed Vivian seemed to know everything? The layout, design, and steps of mixing building materials were all done by them. During the internal testing phase, the natives of this world had too little contact with the players. Thorin had reported to the Fire Code City once before. Although it attracted some attention, it was quickly transferred away by the Fallen Abyss. Then you can recruit them too. Wouldn't it be better to dig all those damn foreigners away from that little girl? Sir, I tried, but it didn't work. They ignored us at all. The housekeeper had a bitter face. Ignore us? Tell me, what can't we give them? Money, honor, power, and even women? Not only do we give them, but we also double them. Are those foreigners all fools? They don't want the benefits given for free? Master, they really don't want it. You know, I even told them that if they follow us, they don't have to do anything. They can get money just by basking in the sun all day. In the end, Master, guess what they said? The housekeeper cried and imitated the language and actions of the players at that time vividly. They said, what did the official say? It was really sinister. And they induced them to go basking in the sun and hang up, wasting such precious last little internal test time. Master, I really think that those foreigners are not normal. They don't seem to care about the reward. They just like to work for others and help others. Moreover, the bigger the work, the more tired they are, the more excited they are. Damn it! After hearing this, Earl Doolin was so angry that he smashed the teacup on the table. How can there be such people in this world? It's okay, but they are not on their side. Get out. Find another way for me. After sending the butler out, Earl Doolin was also ready to go out. The current situation is really not optimistic. But fortunately, in order to be on the safe side, he still kept a trick. A killer trick. Now Du Lin is going to the treasure-stealing group and tell Black Tiger that he must send someone to the Noble Academy immediately. Why there? This layout was planned since the night Vivian first moved into Huidian City. If the nobles hadn't secretly helped, how could Vivian receive the invitation letter from the academy so smoothly? And also send her brother to the academy as a transfer student through the back door. This was actually all planned by the nobles. The purpose was to keep hostages. The nobles are the best at threatening their relatives. Afterwards, as expected, after Vivian left the city, she only took her father with her. But her brother Andy still stayed in the academy in the city. Earl Du Lin originally thought that there was no need to use this trick so soon. After all, if it really came to this, it would be equivalent to completely tearing his face with Vivian. But there was no other way. This was the only way to do it. Otherwise, if they signed a gambling agreement and lost, the consequences would definitely hurt their nobles. Put on the windbreaker and put on the hat. Earl Du Lin walked from the back door of the mansion to a dark alley. Halfway through the walk, he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, did Vivian send a little girl to the academy in addition to his brother? What was the relationship between that little girl and Vivian? Forget it. Let's kidnap them together. Before, there was a problem with kidnapping the Earl's daughter, and Du Lin accepted it. This time, it was just kidnapping two little kids. It couldn't be a problem. Right? Thinking of this, Earl Du Lin quickened his pace. Huidian City. Noble Law School. Hula-hula-lu. The sound of a silly sleeping nasal sound came from the last row of the senior student's classroom. The camera zoomed in, and there was a girl wearing a fiery red skirt, with flaxen hair combed into two cute braids hanging on both sides of her head. But because she had no sleeping posture at the moment, it became messy and drooped on the desk. Question. Now this girl who is sleeping in the class in broad daylight. The saliva from the corners of her mouth is about to drip onto the table, and her two short legs can't even reach the ground when she sits on the chair. Oh! Look! There is even a backpack strap on her shoulder, which means she has been sleeping since she entered the classroom, and she is too lazy to even put down her backpack. Who is this little loli? That's right. It's me, the Apostle of Fire, the bird chosen by God, the conqueror of the fallen abyss, the nine heavens phoenix, the super invincible cute, beautiful, smart and wise little loli. Sinyan? No sparrows. I want to be a phoenix. Hey. Hey. Delicious. Sister Vivian. Soup. So delicious. Who? While mumbling indistinct dreams, she smacked her lips, which caused the little girl's crystal clear saliva to flow out. Sinyan? Sinyan? In the dream, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. But Sinyan was reluctant to wake up. The little girl turned over and turned her head on the table to the other side away from the sound. She continued to talk in her dreams while turning. Sister Weiwei. Another bowl. No. Eba. Sinyan. Wake up. Don't sleep. After Andy called twice without success, the little boy with a little anxious look on his face could only be forced to poke the little girl's head with his hand. Ah? Sinyan, who was immersed in a beautiful dream, finally opened his eyes. The little girl, who was still sleepy, looked at the desk and woke up her little boy. Sinyan finally woke up a little. After rubbing her eyes with her little hands, her first reaction was to ask, Brother Andy, is the get out of class over? Is the canteen open for dinner? No. But Sinyan, we have to ask the teacher for leave and apply for going out to the college. As soon as Andy said this, the little girl on the desk, whose eyes were still dazed just now, suddenly brightened up after hearing the words leave and going out. Really? Wow. Andy, you finally got it. I told you a long time ago that you should combine work and rest. And you can't stay in the classroom all the time. So what should we do now? Did you take a sick leave to skip class? Do you want me to pretend to be sick to cooperate with you? After Sinyan finished talking, before Andy could speak, the little girl immediately showed a sickly expression like a wilted eggplant. It can even be said that Andy's mouth twitched, because he felt a breath of magic coming from the little girl. Sinyan's face became much redder, and his forehead was hot. To be honest, this is the first time Andy has seen someone use fire magic to heat their body in order to pretend to be sick. Andy doesn't believe that he hasn't done this 7 or 8 times. Looking at this skilled action. So, What kind of person did his sister entrust him to take care of? Oh! The little boy showed a sense of maturity that was not in line with his age, and sighed like a little adult. Andy quickly explained to Sun Yan, "It's my sister. My sister wrote to me, saying that they are going to rebuild their home, but they don't seem to have enough manpower. So they want us to help." "Ah! Sister Vivian." After hearing this name, Sun Yan's expression quickly became more serious, but more of it was the excitement hidden in his eyes. "What about the school we haven't finished yet?" the little girl asked tentatively. "I guess my sister wants us to drop out." "Is that so? That's a pity. I like this place a lot." "Woo woo. Great." The words good were almost written on Sun Yan's face. "Let's go and explain to the teacher." "Yeah." The small school bag swayed behind him, fully reflecting the joy of its owner. Sun Yan followed Andy, and they went to the teacher's office together. Jian explained the situation to the head teacher, and showed the teacher the letter he had just received from his sister. "Well, I know the general situation. I have also heard about your sister's matter. It is true that the refugees outside the city have left today." The head teacher's words dispelled Andy's last concerns. The little boy stepped back and bowed deeply to the teacher. "Teacher Yuga, although the time is short, I am still very grateful for your guidance and teachings. I will definitely work hard and live up to your cultivation of me." "You kid." Teacher Yuga shook his head. In fact, when he heard that there were transfer students coming, Yuga was quite resistant, because in his impression, transfer students were nothing more than the rich and powerful who came to gild themselves, and few of them could really learn magic well. But the two transfer students this time. Let's not talk about the little girl for now. This boy named Andy not only showed a strong talent for magic, but also worked so hard that Yuga admired him. He was the only one who insisted on taking notes in every class. After class, when others were resting and having fun, he was the only one who ran around and asked various teachers questions. There was even one time when Yuga got up late at night and went back to the classroom to get something. He could still find a little boy inside, diligently practicing the new magic he taught in class today. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuga felt that it would not take 3 years for the little boy to surpass him and be promoted to a second-level elemental mage. The last child who accomplished such a feat in the academy was also Yuga's hand, and his name was Demir. "Andy, these are some notes that the teacher wrote casually on weekdays. They record some of the teacher's feelings and understanding of magic. If you don't mind, take them away. This is such a valuable thing." "Teacher, I can't accept it." Although Yuga said it lightly, Andy knew the weight of this notebook and shook his head repeatedly. "Okay, then I'll find time to ask the junk collector how many copper coins these broken books of mine can be sold for." "Teacher." Finally, Andy took Yuga's magic notebook and the little Lolita behind him and left the Noble Academy. Before leaving, the little Lolita waved her little hands reluctantly. Her tearful eyes seemed to say, "Goodbye, desk. Goodbye, homework. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye." Yuga and another teacher who also taught Andy looked at the backs of the two children and stepped on a carriage that seemed to have been parked long ago to pick them up. The teacher said with emotion, "I always feel that I see the shadows of Liz and Demir in them. But this little girl is a little bit lacking. If only she could have half the effort of Liz." "Indeed?" Yuga nodded, but soon shook his head again. "But you are wrong about one thing. They do look like Liz and Demir. But the boy looks like Liz, and the girl looks like Demir." "What?" Another teacher showed a puzzled expression. For him, and many other teachers, the impression of the little girl is that she is uneducated, sleeps all day, and is no different from many noble dandies. A character abandoned by teachers. How could he be compared with Demir, the genius who suddenly emerged and became famous throughout the campus? Apart from always sleeping in class and not listening carefully, there seems to be no other similarities between the two. Right? Faced with his colleague's doubts, Yuga did not explain. Nor did he know how to explain. He shook his head, got up and walked back. Didn't he say before that Andy would surpass him in less than 3 years? But facing the little girl next to Andy, Yuga felt that he might not be able to reach the level of that little girl in his lifetime, even if it was the level of that little girl at the moment. Chapter 200. Come on, Sun Yan. Be careful. The carriage was not short, but it was a bit difficult for Sun Yan with short legs. Andy was not the first to get on the carriage, but helped the little girl get on first, and then followed behind. It is worth mentioning that when the little boy helped Sun Yan, His eyes habitually swept across the carriage. When he looked around and did not find the body mark of a family emblem, a trace of doubt flashed across Andy's young face. But the little boy did not think much about it. After all, this was what his sister told him in the letter. After leaving the academy, there would be a carriage arranged to pick them up. Following Sinyan, Andy quickly boarded the carriage and closed the door. Little guys, you must be hungry and tired after a day of school, right? Sister has prepared some cakes for you in the small drawer in the carriage. Please feel free to eat. You're welcome. As soon as she got on the car, a mature female voice that Andy found very nice and a little numb sounded from the front driving position. After the female voice, Andy didn't move yet, and the little girl next to her immediately lit up after hearing the word cakes. She quickly followed the other party's instructions and opened the small drawer in front of the carriage. Sure enough, a small plate of very delicate fruit appeared in front of her, filled with various snacks that looked very tempting. Thank you, but we are not very hungry yet. Andy did not forget his sister's advice not to eat outside casually. But before the boy finished his polite refusal, a pair of pink hands took the lead and grabbed the cakes in the fruit plate and began to stuff them into his mouth. He was talking happily while stuffing them. It's delicious. It's much better than what the Annies in the college cafeteria make. Brother Andy, you should try it too. While eating the food, a tiny red light flashed across Sinyan's body. Seeing the little lowly beside him look heartless and gobbling down the food, Andy's mouth twitched several times. At the same time, a sweet laughter like a silver bell came from the driving position in front of the carriage. Hee hee. That's right. Don't be polite. After all, your sister Vivian has paid for these foods in advance for you. The voice of the woman driving the carriage came. Andy always felt that there seemed to be something strange in the other party's words, but he didn't know where it was. So the little boy could only ask, "Do you know my sister?" "Of course. Your sister and I are old acquaintances. Otherwise, why would she let me pick you up?" The woman answered without hesitation. "Then you. What is your name?" Andy asked tentatively. "My name? Let me think about it. You really stumped me because I haven't used my real name for a long time. If you must call me by it, just call me Charming Fox like everyone else." The woman giggled again after she finished speaking. But Andy was not in such a good mood. He thought the name of his sister's friend was really weird. But such things could not be said in person. So the little boy stopped talking and looked out the window. After a short while, the last bit of light of the setting sun disappeared at the edge of the sky, and the darkness of the night enveloped Huidian City. And in a carriage that had already driven out of the inner city, "Sinyan," Andy called out to the little girl who was sleeping on his shoulder and ate a whole plate of cakes. Not long after, she started to sleep again. "Sinyan, wake up. Something seems to be wrong." But no matter how much the anxious boy called, the little girl seemed to be sleeping so soundly that she couldn't be woken up. Just when Andy was about to secretly poke Sinyan's head with his hand. "What's wrong?" From the driving position of the carriage, the fox's voice sounded just right. This time, although the woman's voice did not change, it had changed from being pleasant to Andy's to a chilly feeling. The little boy suppressed his nervousness and panic. Andy pretended to be calm and asked, "Well, Sister Mayhew, where are we going? Isn't it the Earl's castle or the fire god cult? Why do I feel like we are going to the outer city?" "Oh, I didn't expect that you have only been in Huidian City for a few days. And you are already so familiar with the road?" The woman's tone was a little surprised. "I have learned a little bit of knowledge in various aspects in the academy." "Haha. That's great. If my sister had your hard-working spirit when she was young, she wouldn't have fallen to this point today." After a short silence, "So, Sister Mayhew, where are we going?" Andy clenched his palms a little, brought the diverted topic back, and asked again. "Your sister rented a house in the outer city, and we are going there. But you clearly drove to the house your sister rented." "We drove there." When the little boy said the last few words, he had secretly mobilized all his magic power. He held the door handle with one hand and hugged the sleeping Sinyan with the other hand. After Andy said this, the carriage fell into silence again. The woman in the driving position seemed to be stumped by Andy's question. She never thought that this little guy, who was only as tall as her waist, knew so much. "Sister Mayhew?" Andy finally couldn't help breaking the silence and asked for the last confirmation. "Hey, little guy. Sometimes being too smart is not good. You just need to eat the food and have a good sleep in the car like the little girl next to you." After the fox said this, The answer was a series of bang 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 sounds of trying to open the car door. The woman giggled again and said, "It's useless. The door has been locked for a long time." Before the fox finished speaking, unexpectedly, the little boy in the back car, Andy saw that the door could not be opened. He took a deep breath, and a series of magic spell syllables came out of the little boy's mouth quickly. What? Even she, the leader of the fox tribe, couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. Although they also knew that Vivian's younger brother seemed to be doing well in the aristocratic academy and had excellent grades, Mayhew had never thought that this little brat could actually cast real magic. But it was too late. Low-level magic does not require too much chanting. After the red light flashed, bang! The most basic low-level fire spell. Flame impact. The impact of the flames blew the locked door of the carriage away at once, and the aftermath caused the carriage to lose control for a while, and began to sway left and right, and the speed was greatly reduced. Take this opportunity to jump. Andy took the unconscious little Lolita, who was poisoned by food, with him, and the two rolled down from the swaying carriage. During this period, the little boy deliberately let himself land on his back first to buffer the force. Sizzle! The clothes rubbed against the ground, and the sound of tearing was heard instantly. Although the speed of the carriage was reduced a lot, the force of inertia still caused Andy to suffer a lot of scratches. The boy's back and arms were visibly bleeding. Enduring the burning pain, Andy knew that he couldn't stop now. This was their best chance to escape, because he noticed it in time. The carriage had just reached the outer city. As long as he ran a few steps, he could return to the inner city. According to the route in memory, he headed towards a commercial street where there should be many people even at night. Andy carried the unconscious Sinyan on his back. The little boy gritted his teeth, cast a low-level physical enhancement magic on himself, and ran away. Huh? The panting sound became heavier. Andy felt as if his feet were filled with lead, and the little girl on his back seemed to be getting heavier. The physical strengthening magic was indeed effective. Otherwise, how could a boy of only 12 or 13 years old run to the commercial street in one breath while carrying another little girl of almost the same weight as him? But this was the limit. If the original physical fitness was very poor, then no matter how much it was strengthened, it would not be much stronger. Not to mention that it was a low-level strengthening. After finding a hidden corner on the street, Andy panted and put Sinyan down. He really couldn't run anymore. And why? Isn't it strange? Why is it a commercial street on the map, but there is no one on the street, and several shops are closed for renovation? A familiar soft female voice came from the corner of the street. But this time Andy felt only a chill all over his body. I'll tell you. By coincidence, there was an explosion here the night before yesterday. Although it was not large in scale, it was very destructive and destroyed several shops. In addition, since the suspect of the accident has not been found, there are almost no people here. The figure of the fox appeared from the corner of the street. And this time, not only her, but also many other men of the treasure-stealing group surrounded the two children hiding in the corner from all directions. How about it? Since I'm kind enough to explain it to you, you should do me a favor and stop struggling and come to my side obediently. After the fox said that, Andy spit on the ground. The little boy said nothing. Even though he was exhausted, he still stood up with his teeth, protecting Sinyan behind him, and faced the foxes alone. The fox smacked her lips. She looked at the little boy who wanted to use the same trick again and cast magic. She couldn't help but sigh. Before, they insisted that I go out in person to kidnap two little brats. I thought they were too cautious. But now it seems. No wonder Count Durin offered such a high price. Hee. By the way, remind you, little guy, don't waste your energy. I didn't react the first time, but the same trick won't work on me the second time. The fox looked at the little boy with a smile. But Andy would not listen to her nonsense. Not to mention that magic was the only power he could rely on now. However, why? My magic power. Andy found something wrong when he was reciting the spell, because he could not sense the magic power in his body. Hee. You still have a lot to learn. Don't think that you will be fine if you don't eat the food I eat in the car. From the first breath you took when you stepped into the car, you have been tricked. While the fox was talking, the men she brought with her were not idle either. In a few breaths, they had already approached Andy. Sinyan, wake up! Forced to do nothing and in a desperate situation, Andy retreated to the little girl and kept shaking Sinyan's body, trying to wake her up. Why did the little boy do this? This was due to his sister's advice. An advice that Andy couldn't understand. That is, in normal times, as a boy, you must take good care of your sister Sinyan. But what if your sister told him? If you encounter any very urgent and dangerous situation. Andy thought his sister would say that boys must protect girls and cannot retreat. But who would have thought? You must be the first one to hide behind your sister Sinyan. Andy still remembers his sister's serious face at the time, without any joking intention. But now, Sinyan, stop yelling. Useless little guy. Once you eat my special stuff, no one can yell at you unless you sleep for a day and a night. Looking at Andy's anxious and helpless look, the fox laughed and mocked as if she was sure of winning. But who could have thought that a yawn stretched a lot? The sound of a little lowly, who seemed to have had a comfortable sleep, sounded in the quiet street corner, which made the fox stop talking halfway. Impossible. The fox changed her usual business voice and broke her voice. On the other hand, Andy. Sinyan, you really woke up. Brother Andy? Where is this? Aren't we in the carriage? Hey! You! Where is the blood on you? The little girl was a little confused at first, but when she found the large bloody scratches on Andy's shoulders and back. Sinyan, run! They are all bad guys. Go find Lady Lise or Dammy. Andy's anxious voice has not yet finished. But all she saw was the unreliable little girl who always sleeps in class, is greedy and playful, and seems to have a bit of a middle school disease. At this moment, Sinyan rarely showed an expression called angry on the little girl's chubby face. She frowned first, and then pulled out a red feather from somewhere on her body. Sinyan, you? Brother Andy? Don't talk yet. It will be fine soon. The little boy had a confused expression on his face, and the treasure-stealing group and the fox on the opposite side were the same. Moreover, they stayed where they were stupidly, and did not take the opportunity to get closer. It was not because they were AFK, but an instinct from living things that made them subconsciously unwilling to move forward. Swish! When the red feather in the little lowly's hand fell on Andy's body, the majestic vitality burst out, and the little boy felt as if his whole body was wrapped in a huge warmth. The wounds on his back and arms were itchy and numb. When he came to his senses again, what about me? My wound? The skin was as white as before, without any trace of scars or wounds, and even became smoother and more delicate, just like a newborn baby. Impossible. This is wrong. Who are you? Under the horrified voice of the fox. Sinyan. The little lowly took one step at a time, and after healing Andy's injuries, she walked in front of all the treasure-stealing groups. Compared with the adult strongmen around her, her height seemed so short and thin. But Sinyan's momentum was listen to me. All you little minions. The little lowly put her hands on her hips, and her babyish voice sounded. Although I am just a little sparrow enlightened by Aunt Alice. One day, I, Sinyan, will make all the birds in the Yenyu look up to me. I will transform the sparrow into a phoenix. And now, the little phoenix in front of you will soar in the sky in the future. For you minions. Sinyan pointed with her little hand, especially at the leader, the fox in seductive and revealing clothes. I am furious. Chapter 201. Otherwise, you're done for. Treasure-stealing group. Tiger Division. Come! Count Dulin. I imported this bottle of champagne from a foreign country. It tastes really good. Try it. After opening the champagne, Black Tiger poured it for Dulin, who was sitting at the table opposite him with a slightly anxious expression. The pale yellow liquor swayed in the glass. After the Count took a small sip symbolically, he couldn't help but say, Black Tiger, are you sure there won't be any more problems with this operation? This is our last trump card. If it fails, you know the consequences. Ha! Don't worry. Lord Count, you saw that in order to ensure that there would be no accidents, I asked the charming fox to come out. Or do you think that the leader of the fox division of our treasure-stealing group can't even catch 2 children in their early teens? Black Tiger's big hand patted Dulin's nervous back. Come to think of it, maybe it was because he was defeated by Vivian every time. So Dulin had a shadow. But this time, it was not to say that he was using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. It was simply using a butcher knife. Dulin really couldn't think of how this car could be turned over. After thinking about this, Dulin felt much more at ease, and the anxiety just now disappeared for the most part. Perhaps to change the topic, Dulin asked casually, speaking of which, I think your treasure-stealing group is also quite amazing. The big fire in the outer city reported in the newspaper a few days ago, if I remember correctly, was your snake tribe? Moreover, according to the news from my people, your snake tribe was almost wiped out in the fire. It is said that even the leader venomous snake was not spared. So? Black Tiger took another sip of the champagne in the glass, looking nonchalant. Your treasure-stealing group has only 4 divisions in total, and a quarter of the industry is gone. Don't the people in the other 3 divisions have any reaction or expression at all? This doubt has been weighing on Dulin's mind for quite a long time. If it were his family, the whole family would definitely be in chaos, looking for the mastermind like crazy. However, Black Tiger on the opposite side sneered. Reaction? Expression? I told that Viper guy a long time ago not to tinker with those useless things called alchemy all day long. Isn't it better to honestly produce more medicine? But he didn't want to do that, and he liked to mutate this and that. Now it's good. It really proves the old saying, playing with fire will get you burned. You mean? The explosion and fire of the entire snake division is actually their own internal problem. Dulin immediately grasped the key point. Even he didn't know this secret. Humph. Of course. This is what Black Crow told me personally. Black Tiger. Don't believe others. But Black Crow and his Crow division. Although those guys are mysterious all day long, the intelligence they provide has not been wrong once so far. Otherwise, if the snake division is really destroyed by some external force, do you think our treasure-stealing group is really vegetarian? Listening to Black Tiger's tone, it doesn't sound like a lie. Dulin nodded, and the last bit of worry in his heart disappeared. He was really afraid that if there was a big force behind the scenes targeting the treasure-stealing group. After all, they are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Okay, Lord Durin, haven't you heard the proverb that it's better not to talk about business at the dinner table? Come on, let's have another glass. Hey, who filled the glasses for both of them? Your wine called champagne is really good. Where did it come from? I'll buy some if I have a chance. I heard it's from Qifeng country. Right? I remember it's the territory of the wind god among the 9 gods. Hey, don't ask me about this. You should ask Heya. This bottle of champagne was also given to me by Heya. He told me at the time that this kind of wine is usually open for celebration. Then isn't it too early for us to drink it now? What do you mean early? Heya also told me that in Qifeng, the tradition of their local people is that as long as they are sure of success, they should immediately open champagne to celebrate, which means that success will not run away. So that's how it is. Foreigners are really strange. Count Durin nodded as if he had learned something. So, come on. Toast to our upcoming success. Cheers. Count Durin hadn't even said the word cup yet. Boom. The room where they were in the Tiger Tribe's underground base shook. The Count lost his balance, and the wine glass fell from his hand, making a crackling sound. And the precious champagne spilled all over the floor. It was a big shock. But fortunately, the vibration was only for a moment. And there was no follow-up. When they came to their senses, they realized that something must have happened in the Fire Classic City on the ground. And they were just the aftermath. Swish. The members of the treasure-stealing group in the entire Tiger base were all in a commotion, talking about it. Black Tiger and Count Durin were the first to take the secret passage and quickly came to the ground. And then, the scene in the distance that appeared in their eyes was fire. Fire. All they could see was fire. Andy was like a wooden man, stunned by the wall at the corner of the street. In addition to the sizzling sound of the blazing flames, the little boy's ears also heard many wailing sounds from the bad guys who wanted to kidnap them before. Especially the fox who was driving the carriage at that time and claimed to be her sister's friend. The woman's voice was soft at first, and then she was shocked again and again to the point of breaking her voice. And finally to the howling now. Ah! My face. No! No! The fire of Sinyan did not kill them, but burned their skin in a more terrifying way in Andy's opinion. Everyone had burn marks of varying degrees. Among them, Mei, who suffered the most. Her beautiful and charming face was now completely changed. Her skin was torn apart by the flames. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as scary. But of course, what scared Andy the most was not Mayhu's miserable appearance, but a little lowly who caused all this and burned most of the commercial street. No, she can't be called little lowly now. This is also one of the reasons why the little boy now stood in the corner and dared not move. Because the firewood flames have grown bigger. Yes, ever since the little Lolita said those lofty words. She has instantly exploded with fire magic, like a bomb, with terrifying magic power that Andy could not describe. When she walked out of the center of the explosion, there was no little Lolita anymore. Instead, it was a face that was very similar to the little Lolita's. But it was less immature and more youthful and energetic. Moreover, the short and thick legs were gone. And the original cream-colored ponytails were gone. Instead, there was a tall figure. A pair of long legs that was probably equal to 1.5 Andy's. Long hair to the waist. Beautiful fiery red hair. In a natural big wave shape. From a distance, it looked like a red waterfall. Actually, these are not so bad. What scares Andy the most is this red-haired sister. Since she appeared, she has been in a very irritable state. She stamped her feet, covered her face with her palms, and made a sound. Although Andy was far away and couldn't hear it clearly, he could still tell from her expression and mouth shape that it was a voice full of resentment. That damn little wolf cub. You must not be caught by me. And Vivian too. I trusted you so much and regarded you as my human friend. But you actually followed your summoned beast and colluded with me, deceiving the ignorant me in my infancy. Sparrow. And turned the sparrow into a phoenix. And let all the birds in the flame domain look up to me. No. Why would I say such a thing? No. This is not true. I won't live anymore. I don't want to be a bird. I don't want to be a phoenix. And he shivered as he looked at the red-haired sister who looked like Xinyan, who was covering her face and holding her head, shaking her head and twisting her body. Finally, after recovering a little, Xinyan came out of the unspeakable state and returned to the situation in front of her. After Nirvana rebirth, her memory of her childhood was blocked. But when she was strongly stimulated, she was in a protective mechanism. And Xinyan, who was temporarily restored to the growth period, could inherit all the memories during the Nirvana process. Otherwise, she would not have made those twisted movements before. Little brother, don't be afraid. These bad guys are all to blame. The more life debts my flames bear on them, the more serious the damage will be. So, Xinyan looked at the girl, who was still howling like a ghost, with severe burn marks all over her body. From a charming woman to a fox as black as coal, Xinyan had no mercy and only snorted coldly. It was burnt like this, so it is conceivable how many innocent lives were taken away by this fox. Okay, your name is Andy, right? Come with me. We don't want to stay here any longer. The city guards will be here in a while. Xinyan half squatted down, facing the little boy, showing a kind big sister expression, then took Andy's hand and was about to run away. At this time, what made Xinyan feel touched or laughable was that Andy mustered up the courage and asked her tremblingly, Sister, have you ever seen a little girl who looks like you? Her name is Xinyan, and I must find her. Otherwise, I can't explain to my sister. I promise to take good care of her. Facing the little boy who stopped where he was and refused to leave, Xinyan rubbed Andy's head with relief. What? There are still such lovely people among humans. Little brother, the little girl you were talking about. My sister has sent her away with teleportation magic, and she is in a very safe place now. Really? Of course. I am Xian. Ahem. Sister, I am not like some people. I never lie. If you still don't believe me, Sister will take you to find her. How about it? Xian certainly couldn't say that the little lowly sister you mentioned was herself. That would be too shameful. It would be better to kill her directly. She just made up a little lie. What's more, her growth stage can't last long. Once the time is up, she will turn into a lowly again. Damn it! Can't think about this. Xian gets angry when she thinks about it. As for where they can go now, the safest place in the whole Hudian city is the one that is least afraid of being searched by the city guards. At the same time, it is also the place that Xian is most familiar with. There is only one. It was a tall spire standing not far from the Vulcan cult, Vulcan Tower. While there were still a few minutes before the transformation, Xinyan took Andy and skillfully entered the Vulcan Tower, and went straight up, finally arriving at the top of the tower, in front of a magnificent ancient gate. The memory was evoked, and Xinyan's eyes, which were originally lively and full of vitality, were a little lonely at this moment. Aunt Alice, after muttering to herself, Sun Yan directly pushed open the top door to the room of Maggie, the former archbishop of the Vulcan cult. The defensive magic did not react to Sun Yan's behavior. After all, she was here. But she had lived with Maggie, the incarnation of the Vulcan Alice in the world, for many years. The moment the door was opened, Sun Yan suddenly frowned. The girl seemed to have noticed something, and Sun Yan's expression changed drastically while he protected Andy behind him. At the same time, "Who?" sounded with a hoarse voice like a dead tree. Andy behind Sun Yan. The little boy could see through the gap that there was a naked upper body man in the archbishop's room opposite them. The reason why Sun Yan was so nervous was that a group of looming black fog surrounded the naked upper body of the man. The black fog sometimes turned into tentacles, and sometimes turned into other strange postures. But without exception, they were all trying their best to get into the man's body. The origin of this black fog, just from the stench of evil corruption. Sun Yan knew it with his eyes closed. "Fallen. Who are you, and how did you get up here? Why didn't the Vulcan Tower respond?" "Humph. Who are you? A minion of the Fallen?" "No. You. Why do you have the breath of Aunt Alice on you?" Seeing that Sun Yan and the man were getting more and more nervous, and about to explode, Andy's voice rang out at this critical moment. "Brother Dadamir?" The man noticed the little boy's voice and immediately responded quickly. "I've seen you before. You are Vivian's younger brother, Andy?" With Andy as the hub, the tense atmosphere immediately eased a lot. Damir was not stupid. From Sun Yan's subconscious action of protecting Andy before, it can be seen that they are teammates. And to be honest, Damir was relieved. Another major reason why he didn't take action directly just now was that he felt that he might not be able to beat the red-haired girl in this abnormal state at this moment. On the other side, Sun Yan was also a little familiar with the name Damir. After Andy's explanation, the girl realized that it turned out to be this kid, the only human disciple accepted by Aunt Alice. In this way, everything can be explained. Why does the other person have the breath of Alice? And why does he have the breath of the abyss? Damir was about to speak when Sun Yan waved his hand to stop him. There was not much time left before she turned back into a little lowly. In short, there was no time to explain. Having inherited the heart of God, or more accurately, the polluted heart of God, it would naturally be eroded by the power of the abyss. The reason why Alice captured Sun Yan back then was that she wanted to rely on the powerful healing power of the little phoenix to suppress the abyss. So Sun Yan understood Damir's current state at a glance. But what surprised her a little was that even Maggie, although she was just an incarnation of the god of fire, could not face the erosion of the abyss, let alone talk with her bare chest like Damir, and had to rely on meditation and sleep to resist it. But at this moment, the young man seemed to have no other discomfort except for his hoarse voice and sluggish state. And looking at the black fog of the abyss, it seemed as if it had encountered a copper wall and iron wall, and it could not penetrate at all, no matter what. Aunt Alice chose to hand over the heart of God to the other party. There must be a reason. What Sun Yan has to do now is... The red-haired girl took a deep breath, and then a burst of hot life rays burst out and bathed Damir. Under the rays of Sun Yan, the black fog of the abyss was like the first snow meeting the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, it all disappeared. Completely. Damir looked extremely shocked. He knew how powerful these black fogs were. Every night, he had to fight them with extremely strong willpower. A battle with quotation marks. But it was easily eliminated by the red-haired girl opposite. Before Damir could ask, Sun Yan, who was about to run out of time, took the lead. She first quickly found a pen and paper, tore a small piece of paper, and quickly wrote a paragraph on it, leaving it for her younger self in the future, and tightly grasped the paper in her hand. After that, Sun Yan turned around and spoke to Damir, who was in a state of confusion. The girl said 3 sentences in total. The first sentence: "Your mentor Maggie and I are friends. In terms of seniority, I can be your aunt." The second sentence: "This little boy is in your hands." The third sentence: "Send me, who will become smaller later, to Vivian and her damn wolf cub, and help me tell them a message. Just say, don't let me have the chance to grow bigger again. Otherwise, you are finished." Chapter 202 Taboo Monsters Don't Lie to Taboo Monsters. I don't know if you have any impression. That is, when you were naughty and got into trouble when you were a child, your parents took your children to apologize to the teacher non-stop. The current scene is similar to this. In a corner of the busy construction site in Qian town, Vivian held the hand of the little lowly, who was just out of the pot and still hot, and thanked Demir, who had come all the way with teleportation magic. What is really causing you too much trouble? What is Sinyan not doing anything excessive? What is I will definitely educate her again when I go back. The little girl said a lot of things. But the little lowly beside her, Sinyan, was not so conscious. She looked left and right, and seemed to be full of curiosity about Qian town, which was far away from human cities, and located in the suburbs of the wilderness. If Vivian hadn't been holding the little girl's hand, she would have gone somewhere to have fun. Damir, since Sinyan has returned from the academy, what about my brother? Vivian asked worriedly. I'm a little embarrassed to say this. I have to apologize to you first. Vivian, I originally wanted to send Andy and Senior Sinyan back together, but I accidentally discovered that Andy was obsessed with and curious about many magic patterns in the Vulcan Tower. You know, this is so rare. Not only does it require extremely high magic talent, but it also requires a heart that loves magic. Damir became more and more excited as he spoke, and his appearance was not much different from the first time he met Vivian. After that, he may have realized his own gaffe, coughed twice, and finally said embarrassedly, So I was a little moved by the desire to love talent. I have to teach such a good magic seedling in person. I also asked Andy's opinion. He agreed to be my disciple. Of course, if you don't agree, Vivian, I will run again and send Andy back to you immediately. The girl on the opposite side shook her head after hearing this. No. Andy can learn magic from you. And my last little worry is gone. Thank you so much. Demir, seeing the sincere smile on the face of the girl on the opposite side, Demir felt like spring breeze and was instantly full of motivation. In his heart, he almost regarded Andy as his successor, the next Archbishop of the Vulcan Church and Reserve. Before leaving, I almost forgot. Demir slapped his forehead. He was too engrossed in the conversation with Vivian. There was still an important commission given to him by Grandma Sinyan that he had not completed. It's like this. Before Senior Sinyan changed back to her current child form, she asked me to bring a message to you and your Xiaohe. Huh? A message? And Xiaohe? Vivian showed a strange expression. And the little wolf cub, who was sleeping in her arms with her other hand, couldn't help but open his eyes curiously. This little girl is still looking for her master? Under the curious gaze of Vivian and the little wolf cub, Demir cleared his throat and repeated Sinyan's words at that time with a slightly embarrassed tone. Senior Sinyan said that you must not have the chance to let her grow bigger again. Otherwise you will be like a cough. It's like you're finished. After completing the task assigned, Demir saw that the situation was not good, and quickly left. He didn't want to be involved in the affairs of Sinyan's grandmother. Demir left, but left the little girl with a confused expression. Otherwise we're finished. Finished. Vivian repeated it, still not quite understanding. The little girl squatted down, put Xiaohe down, and asked the main Sinyan who was holding the hand, although it was in the form of a little lowly. Sinyan, do you have any clues? I don't know, the little lowly said in a baby voice. But soon, as if she had remembered something, she opened her other pink little palm to Vivian and the little wolf cub. But, Sister Vivian, I have been holding this note in my hand since I woke up. Note? Vivian tilted her head, showing a puzzled look. But when the little girl looked at the note, she saw only a line of words written on it. The handwriting was sloppy and crooked. It can be seen that it was written in a hurry under a very tight time. But each stroke of the word was full of strength, as if gritting teeth. Sinyan, remember, you were born a phoenix, not a sparrow. Also, don't say any shameful lines. Be more mature. Finally, stay away from Vivian's little wolf cub. Don't believe anything he says. We phoenixes and the cunning and treacherous wolf clan are mortal enemies. Finally, remember to destroy the note after reading it. Don't be discovered by the liar duo. Otherwise they will brainwash you again. After reading the words on the note, the scene fell into a brief silence. It was finally broken by the little girl's awe. Vivian's face rarely turned red at this moment, and her eyes wandered as if she was guilty. And she didn't dare to look at the little girl opposite her. After reading the note, Vivian finally understood what Sinyan meant by the words "you are finished," that Demir left for them. It can be seen from the tone of the message how angry and ashamed Sinyan must have been when he wrote these words. Especially the words liar duo, which hit the little girl hard. She, Vivian, has been upright, clean, polite, kind, and folds the quilts well every day. When will she be labeled as a liar? The little girl immediately looked at a real big liar with an aggrieved expression. But the little wolf cub still looked indifferent, even a little excited, as if the long-planned prank had finally come to fruition. No! I can't let Xiao Hei lead me away. Vivian made up her mind not to make the same mistake again and again. She must honestly admit her mistakes, confess and tell Xinyan the truth. Especially, the little girl didn't hesitate to hand the note to her even though it was clearly stated on the note that they must not see it. What does this mean? It means that in the little girl's heart, she still trusts herself subconsciously. So she, Vivian, can't live up to this trust. She must use practical actions to try to wash away the label of liar. The lines were rehearsed in my heart, and the emotions were already brewing. But just when the little girl was about to speak, Sister Vivian, the little girl blinked, her big eyes full of agility. Xinyan asked Vivian curiously, "What's written on the note?" Vivian? Huh? Xinyan, didn't you read it? Under Vivian's surprised question, the little girl twisted her body and laughed a little embarrassedly. I can't read. Vivian, little wolf cub, that's not right. Vivian immediately noticed something wrong. And the little girl hurriedly asked, "Then what about your school? Didn't the teacher teach you?" "I didn't teach you." Xianyan's face turned red. The little girl looked a little guilty, and didn't dare to look at the girl opposite. It can't be said that she looked exactly like Vivian before, but it can be said that she looked exactly the same. Xianyan. Vivian's voice immediately rose a few points. Just like an old mother checking the test paper with changed scores. Under the girl's tyranny, Xianyan immediately seemed to be discouraged. The little girl pointed her fingers in front of her and answered hesitantly. "I slept. I fell asleep." "You can't not recognize any words at all? Can you sleep through every class?" Hee. Xianyan scratched his head and laughed, which sounded a little embarrassing at first. But when you listen carefully, you can even laugh a little proudly. On the other hand, the little girl on the other side. Vivian's eyes went dark. You really piss me off. Xinyan, don't think that you seem to have powerful magic now. It's all a gift from Lord Fire God. It's just temporary. Ah? Temporary? Xinyan was shocked by Vivian's angry words. One of the reasons why the little Lolita was so confident was that she felt that even if she was a sparrow, she was a very powerful sparrow. At least, stronger than those human teachers in the academy. So why did she have to attend classes? But Vivian's words immediately alerted Xinyan. The little girl who was pissed off by Xinyan learned it by herself. Of course. And Sue? This power will disappear with the passage of time. At that time, Xinyan, you will be exposed. Your intelligence will regress. And you will turn back to your original appearance. An ordinary little sparrow that can be seen everywhere. Many things have only 0 times and countless times. The little wolf cub watching the show next to him thought this sentence was so true. Sure enough, after Vivian's words, the little Lolita was completely panicked and scared. No! I don't want my intelligence to regress. I don't want to become a sparrow again. Whoa. Sister Vivian. I was wrong. I will never sleep in class again. Whoa. The crying little girl fell into Vivian's arms. Her nose and tears were all over her body. Vivian stroked Xinyan's head and said soothingly, "It's okay. Xinyan, it's not too late to work hard now. As long as you study hard and practice hard every day, you can turn the power of the God of Fire into your own, and truly transform yourself and get rid of your identity as a sparrow. One day, maybe you can really become a phoenix?" Yes, I know. Sister Vivian, I will definitely exercise well every day, get up early and go to bed early, and never play and sleep again. Woo. Anyway, I'm going to give it all up. Taking this opportunity, Vivian quickly said, not only do you have to improve your magic level, you also have to study hard. Xinyan, you have a poor background and poor talent. If you want to maintain your intelligence, you must work harder than other monsters. Do you know that monsters of your age usually know astronomy and geography? But now you can't even recognize all the words on a small piece of paper. As the little girl spoke, she gave the wolf cub next to her a hint with her eyes. Liao Zixuan immediately understood what he meant. And it was obvious that he was an old liar. The wolf cub made full use of his extensive experience and knowledge. And he was talking to the little girl. Talking eloquently, witty, and eloquently, with 4 character idioms one after another, without any connection. Nirvana rebirth. Memory blockade. Sun Yan, who can't even read big characters, has never seen this. The little girl was stunned by the bluff. And the wolf cub's extremely deceptive appearance in childhood completely confirmed Vivian's previous sentence. Seeing that it was almost done, the little girl hurriedly continued her earnest advice. If you keep going like this, when you grow up, even if you are very powerful, if your education level is too low, it will be difficult to find a partner in the future. No monster will be interested in you. People will think that you are a country girl, a country sparrow, an inferior monster. Do you want to live alone for the rest of your life? Sun Yan? Words like country girl and country sparrow seriously stimulated the little girl's self-esteem. Sun Yan cried loudly. No! I want to find a partner. I want to be a mother. I want to have children. Many children. I don't want to live alone for the rest of my life. I will definitely study hard. I will learn to read well. Woo woo woo. Okay. Okay. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore. Seeing that the little girl knew her mistake and decided to turn over a new leaf and become a human again, Vivian was very relieved. Although it was another little lie. There's nothing I can do. It's really too irritating. Vivian comforted herself in her heart. She believed that even if Sun Yan changed back one day in the future, he would definitely be grateful for what she did today. Well, I'm doing it for Sun Yan's good. That's what she said. But the little girl felt guilty when facing Sun Yan with tears on her face. So, Xiaohei, Sun Yan will be given to you. You monsters must be able to communicate and understand better. I have to go and see if there is anything I can help with at the construction site. Yes, that's right. After saying this, Vivian ran away. In the end, only the little Lolita and the little wolf cub were left. The man and the beast looked at each other. Then, Sun Yan sat down on the ground with a plop. And the little Lolita looked at the little wolf cub with her pitiful eyes, which were still tearful. When Liao Zixuan was wondering what she was going to do. Xiaohei, let's make a promise. Okay? Sun Yan whispered stealthily. Promise? What promise? When we grow up, you marry me. Okay. Liao Zixuan? Whoa. I don't want to be unwanted. I don't want to die alone. Whoa. Wow. When she thought of the tragic situation Vivian had just described, the little girl's tears could not stop falling again. She held back her smile. The little wolf cub pretended to be very serious and asked, Sun Yan, are you sure? You can't talk about this kind of thing. Among humans, this kind of agreement is called a baby marriage. Once it is made, both parties cannot break the agreement. Otherwise they will be punished by God. I'm sure. The little girl answered immediately. She was still afraid that the little wolf cub would not be willing. So Sun Yan quickly added to increase her advantage. You? Don't worry. I will definitely not be a country sparrow in the future. I will work hard and strive to be strong. By then, you will marry a phoenix, and you will be so proud. Right. Then let's make a pinky promise? When Sun Yan heard the wolf cub's promise, she burst into laughter. The little girl's eyes almost curved into crescents, as if she had picked up a great bargain. After all, in her heart, the wolf cub was already a high-level intellectual monster who knew everything about astronomy and geography. When he grew up, he would be a big winner. She couldn't wait to stretch out her little hand, and very ceremoniously wipe the tears from her hand with her dress, to keep her little hand white and clean. The wolf cub's claws hooked with Sun Yan's little finger. The little girl excitedly shouted, make a pinky promise, and took the initiative to add a sentence afterwards. Whoever regrets is a little dog. Chapter 203 Biwei Holmes Rong Rong. The next day. No! A heart-wrenching scream came from the young baron kneeling on the ground. The background board was the commercial street that was burned again by Sun Yan. And the soundtrack was the same. Snow flowers fluttering. The north wind whistled. And the sky and the earth were a vast expanse. 2 city guards and a young man wearing gold-rimmed eye sockets stood behind the heartbroken baron. Mr. Teddy, we are deeply unfortunate about your experience. We will do our best to help you restore the whole story as soon as possible. You told me the same thing last time. But what happened? How many days have passed? And I didn't wait for your news. but waited for the second explosion. Teddy vented his anger angrily. Do you know how much money I spent to renovate the whole street? It was just starting to get better, and I was about to reopen. But then, this happened to me again. Who is it? Who is it? Which damn bastard? I can see that he is targeting me, and has a grudge against me. Teddy scolded him so much that while he was taking a breath, 2 city guards interrupted him and said, Mr. Teddy, according to our preliminary investigation, the 2 explosions should not be related and were not caused by the same person. Please rest assured, Mr. Teddy, you are not being targeted by anyone. No connection? What do you mean? Are you telling me that this time there are 2 groups of forces fighting, and they just happened to choose my commercial street as the location? Teddy blew his beard and glared, and the 2 city guards opposite him nodded awkwardly. At present, it should be like this, Mr. Teddy. Don't worry. This case is different from the first time. There are very clear clues. We have locked one of the parties, which is the notorious underground black force, the treasure-stealing group. As for the other party, we are still investigating. I believe that we will be able to give Mr. Teddy a reply soon. Then what are you still doing here? Go! After driving away 2 city guards angrily, Teddy set his sights on the remaining young man with eyes. His tone slowed down a little. Humph. These city guards are all a bunch of good-for-nothings, and they are not reliable at all. Stranger, I believe you will not let me down. Is there any progress in the investigation I entrusted you with? After Teddy said this, the young man with the ID by wiring grom on his head first elegantly adjusted the frame on his nose, and then took out a small notebook from his coat pocket. After flipping it open with a skilled hand, by wiring grom began to report. Of course, Mr. Teddy, after my secret investigation these days, I have initially grasped some clues about the first explosion case. I started from the time. Time? Yes, that's right. According to the explosion time provided by the city guards, I found that the explosion happened in the middle of the night. Not many people would be active at this time. Therefore, I visited all the shops within a few kilometers and asked them if they were open at night and if they had encountered any suspicious people or things. From your tone, you must have found something. Right? Nodding. By wiring grom continued to calmly explain her search process in a calm tone. Yes. According to my visit, there were a total of 12 shops still open late at night that night, and only 5 of them had customers. Finally, I found out from the owners of these 5 shops that there were customers and suspicious incidents. I finally locked on only one. By wiring grom raised a finger in front of Teddy, and the young baron was obviously attracted. He quickly asked, Tell me, which store is it? If we follow the investigation, we will definitely find the criminal. I swear, I will definitely make him pay for it. Teddy said harsh words, and nodded secretly in his heart. Look, what is professionalism? It is completely different from those city guards, who only know how to say Mr. Teddy. Please rest assured. It's a pity that the strength is a little weak. Otherwise Teddy would have wanted to ask this person to be his private sheriff. Until the name of the store is Nina Taylor. By wiring grom read out the 4 words he wrote in the notebook. Well, actually there is nothing in the book. The information is recorded in the notebook built into the game. But why did By wiring grom still have to take a book? It's not to show off. This involves professional props. Let's talk about it later. At this time, on the opposite side, Nina Taylor. Why does it sound a little familiar? Teddy didn't react at the first time, and By wiring grom continued to talk. In the eyes behind the gold wire frame, there was a flash of excitement that was unique to digging out secrets. It's like this, Mr. Teddy. According to the boss of Nina Taylor, there were 2 groups of people on the night of the accident. The first group was a very young and handsome young man, and the second group was 2 equally young and beautiful ladies. The boss said that both groups of people liked the same dress. But the 2 young ladies who came later took advantage of the time when the first man went to the bathroom and bought the dress first. As a result, when the man came back, he was furious and asked him where the 2 young ladies had gone, and then chased after them. Coincidentally, the direction these people left was the same direction as your commercial street. Mr. Teddy, By wiring grom was getting more and more excited. But when he looked back at his quest NPC, he found that Teddy's face was a little strange. Mr. Teddy? Mr. Teddy. By wiring grom called several times before calling the young baron back. He didn't pay much attention to the baron's abnormality and continued to talk about his many discoveries. Mr. Teddy, according to my reasoning, the one who caused heavy losses to your commercial street is most likely the mysterious man who chased out. For this, I have 2 pieces of evidence. First, I found a completely deformed metal hanger in the boss's backstage warehouse. Although the boss didn't tell me, with my special means, I found that it should have been deformed by someone's hand. Combined with what the boss said before, the mysterious man had threatened him. So I have reason to believe that the deformed metal hanger was made by the mysterious man. From this, we can tell that the strength of this mysterious man is definitely not low, or even terrifying. He can roll a metal hanger into a ball. He is either a wizard, through magic, or he just relies on brute force, because the latter is too incredible. I even went to the city guards to consult. Even Harvey, the strongest leader of the knights, did not say that he could deform metal at will with the power of his palms alone. This is beyond the scope of human beings. Therefore, I personally prefer the former, which also corresponds to the fire magic explosion in the commercial street. When Bai Wiringrong said this, Teddy had completely confirmed in his heart who the mysterious man mentioned by the stranger was. Nina is a tailor, young and handsome, with great strength, and can do fire magic. More importantly, the timing is also completely right. Liao Zixuan's human vest quickly appeared in the Baron's mind. Isn't this the eldest brother? It was he who recommended this store to the eldest brother. Teddy had to admire Biwei Rongrong again in his heart, because the other party's reasoning was almost completely correct. Except for one thing. That is, the metal clothes hanger. Because the eldest brother might really have needed it with brute force. Oh! Teddy sighed in his heart. After all the fuss, it turned out that the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. If the explosion was caused by the eldest brother, then Teddy would not dare to investigate this matter even if he had 100 courage. After all, who knows what kind of immortal monster can conflict with a person of the level of the eldest brother? Forget it. Although he felt a little pain in his heart, compared with the business of amethyst grass given to him by his elder brother, this business street is nothing. Since his elder brother seemed to be particularly fond of fighting in this business street, Teddy would satisfy his elder brother. It was just a business street. It could be used as a background for his elder brother to fight. It was also a great honor for his humble home. Maybe it could be used as a signboard and tourist attraction in the future. Teddy naturally attributed the 2 explosions to Liao Zixuan. He no longer planned to pursue the matter, but let it go. He even began to think whether he could take this opportunity to come up with some other new ways to make money. He was indeed an evil capitalist. But Bai Wiringrong, who was standing by, didn't know that the NPC had backed off. He was still very excited to explain to Teddy the second reason why he suspected Liao Zixuan. The second reason is that the boss of Nina Taylor was willing to tell me so much because last night, the boss suddenly found that a very expensive model doll imported from a foreign country that he treasured in the warehouse had disappeared. First of all, the doll would definitely not move by itself, so it was undoubtedly stolen. In addition, in recent times, the only person the boss showed his collection of dolls to outsiders was the mysterious man at night. It can be seen that this god. Okay. When Bai Wiringrong was about to say something crucial, Teddy interrupted him impatiently. I almost understand. Stranger, you did a good job. But let's stop here. This is the reward you deserve. As Teddy's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in Bai Wiringrong's mind. Ding. Due to your outstanding performance and reporting of excessive exploration intelligence, your mission Baron Teddy's wrath was terminated early. What? Bai Wiringrong was a little stunned by the prompt on the game panel, and was very confused. It was the first time he heard that a mission was forced to be terminated because it was completed too well. Mr. Teddy, I don't quite understand. I can tell the truth right away. Why do you want to? Stranger, come to think of it, your glasses are really nice. And with a little book in your hand, you really look like a detective. Teddy suddenly changed the subject. Sir, my current job is a detective. Bai Wiringrong didn't lie. When other players were attracted by Vivian and left the Fire Code City, only he chose to stay. He believed that this was a hidden line in the game. About the relationship between Vivian and Count Cecil, he firmly believed that his goddess would not be hostile to the Count for no reason. And even said, I want to kill the Count. As expected, hard work pays off. The explosion case on the commercial street. The Baron NPC named Teddy in front of him. Biwei Rongrong received his first special mission in Huidian City. Why do we have to add the word special? Because as long as you accept this mission, the player will automatically get a rare hidden secondary profession detective. At least B-Way has checked the official website and forums, and there has never been a mention of the detective profession. You know, the secondary professions that players generally come into contact with in the internal test are all similar to tailors, carpenters, hunters, etc. The word detective alone reflects its rarity. The gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and the small notebook in his hand belong to the category of professional props. As long as they are equipped, B-Way can obtain various attribute blessings and exclusive skills, such as detective perception. Many of his previous investigations were completed with this skill. This is almost the same as another precious prop camouflage fruit he got by chance when the server was launched. Back to the topic. After B-Way revealed his identity as a detective, Teddy was not surprised. He just nodded and looked like he was right. After that, the young Baron patted B-Way on the shoulder. Stranger, do you know how to distinguish a novice detective from an experienced detective? B-Way shook her head. A novice detective only knows how to dig for clues and the truth. But an experienced detective knows when to stop. Because those who don't know how to stop have no chance to become an experienced detective. After leaving this meaningful sentence, Teddy turned around and left, obviously not wanting to have anything to do with B-Way anymore. But what Teddy didn't know was that it was because of his last sentence. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the SS level hidden task Novice and Experienced. Novice and Experienced. Task Introduction. You have clearly completed the commission given to you by your employer. But your employer suddenly changed his mind and asked you to stop the investigation. He also secretly gave you a warning, hoping that you would stop. Without a doubt, with your excellent detective intuition, you have sensed something fishy. Teddy is definitely connected to the mysterious man. Who is this mysterious man? What caused the 2 explosions? What is the secret behind the precious doll of the owner of Nina's tailor shop? Why did the mysterious man steal it? Faced with all these mysteries in front of you, will you choose to be a novice or a veteran? Task reward, unknown. Task penalty, unknown. Task prompt, after confirming to accept the task, the first stage message prompt will be automatically unlocked. Do you accept this hidden task? Looking at the classic yes/no option popping up on the game panel. Is there any need to ask this? After taking a deep look at the back of Baron Teddy leaving, B-Way knew that perhaps a hidden plot unknown to the majority of internal test players would be unveiled by him personally. Moreover, he had a strong premonition that the secret between Vivian and Count Cecil that he wanted to search for was definitely included in it. Chapter 204. May there always be a ray of light in loneliness and coldness. Count Cecil Castle. In the magnificent dining room. At the long aristocratic dining table, there is only the Earl sitting at the main seat, and the eldest lady, Liz, who is a little further away. Of course, there are also sumptuous foods on the table, and several maids on standby on both sides of the wall. Before, Liz never thought that there was anything wrong with such a dining scene. After all, it was a habit day after day. But only in recent days. In Liz's heart, for the first time, a feeling called coldness was born. The eldest lady subconsciously looked at the seat opposite her at the aristocratic long dining table. A girl dressed in a way that didn't fit in with the Earl's castle. Even with a smile on her face, one could still see her hands, which she didn't know where to put, and her feet, which were sometimes together and sometimes apart under the table. She also pursed her lips every 3 or 4 seconds, and looked for the black wolf lying next to her every 6 or 7 seconds, and gently stroked it with her hands. Many small details revealed her nervous and tense mood at the moment. It can be said that one of the greatest pleasures of Liz every time she ate was to observe the nervousness of the girl opposite her, and see when she would make some progress and stop being so weak. On the contrary, the wolf cub mentioned earlier, who is almost always by the little girl's side, is much stronger than his summoner. I don't know if it's because he is a monster of high bloodline, but this summoned beast named Xiao is not afraid of humans at all. In fact, it gives Liz the feeling that it is more like disdainful of humans, even for herself and her father. By the way, don't tell outsiders, especially Vivian. But Liz feels that although the summoner is flat-chested, the wolf cub always likes to get into the big sister's body. I guess this is why Vivian always cares so much about that kind of thing. What a not-so-serious little monster. Although the time spent with Vivian was not long. Just a dining scene brought back beautiful memories in Liz's mind one after another. It can be said that it was more than what Liz had experienced here in the past 10 years. No, It was a blank sheet of paper. How could there be any experience? Yes, it may be a little unbelievable to say, but Vivian is indeed the first person that Liz can describe as a friend since she was a child. How did that saying come about? People are not afraid of darkness until they see the first ray of sunshine. This is what Liz is like now. When the beautiful memories faded, the person who appeared in front of her was no longer the simple little girl from the countryside. And naturally, it was impossible to have the cute and sleepy black wolf cub. Now, in Liz's sight, there was only an empty chair with an aristocratic appearance, luxurious and exquisite. But the person on the chair had long been empty and disappeared. What's wrong? Liz, is there something on your mind? Can you tell your father? I am very willing to listen to my precious daughter's troubles. The voice of Count Cecil sounded at this time, pulling Liz back to reality from some unspeakable negative emotions. I'm fine. Father, I made you worry. Liz answered quickly, using a very standard aristocratic speaking format. And the Earl's eyes, after his daughter's words, a hint of coldness flashed by. Because the original Liz was not like this. But since returning from the fundraising dinner that day, although Liz pretended to be casual and asked him about some details of that day, Count Cecil was so sharp that he immediately noticed his daughter's abnormality. At least it was the first time that he felt a suspicion of himself from Liz. Although it was very faint, Count Cecil knew that when a crack appeared on an egg, no matter how slight it was, it would grow bigger and bigger with the passage of time. But Liz, I've already said that we don't need to be so polite to each other. No matter what. You must believe that your father will always be your strongest support. The Earl smiled and walked to his daughter's seat, stroking Liz's long golden hair. Yes, father. Feeling her father's warm and strong palm. The familiar family feeling quickly filled the void in Liz's heart. She nodded, and her tone became more intimate. Oh, one more thing. Liz, don't go out of the manor for a while. Before leaving the restaurant, the Earl turned to Liz and said, although it was a negotiating tone, it still carried a sense of unquestionable. Huh? Why? Father? Didn't you read today's newspaper? Liz? The commercial street where the explosion occurred before was burned down again last night. Alas, I understand the city guards. They have just experienced such a big disaster. They must be short of manpower recently. Even the security in the inner city has deteriorated. So Liz, you should stay in the castle steadily during this period. After a simple explanation, the Count left the restaurant without giving Liz a chance to speak again. Where did you say that before? Oh, yes. The chick in the egg will one day break out of the crack and see the outside world. But what the chick doesn't know is that there is a cage that is stronger than the eggshell waiting for it before it can really see the outside world. And the name of this cage is the breeding farm. After the Count finished his meal, Liz soon lost interest in eating. She had no appetite to begin with. So she hurried back to her room, asking for a newspaper from the servant. Liz scanned it, and quickly read the explosive news her father mentioned during breakfast. If it were in the past, Liz would have read it twice more and put it aside, instead of reading it word by word like now, for fear of missing any information. Why? It's very simple. As a participant who personally experienced the first explosion in the commercial street, Liz knew that the explosion was related to that bastard youth. Well, forget it. It's too troublesome to call 4 words every time. So I'd better just call his name. Bye. It's just because it's troublesome. Definitely not because of anything else. Liz's thinking is actually the same as Teddy's. They both subconsciously think that the 2 explosions are in the same place. So it is naturally likely that they were done by the same person. Bye. What are you doing again? A mumbling voice came from the eldest lady's boudoir. And when Liz saw it, in the news in the newspaper, it was mentioned that the official city guard said that the treasure thieves were involved in this incident. And the other party, the forces that conflicted with it, were still investigating. This made the young lady a little uneasy. Treasure-stealing group? Could it be that Afterby saved her? The treasure-stealing group held a grudge against him. So they wanted to take revenge on him? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Liz knew that Bai might be a very powerful mage. But no matter how powerful he was just one person. Could he be compared with the largest underground black force in Huidian City? The treasure-stealing group? No. Nothing will happen. Right. What was the result of the incident? Were there any casualties? Bai. How is Bai? These things that Liz was most concerned about were definitely not in ordinary newspaper news, which immediately made the young lady a little uneasy. In fact, in Liz's mind, an idea began to grow bigger and bigger. She wanted to go out, go to the place where the incident happened, try to find more clues, or, to be more direct, Bai said that as long as she touched the contract between the two souls, it was equivalent to summoning. No matter where she was, Bai would appear in front of her at the first time, although she seemed to have said something harsh, saying that she would never take the initiative to find Bai in her life. But, this is an emergency. Yes, that's right. Harsh words don't count. The more she thought about it, the more determined she became. Even though her father had reminded her once at breakfast, Liz still decided that she would go out. At worst, she could explain and apologize to her father later. In Liz's impression, no matter what mistake she made, her father would tolerate her and never scolded or beat her. Do it as soon as you say it. Miss Liz has always been a man of action. But just as she was about to leave the room, Liz stood in front of the dressing mirror in the room, looking at her monotonous and boring home clothes. After hesitating for a while, the young lady ran to the closet. Speaking of which, Bai Xing also held herself, and was able to cross half of Wudian City in a very short time. Even if the treasure-stealing group is large in number and can't beat them, they can always escape. Well, it shouldn't be a big problem. And I don't need to be so anxious. So, an hour and a half later, hair accessories, gloves, dresses, and sleeves that vaguely reveal the shoulders. The first three are all made of light and comfortable fabrics. The color scheme uses the deep red that Liz likes very much as the base color, decorated with dark patterns, casual but dignified, bright but not too eye-catching. The sleeves are matched with black. They are not tight-fitting ones, but slightly wide, a bit maid style, but more delicate and loose, which not only gives people a sense of intimacy, but also looks very classic and charming. As for the over-the-knee socks with long boots, there is no need to mention the blush on the cheeks, let alone the eyeliner at the corners of the eyes. But why does she exude a very nice and light fragrance after coming out? Oh, it turns out that she also sprayed perfume. Why? Before going out, girls should simply put on some makeup. She was fully prepared. Liz started to act. With her familiarity with the Earl's castle, she could do it. She avoided all places where servants might pass by or be discovered. Liz sneaked to one of the castle's less used back doors, in order to prevent her father from finding her and stopping her. Liz could only choose this method to sneak out of the castle first. But just as Liz was about to reach out to open the door, Mississippi. In vain. A voice suddenly sounded not far behind her at this remote back door. Liz's hand, which had just reached out to the iron gate covered with vines, was immediately retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Anyone who is suddenly called from behind will be startled. Right? Especially when they are doing something they feel guilty about. Liz turned around suddenly. And then a scene that made her limbs cold again appeared in front of the girl. Because she saw a maid standing there at some point in time at the place she just passed by. The maid had a paralyzed face and stared at her with eyes without any emotion. It felt to Liz as if the other party was not a living person, but a dead object. A doll. Looking at her. What are you doing? Liz suppressed the panic in her heart. She blamed this feeling on someone. Maybe because she was caught doing something bad. Miss, the Earl has ordered that you are not allowed to leave the castle in the near future. The maid's cold voice sounded. What's your name and what's your position? Liz suddenly asked. Miss, my name is Lena, and I'm the new deputy head maid. Humph. So you know that you are a maid? The deputy head maid is also a maid. I think you should have no right to interfere with my behavior. Right? Miss Liz's aura was fully open, and under the majestic and dissatisfied voice, if it was a normal maid, she would have knelt on the ground long ago. But Lena bowed as if to apologize, but still said, if Miss still insists on her own way, I will report all of this to the Earl. Ignore this, Lena. Liz walked straight past the maid and returned to the castle. In the corridor, the girl changed her previous look and began to frown, constantly recalling and thinking in her mind. How did that Lena appear? Logically, she should have carefully checked the whole process, and no one had discovered her. But Lena gave Liz the feeling that she had been following her in secret until she found out that her real purpose was to leave the castle, and then suddenly appeared behind her. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Especially Lena's expression and state at that time. Liz still feels cold in her heart when she thinks about it now. No! We can't just let it go. The girl pursed her lips. In order to find out the truth, she planned to do an experiment. This time, she deliberately observed secretly, and waited until Lena went to the other end of the castle, which was completely opposite to her, and was busy with other chores. Liz appeared at the back door of the castle again, and when she stretched her hand to the iron fence, Mississippi. The same time, the same place, and even the same cold limbs. No, more than the same. It was already cold, because the owner of the voice changed this time. When Liz turned around suddenly, there was another new maid behind her. But the face was new. But the label of facial paralysis, the eyes that stared at her with no spirit, were exactly the same as Lena before. Weird. Too weird. This time, Liz stopped communicating with the new maid. She pushed her away and sprinted back to her room in the castle. But what Liz didn't expect was that, when she slammed the door shut and gasped for air with her head against the door, Mississippi, from behind Liz, in her room, in the dark corner, it came again. Liz had heard this thousands of times. But today, it was the three words that the girl never wanted to hear again. Chapter 205. Who told you to enter my room without permission? Liz's voice had never been so sharp, even a little broken, and the girl could hear her heart beating wildly, especially when she saw the face of the maid in her room. Deputy head maid. Lena. Miss, today is Wednesday, the time of the week when we routinely clean your room. Did you forget? Lena held a broom in her left hand and a basket full of cleaning tools in her right hand. At the feet of the maid, there was a basket of stolen clothes that was almost half full. After hearing the words of the maid opposite, Liz recovered a little from the shock. After careful calculation, the other party was right. Today was indeed the cleaning day. She had never felt anything about it before. After all, it was normal for servants to clean the room when the master was away. But today, get out? I want to use my room now. Today. No. From now on, anyone who wants to enter my room must greet me and ask for my consent. Liz opened the door and shouted at Lena in a strong tone that was almost arrogant. In the past, although Liz's reputation among the servants in the castle was indeed a bit bad, this can be seen from Alina's complaints about Vivian. The evaluation is that she has a bad personality and a very bad temper, and often dismisses people for a small mistake. But it was the first time that the girl had an unreasonable attitude like today. I'm very sorry to bother you, young lady. I'll leave immediately. After Lena apologized as before, she skillfully picked up all the cleaning tools with one hand and held the stolen goods basket with the other hand, and walked towards the door. However, when passing by Liz, "Wait!" the young lady suddenly shouted to Lena, because when Liz accidentally glanced at her, her attention was instantly attracted by an item in the stolen goods basket in the maid's arms. After Liz asked Lena to put down the stolen goods basket, she used her body to block the maid's sight, pretending to randomly rummage through the clothes in the stolen goods basket to check if there was anything that was mistakenly put in by the maid. But in fact, Liz's goal was very clear. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief that was pressed at the bottom of the stolen goods basket, revealing a white corner, and hid it in her sleeve at lightning speed. Fortunately, she changed her clothes before going out. This outfit not only has sleeves, but also has enough space to hide items in it. Okay, you go. After secretly taking the handkerchief, Liz made way and waved impatiently at the maid, urging her to leave. Lena didn't say anything. The maid watched the girl quietly the whole time. After Liz finished, she bowed to the girl again, then picked up the stolen goods basket again and walked out of the house. After the maid left, Liz walked around the house carefully. After confirming that she was really the only one in the house this time, the young lady collapsed on her big bed, looking at the ceiling. The room was quiet, and Liz's breathing gradually stabilized, and her brain was relieved from the previous tense state. Liz began to recall the series of events that happened today. Could it be that she was too nervous? However, the more Liz thought about it, the more she felt a chill in her heart. She hugged her arms tightly even in the room with heating. First of all, if it was the deputy maid Lena, it would be fine. But the second time she tried to sneak out of the castle, it was an ordinary maid who stopped her. Let alone how dare she do that. It was very suspicious for an ordinary maid to appear at the back door of the castle, which was absolutely remote. The only explanation Liz could think of was that, after Lena found out that she wanted to sneak out. She specifically told other mates to keep a close eye on the back door. But in this way, new doubts emerged. The second time, Liz saw Lena busy with other things, and the floor she was on was far away from her. So she chose to act. But when she was stopped by the new maid again, she ran back to her room in shock. The whole process would never take more than 15 minutes. But in just 15 minutes, Lena finished the heavy work she had done before and came to her room. She even did some cleaning work. Almost half of the clothes in the stolen goods basket were sorted out, which was the best proof, Liz calculated in her heart. And the conclusion she came to made her terrified and her scalp tingled. There was only one possibility. Lena could do this. That is, the moment she just left the house, Lena sensed something and immediately put down everything in her hands and ran to her room at a very fast speed. What is going on? A guess flashed through Liz's mind like lightning. She sat up from the bed. The girl reached deep into her sleeves, and a white handkerchief with a little red in the center appeared in Liz's palm. This is what she secretly took back from Lena's stolen goods basket. It was also what Bai gave her at the end of the dinner party that day. Liz clearly remembered that such an important handkerchief was carefully hidden in the deepest drawer of the wardrobe, and even she had to spend a lot of effort to find it herself. But this handkerchief stained with her own blood appeared in the maid's stolen goods basket. And Liz's strong observation ability noticed that the handkerchief was located at the bottom of the stolen goods basket. This means that it was put in by the maid first, followed by other clothes. So, the deputy head maid was looking for this handkerchief. Liz came to this conclusion immediately, and then went on. How did the other party know that this handkerchief was on her? He even knew where she hid it. After all, there was no sign of searching in the house, which meant that the other party reached the target directly. On the other hand, why did a new deputy head maid take this handkerchief? Did she know the meaning of this handkerchief? Or was she instructed by someone? And the person who instructed her was not convenient to enter and exit her room at will. It was clearly noon outside the window with a scorching sun. But the girl in the room had a pale face and no blood. Liz didn't dare to think any further. When rationality and sensibility collide violently, the confusion, pain, and bewilderment that come with it are torturing Liz all the time. In this situation, most people will take self-defense measures to prevent the brain from collapsing. And this is reflected in people as escape. For the first time, Liz didn't even change her clothes or remove her makeup. The girl directly lifted the quilt on the bed and covered herself completely. The white handkerchief that she originally regarded as very important was now thrown away casually, and no one knew where it fell outside the bed. Liz has been without a mother since she was a child. It is said that she died of dystocia when she gave birth to her. Her only relative was her father. But now, even her only relative had become so strange that Liz didn't recognize him at all. Her body curled up in the quilt. Darkness enveloped Liz. Along with the darkness, there was also a sense of loneliness from the depths of her heart that was about to drown her like a tide. Vivian AI. Alina. The girl recited the name of the person who could help her resist loneliness in a mosquito voice. Not only the little girl, but even the name of the little maid appeared in Liz's mouth. Of course, the other man would definitely not be able to escape. Before the fundraising dinner, perhaps this name would start with a syllable of da. But now, Bai. The Earl's castle is heavily guarded. Not to mention the floor where she and her father live. Liz doesn't believe that Bai can sneak in, which is why Liz insists on going out and summoning Bai. But how can I say it? When people are helpless, they hope for miracles. Especially girls. When Liz was a child, she liked to read novels like other girls of the same age. But the difference is that other girls will hold their breath and feel very distressed when they see princesses in fairy tales and being bullied by bad guys. But Liz never does. Because she was smart since she was a child, and knew very well that the princess would be fine no matter how dangerous she was. After all, there would always be a brave and wise knight to save her from the monster. So, is she the princess in the fairy tale? Liz poked her head out from under the quilt. Her eyes were fixed on the room. Because if it was true as Bai said, as long as she called her, no matter where she was, Bai would always find her and ring in her ears the cheap hey, beautiful lady greeting that made her want to hit someone. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour. The answer was obvious. She, Liz, was not a princess in a fairy tale. Because at least the most important thing for a princess, she didn't have it. She felt sleepy. Maybe it was because she was too exhausted. After coming to this conclusion, her tense nerves no longer had the strength to support them. Liz's eyelids began to twitch, before they closed completely and lost consciousness. The last thought in Liz's mind was, she had wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. But why was it still so cold? The Earl's study. Did she leave the room and try to go out? No. After chasing me away, I stayed outside the door of the young lady for 2 hours. When I left, the young lady's heart rate and breathing were still rising rapidly. But in the next hour, they began to slow down gradually. Until the end, they were very uniform. I think there is a high probability that the young lady fell asleep. Lena, the deputy maid, reported to Count Cecil at the desk in a mechanical tone. The Count sneered after hearing this. My daughter has really grown up. And she is starting to turn her elbows outward and stop talking to her father. I heard that Liz even changed her clothes and put on makeup. What is she going to do secretly? Is she going to date her lover? Humph. The Count seemed to be talking to the maid, but also to himself. After a long while, he spoke again. I asked you to search her room to see if there is anything suspicious, such as letters to or from someone. Did you find anything? Count Cecil had a strong intuition that his daughter would change so much. Although there were reasons for his own failure in his plan, there must be someone behind Liz, who was secretly fueling the flames and guiding his daughter. The Earl just didn't know how the other party could pry open a crack in his daughter's heart with the father image he had worked so hard to cultivate for so many years. Yes, Earl. But when I left, the eldest lady accidentally discovered it. She deliberately blocked my sight and secretly took the thing back. Lena's words were still calm, but the Earl's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get a clue so soon. Tell me, what did you find in Liz's room? The Earl urged with a look of curiosity on his face. But soon, all his expressions froze in place, as if he had been petrified. It's a handkerchief. The handkerchief is stained with the blood of the young lady in the center. Lena added. Yo! It's time to wake up. Young lady. It seemed that a familiar voice was calling her. But when the girl wanted to catch it, it disappeared without a trace like a dream. I don't know how long she slept this time. When Liz opened her eyes in a daze, the originally bright room was now extremely dark. Is it already evening? Oh no! Is it almost time for dinner? Dinner means that she will see her father again and the deputy maid Lena. Liz has no idea what the scene will be like at that time given her current state. What's worse is that Liz felt a soreness all over her body. This should be the result of sleeping without changing into pajamas. Right? And her face was also uncomfortable, with a greasy feeling. After all, she didn't even remove her makeup. If she went to see her father like this, Liz would have no room for explanation. So, what time is it now? I have to get out of bed and take a shower and change clothes. I thought so in my heart. So, the girl turned her head. Liz first had to confirm the current time, so she had to look at the clock on the wall. But in the dark, as soon as the girl turned her head to the outside, what appeared in her field of vision was not a clock, but a face. A human face. The face of a middle-aged man. Count Cecil. Father. In the dark, he sat by the bed, staring at her, sleeping on the bed, in the dark room. And she didn't know how long she had been in this position. Liz's brain, which had just woken up from her sleep, felt like it was pierced by an ice spike. She opened her mouth, but the girl found that she couldn't make a sound. Like a real fear, it went up from the soles of her feet, through her blood, and flowed to every corner of her body. Liz's eyelids twitched wildly, and her heart seemed to explode uncontrollably. After getting goosebumps all over her body like an electric current, Liz finally floated to the surface like a drowning person and could breathe. Father. Along with the voice, the sense of smell and touch also came back. Liz found that she still couldn't move. It turned out that the soreness she felt when she just woke up was not from her clothes, but from the handcuffs and ropes that fixed her to the bed. It turned out that the greasy feeling on her face was not from not removing her makeup, but from mucus. It was the kind of mucus that flowed down the corners of the mouth of the man-eating monster in the illustrations of fairy tales when it saw its prey to be slaughtered because of hunger. Chapter 206. I wanted to admire you for a while longer and let you leave peacefully in your sleep. What a pity. I didn't expect you to wake up so early. Even the dream incense doesn't work on you. Should I say that you are worthy of inheriting the blood of that woman? Seeing Liz open her eyes, the horrified look on the girl's face, sitting on the bed. While talking, Count Cecil put the object in his hand on his cheek and took a deep breath. In the darkness, Liz saw that it was the white handkerchief she had thrown on the ground before. The bright red bloodstain in the center of the handkerchief was facing the tip of her father's nose. Like a patient with severe asthma. After taking several deep breaths in a row, the obsessed and intoxicated look on Count Cecil's face gradually faded. The difference between slaughter and surgery lies in accuracy. And the difference between villains and cannon fodder lies in how much they talk. Carefully planned, lurking and hiding for so many years. Although due to accidents, it was much earlier. But finally the mask of disguise was torn off. And Count Cecil had a lot to say. Lise, do you know that your mother is not dead? Ha! Of course. That kind of ancient existence that can be compared with the 9 gods. How could it be dead? The Count stroked Lisa's golden hair. As usual, full of the image of a loving father. Of course. The premise is that if you ignore him, the crazy words and hideous and distorted face will follow. More than a decade ago, when I saw your mother for the first time, I was deeply fascinated. Hopelessly. Your mother is so beautiful. With the same white and flawless skin as you. Brilliant golden long hair. And unparalleled outstanding temperament. At that time, countless nobles in Huidian City were just like me, flocking to her. In order to pursue your mother. They even spent all their wealth to buy your mother all kinds of luxurious jewelry, and held grand banquets for your mother. But, humph! Count Cecil snorted disdainfully. As if he was disdainful of other competitors who pursued Liz's mother with him back then. Or was it self-mockery? A bunch of idiots. They were all deceived by your mother. That evil woman. Alice enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. When she got tired of playing, she would select the stupidest one from these idiots and give him a reward. It can also be said that she started a new round of the game. So, your mother chose me to fall in love with her. And then, you, Liz, were born. Up to this point, everything was normal. But then, that woman clearly knew how much I loved her. And I regarded her as the most important person to me. And I would never allow anyone to hurt or touch her. But she did. But? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The Earl's palm that was stroking Liz's hair gradually slowed down. Until finally, from stroking, it turned into clenching her hair with bulging veins. Until Liz whimpered in pain. The Earl seemed to get out of the painful memories and loosened his palm. After taking a few deep breaths, he narrated again. After giving birth to you, Alice told me that she was leaving. Yinyu was just a place she traveled to. Her real hometown was in Qifeng, a distant country on the other side of the continent, ruled by the god of wind. I almost collapsed when I heard the news. I begged her not to leave. But your mother just shook her head. At that time, my love for your mother and for you made me have a crazy idea to give up everything in Yinyu, including the title, money, and manor, and take you and Alice, who were still babies, across the continent. But she still shook her head. I was angry. This was the first time I got angry at your mother. I asked her, even if she didn't want me, what about you? What about our child? A baby who didn't even have a name. Would lose her mother from birth? In the end, Liz, do you know how your mother answered me? The Earl asked and answered himself. And a strong hatred burst out from his body. Your mother showed me a look of pity. Just like a stray dog that wagged its tail and begged its owner not to throw it away. Alice told me that she has actually lived for centuries. She witnessed the fall of the old era and the rise of the 9 gods. Over the centuries, she has had countless partners and countless children. I, you, and we are all just passers-by in her long life. Entertainment when she is bored. I don't believe it. I shouted wildly until she spread her wings behind her, revealing her sharp and thin fangs. Countless bats surrounded her. The terrifying and powerful pressure made me unable to raise my head. Until that moment, I realized that your mother was not a human, but a monster in human skin. I couldn't accept it. I wanted to report to the Vulcan cult. I wanted that monster to return my wife. But that woman told me it was useless. Our Vulcan couldn't even protect himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be indifferent to her using the real name of the Vulcan. Yes, your mother, even the name Alice, was just her bad taste. Until she revealed the truth, enjoyed my painful torture, and disappeared into the night. I still didn't know your mother's real surname and name. And Liz. The reason you are called Liz is because I no longer love that woman. What I have is only immense hatred. Unforgettable hatred. Every time I see you and recite your name, It reminds me that I can't forget the humiliation and hatred of the past. The series of secrets revealed by her father were as shocking to Liz as finding someone beside her bed when she opened her eyes. So much so that the girl forgot her original fear. Liz stared at the ceiling in a daze, unable to accept that her mother was such a monster, and the origin of her name was destined to a tragic fate from birth. She was not the fruit of love, but a reminder of hatred. After your mother left, when I was most desperate, fortunately, the hypocritical god of fire would not watch and protect her people at all. Only the true Lord. It did not let me look for the light that did not exist in the darkness, but let me embrace the darkness. With a sizzle sound, the flesh and blood of the Count exploded in many places, and countless seaweed-like black tentacles spread out from the Count's body, wriggling wantonly in the air of the room. They were ugly and evil, and Liz felt sick and wanted to vomit just by looking at them. They were like loaches, as if each tentacle had its own mind, and they could easily get in by finding a gap. They were like sharks that smelled blood. After being freed from the Count's body, they all pointed to Liz's position on the bed in a few seconds. The girl could strongly feel the greed and desire for herself that burst out from them, wanting to get into her body, suck her flesh and blood, gnaw her internal organs, and take everything on her for herself. There is no doubt that Liz, as the child of that woman in the Earl's mouth, even if she is the crystallization of a mortal, still contains the blood power from her mother's side in her body. No matter how weak it is, it has infinite appeal. Come on, Liz, I believe you must understand your father. Right? Let us merge into one. Throw ourselves into the arms of the Lord together, and dedicate ourselves to the true God together. Only in this way can we have the power to find that woman. Find your mother, and avenge her. The seaweed-like tentacles, under the Earl's final shout, were like a monster that opened its cage and pounced on the delicious prey. Liz could only watch helplessly as these ugly and disgusting things crawled towards her body, trying to pierce her eyes and penetrate her chest. The fear that had been lost due to her emotional breakdown after hearing the truth of the past finally returned. But what was the use of this? The girl tried her best to struggle and mobilize her magic power. But it was not only the ropes and chains that bound her limbs, but also the attacks from the secrets. The chaotic whispers that seemed to come from the void hit her mind and penetrated her soul, making Liz's willpower to resist weaker and weaker. And the eyes that her blood gave her, which could see in the dark, completely failed and lost their sight. It seems that what the father said is right. Since there is no light beam in the darkness, why not choose to embrace the darkness? Liz's soul is like being trapped in a quagmire called darkness. She is being pulled into the abyss little by little. Seeing that she is about to fall, Count Cecil's mouth is wildly raised. But at this moment, let me correct it. The first fairy tale law that Liz learned when she was a child is that there will be a knight to save the princess when she is in danger. It is not wrong. But obviously she did not understand the second law. That is, the knight will never appear at the first time, but will have to wait until the last critical moment before appearing. Because only in this way can the plot be more ups and downs. The villain can have more roles, and the princess can also grow. A wolf with the same black body, but it gave people a completely different feeling. Some black is evil and dirty, but some black is deep, mysterious and noble. Just like this black wolf that appeared in Liz's soul space. Standing tall and alone, black flames ignited from the black wolf's body. Wherever it passed, the rotten and smelly mud, which was made of evil as solid as substance, was ignited and burned, and swallowed by the black flames. Every time the black wolf took a step, the mud in the girl's soul space retreated and ran to both sides to make a way for the black wolf, not daring to touch the flames on the black wolf. In this way, the black wolf came to the center, lowered its head, and easily picked up Liz's soul, half of which was already stuck in the quagmire. In reality, Liz's eyes, which had lost their luster, regained their spirit, and her sanity, which was about to be devoured, got a chance to breathe. What happened? Before the girl could react, the chaotic whisper from the abyss in her ear was replaced by another voice. This time it was a voice that Liz was very familiar with. And it was also a voice she had been waiting for a long time. Miss, come, follow me and read these 4 words. Long live the abyss. Although I don't know what it means. But it's like a life-saving straw for a drowning person. No matter what, you have to grab it. So, Liz tried her best, and almost shouted these 4 words with her hoarse throat. Long live the fallen abyss. The girl's voice echoed in the dark room. And naturally, it also echoed in the ears of Count Cecil. As for the effect, it can be said that it was immediate. All the tentacles stopped wriggling, and the evil spikes that were about to pierce Liz's body also hovered above the girl's skin, a few millimeters away, and never went any deeper. And as the master of all this time it was Count Cecil's turn, and he was shocked, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You? He first took several steps back, and then quickly rushed to the bedside. Impossible. You haven't performed the ritual yet. You? How do you know the name of God? You? Where did you hear it from? Tell me quickly. Tell me. The Count gasped. His eyes almost popped out. Obviously, these 4 words alone were not enough to make the Count regard Liz as a friendly army, as in a certain movie. Since he was so distressed. He was definitely distressed. But compared to the secret of Count Cecil that was fished out by himself, along with a girl who looked glamorous on the surface, but was actually a standard miserable victim, this was nothing. A card with a picture of Silver Wolf entangled by evil thorns on the card was taken out by Black Wolf in the girl's soul space. Then, he bit it lightly and tore the card open. Shirley's character advent card falling Abyss Affinity. Suddenly, the power of the Abyss from Shirley was copied and driven by the girl. In the Abyss power system with strict hierarchy, the superiors absolutely crushed the inferiors. Compared with Shirley, who absorbed the culprit of the Abyss and the core of the Abyss, the power of Count Cecil was obviously not of the same order of magnitude. The Count immediately felt that the power of the Abyss in his body was no longer under his control, but surrounded the girl on the bed, as if he was a hungry beast in the previous second and became a loyal guard in the next second. In response, the Count was not afraid or nervous, but showed enthusiasm and excitement. Because of the breath of the superior of the fallen Abyss, Count Cecil was not unfamiliar. That was the God's messenger. The God's messenger was still alive. The God's messenger was not dead. In fact, the God's messenger had noticed him, and without his knowledge, he had helped him absorb and transform Liz in advance, becoming a member of the fallen Abyss. This was a surprise given to him by the God's messenger. Yes, Count Cecil understood it in this way. On the letter table, Liz said with difficulty, not all character advent cards are beneficial, especially evil forces like falling Abyss. Liz felt like ants were crawling all over her body. From the depths of the girl's blood, a certain power that was dormant seemed to have signs of awakening under the stimulation of the fallen Abyss, and wanted to drive away the outsider. The fight and dispute between the two forces in the body made Liz feel like a needle prick. But the girl still gritted her teeth and repeated the voice from by that rang in her mind. Fortunately, this time, Count Cecil completely trusted Liz. He hurriedly followed the instructions and found a letter on the table. When was there a letter here? The thought of doubt flashed through his mind. But these details are not worth mentioning compared to the letter from the messenger of God. Seeing that the Count couldn't wait to open it on the spot. Go back to your room. There can't be a second person in a safe place. Liz's intermittent voice came from the bed again. After being reminded by Liz's voice, the Count suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He didn't hesitate at all, and even threw Liz behind his mind. He ran out of the girl's room and headed for his study. After the Earl left, it took a long time for the Shirley character advent card on Liz to finally lose its effect. After seeing the external force disappear, the mysterious blood power in the girl's body was considered to have subsided. They fell into a deep sleep again. But during the whole process, it was inevitable that some blood power remained and merged with the girl's flesh and blood, truly becoming a part of Liz herself. Of course, the girl had not noticed this physical change. Now Liz was panting and sweating all over. In just half an hour, she was not only physically tormented, but also mentally. The originally bright golden hair seemed to have lost its luster like its owner. Wilted, soaked in sweat, and stuck to the girl's forehead. Liz closed her eyes. She just felt so tired and wanted to fall asleep. However, before she lost consciousness, she vaguely felt that the restraint of the ropes and chains on her body disappeared, and the sticky discomfort on her face was also wiped away. Liz lifted the wet hair on her forehead and smoothed it back into place. Thank you for your hard work. Standing by the bed, leaning over slightly, Liao Zixuan whispered in Liz's ear. Chapter 207 Good night. Dream. Liz had a very long dream. In the dream, the Fire Code City did not suffer from the disaster of being attacked by terrifying monsters. And Vivian was certainly not a hero. Or even the opposite. In the girl's dream, Vivian changed from the current third-level summoner, who had half a foot into the extraordinary level, to a little maid bought from the countryside by butler Robert. Just like Alina. Speaking of Alina, this maid who was full of little tricks in Liz's impression. As expected, in the dream world, she was promoted step by step smoothly, and finally sat in the position of head maid. In the dream, Alina seemed to have a good relationship with Vivian. When she was promoted, she did not forget to bring the little girl with her, so that Vivian also sat in the position of deputy head maid. And because of this, as the daughter of the Earl and the noble lady of the mansion, she finally began to have an intersection with the little girl, whether in dreams or in reality. The only thing that has not changed in Vivian is perhaps her silly and simple appearance. And should it be said that she is brave? There is no fundraising dinner in the dream, but there is her own graduation banquet. Demir attended the banquet, and she, as expected, wanted to take this opportunity to open her heart to Demir. As for the result, she was rejected as expected, just when she was squatting in the corner of the back door and sobbing. Vivian, who happened to be her maid and accompanied her to the banquet that day, appeared. The little girl comforted her and encouraged her. Even after feeling the deep loneliness in herself, she blurted out that she wanted to be friends with me. No maid had ever dared to ask her, the daughter of the Earl, for such a thing. So, they became friends after that night. With her efforts, Vivian went to the Vulcan church with her to study magic as a companion. During that time, a certain bishop, Liz remembered that her name seemed to be Eugenia? She was particularly concerned about the little girl and frequently gave her advice. In the dream, she was a little jealous of Vivian because of this. If the dream ended here, it would be great. But unfortunately, it seemed that even in her dreams, fate did not let her go. The scene changed, and it was her father who called her to the study. After that, everything happened again, just like what happened today. But in the dream, no one could help her. She could only watch her father, who had turned into a monster, devour her and then became her. Yes, she became her. Since then, the dream began to become fragmented, and Liz could only vaguely see a few shots. Vivian was accused by herself of being the murderer who made her father disappear. The maid Alina's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red. A mysterious female doll appeared in front of herself and said to her that she had worked hard. K423, a wanted criminal with a bandaged face, and a stranger stood on a huge ship that was heading to an unknown place. The dream became more and more chaotic. Finally, with a crisp sound like a bubble bursting, the dream collapsed. Then, a beautiful woman who made Liz indescribable, as if made of water, appeared in front of her. Is there no way to deduce more? The other party muttered with a cold face like an ice sculpture. You, who are you? Liz asked blankly. The woman who looked like she was made of water sighed after the girl's words. You can still maintain your sanity in the Mercury technique. Let me see. No wonder. These are the bloodlines of the ancestor of the Blood Clan. Even this level of destiny can be forcibly changed. Hee hee. This careless sister. How much trouble will she bring to me? The woman's face was icy, and she showed a rare expression of anger. Sorry. Why don't I understand what you are saying? Liz asked blankly. The woman sighed again. After hesitating for a while, she still spoke. Although you will forget everything in the Mercury technique, I will still tell you, girl, because the key fate line in your body has changed. So I am attracted. This kind of abnormality is the first time I have encountered it in thousands of years. As for who I am, in the Thousand Islands, everyone seems to call me the God of Water. You can also call me by my name. Froka. God of Water? Liz repeated blankly. Well, if you stay any longer, my sister will find you. You should wake up. Girl. There is a little guy waiting for you in the real world outside. A big surprise my sister gave me. Liz wanted to say something else, but everything began to disappear like a reflection in the water, including her memory of the dream and the memory of the woman who claimed to be the water god. When Liz came back to her senses, the girl opened her eyes. It was the familiar ceiling. The memory of the dream was gone, but the memory of reality was still there, especially the painful memory, the most unforgettable memory for humans. The horrific scene that happened before flashed through the girl's mind. She was tied to the bed and could not move. Her father, who had exploded with blood and flesh beside her, had turned into a monster. Countless hideous and ugly evil tentacles were trying to devour her. Her true origin. The origin of her name. Her father's strong hatred. Her mother's cold-blooded abandonment. After waking up, the girl curled up into a ball, hugged her head, and her hands trembled. The dark room made her feel like she was back to the past. But swish! This was the sound of the curtains being pulled open. Suddenly, the stars and moonlight, like lighting up the night sky, dispelled the darkness in the room. The window was opened, and the night wind blew in. A large amount of fresh air poured into the room, making the girl couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, as if this would make Liz feel that she had not been abandoned by the world. The girl curled up in a corner of the bed, mustered up a lot of courage, dared to raise her head, looked at the window, the person who opened the curtains for her, and opened the window. And this time, finally no misfortune happened to her again. Plop! Liz on the bed rushed to the bed, and threw herself into the other's arms without caring about anything. It seemed that the tears that had been held for a long time finally burst out at this moment, soaking Liao Zixuan's clothes in the blink of an eye. I am so scared. So scared. Woo woo. The girl choked with sobs, hugged the young man tightly with her arms. It's okay. It's okay. You see, I am not abiding by the agreement and coming whenever you call. Right? Liao Zixuan patted Liz's back. But after hearing this, the girl cried even harder, and even moved her hands and feet, hitting the young man's chest with her fists. You lied? You lied? I called you a long time ago. Why didn't you come? Why? Because only when you save the situation at the most critical moment can you achieve outstanding results. You still say it. You still say it. Woo. Hearing that Liao Zixuan still had time to joke with her here, Liz burst into tears while punching and kicking Liao Zixuan, as if she wanted to release all her fear and sadness. But if you pay close attention, you will find that the girl always has one hand tightly holding the young man's collar, for fear that the other party will disappear if she lets go. This state did not last long. Maybe a minute? Or maybe even shorter. The reason for stopping to vent may be because she was tired. But more likely, it was because she was afraid. The girl was afraid that the young man would be dissatisfied with her under her willful venting, and afraid that the young man would leave her. So in the end, the girl's boudoir returned to silence again. Only by the window, under the moonlight, she nestled herself deep in the arms of the young man, wishing she could rub herself into the arms of a certain young lady. Sorry. Where can I see the appearance of a young lady now? She is just like a kitten, the kind that has just been born, and she is unwilling to let go of her owner for a moment. The two of them just stayed there quietly, in the silence. After a long time, it was finally Liz who spoke softly and broke the silence. Is this why you chose me to be your client? Although the girl was asking, it was more like a self-talk that already knew the answer. Huh? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Liao Zixuan also tried to play dumb to fool around. Who is Liz? She received the best aristocratic education since she was a child, and she was at ease in the calculating aristocratic circle. The reason why she was sought after and loved by countless young nobles in Huidian City was that her identity as the Earl's daughter was one aspect, but the girl's beauty and intelligence also accounted for a large proportion. But sometimes, being smart is not necessarily a good thing. Just like now. Although Liz wished she could be a little dumber, or even a fool, she couldn't do it. When she gradually calmed down and returned to normal, many clues seemed to be strung together, giving the girl a truth that she would rather remain in the dark. You planned all this today, right? Starting from the handkerchief you gave me. My father? Liz lay in Liao Zixuan's arms, revealing her little head. The girl looked at the night sky outside the window, without any feeling of being a party to the incident, as if she was a third party, retelling the incident. You have already suspected that my father is a monster. He is in the same group as the monsters that attacked Huidian City before. They all belong to the organization you told me about, the subordinate of Duyuan. It is more likely that my father is Duyuan's lurking inside the city. That's why you approached me on purpose. Starting from when Nina was making clothes, you tried to snatch the same clothes from me, and stop me halfway on the pretext of scaring me. In this way, I left a deep impression on you that others may not be able to achieve in their entire lives when I met you for the first time. Well, although it's not a good one. Liz pouted as she spoke, as if she had returned to her original self with empathy. That. Liao Zixuan was about to speak a few words to defend himself. A slender finger was placed on his lips, blocking his mouth. Today, let me take the initiative once. Okay. Seeing that the young man had no intention of speaking again, the girl retracted her finger and continued to snuggle in his arms. The color of memories continued to flash. Liz continued to speak. Okay. Now your first step of the plan has been achieved. And the second step is to find a way to change my bad impression of you. Otherwise, how can you trick me into signing a contract to sell my body with you? Therefore, you set your sights on the fundraising dinner held by Vivian. As expected, in order to obstruct the fundraising, the father even let the treasure-stealing group kidnap his daughter so that she could not attend. But even if my father was as smart as he was, the Earl would never have thought that besides him, there was another big bad wolf eyeing me. A little white rabbit. You saw through my father's plan in advance and deliberately did not take action in advance. Instead, you waited for the treasure-stealing group to imprison me in an abandoned warehouse. When I was most helpless and cold, you took advantage of the opportunity and rescued me from the devil's castle like a knight in a fairy tale. Of course, you are not a knight, because the knight's dedication to the princess is selfless and unrequited. You are a devil. No, that's too ugly. You are still a big bad wolf. And I am not a princess, but a little white rabbit. A little white rabbit who is so lonely that she needs to find the big bad wolf for comfort. Although she was talking about how she was like a little white rabbit, falling into the big bad wolf's trap step by step. But Liz's tone was full of happiness. Since that day, you have successfully changed your image in my heart as planned, and even made my heart beat fast for you. And let me experience what it feels like to miss someone in my heart all the time. But as you told me, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if there is, fate has already set a price for its gift. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. And the price is so expensive. As she spoke, tears covered the girl's cheeks again. Liz raised her head and turned her tear-stained face to Liao Zixuan. In the girl's red eyes were a pair of tired eyes. Have I paid it all? It's almost there. Only the last bit. I think there must be more than just the fallen abyss behind your father. There are deeper forces lurking behind. The letter I gave your father was to lure him out of the city. And then, Liao Zixuan wanted to tell Liz about his future plans. The girl's appearance made him extremely distressed. Although Liao Zixuan had imagined it beforehand. When he really held Liz in his arms, felt the girl's body trembling constantly, felt the girl's fingertips not dare to let go for a moment, and felt the girl's limp and weak parts. He couldn't hide it from Liz anymore. But sometimes it is like this. When you want to reveal it again, it doesn't matter to the girl anymore. Liz only cares about one thing now. No matter what you ask me to do later, I will cooperate. I will pay the price I should pay. After all, who told me to choose such an expensive thing? The girl reached out and stroked the young man's cheek. Liz finally asked with courage, if I become penniless after paying all this, will you still regard me as your client? Of course. You will always be my client. Liao Zixuan answered immediately. Really? Really? Even if you wiped out the fallen abyss? Yes. Even if I have a powerful monster mother? Yes. Even if I have monster blood in my body? Not human blood? Yes. By the way, stop calling you monsters and monsters, and use more elegant words to call you and your mother. If I'm not mistaken, you both belong to the Blood Clan. Liao Zixuan explained to Liz. Even if I'm ignorant and don't know anything? Yes. The young man's mouth twitched. Even if I get old and ugly, and my beauty fades? Even if you have many new customers who are more valuable than me and more worthy of care? First of all, you are a vampire. Generally speaking, vampires have a very long lifespan. It is difficult for them to become ugly and old even if you want to. Secondly, no matter how many clients I have in the future, your position as my first client will not change. You haven't answered me yet. The girl murmured persistently, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Yes. Even if. Where? Finally, Liz's voice became so weak that it disappeared. Instead, a steady and even snoring sound came quietly. Liao Zixuan looked down and found that the girl had turned her head to the side. Her eyes closed, and she looked like she had fallen asleep and was sleeping soundly. Good night. Chapter 208. The gears of fate have turned crooked. Vulcan Tower. Since he inherited the position of Archbishop from Minter Maggie, the carefree, indifferent, and nerdy boy who was only immersed in magic research every day is gone forever. In just a week, Demir has been busy and exhausted. Not only does he have to restore the church's internal vitality, but there are also many trivial matters from outside the church that he must personally deal with. Just like now. My Lord Earl, forgive me for being blunt. Even if Vivian and others have achieved a certain scale of results in their disaster relief work in the ruins of Qian Town, it is still far from maturity. Not to mention safety. I'm worried that you won't go there rashly, Demir persuaded earnestly. In front of him, Count Cecil, who had gotten up early in the morning and brought his daughter, and made to ask him to use teleportation magic. But the Count was unmoved and even a little anxious. Demir had no choice but to compromise. It was not because of the Count's face. It was just that Liz, Vivian's best friend, was there, under the chanting of the young wizard. The blue magic halo of the teleportation array that gradually condensed to the outskirts of Qian Town flickered and reflected in everyone's eyes. Correspondingly, Count Cecil's eyes flashed with excitement about meeting the god's messenger. Lena, the deputy maid, still had no expression on her face. She could be said to be a perfect servant. As for the last one of the three, Liz, the girl knew that this was her last chance. Because, if she spoke to Demir now and told him that her father was a monster, that the mastermind behind the disaster in Fire City was an evil organization called Fallen Abyss, and that they were not going to visit Vivian at all, but to contact the secret leader of the Fallen Abyss, who was called God's messenger by her father. As long as she told all this to the powerful young man who had advanced to the archbishop level and was within a few steps of her, perhaps she could be rescued immediately. So, take advantage of the last chanting stage of the teleportation magic. In this short 3 or 4 seconds, there are 2 options in front of Liz. 2 options that are enough to affect the trajectory of her life. First, believe what Bai said, and continue to be a silent bait to lure out the bigger shark behind his father. And a common sense that even a 3-year-old child knows is that most baits are disposable. Especially the bigger the fish, the more serious the damage to the bait will be. Second, forget what she said last night. That was just a momentary emotion. Now after a night, she has calmed down and wants to seize this only chance to save her life and tell Demir everything. Even if Bai would blame her later, or even be disappointed in her. Liz knew that although Bai always pretended to be mysterious and wanted to pretend to be a bad guy, he was essentially a kind person and would never hurt her. Comparing them, there is no doubt that the second option is definitely the most reliable and safest option at the moment. So, Liz chose the first one. Buzz, the teleportation magic was finally chanted, and Count Cecil was the first to walk into the magic circle, followed by the deputy maid Lena. Just when Liz was about to step into the magic circle, suddenly, the voice that neither the girl nor the Count expected sounded at this time. Liz, Demir took the initiative to speak. This young genius wizard, now the extraordinary archbishop. Yes, after inheriting the heart of God, Demir easily stepped into the 4th level that blocked countless mortals, and officially became an extraordinary figure. Demir looked at the girl who was about to step into the teleportation array, with hesitation in his eyes. Because, I don't know if it was his illusion, Demir always felt that there was no family feeling between the father and daughter. Especially Liz. The Earl's daughter gave him the feeling that she was more like a prisoner who was about to be pressed to be executed. The young man knew that there was probably a 99% chance that he was under too much pressure recently. So he was just imagining things. After all, this was Earl Cecil. And even Demir had heard of his excellent reputation among the nobles. But Demir clenched his fists. He no longer hesitated, and continued to ask, Ms. Liz, please tell me, is there anything else you need my help with? After that, the young wizard deliberately added another sentence at the end with emphasis. Anything is fine. I am very willing to serve a beautiful lady like you. I am not bragging. But Miss Liz, looking at the entire Fire Code City, and even the Flame region, you should not be able to find a second person who is more powerful than me. Damir's eyes were fixed on Liz, who showed obvious expressions of surprise, shock, and complete surprise after he asked the question. That's right. Even if there is only a 1% chance that his intuition is right, Demir is willing to lose face and try. Because for him, it might just be saying one more word, and at most others would be surprised. But for those who really need help, it is a beam of light that cuts through the darkness. In fact, from the initial encounter between Vivian and Demir, it can be seen that although this silly boy is a little silly, he is the main NPC of the version after all. And his character is still impeccable. He is born with a strong sense of justice, an absolute good and lawful camp, and a lot of cheats. He is the kind of person who can be relied on if something really goes wrong. Of course, there is also a little bit of middle school and heroic fantasy, which every protagonist will have more or less. And Demir is no exception. Now, in fact, he was still secretly expecting that his sharp guess would be right, which would lead to a series of conspiracies, and then Demir would solve them one by one, and become a hero of the Fire Code City like a certain little girl. After all, isn't that what is written in night novels? And he is obviously the protagonist. But it's a pity. The gears of fate had some problems. Only the first meteor that broke through the night sky from the darkness would be memorable and exciting. The other meteors that followed, although also very gorgeous, had long lost the feeling of heartbeat. Demir was destined to be disappointed. No, not only was he disappointed, but he also blushed and was speechless. Because if you want to strike up a conversation next time, remember to think of a better reason in lines. Liz replied calmly in a tone full of the standard lady's style, as if she had encountered similar incidents countless times. No. That's what. I don't mean that. Demir waved his hands hurriedly to explain. But the blonde girl opposite seemed impatient. Liz stopped and took another step. With one step, she entered the teleportation array where her father and the maid were waiting for her nervously. Sorry. We have to hurry. And I suggest you give up. You have no chance. Because, after everyone arrived, the teleportation magic started immediately, and the figures of Liz and others quickly disappeared in the magic circle, and the ending words of the Earl's daughter that echoed faintly in Demir's ears seemed to be, because I already have someone I like. The girl said so. There was a silence. What? The young wizard scratched his hair in anger, and stomped his feet in anger at the place where Liz and others disappeared. He was full of grievances in his heart. It was obvious that he was kind-hearted and had no intention of that at all. But why did it turn out like this? Sure enough, women in this world are strange creatures that are more difficult to understand than magic. Demir muttered in his heart with indignation. But after thinking about it, he quickly added a sentence at the end. Except for Vivian. So, there are still women who never lie and never hurt others. Thinking about it this way, the world becomes much better. Swish. After the flash of daylight similar to the flash of a camera, the figures of Count Cecil and the other two were teleported to the outskirts of Qian town. Lowered his head. Opened his palm. The Count saw that his palm was full of sweat. To be honest, he was really scared just now. The kind of heart skipped a beat. Especially when Demir deliberately waited for him and the maid to enter the teleportation array, and suddenly called Liz without any warning and asked those extremely suspicious questions. It's no exaggeration to say, although from the perspective of outsiders, Count Cecil was no different from usual, at most showing some curiosity. But in reality, the Count could hear his violent heartbeat, and the hairs all over his body stood up at this moment, because the Count knew that once Liz told Demir about what happened yesterday, he and the maid would not be able to escape from the Fire Code City alive, let alone meet the messenger of God. In the Fire Code City, the only two people he didn't want to fight with were Demir, in addition to Vivian. Of course, in addition to Harvey. He dared to fight him head-on. But anyway, I was careless. I was too anxious to see the envoy of God, and I didn't even notice such a fatal hidden danger. So, what exactly is haha? I didn't expect that my daughter's charm is so great that even the highest archbishop of the Fire God cult has a crush on our Liz. As soon as they arrived in the safe suburbs, the Count pretended to be joking. But in fact, he was too shocked that he couldn't help but test Liz. On the other hand, the girl. Father, don't make fun of me. Liz's answer was consistent. Or, under Demir's dangerous remarks. The girl's quick mind made her think of how to say something that would not be suspected. No, but to be honest, if you hadn't spoken up later, I would have almost thought that we were exposed in front of that archbishop. The Count patted his chest with lingering fear, and at the same time, secretly observed his daughter's expression. But he found that his daughter really seemed to be accustomed to this kind of thing. Father, you are overthinking. When we meet the Lord of God later, and we merge into one, when Father uses my body, he will experience that men have many strange ways to pick up girls. The way Demir did just now is still good. I have also seen some people pick up girls by blocking people at night and acting like hooligans. Some people pick up girls by deliberately creating a heroic act to save the beauty. And even some shameless people who pick up girls while taking advantage of others. Liz remained calm. And it can be said that she was not leaking anything. As if she was popularizing science to her father. Ah. Cough. Is that so? Uh-huh. Father is really old. And doesn't understand you young people. Count Cecil laughed twice. He really didn't expect that his daughter was so knowledgeable about this. Just like she had experienced it herself. She can talk so clearly, so she must not be lying. I must have been overthinking. As for what Liz said to Demir at the end, that she already had someone she liked. It must be a very common polite rejection. Right? The Count was afraid that asking too much would ruin the atmosphere. So he stopped asking. By the way, since he knew that Liz had been brainwashed by the God's messenger to become a person on his side of the abyss, Count Cecil started playing role-playing games again. Try to analyze his mentality. Maybe he wants Liz to have a happy memory at the end of her life? After all, the main content of the letter that the envoy of God gave him through the girl in Liz's room yesterday was to let him go to the hiding place of the envoy of God. A place called God's Cracking Lake. At the same time as the meeting. As a reward for his years of lurking, the envoy of God will personally preside over the ceremony, allowing him to better occupy Liz's body, and seize the body to stimulate the blood power from Liz's mother. While the father and daughter were chatting, they deliberately bypassed Chien Town and headed for a more remote location in the wild. Vivian was a forbidden zone for them. However, during this period, the Earl still looked far away. Under Vivian's charge. The town's reconstruction work was under his charge. Although it was not clear from a distance. The shadows of the buildings still frightened the Earl. It had only been a few days, and it had reached such a scale. Fortunately, the God's envoy was still there. Otherwise, if it was just him, Earl Cecil felt that he had overestimated his ability. It would be better to let the God's envoy deal with such an opponent. After the three of them walked for a while, three powerful monster auras suddenly approached them from a distance. Unlucky! Could they still be attacked by wild monsters? The Earl cursed in his heart, and gave the maid a signal that the two should be prepared for battle. When he found that the ground under his feet was shaking, and saw the true appearance of the three attacking monsters, the Earl's face turned pale. Giant ape, dragon crocodile, and a unicorn. What kind of monsters are these? Are the monsters in the wild so powerful now? They must be at least at the level of third-level Lord-level monsters. Right? Damn it! They didn't even think about fighting. With their fighting power, it was hard to deal with one monster, let alone three monsters. Just when the Count was about to retreat and run away, he didn't expect that the three monsters actually bowed their heads to them. As if they wanted them to sit on them? Ha. I know. It's the messenger of God. The messenger of God sent to greet us. Count Cecil laughed and directly picked the chimpanzee that looked the strongest among them. Liz's heart sank. And she had a new judgment on the ability of the God's messenger mentioned by her father. He could drive such a powerful three-headed monster. But he only let them serve as mounts. Any one of them. Not to mention being stronger than Vivian's little wolf cub. At least could fight for a while. Right? But Vivian only had Xiao He. But the other party took out three at a time. Facing such a powerful enemy. Bye. Can you really be sure? Liz didn't know. While the girl stared at the three giant monsters with complicated eyes. She didn't know that the three monster subordinates sent by Shirley were also looking at the girl. They communicated with each other in a language that only monsters could understand. Among them, the most active unicorn, Bai Jiao, spoke first. Is this what Sister Shirley said? And asked us to pay attention to the girl among the human nobles? I think that's it. Nothing more than that. It doesn't pose any threat to Sister Shirley's position as the first spouse. Chapter 209 The Death of the Earl. Whitehorn. Don't just speculate what the boss means. That's right. You hurt us so badly last time. The remaining two monsters spoke almost at the same time, not daring to continue the unicorn's words. They vaguely remembered that time when they were bewitched by Whitehorn to spy on the boss's private affairs, and were hung up and beaten by Lady Shirley for a day and a night. What are you doing? I must be right this time. Otherwise, why would the boss specifically hint to me that I must pick up that human noble girl? Yes. Why? The giant ape and the dragon crocodile were indeed a little confused about this. You don't know this? Right. The unicorn kicked the ground with her beautiful hooves a few times. And as she spoke, She raised her white horn, which is unique to the unicorn family and symbolizes nobility and purity, high above her head. When any creature sits on us unicorns, we can instantly feel the purity of the other party's heart. So Sister Shirley's secret intention is to let me test this noble girl to see if she is serious. Don't let her be a bad woman with a promiscuous heart. As the unicorn explained, she also came to Liz and lowered her head to the girl with a bit of excitement and impatience. Look at those bright blue eyes. It seems to be saying, hurry up and sit on it. Let me see the door to the new world. Bai Jiao actually concealed a little bit. I don't know if it's a mutation or something. Anyway, she can not only sense the purity of the soul of the rider sitting on her, but also vaguely see some of the most impure scenes that the other person has experienced. So, Bai Jiao swore that she was really like other unicorns. Once extremely pure, but slowly saw more. So. According to legend, human nobles are extremely licentious, full of desire, and reproduce all the time. Even when Bai Jiao was carrying those foreigners before, he knew that humans can also play with the same sex. That scene, even her, who is experienced, had to cover her eyes when she saw it. She was laughing. Under Baijiu's great expectation, the worried girl climbed onto the unicorn monster of the god's messenger. Then Liz, what did you do? Don't be disrespectful to the monster of the god's messenger. Count Cecil's scolding came. The unicorn under the girl's crotch twisted its body non-stop, and its expression was extremely uncomfortable. Just like making all preparations, opening it with joy, and downloading a famous license plate for a long time, and found that it was playing Teletubbies. I don't know why it suddenly. Liz was also shocked. Human, you still have the nerve to say it. I am so disappointed in you. What Baiju saw in the subconscious of this human noble girl, the so-called most impure immoral scene was actually just. The girl slapped her mother. It's just a fantasy in my mind, never put into practice. Although he was angry, Bai Jiao didn't dare to delay the business, and soon returned to normal. After this episode, riding on the giant beast monster, the Earl and his 3 companions soon arrived at the spark forest next to the Shinli Lake. Feeling the majestic vitality here, Liz and the Earl were surprised. Rare animals, lush vegetation in the forest, as if even the air is full of vitality, and taking a breath makes people feel refreshed. Not like the place where a huge disaster has occurred and the beginning of the fall of the abyss. This is definitely a treasure land that will be coveted by countless nobles in Huidian City. This was the first reaction of Count Cecil. But then, the reaction of the fallen abyss camp was, is this really where the god's messenger is? This is completely different from what he imagined. A desolate place filled with withering and decaying smells everywhere. But soon, the Count's doubts completely disappeared. Because Lord God's messenger, Count Cecil shouted with a trembling voice, as they went deeper into the core of the spark forest. Finally, in the Count's field of vision, a woman who was so beautiful that he suffocated was sitting high on a stone altar in the forest. The woman supported one hand on the side of the stone chair, holding her forehead and cheeks. At first glance, she might give people a sense of laziness, but later you will find that it is actually boredom, which only appears in the absolutely strong, because everything can be done easily. So boredom arises. The Earl's excited shouts rang in his ears, but the woman on the stone chair didn't even move. Her slender legs were stacked up and down, and she had no intention of standing up. Her snow-white bare feet stepped on the stone platform, and the black velvet rings on her ankles swayed gently in the wind. The only thing the woman might have said was that she followed the Earl's voice with a cold look and glanced at the 3 people. However, even if it was just a glance, when he felt Shirley's eyes on him, when he saw Shirley's red eyes that were as beautiful as agate, but a little different, deeper and darker, Count Cecil's breathing suddenly became heavier and faster, and the blood in his body rushed to his brain, just like a fanatic who almost had the word obsessed written on his face. On the other hand, Liz was beside the Count when the young lady saw the true face of the god's messenger her father had mentioned. Although she had some guesses in her heart, when she really saw Shirley, Liz couldn't help but purse her lips. It was indeed her, the culprit of the disaster in Fire Code City, who easily killed Bishop Greco, could drive the Bone Dragon and fight Vivian to a standstill, and finally relied on Xiao Hei to kill them together. It should be like this. But why? Liz didn't see any signs of injury on Shirley, and even said that the girl felt that the woman on the stone platform at this moment was much stronger than the one they met at the beginning. As expected, her father's words confirmed Liz's intuition. "My lord, you are really fine. Not even injured. So great. I have been worried about you, and want to do my best to avenge you." Every word the Earl said was true. Because of this, Liz became more and more heartbroken. It turned out that this was the true face of her father. The current Earl Cecil ran quickly to the bottom of the stone platform where Shirley was, kneeling and crawling. To Liz, he felt like a loyal pet dog. At the order of the mistress, even if he was going to lick the other's feet, Liz felt that her father would probably go over without any hesitation. Too ugly. The girl clenched her fists. Her father's appearance made her chest swell with anger. However, the object of her anger was not Earl Cecil himself, but the culprit who caused his father's current situation. The woman who was the god's messenger of the abyss on the stone platform. And her mother, whose whereabouts, identity, name and family were unknown. The girl held her chest high and raised her head. Liz did not hide her hostile eyes toward Shirley at all. And Shirley, she naturally felt Liz's hostility. So she turned her eyes away from the Earl and looked at this human girl who wanted to fight with her right now. But because she knew the difference in strength between the two sides, she could only stand there and be furious at her powerlessness. What is the greatest humiliation to the enemy? At least the feeling that Shirley gave Liz was humiliation. Because the girl found that the hostile gaze of the god envoy towards her might not even last for a breath before moving away. Liz knew that she was ignored by the other party. Like a little ant on the roadside. The girl's nails dug into the flesh. "I remember that in the letter to you. Only you and your daughter were mentioned. Right? Who is she?" Shirley's voice, as cold as her eyes, sounded in the Earl's ears, with a hint of questioning. And the she in Shirley's words naturally refers to the last person present, the deputy maid Lena, who has a low sense of presence from beginning to end and is like a wooden man. "Lord God's envoy. I brought her here specially to introduce her to you. She is the result of my hard work in the Fire Code City for so many years." The Earl was startled and explained quickly. But fortunately, Shirley paused for a few seconds, as if she was thinking. But in fact, she was waiting for someone's instructions. Soon, Shirley's voice changed and became curious with interest. "Oh, then tell me in detail." "Yes, Lord God's envoy." Shirley's change in tone gave the Earl great encouragement. He wanted to expose the color of his underwear directly. "It's like this. Since I accepted God's grace, I have been thinking about how to spread this gift to more people and develop more followers of our fallen abyss. So every year, I asked the butler to buy a large number of maids from the countryside to the manor, and use them to study the possibility of developing subordinates. And now it has begun to take effect." "Father, you..." Liz was shocked when she heard the Earl's crazy speech. A large number of maids in the manor are replaced every year. This is not new to Liz. It is impossible for the girl to guess that there is some inside story. But she has never thought about human experiments. At most, it is a common problem of nobles who like to play with maids. Because of this, the girl has been trying to create a domineering lady in the manor. Whenever a maid makes a mistake, she will be dismissed. In fact, Liz thinks that it is better to dismiss her directly than to be played with and abandoned. "Liz, I have seen your little tricks over the years, but it is useless. Because as long as the maid is selected into the manor, a drug will be quietly injected at the back of her neck the day before she starts work. This potion has two functions. The first is that it stays dormant in the body. Normally, nothing can be felt. But once I need it, it will be immediately activated and occupy the host's consciousness. At the cost of consuming potential and lifespan, it greatly improves physical ability and becomes a powerful warrior who obeys our abyss. Of course, there will be lucky ones among them. This is the second function of the potion. It can subtly transform the human body. There may be a very small probability that the transformed body will give birth to new abilities. However, so far, I have not seen even a second-class test subject." After Count Cecil finished speaking, he gave the maid a few orders, asking Lena to show her excellent combat ability in front of Shirley. It was exactly the same as described. I am afraid that if she were placed in the Fire Code Knights, she would be considered an elite. With such a huge contribution, the Earl suppressed his excitement and looked forward to the praise from the god's messenger. But the result disappointed him, and panicked, because he only heard a few cold words from Shirley, which hit him hard on the head like hail. making him a little dizzy and confused. You said you have developed a medicine? Yes. Then did you bring the sample with you? Shirley asked bluntly. Yes. Eh? The Earl was about to blurt out yes. After all, according to normal logic, he could not offer the potion to the god's messenger. But his brain told him that he didn't have the medicine. No, that's not right. He must have the medicine. Otherwise, who injected the maids? Where did the combat maids come from? But where was his medicine? The Earl's brain seemed to be stuck in an endless loop. But soon, fortunately, the problem was not complicated, and he automatically found a way to return to the logic. Damn it! Damn it! Lord God. Such an important thing. I actually forgot to bring it. Really? Shirley didn't say much about this, as if she had known it would be like this. But she soon asked again. Since you researched it yourself, you must still remember the formula. Tell me. Of course. Lord God. Shirley's words made Count Cecil slap his forehead. What's wrong with his brain? If he forgot to bring the medicine, he could use the formula to make up for it. So, the Earl quickly searched his memory and his mind, trying to find the formula of the potion he was researching at the time. But the result was the Count was stuck. The word seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Strange. He was obviously researching it, and the evidence was that there were still fragments of the scene in his memory. But why couldn't he remember what the formula was? No. I can't let down the Lord of God's expectations of me. No. The Count gritted his teeth and began to frantically stimulate his brain, like holding a magnifying glass to magnify the words on the potion formula in his memory. But, if it is blank, it is useless to magnify it. The Count began to groan in pain. Whenever he wanted to go deeper into those superficial memories, it was as if there was always an invisible wall blocking him, preventing him from thinking deeper. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable and panicked. The Count held his head and had a splitting headache, like a mentally ill patient. Father! Father! Liz took a few steps back to the Count. The girl subconsciously looked at Shirley, who caused her father to become what he is now. But Shirley looked normal. She didn't even frown at Count Cecil's crazy performance, as if she had expected it. Behind Shirley, the little wolf cub, who was secretly observing the scene, suddenly felt that Count Cecil now was very similar to a scene in a movie. It was the kind of person who was brainwashed by hypnosis, and under the stimulation of the environment, began to gradually realize the loopholes and irrationality in the information he was forcibly instilled, and then discovered and realized a terrifying fact. I am not myself. Chapter 210. Seeing that he could not get more information by asking like this, Liao Zixuan decided to go on stage himself. But before that, for safety reasons, he had to take Liz away from the Count. As for the method, it was also very simple. Bring her here. The voice of the messenger of God saved Count Cecil from the chaotic logic. He felt relieved, as if he had diverted his attention in an instant, completely forgetting his previous memory gap, and excitedly brought his daughter to Shirley. During this period, Liz did not resist. Or rather, the girl was still immersed in her father's strange behavior just now. She vaguely felt that this might be the deeper secret behind her father that Bai wanted to dig out. Liz came back to her senses only when Shirley's voice sounded right in front of her. You leave first. Lord God's messenger. The Count was a little surprised. Wasn't he going to hold a body possession ceremony for himself? Why did he let him leave first? Shirley didn't explain, but just took a second look, and immediately made the Count lower his head and quickly retreated to his original position. Logically, Bai could appear at this time, but just as Liao Zixuan was about to walk out, he was forced to stop, because Shirley didn't follow the originally agreed script, but stood up from the stone chair and walked step by step to the girl who was also on the stone platform. The two girls were facing each other, even barefoot. Shirley was about half a head taller than Liz. This was of course because Liz had just reached adulthood and had not yet fully developed. But it also showed that Shirley had a tall and straight figure. Shirley raised her hand and gently pinched the girl's fair chin. Liz showed resistance to this humiliating action. But with a huge gap in strength between the two sides, the girl had no power to resist. Shirley moved her nose slightly, as if she had confirmed something. Then, she looked at the girl in front of her carefully with a scrutinizing gaze, and asked Liz, "Aren't you afraid? Not only will you die, but your body will be taken over by someone else after death. and they will live in this world under your identity. Faced with Shirley's words, Liz snorted coldly, and had no intention of communicating at all. Since her chin was pinched by Shirley, she couldn't turn her head, so she could only look away as a substitute. The girl's appearance did not make Shirley give up. On the contrary, she seemed to be very patient with Liz. Do you think someone will come to save you? Shirley lowered her voice and leaned over to the girl's ear. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, she whispered to Liz, have you ever thought of a possibility that you were deceived, and the person who made a deal with me just treated you as a disposable tool and didn't care whether you lived or died? After Shirley said this, the girl's eyes, which had been looking far away, turned back again. And this time, Liz stared directly at the God's messenger woman. Liz still didn't say a word, but Shirley instantly understood the look in the girl's eyes, because it was too obvious. It was a kind of ridicule of what she had just said. Then let me put it another way. Indeed, the person who made a deal with me attaches great importance to your safety and repeatedly emphasized that I can't hurt you. But you know, for monsters like us who come from the abyss, what we like to do most is to destroy the beauty that others cherish. So now I have changed my mind. I want you to die, unless you come to me and beg me to abandon your original camp. Obey me, become my subordinate, and become a member of the fallen abyss. In this way, I can not only save your life, but also give you a gift. Shirley changed her cold tone, and her voice was full of temptation. The breath she exhaled when she spoke hit Liz's ears, just like her bewitching words, making people feel itchy and numb. Don't rush to refuse. I can read your eyes. There is no need to pretend. That is what every weak person has. I know that deep in your heart, like all weak people, you have an extreme desire for power. I promise that as long as you betray, you will get unparalleled power, and you will far surpass your father. At that time, no one can stop you or hurt you when you want to do anything. When Shirley said the last words, she enveloped the girl with a strong breath, making Liz feel that she was not joking. This God's messenger woman could not only crush her heart in one blow, but also make her reborn. No longer the useless summoner who could only summon bats. It can be said that for the girl, now is a step to heaven and a step to hell. How about betrayal? Or death? Shirley's final judgment echoed in Liz's ears. Facing the God's messenger woman in front of her, Liz was about to squeeze out a paw from her teeth under the strong pressure of Shirley's breath. Stop it, Shirley. The young man's voice, slightly helpless, sounded between the two women. It was because he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Liao Zixuan's figure appeared behind Shirley. All of a sudden, the atmosphere on the scene was gone. Shirley took back the breath that deliberately wanted to put pressure on Liz at lightning speed, as well as the hand that pinched the girl's chin. Yes, Mr. Hay, Shirley answered respectfully, and skillfully changed back to a cold face that matched the image of the God's messenger. Just like a good actor who was conscientious and responsible. It was as if it was not her who didn't follow the script and added crazy scenes to herself just now. On the other hand, Liz, when the girl saw Liao Zixuan's appearance, she swept away the haze. Her eyes were visibly bright, and she showed all kinds of excitement. But it didn't last for a few seconds. When Liz saw the attitude of the God's messenger woman towards Bai, with the girl's keenness, she immediately noticed something was wrong. This is not equal. It is simply absolute superior and subordinate. Bai is on top. The God's messenger woman is on the bottom. Moreover, although there are only 2 short sentences of dialogue, the familiarity, closeness, and trust between them are still easy to detect. All of this made Miss Liz's expression stiffen, and she raised her hand in the air and put it down again. She didn't make the action of throwing herself into Liao Zixuan's arms like she did in the boudoir, although she really wanted to. Mr. Hay, Shirley is willing to be punished later, but Shirley feels that she has done nothing wrong. If she can't even pass this level of Shirley, then I think that even if she has a high status among humans and is a member of the nobility, she is not qualified to be Mr. Hay's partner. Shirley, Liz and I are not. Liao Zixuan hadn't finished explaining when the girl's voice rang out, abruptly interrupting him. Liz has never been the kind of person who would endure being attacked. Once she gets the chance, she will immediately fight back. Like a tigress. It's ridiculous. I've never heard of a subordinate making decisions on behalf of a superior. Does Bai need to report everything to you in the future? You said I'm not qualified to be Bai's partner. So let me ask. What about you? Who are you to him that makes you qualified? After Liz's words, especially the last part of the weird tone, it was obvious that Shirley was in trouble. Shirley frowned, which was rare. But facing Shirley's angry expression, the girl became even more fierce and looked at her fearlessly. In this way, the tension between the two women became stronger and stronger. Because of Liao Zixuan's presence, the advantage in strength was equivalent to being invalidated. As for verbal battles, although Shirley was smart, she could not compare with Liz, who grew up in aristocrats. This young lady's mouth was very powerful. Fortunately, at this time, a person who seemed to have been ignored for a long time finally came back to his senses from astonishment, stagnation, and disbelief, and reconnected. His trembling voice brought the theme of the scene back on track. You God. God makes you. The Earl recognized Liao Zixuan. How could he not recognize him? After all, when he borrowed Sima's body, this servant named by left a deep impression on the Earl. Hello. We meet again. Miss Sima. Or Lord Cecil. Liao Zixuan took this opportunity to respond to the Count. Seeing that the business was getting serious, Shirley was able to distinguish the priorities. She immediately stopped paying attention to Liz. Although Liz was disappointed with her father, the feelings she had for many years were not gone. Moreover, the girl also wanted an answer and the truth. Lord Count, I will make it short. I am here to take you back. Liao Zixuan went straight to the point without any nonsense. Take you back? The continuous blows made the Count's brain seriously stuck and slightly demented. Yes, just like you said to Miss Sima at that time. Have you ever thought that your birth also came from this? What do you mean? I mean, is there a possibility that you are the second type of test subject who has awakened a new talent as you said before? And the reason why you are now like Count Cecil, and you firmly believe that you are the Count himself is because you swallowed the real Count? After Liao Zixuan said this, the blond man opposite him changed his face. He felt dizzy, and something in the depths of his mind was about to break out. He didn't even care about the presence of Shirley, the messenger of God, and began to shout violently at Liao Zixuan. Nonsense! Nonsense! What are you talking about? I am a test subject? What a joke. I created the test subject. I invented the witch potion. Count Cecil's roar stopped abruptly, because he himself found the problem. Witch potion? No. What is this? No. 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 It's the abyss. I'm for the abyss. Witch. What the hell is a witch? The blond man kept shaking his head. His 5 fingers passed through his hair, pinching his head tightly. If I guess correctly, you must have never possessed a man. Right? Because you are the product of the witch potion. Deep down in your heart, your original gender is female. This also explains why when you borrowed Sima's body, you were so comfortable with some things that only women could experience. And you didn't feel any disobedience at all. While when you used Count Cecil's body, you kept yourself clean and never did those things. You were even praised as the most loyal nobleman. The mother who was loyal to Liz. The blond man wanted to defend himself. But he found that what the other party said seemed to be all true. There is one last point, which is actually the reason why I am so sure, Liao Zixuan added. I am a person who has some research on the soul. You should know this if you ask Liz. After you activated Lena next to you, the soul belonging to Lena disappeared and turned into a body with only an empty shell. I'm sorry. You don't have your own soul either. Just a shell. Liao Zixuan's last 4 words hit the blond man like a heavy hammer, making him shaky. I am. Shell? Shell. Body? Seeing that the blond man seemed to be broken and kept repeating the word shell, Liao Zixuan sighed. Sure enough, language stimulation alone is not enough. Do you still have to use that? But once you use that, Liao Zixuan tried several more times to talk to the blond man. But without exception, it didn't work at all. The other party has already fallen into a closed-loop state. How can he communicate effectively? So, I wonder if this half-finished puppet can help you recall something. Open the backpack space. Select the item Strange Female Puppet Remnant from the item column. And Liao Zixuan took it out. If the boss of Nina Taylor was here, he would definitely curse Liao Zixuan. Thief. Yes. This female puppet was borrowed by Liao Zixuan. I don't know if you still remember that when he first met Liz, it was half fine. But suddenly a runaway combat mate came out. At that time, Liao Zixuan was very surprised. Normal test subject maid should be like Lena, without independent consciousness, and only know to obey orders. But how could she be so out of control at night? Not only did she not protect Liz, the precious test subject, but she also wanted to kill her? Liao Zixuan restored the maid's path. The only possibility and doubt that came to his mind was that the boss imported a defective puppet from a merchant from the winter country. This is. I remember it. Which spinal fluid? Test subject KK423. Which mass production plan? I am from that lady. When the blonde man said the word lady, it was like triggering some keywords. His pupils suddenly became larger, and his whole body shook violently, as if he was electrocuted. Ah! No! Don't report an error. No! The scream stopped abruptly. The blonde man's crazy body movements also stopped. Instead, he lowered his head and stood up straight, and a mechanical voice without any emotion. Data anomaly detected. Self-cognition system disorder. Request for repair. Request rejected. Reason. According to Article 398 of the Confidentiality Agreement, once the K-Class Unit 01 awakens, it will be destroyed immediately. Destruction request sent. Fault. Data chaos. According to Article 465 of the Confidentiality Agreement, unable to connect to the main brain magic network, the body automatically executes. Execute. Violent program. Don't think it's a lot of words. But in fact, for machines, information flow is a matter of the blink of an eye. When the last 4 words were finished, the blonde man raised his head. What appeared in Liao Zixuan's field of vision was a pair of blood-red eyes that were exactly the same as the out-of-control maid he had seen before, chasing Liz, with crazy scarlet eyes. Chapter 211. Shirley, who had been prepared for a long time, dodged to Liao Zixuan's front as soon as the Earl showed abnormality, and took a fighting stance. But the voice of the young man behind her made Shirley pause. Shirley, just help me hold him back first. Mr. Hay. Hold means? A slightly confused voice came. Liao Zixuan shook his head and did not answer directly, but said, I think it would be better to leave other people's family affairs to them to solve by themselves. Right? Shirley was stunned at first and didn't quite understand. But when she moved her eyes to the human noble girl beside Liao Zixuan, who was also stunned by what Liao Zixuan said, Shirley seemed to understand something. She said no more, stepped barefoot, and met the violent Count Cecil, who had rushed to her in the short moment of their conversation. Because of Liao Zixuan's instructions, Shirley did not use the power of the fallen abyss, and it was even more impossible for her to reveal her true form of a monster. She originally wanted to control and weaken the force of her attack, but when she fought with Count Cecil, Shirley knew that she was a little too underestimated. Although the appearance of the Count after the rage was not much different from before, except that his eyes turned red. In fact, the internal flesh, as the Count said at the beginning, was instantly greatly stimulated and strengthened at the cost of consuming the body's potential. Moreover, what Shirley did not expect was that the enemy obviously had extremely precise control over his body, and could make many incredible body movements, which caused her a lot of trouble in close combat. For a while, before Shirley deliberately let him go, the battle between her and the Earl entered a white-hot stage, and neither of them could do anything to the other, and they fell into a stalemate. Of course, the premise of this stalemate is that neither fallen abyss authority nor monster true body is used. It can be imagined that only basic attacks are used without skills. However, even so, the Earl can withstand Shirley's basic attacks and fight back. After the fury, the basic combat power of the Earl may be around level 29, touching level 30. On the other side at this moment, Liz watched the battle with a frown on her face, but couldn't help but stole a glance at Liao Zixuan beside her. The girl hesitated to speak. In fact, she still didn't understand what Bai meant by let others solve their own problems. Could it be that the others mentioned by Bai were her? So, Bai wanted her to clean up the messenger? Let the messenger hold her father back, just to leave her father to her? Liz could only understand this meaning. Indeed, when the truth came to light, it turned out that long after her mother abandoned them, another dark force had set its sights on them and devoured her father. It turned out that for so many years, she had been raised by the enemy who killed her father, and raised as a new body. With such a deep hatred, how could Liz not want to take revenge herself and kill this monster in her father's skin with her own hands? But the problem is strength? How could she have strength? Even when her chin was pinched humiliatingly, she was powerless to struggle. I can't do anything. The password is correct. So, just as Liz clenched her hands and looked down, Liao Zixuan's voice rang in the girl's ears. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? After repeating it in her mind, Liz raised her drooping head and showed a confused look to Liao Zixuan. In response, Liao Zixuan also turned his head, withdrew his eyes from the battle between Shirley and the Earl, and focused his eyes on the girl, looking straight at Liz's blonde hair and blue eyes, which symbolized the nobles in the flame domain. Liao Zixuan spoke again. Actually, I also said this to another little girl. I told her that I have a way to tap the power hidden in your body. But the price is that once you embark on this path, you can never turn back. Although that silly girl accepted it without hesitation at the beginning. What about you? Liz, have you thought about it? Liao Zixuan asked word by word. He stared at the girl's beautiful eyes. And at this moment, in these green eyes, there was a lot of yes. It was a bit ruining the atmosphere. But it was indeed suspicious and unbelieving. Shirley followed the request very well and restrained the Earl, thus giving Liao Zixuan enough time to explain and the girl enough time to understand. Shirley has always been like this, which makes people feel at ease. Remember what I told you? Liz, you inherited your mother's bloodline. And the way the bloodline draws power is very simple. Just suck blood. The amount of power you get depends partly on the strength of the object you suck blood from. And secondly, it depends on your bloodline talent. That is, the conversion rate. To convert the power in other people's blood into your own. The higher the level of the bloodline, the higher the conversion rate, which can even exceed 100%. And Liz, judging from the Earl's description of your mother at that time, the level of the bloodline in you is definitely not low. At least it is a prince level. Right? Liao Zixuan recalled the entries related to Blood Clan in the previous life game. Blood Clan officially appeared in the player's field of vision only after the main plot was pushed to the third kingdom of the wind god Qingfeng. As we all know, the later the game forces appear, the stronger and more powerful they are. According to the known information at that time, the levels of Blood Clan were divided from the bottom to the top, including Servant, Black Duke, Lord, Prince, Monarch, and the legendary Ancestor. Let's not talk about anything else. Liz's mother has lived for several centuries, and dared to joke with the fire god Alice. At least she is a prince level. Right? So, you mean? You want me? Liz was not stupid. She immediately understood what Liao Zixuan meant. But understanding is one thing, and being able to understand and accept it is another. If any ordinary person were asked to drink someone else's blood one day, everyone would resist. But fortunately, Liz is not an ordinary person. She is a young lady who is full of hatred and is decisive about things she has made up her mind. She will never stand still and hesitate. Okay. What do you want me to do? Liz went all out. In fact, even the girl herself did not realize that revenge is one aspect. But deep in her heart, the instinct from the bloodline that wants to awaken is also subtly influencing the girl, making Liz not so resistant and repulsive to bloodsucking. On the contrary, she is faintly excited. Until she saw that Liao Zixuan exposed his neck to her after she said that. Come on. Hey. This business is so bad. This time it's really going to bleed a lot. In all senses. Liao Zixuan muttered. And the girl. A few blushes climbed up Liz's cheeks. How to say it? She didn't expect that the part that sucked blood must be the neck. And a sense of shame surged in her heart. Apart from shame, perhaps the more redness was caused by the boiling blood. That's right. When Liao Zixuan exposed his neck, this picture was like a key that made Liz unbearable. In the girl's world, it seemed that there was only Liao Zixuan in front of her. She could smell the extremely sweet smell emanating from Liao Zixuan, which was more tempting than any food she had eaten in her life. Bite it. Bite it. The bigger the better. The bigger the better. Suck him dry. Squeeze him dry. In Liz's mind, it seemed as if there was a mature woman's voice bewitching her, guiding her, urging her to eat Liao Zixuan like food. So puff. Blood immediately flowed out from the bitten tip of the tongue. Salty. The stinging sensation from the tip of the tongue immediately made Liz sober up a lot, and the inducing voice in her mind disappeared. What she wanted to do was up to her, and she didn't need her blood to teach her. After finding her true self, Liz continued to move forward. The girl did not choose to go from the front, but went around to the back of Liao Zixuan. This is Liz's last attempt to hide her shame and stubbornness. It may hurt a little. This is my first time, and I don't have much experience. If you feel uncomfortable, you must stop me in time, even if you have to hit me. Liz resisted the urge to swallow her saliva. Can I understand that Miss Liz is going to give me her precious first time? Facing the nervous and uneasy girl, who is both afraid and looking forward to the new world she is about to enter. A humorous joke will be the best seasoning. Puff. Bite you to death. You stinky hooligan. The girl thought so. Of course, she thought so. But in fact, before that puff, the girl first stretched out her pink and tender little tongue, as if she was imitating a mosquito before sucking blood, always using her mouthparts to explore the way, find the right position, and use the secreted saliva to reduce the pain of the person being sucked. Although Liz didn't know if this would work, at least she felt much better, because, no matter which one it was, she didn't want Bai to feel uncomfortable. After the puff, it was gurgling. At first, when Liao Zixuan's blood flowed into Liz's mouth, the girl didn't feel obvious, maybe just a little sweet, like honey. However, when the blood went down her throat, it was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger, and the blood turned into a strong warm current. This feeling reached its peak when it reached the girl's lower abdomen. In an instant, Liz's brain went blank, like a small universe exploding. All the muscles and bones in her body seemed to be in joy. The pores were stretched and opened. Every cell was breathing frantically, absorbing nutrients from the blood. They began to metabolize and replace. And the reaction to Liz herself was power. Legs, feet, arms, every part of the body was full of power. She felt that she could knock down an ancient tree with one punch and crush a huge stone with one foot. This was a wonderful feeling that Liz had never had before, and she couldn't help but indulge in it. At the same time, what the girl didn't realize was that her long golden hair, which had always been like wheat ears, turned pink like cherry blossoms with the emergence of the power of the blood clan. And her original green eyes also changed color and turned red. But not like the dark red of agate like Shirley, but like a red apple, full of the smell of blood. A strong breath burst out from the girl. This kind of movement naturally attracted Shirley's attention, although she knew it would be like this. Driven by curiosity and other little thoughts, Shirley still couldn't help it. After forcibly repelling the Earl for a few points, she took advantage of the gap and looked towards Liao Zixuan. It doesn't matter if she looks at him, but she looks at him. Mr. Hay. Shirley almost broke her voice. She didn't care about the Earl. Shirley rushed to the girl behind Liao Zixuan in the blink of an eye. Her arms, like lotus roots, crossed her neck, crossed her chest, and embraced the young man. Liz's cheek was pressed against Liao Zixuan's neck. A few traces of bright red, which Shirley could describe as shocking, were left at the corners of the girl's mouth. You? Shirley, who was in a state of excitement, was about to push the girl away from Mr. Hay. But who would have thought? The girl who had been pinched by her chin and had no power to resist, now seemed to have eyes behind her. When Shirley's hand grabbed her, she felt it. And this time, she went straight to meet him without fear. Bang! A thick muffled sound. A look of surprise flashed across Shirley's face. She didn't expect that this human girl could actually take on her angry force, and even still have some strength left. With the help of Shirley, Liz stopped sucking blood and moved her lips away from Liao Zixuan's neck. The girl licked the edge of her lips carefully, not wanting to waste even a little bit. And then, once again, Liz was face to face with Shirley. The girl was about to say something, but she pulled her hand that was still in contact with Shirley, allowing Shirley to avoid the attack of Count Cecil. Yes, it was obvious that the Count was not willing to abide by the time-stop unspoken rule. I'll settle my account with you later, Liz said to Shirley in a cold voice. Then, without giving Shirley a chance to speak, the girl's calves slightly bent. Although her legs looked slender, they actually contained great strength. With a push on the ground, Liz jumped high and collided with the Earl, who also swooped down from midair. Then, one of the figures flew backwards like a rocket. Boom! Earl Cecil was smashed to the ground, and the huge force made a pit on the ground. Before he could get up, there was a clang of chains, and blood-colored chains, as if born out of thin air, burst out from Liz's body. They blocked the Earl's limbs, like a death row prisoner tied to a stake, making the Earl unable to move. Among them, the longest blood-colored chain was used as a weapon by Liz. Holding it in her right hand, Half of the long chain dragged on the ground, and the other half was held in the air by a faint blood mist, like a blood python, entwined around the girl's body. Full of oppression, Liz faced her father, who was already unable to move and bound by the blood seal. Let's call him father for the time being. No matter what. No matter what the purpose was. The other party also raised her. Unlike Shirley, who only used flat attacks before, the girl can be said to have directly enlarged at the beginning in order to quickly decide the battle. While she relied on Liao Zixuan's blood to activate her bloodline, she also learned many skills inherited by the blood clan without a teacher. The blood seal that Liz is using now is a special move. It not only has extremely high single-target lethality, but also has a variety of additional states such as magic ban, silence, and even affiliation. As if saying goodbye to the past, she took a last look. The girl murmured softly, "Goodbye, father." After Liz's voice fell, all the blood-colored chains suddenly tightened, like a python strangling, and new chains burst out, making bursts of squeaking sounds in the air, piercing through Count Cecil's body. Puff! 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 After the continuous sound of flesh and blood bursting ended, plop! The Earl, who was full of blood holes all over his body and had no more power to resist, fell down and lay in a pool of blood, motionless. Chapter 212 Liz vs. Shirley. Is it over? After killing her father with her own hands, Liz felt as if she had lost her goal. A strong sense of confusion filled her body. Even if it was fake, is it better than having nothing? Just like when my father and mother met. If my father was given another chance to choose, would he still pursue his mother, who did not belong to the same world as him? Lilith, a faint voice came from the mouth of the blond man in the pool of blood. It was not a resurrection, but a flash of light before death. One of the effects of the blood seal is the following ability that only bloods have. This is more or less a skill of every blood clan. It can be understood as a natural toxin that can turn the enemy into a powerful follower after defeating it. Of course, the most direct way is to bite the neck, provided that the difference in strength between the two sides is not too great and the opponent has no abnormal resistance or immunity. But anyway, relying on Liz's fellowship ability, the blond man actually got rid of the control of the mysterious organization and lived in the world with his own will for the first time in the true sense. Although this life is very short, it may be a few minutes or seconds before he completely loses his vitality. I'm sorry. The blond man, or still called him Count Cecil, spoke to the girl. Liz couldn't help it after all. She approached the Count in the pool of blood. Your father really loves you. Even I, who only inherited your memory, can feel it strongly. The blond man spoke intermittently. He wanted to turn his head and look at his daughter again, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to turn his neck. Liz didn't believe it at first. She thought it might be the behavior of instinctively pleasing herself after being transformed into a dependent. Until your father's love is strong enough to resist the brainwashing of the lady. I fall into struggle and pain every day. This strong sense of guilt, knowing that I am doing something against my will and unforgivable, is so strong that it can actually lead to the abyss effect. Since then, I have completely lost control. The abyss effect is a term that players only learned after the fall of the flame domain. It means that when a person's negative emotions accumulate to a certain amount, there is a certain probability that he will be selected by the abyss and become one of the seeds of the abyss arrival event. A latent follower. The larger the amount, the greater the probability of being selected. So it is conceivable that a test subject who only relied on devouring the Earl and inherited the Earl's memory could be affected by the Earl's love for Liz, and then almost broke free from the control of the organization and truly lived as a father. But unfortunately, just when he was about to succeed, it might be destined that at the end of love and struggle, the abyss descended. The blond man's voice became weaker and weaker. The little life force he had left was almost completely lost because of these words. His pupils were dilated, and he was not breathing. He used only the last bit of strength to finish the last paragraph of his life, and a word he wanted to say. Unless a new second-type test subject is born after losing Unit 01. This place is safe. Madam. Don't worry. Liz. Live on. I love you. Daughter. He explained everything before he died. Perhaps he had completely let go of his obsession, and the blond man could no longer hold on, and he was completely silent. Father. Bean-sized tears fell from the girl's eyes and fell to the ground. She fell to her knees with a plop. Incomparable sadness surged into Liz's heart. In fact, the most fearful thing is not the enemy who hates you, but the enemy who loves you. Why? Why do you tell me these whys? Even the strongest girl could hardly hold back at this time. Liz cried like a tearful person, her voice sobbing and choking. After venting for a while, the girl's sobbing gradually disappeared. Instead, it was Liz who stood up again. On the girl's still slightly immature face, there appeared strength and determination. I will find them all, one by one. Whether it's my mother, or falling abyss. As if she was swearing, Liz said this to her father's body. But the irony is that the power that gave her this confidence came from the person she hated. The culprit of everything. From her mother's monster blood. At this time, the girl understood what Liao Zixuan said just now. Once she embarked on this road, she would never have the option of turning back. Liz couldn't find her mother, who was far away in the sky. But for another target, falling abyss, there was a ready-made one on the scene. The girl turned around and looked directly at Shirley, who was also full of hostility, and was on her. With Liz's intelligence, after knowing that Bai was actually connected with the Abyss God Envoy, and it was so close, with a relationship between superiors and subordinates, she thought of a lot of things in an instant. For example, in the huge disaster that caused the fire Classic City, was there any shadow of Bai behind it? For another example, she once firmly believed that Bai was a member of the good camp. But the appearance of Shirley made the girl question herself and waver a little. Of course, the wavering here does not include the feelings for Bai. So from this point of view, whether it is out of feelings for Bai, hoping that Bai is just like his name, pure and innocent, or hatred for his father, as long as the root of the problem is solved, surely, nothing will happen. When people are emotionally excited, they always have uncontrollable and incomprehensible extreme thoughts. Liz is now developing towards a pathological trend. The reason why she hasn't taken action yet is because her reason suppresses her. But reason can only suppress her for a while. Can it suppress her forever? If this continues, the girl may follow her father's old path and fall into pain and struggle. Maybe she noticed this. Or maybe she has always wanted to fight with Liz. It was Shirley who moved first. Mr. Hay, since we are destined to work together in the future, can Shirley be allowed to say hello to her future colleagues in a friendly way? Although she asked Liao Zixuan in this way. But in fact, Shirley almost wrote, I want to teach that self-righteous, ignorant yellow-haired girl across the street a lesson on her cold face. Although it was Mr. Hay who was in charge, Shirley still couldn't accept it. Someone else sucked Mr. Hay's blood. Not even her. If it was Vivian, Shirley would have accepted it. After all, there is always a first-come first-served. But it turned out to be, sometimes, no matter how much you talk, it's better to fight. How does the old saying come from? Women fight. Men, no fight. No acquaintance. Quietly lowered her voice. Well, be gentle. Shirley, we are all family. Liao Zixuan said so, and Shirley nodded. Please rest assured, Lord Hay, Shirley is the most sensible. As soon as the words fell, Liao Zixuan had never seen Shirley's speed so fast. Even he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next second, Shirley appeared in front of Liz, raised her long legs, and suddenly kicked her 180 degrees. Bang! Poor young lady. Liz had no time to react. After all, she was still struggling in her heart about how to treat Shirley. Unexpectedly, the person she was thinking of suddenly appeared, took the initiative to attack, and then kicked her far away with a flying kick. You? Liz flew backwards like a cannonball. And after getting up from the smoke and dust, she looked at Shirley with her almond eyes wide open, full of disbelief and fury. Look at Liz's expression. It's as if she is still trying to restrain her hostility toward Shirley. What? Why did you attack me first? Can I still bear this? No matter how rational I am. I can't bear it. Anger is like a wild horse that is broken free from its reins, jumping around wantonly. After Liz got up from the ground, she opened fire at full power, and the blood-colored chains that had disappeared around her suddenly reappeared. The girl did not hesitate. In the battle with the Count, her fighting power that killed instantly gave Liz a lot of confidence in her own strength. She used the same trick again, zooming in at the beginning. Blood seal. Accompanied by Liz's cry. The ground under Shirley's feet turned into a bloody swamp, and from the depths of the swamp, blood chains flew out, entangled and bound Shirley's limbs in the same way as they bound the Count. Logically speaking, After imprisoning the enemy at this time, Liz's last step was to release more blood chains to completely penetrate the enemy, who had no ability to resist. Just like the cause of the Count's death, with countless blood holes on his body. But the girl finally let go. She also knew that she couldn't really hurt Shirley. Otherwise Bai would definitely what? Before Liz finished hesitating, she heard a series of bang 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 sounds, as if the chains could no longer hold on under great force, and were torn apart one after another. When the girl came to her senses and looked again, she saw, "I remind you, if you don't take it seriously, you will lose miserably." Shirley's cold voice rang in Liz's ears. The broken pieces of the blood chain fell helplessly at Shirley's feet, and the bloody quagmire that had trapped Shirley's feet before also lost its function, because the black single wing unfolded from one side of Shirley's back. Shirley floated above the ground easily. On the other side opposite the single wing, behind Shirley, was a sharp spear of the abyss that looked like a spear in claws. It was this spear of the fallen abyss that easily shattered Liz's blood seal. Fallen abyss form. Maybe Shirley had been using basic attacks before, so Liz had the illusion that she was just like that. And now, Shirley obviously wanted to tell this newcomer, who was the real sister next to Liao Zixuan. Swish! Shirley dodged, and the space twisted with her. With her as the center of the circle, an absolute domain of several meters was formed, and the enemies in the domain were slowed down by time and space. Liz, who was naturally covered by the domain when Shirley got close to her, felt that her whole body was as heavy as lead, and all her movements seemed to be slowed down countless times. She could only watch helplessly as Shirley waved her hand, and the pitch-black spear of the abyss stabbed at her body. However, when it was halfway through and about to penetrate the girl's body, Shirley slowed it down and controlled it to the point where it could only send the girl flying, but not penetrate the body. However, this time it was Shirley's turn to be surprised. How could it be? She frowned immediately, and a rare panic appeared on her face. Because there was only a puff. The spear of the abyss, whose power had been weakened a lot, still penetrated Liz's body effortlessly, and a large piece of blood mist burst out on the girl's body. "It's over. Go and save people. Or else, Lord Hay." This is Shirley's first thought. But the next second, no! That's... Shirley's eyes suddenly widened, because she saw that the girl who fell to the ground and was pierced by the fallen abyss spear turned into a phantom and disappeared on the spot. The substitute blood shadow. Not good. Shirley reacted in an instant. It was fake. But it was a little too late. "I will return the words you just said. Don't underestimate me." From behind Shirley came the girl's scolding, and a sound similar to the breaking of her fallen abyss spear. When Shirley turned around suddenly, the sharp blood-colored spear came in the blink of an eye. It turned out that the blood-colored chains around Liz could change their forms at will. Not necessarily limited to chains, but also transformed into various weapons. Unlike the confinement of chains, this time the blood-colored spear form brought Shirley a strong attraction, as if pulling her body to hit the sharp edge of the blood-colored spear. Her expression finally became serious. This was Shirley's recognition of Liz's strength, and this also meant the end of the battle. After all, Shirley was serious. Buzz! A black hole emerged from the void and swallowed up Liz's blood-colored spear. The girl immediately felt that her connection with the blood-colored spear had disappeared. The young lady who did not believe in evil summoned several blood-colored spears in succession, launching a violent and rainstorm-like offensive. But without exception, they were all swallowed up by Shirley's black hole. However, Liz also noticed that Shirley's black hole was obviously not infinite, and it was already showing a tendency to be unable to bear the full force of her attack. This made the girl go all out and increase her offensive without any reservation. On the surface, it was Liz who had been suppressing Shirley, and Shirley could only passively defend under the rain of blood spears. However, what the young girl didn't know was that this was not the dawn of her victory. Instead, Liz had thought of countless ways for Shirley to counterattack her next. But she had never thought that Shirley would do this at this critical moment. Do you think you are the only one with a tragic life? Do you think you are the only one who lost your loved ones? Do you think you are the only one using the power you hate? Shirley's red pupils turned black at this moment. That was a symbol of the real use of the power of the abyss. She stretched out her finger, pointed at Liz's position, and put her index finger and middle finger together. Then, the friction of her fingertips cut through the air. Swish! Countless abyss black holes that had swallowed Liz's attack appeared out of thin air behind Liz. They absorbed Liz's attack and converted it into their own power. The blood spear was contaminated with the black color of the abyss, and the spearhead turned from Shirley to its original owner, Liz. Snap! After a crisp snap of fingers, countless spears of the abyss blocked Liz's body from all directions, leaving no dead corners for the girl, and poured down. Chapter 213 Butterfly Flapping Wings. Unable to move, Liz tried to struggle a few times, but the spear of the abyss fixed her firmly to the ground. Of course, it was not the kind of fixation like a human skewer. Shirley would not do so excessively, but relied on densely inserting the spears on the ground around the girl's limbs, so that Liz had no room to move at all, similar to a prison. In this way, it would not hurt the girl, and it would completely show the difference in strength between the two sides. As Shirley said, she was very measured. Do you know where you lost? Shirley released the abyss form and came to the girl, who was lying on the ground with a look of unwillingness, but knew that she was not as skilled as others, so she fell into depression. You shouldn't use a very consuming move right at the beginning, before you know the enemy's strength level. You shouldn't ignore it and lose your judgment when you think the enemy is at a disadvantage, and try to win by a single bet. Under Shirley's cold voice, Liz turned her head away, but in fact, the girl pursed her lips, knowing that what the other party said was absolutely right. The reason why she was nailed to the ground like this in the end was because she consumed too much energy in the front, resulting in her physical strength and magic power not being able to keep up, and was completely defeated by Shirley's counterattack. This has nothing to do with the difference in strength, but experience. She was a young lady born in an aristocratic family, and this aspect was almost zero, compared with the monster cultivated by the fallen abyss. It was not surprising that she lost so badly. However, Shirley's words later made Liz turn her head in shock and look up at the woman standing next to her again. You know, if someone like you were put in our wolf pack, you would be the first to die. Any experienced wolf knows that we can't compete with lions and tigers in strength, antelopes and leopards in speed, and rhinos and elephants in size. But why are we wolves still the top predators? It's because we keep learning in battle and know how to use tactics. We never fight prey head-on, but slowly consume it, understand it, and find the most favorable time before launching an attack. Let's not talk about teaching combat skills. What surprised Liz the most was the words, "Our wolf pack," said by Shirley. Wolf? You are not. The girl spoke to Shirley for the first time. The forest we are in now was originally my hometown and the birthplace of the abyss. I still remember that day vividly. My brother who went out hunting came back and first bit my mother to death. My father went to knock him down and subdued him. But who would have thought that the body of my mother, who was bitten to death, became the same as my brother? And my defenseless father was also bitten. And I... Shirley lowered her eyes when she said this. In Liz's eyes, a familiar expression appeared on the girl's face. Because that was exactly what she looked like when her father, who had turned into a monster, was tied to the bed. At that time, I had the opportunity to stop the disaster and inform other tribesmen in advance. But I was afraid and terrified. I did nothing and hid in the corner, watching my relatives being bitten to death, and then watching the relatives who were bitten to death turn into the same monsters and run towards their fellow tribesmen in other tribes. I ran away, but the forest at that time was already full of monsters infected by the abyss. There was no safe place. If I hadn't met Lord Hay, I'm afraid I would have no chance at all and would still be standing here talking to you. Afterwards, under the leadership of Lord Black, we fought our way back to the territory and purified our fellow tribesmen who were contaminated by the abyss. But perhaps this was retribution. During the battle, I was also infected by the abyss and was about to become a monster. It was Lord Black who saved me and pulled me back from the brink of depravity. But the price was that I would forever coexist with this evil force that caused all these tragic situations. The Lord Black mentioned by Shirley was by. As long as Liz was not stupid, she could hear this. As a woman, and even with similar experiences, the girl could fully feel Shirley's mood. And whenever Shirley mentioned by, although it could be seen that she was deliberately controlling her facial expressions, she inadvertently revealed a kind of dependence, trust, and even admiration. Liz had a deep understanding of all these, as if she saw a miniature of herself. The girl felt guilty and remorseful for mistaking Shirley for an evil monster. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You? It was very rare to hear an apology from this arrogant young lady. Shirley shook her head, as if to say that the past was over. It even symbolized that they knew each other only after fighting, and that they were good sisters who shared weal and woe. Shirley also extended her hand of friendship to Liz, who was lying on the ground. What a touching picture! Liao Zixuan, who was eating melons in the distance, said he was very happy. It's a pity that the male lead has less scenes. Where is the male lead? No. What's the point of a slut? Isn't it nice to be with Lily? What? The slut is me. That's fine. But it's a pity. Shirley is Shirley. That black-bellied little husky. Bah. A little black and white female wolf in every sense, Shirley said to the human girl who seemed to be in empathy with her, holding her hand affectionately and preparing to stand up. If you really feel sorry for me, how about you leave Mr. Hay? Then Shirley will definitely be grateful to you. If you wish, I can burn some incense for you every day in return. Shirley's other hand's jade finger, quite seriously, tapped her chin and added, Huh? Liz held Shirley's hand, which froze for a moment, and then snapped it away. She stood up from the ground with her own strength, and her anger rose with it. Our eldest lady still has that temper. What do you mean by changing your face in a second? Fake sisterhood. Ha ha. You are really good at joking. Don't you know that once you are bitten by our blood clan, you will be mine for life? Liz wanted to trick Shirley, but unexpectedly, the other party used a look of you, and directly retorted her blushingly. Indeed, the stronger he became, the more Liz became curious about Bai's strength. How strong was that bastard? Speaking of which, the girl suddenly remembered that Bai seemed to have told her once that Demir and Harvey were both vying to be his apprentice. At that time, Liz thought Liao Zixuan was just talking nonsense and bragging without thinking. But now it seems that he was not kidding at that time. Right. Yes, I am not capable enough now, and the effect may not be obvious. But at least I have bitten Bai. What about you? You have not been by Bai's side for so long, and you haven't done anything? Under Liz's sharp teeth, Shirley's face changed, and she was about to lose her temper again. It was obvious that her defense was broken. This was indeed a pain point that she could not forget. On the other hand, the girl on the other side held her head high, like a winner, with a proud look of catching up from behind and overtaking. Also, Shirley, although I sympathize with you and want to support you, sometimes, humans and monsters really can't be together, and cross-species are too taboo. Liz shook her head regretfully, still pursuing the victory, and being sarcastic. This is the basic operation of the nobles, and it is also the beginning of a new round of Liz versus Shirley battle. But what the girl didn't expect was, after her words that could be said to be a sure kill, Shirley's face on the other side suddenly became much better, and Liz even saw a slight smile on the corner of her mouth from the girl's expression. Indeed, Shirley tried to hold back her smile, trying to maintain a cold face, and nodded in agreement. The girl, Liz, was suspicious and strange in her heart. This was a little different from what she imagined, and she always felt that something seemed to be wrong. But for the sake of face, she still forced herself to hold on and snorted at Shirley. Although the distance was far, I didn't know what the two girls were talking about. Yes, as soon as Shirley and Liz started fighting, Liao Zixuan slipped away to make room for them on the stage. But seeing them at this moment, getting along so harmoniously, as if they had endless things to talk about, and they were in full swing, Liao Zixuan felt very relieved and felt that all his efforts were worth it. At least, he led the tragic ending of the game to a better one. Didn't he? He changed the fate of the NPC in the game. Although it's a bit unprofessional, this NPC is not that NPC. The one at home hasn't been trained yet, so he went to raise the one outside first, just to practice. But anyway, a sense of pride still arises spontaneously. Liao Zixuan can imagine how high Liz's future achievements will be when the official game is launched and a large number of players pour in, whether it is from the girl's status, appearance, or even strength. It is impeccable. She will definitely have a large number of fans immediately, and become one of the most popular characters among players. And then he can proudly say, "See, this cabbage. I raised it. This is not just talk, but real raising." What makes Liao Zixuan distressed is that the health bar on the panel is visible to the naked eye, and it has been sucked away by Liz. The 20% gap is the best proof, but it is not obvious that this young lady is really a juicer. Originally, Liao Zixuan thought that Liz could suck 10% of him. But who would have thought that it would double? Even from the girl's posture, he still felt unsatisfied and far from reaching the limit. If it is the panel of an ordinary fish, it would be fine. But you have to know that this is the panel of a taboo monster. As we all know, in most online games, bosses are all blood cows. And he is the boss among bosses. The blood cow among blood cows. His 20% health bar life value is equivalent to the full life value of an ordinary boss of the same level. So, Liz is equivalent to directly sucking a level 30 boss dry? Good guy. After thinking about it carefully, Liao Zixuan's eyes changed when he looked at Liz. So, is this really something that a prince-level bloodline can do? But above prince, it is monarch. Liao Zixuan vaguely remembered that the world-class boss that players fought in the Qifeng country seemed to be a monarch-level blood clan. And his name seemed to be Rui Dracula? Wait a minute. Could it be that the fate of this cannon fodder NPC that he changed casually will implicate him in a whole series of super large hidden plots later? No way. No way. If Liao Zixuan remembers correctly, the Earl said that Liz's mother was a romantic and charming woman in the 9 countries of the continent, and had countless children. I guess that aunt, grandmother, has long forgotten that there is a daughter like Liz. Yeah. In the territory of the God of Wind. One of the 9 countries. Qifeng. Blood Ridge. This is a small island located in the territory of Qifeng. At the top of the island, on the top of the cliff of the mountain, stands an ancient castle that looks like it has existed for an unknown period of time and has experienced many hardships. It compared with the manor castle of Earl Cecil's family in Huidian City. The two are like a big witch meeting a small witch. Whether in terms of height or volume, they are not at the same level at all. At this moment, the weather outside the castle was a bit bad. Gloomy. With lightning and thunder. And the violent storms raised the waves, hitting the reefs on the cliff, splashing large waves. In the castle, in the top floor conference room, there was a noble long table made of some precious wood that was more than 10 meters long. Under the dark clouds in the sky, dim light fell from the skylight, dimly illuminating the 4 or 5 people sitting at the long table. Among them, there were men and women, and they looked very young, as if they were only in their 20s or 30s. The conference room was quiet. No one spoke, and the atmosphere inside was obviously a bit depressing, just like the weather outside. Finally, accompanied by a burst of clicking sounds of high heels from the corridor outside, the silence was finally broken when they saw the figure of a mature woman appearing at the door of the conference hall. The 5 men and women sitting quietly inside immediately stood up and bowed to the woman. Third ancestor. On the other hand, the mature woman yawned and waved her hand when she saw this. As she continued to walk towards the main seat, she said leisurely, "What are you doing? Didn't I say that you can just call me mother at home? Can't you be a little more intimate? I finally woke up this time, but I didn't feel at home at all." "Really?" the woman muttered and sat down, leaning lazily on the back of the chair. The breath from her mouth had basically never stopped since she entered the door, as if she had just woken up from a very long sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched comfortably. Her peach-like, curvy figure was immediately visible. She was full of mature charm and youthful vitality like a young girl. After doing all this, she became a little more serious and began to look around. In the conference room, there were her 5 children. When the 3 boys and 2 girls faced her gaze, their expressions were very different. Some were afraid. Some looked at each other loyally. Some nodded cautiously. Some were cautious. And some did not look at her. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The woman on the main seat said lazily, "I will wake up this time and hold an emergency family meeting to notify you to come quickly." There is only one reason. The 5 children in the second seat all looked more focused when they heard this. And several of them even held their breath nervously. Because every meeting of their mother would at least bring turmoil to a country. And at most, it would be a bloody storm. However, the woman's next words made all the children present, as if they were petrified, and they all froze in place. Well, it's not a big deal to say it, and it doesn't seem worth holding a meeting. But I think it's better to tell you about this kind of thing. After all, after a pause, the mature woman showed an embarrassed expression to her children. But if you look more carefully, you will find that it is not actually embarrassed at all, but more like an eager expectation for a good show that is about to be staged. Since the end of the old era of chaos, In the era of the 9 gods. One of the only 3 remaining ancestors of the huge blood clan. And also the only female ancestor. And also the youngest ancestor. Louise Dracula said leisurely. You may. You will have another sister. Chapter 214. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The crackling sound of the rain outside the castle hitting the windows was particularly clear at this moment. It was as if it was in the hearts of the 5 children of Louise, who were sitting there. The first to break the silence was Louise's 3rd son, who had a pale face, human eye sockets, and a gentle appearance. He sat in the second closest position to Louise. Mother! Don't joke. Everyone knows that when you fall into a deep sleep, no one can enter the blood pool of inheritance in the family without entering the blood pool of inheritance. It is impossible to awaken your ancestral bloodline. This is the understanding of the entire Dracula family for centuries. After her 3rd son spoke, Louise blinked at him. The woman held her cheek. Not to mention the look of a mother. Not even the look of an ancestor. But more like a quirky girl. So, I am also curious about how my daughter awakened. Otherwise, I would not have forced myself to wake up even after finally falling asleep. Louise sighed again as she spoke, and then yawned again as proof. The children in the second seat looked a little serious when they saw this. Don't listen to Louise's casual tone. But in fact, sleeping is more important and meaningful to the more powerful existence. Once it is stopped halfway, it will be difficult to fall asleep again. Louise used sleeping as proof. So the children had to accept it no matter how much they didn't believe it. They had one more sibling to compete with. So, Ray, the eldest son, who was the most impatient and sat closest to Louise, was the first to speak carelessly. Mother, where is our new sister now? Who is her father? To be the first in the family to awaken her bloodline on her own in thousands of years. Her father must be very powerful. Right? Is it the immortal of Gili? The executive officer of Winter? Well, some of the Shikigami of Qiandao seem to have some skills. Rui listed all the strong beings he could think of in the 9 countries from the beginning to the end, according to the ranking in his mind. But Louise shook her head repeatedly, with an indescribable amusement in her expression, having guessed several times wrong. Unlike his gentle brother, the big Rui scratched the back of his head impatiently, and finally slapped his thigh. He seemed to have thought of something, and said loudly with shining eyes, I know. Mother, you must have secretly caught up with our chief Wind God. Right. Only the children of Mother and the Wind God can create such a miracle. After the nervous Rui said this, the 3rd son and the other 2nd daughter, who spoke first, changed their expressions. Unlike their eldest brother's excitement, they were a little elusive and subtle. As for the remaining 4 sons and the youngest 5 daughters, one closed his eyes and rested, as if he didn't care at all, and the other had been nervously clenching his hands from the beginning to now, looking weak and afraid to express his opinion. In vain. A cold snort made the atmosphere in the conference hall, which had just been full of thoughts. Freeze. Wind God. Don't mention to me that bard who does nothing all day long, except drinking and singing. I still don't even know whether it is a man or a woman. And I still want to have a child with it, Louise said angrily, from the shame and anger on the woman's face. It can be seen that the Wind God may have done something extremely beastly to her, such as lying on the bed half-covered, waiting for a long time without seeing the lover, and finding out the next day that the wine cellar of her own castle that had been treasured for many years had been emptied. The thought made her angry. Louise lost interest in teasing her children and announced the answer directly. If I'm not mistaken, your new sister is in the Flame region. Flame region? All the children were stunned. Mother! Mother! You are not in love with the god of fire. Are you? But I remember that the god of fire is also a woman? Rui showed an exaggerated surprise expression and hesitated to speak. He was too lazy to pay attention to his eldest son, who was not very smart. Louise spoke again. I gave birth to a child with a human earl from the Fire City when I was traveling 10 years ago. After trying hard to recall, Louise added 2 more words at the end. Probably. After all, do you remember how many slices of bread you have eaten? What? Flame domain? Or human? Rui exclaimed. Such an incredible thing. Even the 4th son, who had been closing his eyes and seemed indifferent to everything, opened his eyes and frowned. Mother, if I remember correctly, the Flame domain is one of the 9 countries. Putting aside the god, the group with the lowest comprehensive national strength is said to have few who can reach the extraordinary level. Even if our sister is gifted and can naturally awaken the ancestral bloodline of mother, there should be no blood in the flame domain that can activate her bloodline. Right? The third son, who was the most rational and intelligent, was right. In addition to awakening, bloodline also needs to be activated. Unlike the former, which can be explained by talent, the latter is real hardware. His words attracted the approval of his brother Rui. Yes, if it weren't for the god of fire, the remote and desolate place of Yenyu would have been swallowed up long ago. I think it's possible that her bloodline mutated, and she used some inferior blood to activate it casually. Rui's words were rough but reasonable. Even Louise nodded, as if she also felt that this possibility was the most likely at present. TSK. My newborn sister is really pitiful. It was originally a great fortune, but now it seems. The second daughter shook her head with a sigh, her tone full of pity. If I hadn't noticed her relieved expression a second ago, I would have really thought she was regretful. However, this sentence is not wrong. The blood clan has a strong concept of first blood. To put it bluntly, it is the blood that is activated by blood. The original host of the first drop of blood has greater potential. And the same is true for the blood clan. And vice versa. All the children, including their mother Louise, seem to be not very optimistic about the first drop of blood of this new sister. Activating blood with garbage blood is equivalent to destroying one's own future and wasting the original ancestral blood with unlimited potential. I heard that the flame domain seems to have a forbidden monster belonging to them? The youngest fifth daughter, who had been timid and introverted, suddenly spoke weakly at this time. The second daughter, who was sitting next to her, shook her shoulders and laughed, then showed some absurdity. Forbidden monster? Even if there is one in that broken place of Yenyu, how could my little sister get the chance to suck it? Let alone her. Among the five of us, who has sucked the blood of a forbidden monster? That kind of existence, like mother, has continued from the chaotic old times to the present. Even the 9 gods have to suppress it secretly, and dare not let it grow safely. It is a terrifying existence. A sister who has just awakened her blood. How can she suck the other party's blood? Could it be that she is in love with the forbidden monster? The second daughter's words were obviously full of a strong and aggressive sour taste. And the rest of the people present knew that there was actually a reason for this. Once by chance, the second daughter met a transformed forbidden monster. Such a godsend opportunity. She must firmly grasp it. So under her various crazy pursuits, the forbidden monster half-heartedly followed the second daughter, and did everything that should be done. As a result, when it was really time for the second daughter to taste the forbidden monster's blood as a reward, the monster pulled up his pants and ran away, and disappeared in a flash. This made the second daughter angry. So she was extremely traumatized by this aspect. And Louise, as a mother, covered her mouth and smiled. She had no intention of intervening in the various frictions and confrontations between her children. It was better to be more like a fun person. Okay. Anyway, since the bloodline has been awakened, even if the future potential is low, it must be taken over. This matter will be handled by Shall you do it? Go to Yenyu and bring back your new sister, who has just been born. Louise looked around and finally set her sights on her fourth son. Yes, mother. Shao nodded, with a very cold personality. He did not ask why his mother chose him, nor did he show any trouble. He just answered calmly and was unwilling to say a word. Remember not to make too much noise. Although Yenyu is weak, it is one of the 9 countries after all, and their gods are not like ours. It is said that the god of fire is on high-intensity duty every day. If you make the god of fire unhappy, even I can't save you. After a brief reminder, Louise lost her seriousness again. She said with interest, also, this is a rare opportunity. I allow you to go to the 1,000 Islands first. Well, let me think about it. Where on the island were you kicked out of your home? Yes. Yay Shrine. Please say hello to your father for me. And your sister, the Shrine Maiden, although you are half-sisters. To be honest, I really like that little girl. Lizzie wants to seal me and save her fallen brother. Hee. Louise covered her stomach and laughed like a silver bell, although it was not difficult to hear the bad taste in it. Xiao's eyes still lit up, and a few traces of emotion appeared on his face that looked like facial paralysis. Thank you. Thank you. Mother. A rare tone of gratitude came out of Zhao's mouth. The second daughter, who was sitting opposite Xiao, curled her lips after seeing this, as if she was still brooding over this past event and was worried about it, expressing disdain and contempt for Xiao. Okay. That's it. I should lie back in the coffin. Hey. I just don't know if I can fall asleep again. Maybe it would be better to eat some night magic grass. After saying the things, all the instructions were given, as if she was going to take a nap. Louise yawned and waved her hands, and her body magically turned into blood-colored bats, and finally disappeared and faded from everyone's sight. As soon as the mother's breath disappeared, the 5 children's expressions were obviously relaxed. There was no sense of reunion, as if the brothers and sisters had finally gathered together. They chatted, and everyone seemed reluctant to talk to each other. After finishing the business, they got up and left one by one. However, 2 of the 5 people were sneaking around, and after they broke up, they gathered in a hidden secret room in the castle. What do you think? Is this true or false? A male voice sounded. From the mother's tone and attitude, it doesn't seem to be false. This was another female voice. What should we do? We just accept it out of thin air. And there is another sister who fell from the sky and divides the family inheritance with us? I won't do that. Oh, you act so polite in front of mother. But I didn't realize that your actual personality is even more impatient than that stupid big guy Rui. The female voice was full of sarcasm. She quickly changed the subject. Don't worry. It's still a question whether our new sister can come to mother. You mean? The male voice seemed to have thought of something. Yes. It's normal to have some accidents on such a long journey from Yinyu to our chief Ong. And our bloodline is so precious that it's normal for people to spy on us in Yinyu. Right? But, will this make mother angry? She seems to take it very seriously. And even Xiao was sent out by her to pick him up in person. The male voice was a little hesitant, but the female voice seemed to have heard a joke and sneered. Respect? Ha! If she really respected it, she wouldn't have asked Xiao to visit relatives on the way to Qiandao. And she wouldn't have specially convened a family meeting to tell us about it. You haven't noticed yet. Mother has no affection for us. Her flesh and blood. For her, the law of the jungle is the only law of survival. Maybe she just wants to see us brothers and sisters killing each other to add some fun to her boring and long life. In that case, we will do as she wishes. We can't touch the remaining 3 people for the time being. But a sister who has just awakened. Well, let's try her hand on her. Such a cruel thing. But it seemed like stepping on an ant on the roadside, which made the male voice a little cold. He suddenly said, By the way, why did you suddenly mention the forbidden monsters of Yinyu in the meeting before? It was just a test. Before making any plan, you have to think of the worst possibility. But looking at the mother's expression, it seems that I thought too much. Oh, so. The male voice hesitated, but finally seemed to be unable to hold back. Can you not always pretend to be like that outside? I always feel that feeling. What do you feel? Don't you like me? My brother? When I talk like this? The female voice changed and immediately became soft and weak, timid and afraid. I will arrange people as soon as possible to find the sister in Yinyu before Xiao. You can decide whether to kill her or not. Thank you. Thank you, brother. You are the best. A soft and happy voice sounded, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. The man in the secret room stopped talking and left quickly. Only the youngest daughter was left, looking at the continent map on the secret room, where Yinyu belonged, thinking, I finally have a sister, and she is finally not the youngest. Well, it feels so bad. The blood climbed up the map and swallowed it. A faint voice echoed in the secret room. Who told you that your sister is a bad person? I really want to taste the taste of my mother. Licking his rosy lips, his sharp fangs glowed in the darkness. Winter country. Under the vast white snowfield. Doctor, there is a K-Class No. 1 test machine that has lost contact. Do you want to start the recovery plan? Where is it? Flame Domain. Number 58 Breeding Farm. TSK. They actually built a breeding farm in a broken place like Flame Domain. What a waste of resources. Let's see if there are any second-class test subjects born in the breeding farm. If not, just treat it as scrapped. The doctor's voice did not have any expectations. Everyone knew how rare the second-class test subjects were. Even in their own country, there were not many. However, doctor, it seems that there is one. No. 2. What did you say? So, just as Liao Zixuan was about to call off the battle, and put an end to the flame domain for the time being, thinking about going home to find the little girl, packing up his luggage, happily setting sail, and heading to the next water god kingdom. The 1,000 islands were booming. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, it became red like fire, as if purgatory was roasting the sky. No one would forget this picture, because it was not long ago, and it symbolized the arrival of the god of fire, and the place of the arrival was thousands of miles away in the suburbs. Shirley, Liz, and Liao Zixuan all had a premonition. Huadian City. What made Liao Zixuan's heart tighten was that he had a bad premonition, and he quickly sensed the girl's location. As a result, this sense was not important. After sensing it, he found that for some reason, Vivian left Qian town by herself when he was dealing with the matter between the Earl and Liz, and was now in Huadian City. Could it be that Liao Zixuan quickly looked around, and he found that the maid who had fallen into standby mode after the death of the Earl had indeed disappeared? This proves that a new Unit 01 was born. The second type of test subject is broken. Could it be that she has awakened her ability at this time? Chapter 215, The Last Calm Before the Storm. The flames bring the seeds of revenge. The foraging crows pick them up and spread them. Innocent people eat them by mistake, and eventually become the source of the spread of the plague. Don't stay. Don't stay. Always remember your position, and stay with the people you serve. The young life was strangled in the cradle. The parents were raped. The brothers turned against each other, and all the sorrows. If the reversal is reversed, the master and the servant will all stay. Winter is coming. The needle will pierce the people who serve you so that you can retain your humanity. Zhua! What the hell is going on? Time goes back a little. The reconstruction site of Qian Town. In Vivian's temporary cabin. The maid who was cleaning, Alina, was now puffing up her cheeks. She stared at the new round of oracle messages that suddenly appeared in the bucket with wide eyes. After looking at it for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. What do you mean? Bullying her for her low cultural level and never reading a book. With the use of her own abilities, Alina gradually discovered a fact that the more important the matter, the more confusing the hints given by the oracle, which made people confused. Therefore, reverse deduction shows that the more she can't understand the oracle, the greater the impact on her. It's bad. In the previous few times, Alina could at least understand and figure out the simplest and most complete first line. But this time, she could only understand the last half of the first line. Thinking of this, Alina took a breath of cold air. The little maid was full of tension, and her hand holding the broom could not help but tighten a little. And at this moment, there was a sound of the door opening from behind. Squeak! The little maid was startled and almost jumped up. Alina, what's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Are you too tired? Do you want to take a rest? Vivian, who walked into the room, asked with concern. Huh? It's okay. Seeing that it was the little girl, Alina breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly sighed that she was too nervous, and quickly waved her hand to signal, and then quietly hid the oracle in the bucket at her feet. Vivian, why are you back? Seeing that the little girl seemed to be in a hurry, Alina couldn't help but ask curiously. Usually at this time, Vivian is still fighting with refugees and strangers on the front line of rebuilding their homes, and it is rare for her to go home so early. This, after hesitating for a while, Vivian said, just a while ago, a brother of Chris named Xiaoqi came to me and said that Chris wanted to talk to me alone and asked me to go to the Spark Forest. So I thought about going home to put down all my things first. Oh, so that's it. Alina nodded as if she understood. The maid also had some impression of Xiaoqi, who seemed to be the second in command of Chris. Although the two were the boss and the younger brother, they were more like brothers and had a very good relationship. However, what made Alina curious was that if Chris had something to say, did he have to ask someone else to pass the message? Just pass it on. But why did he have to ask Vivian to go so far? The Spark Forest is about an hour away from Qian Town, and it is impossible to use teleportation because there are no coordinate anchor points available in the wild. Could it be a brush? Alina's eyes lit up immediately, as if she had thought of something. After showing the little girl an ambiguous smile, she hurriedly urged Vivian to come. Well, go quickly. Go quickly. Don't make me wait anxiously. But remember to be gentle when you refuse. Hee hee. Refuse? What do you mean by refuse? Vivian looked puzzled. Well, don't ask. You'll know when you go there. Elena mysteriously pushed Vivian out of the house after she'd put away her things. She closed the door again. The maid hummed a little tune and prepared to continue cleaning the room. However, when she was humming halfway, Elena's movements suddenly stopped. No. 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 Was she stayed by Vivian? The word stay greatly stimulated the maid, because just a few minutes ago, the oracle had just instructed her not to stay. Not to stay. The words that were confusing before suddenly became clear at this moment. So, the person you serve at the end of the first line does not refer to the eldest lady, but Vivian. Elena cursed herself for being stupid. Yes, although it was temporary. Her current position was Vivian's exclusive maid, and it had nothing to do with the eldest lady. Putting down the cleaning tools at hand, Elena didn't even change the dirty clothes she cleaned, and rushed out of the door in a hurry to chase Vivian, who had just left. Although she didn't know the reason for doing so. Since the oracle had the words never leave, she would definitely do it right. Every time she cursed the oracle for being unreliable. The little maid's body was actually very honest. Vivian! Wait! 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 An anxious shout came from behind, and the little girl looked back and saw that it was the panting maid. Elena? What's wrong with you? Ah! Great! We finally caught up. I'm so tired. Vivian. How can you walk so fast? Elena, who had a weak constitution, rested for a long time with her hands on her knees before she recovered. It's like this, Vivian. After you left, I thought about it again, and felt that such an important matter. As your personal maid, I must stay by your side all the time. Fearing that Vivian would refuse, Elena quickly added another sentence at the end. By the way, just think of it as coming out for some fresh air and taking a break. It's a bit boring to stay at home all the time. After the maid said this, Vivian hesitated for a while, because Shuichi had told her that Chris hoped he could come alone. But Elena was indeed very hardworking recently. After weighing the pros and cons, Vivian nodded. Great. Happily holding the little girl's hand, Elena and Vivian walked together. However, the little maid was still thinking about something else at the moment. The oracle of the first line was completed, but the second line, in the opposite direction of the spark forest, there was another remote place in the wild. Under the guidance of Xiaoqi, Chris was so excited when he heard that Vivian wanted to meet him alone. He was so excited that he set off with him without even thinking. However, after walking for a while, when Chris's excitement subsided, his keen perception sent him a warning signal. Xiaoqi stopped for a while. Chris suddenly called out to Xiaoqi. Ah? Boss. Just a few more steps and we'll be there. It's right in front of us. We'll be there soon. Xiaoqi turned around in astonishment and said quickly. I haven't even asked yet. How far is it? Chris sighed. Seeing boss's look, Xiaoqi's face suddenly changed again, and his eyes began to wander uncontrollably. Xiaoqi, how long have we known each other? When I was 5 or 6 years old, my parents abandoned me and left me on the streets of the outer city. If I hadn't met boss, I would have been frozen to death and starved to death. Xiaoqi's voice became smaller and smaller, and Chris's eyes flashed with memories. Indeed, he was an orphan since childhood, and the first partner he met was Xiaoqi. Since then, the two street kids have supported each other, and finally they have become bigger and bigger, and have achieved today's achievements. It can be said that Xiaoqi is his most trusted and closest brother. However, why? Xiaoqi, give me a reason. Chris hid the trembling in his voice. Although it sounds like a calm tone, it is like the dark waves under the calm sea, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Plop! Xiaoqi knelt on the ground. Xiaoqi and Chris have basically known each other since childhood. He actually knows that he can't deceive the boss, and has made preparations for the future. The color of pain and struggle flashed across Xiaoqi's face. Boss. Nana. Nana she. Ugh. I have no choice. They kidnapped Nana in the city. If I don't do what they say. Tears flowed down Xiaoqi's face, and he held the soil tightly with both hands. Nana is pregnant. Why? Why? I will marry Nana after we finish here. Nana's parents have finally accepted me. Everything will be fine. Why? Why? Chris knew about Xiaoqi and Nana from the very beginning. Not to mention him. Basically the gang of his men have almost heard calluses. Every time he took action, Xiaoqi always mentioned Nana. always saying that he would marry a wife and go home after making enough money. Mingming even overcame the disaster of Huidian City. But he didn't expect. I'm sorry, boss. I have to do this. Otherwise I'm sorry for Nana. Sorry for my child in Nana's belly. Xiaoqi knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. While Chris, the young man, seemed to finally be unable to suppress his anger and punched Xiaoqi in the face. Bang! After a muffled sound. Xiaoqi's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. He lay on his back on the ground. He knew the difference in strength between him and Chris. Or he was already feeling guilty and gave up resisting. Boss, hurry up. Go back quickly. They told me to say the same thing to Big Sister and lead Big Sister to Xingho Forest. They want to take the opportunity to harm the people around Big Sister. Boss, you hurry back now. It's not too late, Xiaoqi said weakly. His eyes became dead. Because he knew that his mission had failed. If he didn't lead Chris to the ambush position, the people in the treasure-stealing group would attack Nana in the city. Without Nana and the baby in her belly, Xiaoqi felt that he could die. But get up. Stop playing dead. Chris's irritable voice rang in Xiaoqi's ears. Keep leading the way. What? Xiaoqi wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. If I'm not mistaken, if I don't show up at the position that those people have set for me, they will kill me. Right? Chris snorted disdainfully. Although he never does such things, it doesn't mean that he is not familiar with insidious means. Boss. You, Big Sister. Xiaoqi was speechless at Chris's words. He didn't even know what to say for a while. He knew how much Chris admired Vivian. But now Chris did not choose to turn around to save Vivian's maid friend, which would definitely give the Big Sister a great impression. But instead wanted to help the betrayed self? Do you think I am a man who would forget about his brothers in order to pursue women? Damn! If it weren't for the special situation. I really want to beat you up first. After Chris finished cursing, he stretched out his hand to Xiaoqi, who was crying on the ground. Don't cry anymore. Like a woman. Get up and lead the way for me. I want to see which bastards dare to go against me. Chris. Boss Coco. Ambush. They ambushed many people. Humph. Don't underestimate your boss. After Chris finished speaking, he quietly touched the innermost part of his clothes. He always carried it with him. Even when sleeping and bathing. It was the card given to him by the White Lord. It was said that in times of crisis, it could save his life. This was also the source of Chris's confidence, and knowing that there was an ambush. Chris originally planned to treat this legendary prop as a family heirloom. But he didn't expect that he would use it so soon? But Vivian. I'm sorry. Chris knew that the little girl had saved his life many times. Now was a good opportunity to repay Vivian's kindness and save the maid beside Vivian. But compared with Xiaoqi, Chris still chose the latter. We can only hope that Vivian's maid friend is smarter or has better luck and is not at home, so we can escape the disaster. The door creaked open. I'm back. Alina, who had left home to chase Vivian, now stepped back into the house. Of course, following the little maid. There was another sound of footsteps. Alina, are you really feeling uncomfortable? Vivian's voice sounded with a hint of suspicion. Oh, it's bad. Alina thought to herself that it was bad. As a stay-at-home girl, she was so happy that she didn't have to go out that she forgot to act. After all, her current character was that she suddenly had her period. So she had no choice but to let Vivian cancel Chris' invitation and go home to take care of herself. When she thought of this, it hurts. It hurts so much. The little maid covered her belly and groaned. After seeing this, Vivian quickly helped Alina lie on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and went to the kitchen to boil some hot water and medicine. Lying in the warm quilt, the little maid only showed her head, listening to the busy sound of Vivian in the kitchen. Alina felt full of security and happiness. It's nice to be taken care of by someone occasionally. But of course, Alina did this not for this, but for the oracle. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the message in the second line of the oracle was too sad. And it clearly stated that if she wanted to reverse it, she could only stay together. In this way, the second line of the oracle is also completed. Right? But what will happen? Just when Alina was still thinking about it, suddenly, the little maid opened her eyes wide. Although she was in bed, she felt a chill rushing from her toes to her forehead, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps, because her bed was facing the hallway. From her perspective, Alina clearly saw that a knife was stabbed into the door handle from outside. Chapter 216. Why did they all fall down? Click. The door lock, which was not very strong to begin with, was easily opened by the blade. The figures of the two thieves emerged from behind the door. At the same time, whispers were heard. I can't believe that such a powerful person actually lives in such a shabby place. He is really honest. Stop talking nonsense and find the target person quickly. The slightly more experienced thieves hadn't finished their words when they met the eyes of Alina on the bed, who was looking at them in horror. They didn't give the little maid a chance to shout for help, as if they had done it countless times. One of the two thieves rushed over and reached out to grab the maid's limbs to restrain her struggle, while the other took a handkerchief with a strong pungent smell and covered Alina's mouth. It is difficult for people to take effective actions when they are extremely scared. Imagine a woman living alone at home, who suddenly sees her door being pried open. Alina could only watch as the thief approached her in the blink of an eye. But fortunately, she did not meet the first condition. Before the thief could touch the maid, a light blue ripple barrier blocked them. Because it was too sudden, there was no time to break. After the thief's body hit it, a strong rebound force instantly sent them flying backwards. Bang! After the sound of falling, the thief quickly got up from the ground. What appeared in his eyes was a little girl with a slightly frowned brow. How could it be? Didn't we agree to lead them away? Quickly retreat. The two thieves had obviously done their homework beforehand. They recognized Vivian at a glance and wanted to escape without even the desire to fight. But how could the little girl let them go? She casually raised her hand again, and the magic barriers on all sides blocked all the ways for the two thieves. When the scene turned again, it was already in the temporary office of Qian Town. The two thieves who were tied up were thrown aside. The guards and militia were mobilized one after another. And there were also players who followed to join in the fun, relying on Vivian's discovery. Several thieves who were going to set fire to other places and take the opportunity to cause damage were immediately found, following closely beside Vivian. The maid Alina looked at these tied up vicious thieves with a bit of fear. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if she was alone at home, or if she didn't force Vivian to stay. A big part of the reason was that Chris, who had been responsible for guarding against the invasion of other underground forces, disappeared, in connection with Xiao Qi's previous plan to ask Vivian to leave Qian Town. Even a fool could see that it was a long-planned plan. However, the real details still depended on prying open the mouths of these two high-level thieves, who were the main force of the action. Mayor! They still didn't speak, and we used all the methods we could use. The guard ran over and reported, with a sad face. If you don't ask me again, then... Thorin slammed the table angrily. He held back for a long time, but didn't say the words beat or torture. This was the disadvantage of the lawful camp. It wasn't that Thorin didn't want to, but that few of his people knew how to do it. Because according to the official law of the Flame Domain, torture was clearly prohibited. The two high-level thieves knew this for sure, so they were fearless and didn't say a word. This made Thorin angry, and the little maid next to him stomped her feet, feeling a little aggrieved. Moreover, Alina had a strong premonition that the information on these two thieves would be very critical. Seeing everyone helpless, Vivian can't say she is not good at this. She just knows nothing about it. But fortunately, the little girl thought of another person. Maybe she has some way to deal with it. So, another me. Another me? Vivian began to call in a low voice in her heart. After a few seconds. What? The same voice as the little girl, but the arrogant version sounded. Of course, if this attitude of being available at any time and waking up from sleep as soon as Vivian spoke is compared, then the test result is out. The arrogance is all delicate, not a bit slow. Another me. We are in trouble now. I wonder if you can help me. Vivian quickly described the current situation to the other me. That's it? A disdainful voice came from the mental space. She was very alert because Vivian rarely called her. However, she did not reply to Vivian immediately. Instead, after a little sense, she asked, "Where is your Xiao He? Why is he not here?" Xiao He is busy with his own things. Huh? Really? The voice in the mental space sounded like a condemnation of Liao Zixuan, who was not around at the critical moment. But in fact, it was not difficult to detect the secret joy in it. There is no way. Ever since Vivian had that little wolf cub by her side, she basically had no chance to appear. She could only watch movies in her mental space every day. Now that her competitors were gone, how could she miss such a good opportunity? Leave this little thing to me. I, love to torture the most. The eerie voice echoed in her mind. And Vivian couldn't help but say a few more words. She carefully reminded at the end. The other me. That body is left to you. But try to be as legal as possible. Wait a minute. There are so many outsiders now. Aren't you afraid that I will be exposed? It doesn't matter. We are one. I actually hope that you can appear in front of everyone more often. After Vivian finished speaking, she paused for a moment and added a final sentence secretly. With a good image. Okay. I will pay attention to image management. Then I will come in? Well, please. After Vivian finished speaking, she closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, a flash of red flashed across the little girl's originally clear eyes. And at the same time, an upward arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She moved and walked quickly to Mayor Thorin. Uncle Thorin, can you let me try? She imitated Vivian's soft voice. But her eyes were flashing with expectation. The two tied-up senior thieves did not pay attention to the details of the little girl, but showed a mocking expression after hearing it. In terms of strength, no matter how many of them there are, they are indeed no match for Vivian. But when it comes to interrogation, what's going on? Does this guy, who is known for his kindness, intend to influence them with kindness and preaching? On the other side. Vivian. Are you sure? Thorin was obviously hesitant to speak, as was Elena, who was looking puzzled beside him. But the little maid's mind turned quickly, and she thought of the possibility in an instant. Vivian, do you know the magic of interrogation? As soon as these words came out, Thorin immediately showed an expression of I see. So that's it. And the guards around him also suddenly realized it. As for Vivian, the little girl's smile bloomed even more. She did not deny it, and nodded along. Yes, I like this the most. But, can you ask everyone else to leave first? Although everyone was very curious and wanted to see it. Since Vivian had asked for it, Mayor Thorin waved his hand, and everyone in the interrogation room filed out and left, watching the number of people decreasing, until only the little girl was left in the empty interrogation room. The two high-level thieves didn't know why they should be happy, but when they looked at Vivian, who was smiling at them, they felt a chill in their hearts. I always felt that this little girl was not right. She seemed to be different from the original impression. An absurd thought even rose from the bottom of their hearts. Wouldn't it be better if she had confessed before? And then, they confirmed the fact. The thieves' early warning perception was really sharp, because I promised Vivian that I would manage my image well. So the whole process was very covert, and didn't make much noise. Except for wait. What are you going to do? No. Don't come again. Wait, I said. The people outside the interrogation room could only hear the two senior thieves of the treasure-stealing group, who were originally silent under the guards, and had the time to sneer at the same time. But now they were frequently howling like ghosts and wolves, as if they were suffering from great torture, even to the end. No, don't come over here. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything. Please. Please. Stop. After just a few minutes, it was like kneeling down to beg for mercy. From toughness to fear and now begging. It was no longer Vivian who wanted to interrogate them for intelligence information, but they begged to tell the little girl everything they knew. Finally, the door of the interrogation room creaked open again. Just like when she first entered, Vivian came out with the same weak look. She nodded shyly to the people outside the door with different expressions on their faces, indicating that she had lived up to everyone's expectations and was interrogated. When Thorin, the little maid, and a few players who joined the town guards looked into the interrogation room, they saw that the two high-level thieves did not have any obvious injuries. But if they looked at their mental state, Don't come over. I said it. Devil. They squatted in the corner of the interrogation room with their heads in their hands, curled up tightly. And they no longer looked like the evil people who had done many evil things and were fearless before. Instead, they looked more like two mentally ill patients. Wow. Vivian. You are so powerful. I didn't expect your interrogation magic to be so effective. And it seems that the effect is too good. Right? The maid, Alina, looked at the two high-level thieves and swallowed her saliva quietly with lingering fear. She subconsciously said to herself, I always feel that they seem to have been played by you. Why? You are so interested. Do you want to learn and experience it? Vivian stared at the little maid. She asked with a smile. She immediately shuddered all over. Alina shook her head like a rattle. After briefly explaining the results of the interrogation to Thorin, everyone split into two groups. One side took the militia and players to rescue Chris. And the other side? Vivian immediately got up and went to the Fire Code City. She easily tortured out the location where the kidnapped Nana was imprisoned, under the guise of saving people. But in fact, there is still a little selfishness of the second personality. Although she sleeps most of the time, she also knows that there is a force called Treasure Stealing Group that always opposes Vivian. She is different from a certain little wolf cub. She doesn't like to make those messy things. What she likes most is to push forward, taking this opportunity. It's just right to solve the problem once and for all. Right? Save these flies from buzzing all day long. After such a happy decision, the corner of her mouth curled up with an excited smile. The light of the teleportation array under Vivian's feet flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight. Fire Classic City. Outer City Area. The underground secret base of the Treasure Stealing Group. Fox Tribe. If the two most important things in a woman's life are money and appearance, sometimes, for a small number of women, their appearance is more important than their lives. Coincidentally, the Charm Fox is one of them. However, now, the gloomy sound of Jijiji echoes in her room like a ghost. There is no light in the room. Only a few candles are lit, so it is extremely dark. In such an environment, if you see the woman in the center, it will be even more terrifying. It can be seen that the current Charm Fox, let alone being naked like before, uses her figure and appearance as a weapon. Now, since she was engulfed by the flames of the firewood, although she is not dead, she is no different from being dead. She is wrapped in bandages all over her body, without revealing any skin. The reason can be seen from her face, with large burn marks. Mayhew has asked several doctors and even found a priest, but they all shook their heads and told her that they didn't know the reason and any means of healing would not work on her. Rather than saying that this is a scar, it is more like a curse. And now, she has no ability to break the curse, and can only pass on the curse and hatred to others. Do you see this iron brand? Haha. It has been roasted red. If you put it on your face? Tut tut. The fox laughed a little nervously. The person she was talking to was a beautiful young girl who was tied up and thrown on the ground. In the weak candlelight, it can be seen that there is an obvious bulge in the girl's lower abdomen. She has been pregnant for a while. At this moment, there is only endless fear on the girl's face. She keeps shaking her head, and the cold sweat soaks her forehead. I remember your name is Nana. Right? What a beautiful face. And the baby in your arms. Now I want to put some makeup on your mother? In this way, your mother can be as beautiful as me. Don't be afraid. I have done makeup for many people. I have good skills. And soon, you will be able to join us. Ha ha ha. The crazy fox was about to walk towards Nana with the hot tongs. But at this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded from outside the house. Get out. Didn't I warn you? Don't bother me at this time. The tyranny in the eyes of the fox suddenly rose. When the people outside the door saw that the fox had no intention of opening the door, they had to rely on themselves. He used a black sickle to split the extremely solid door of the treasure-stealing group leader's room in half. Yeah. Sure enough, there is still one person who can stand here. Vivian's eyes flashed red, and the black sickle also reflected a bloody shadow under the candlelight. The fox subconsciously looked down at the figure of the girl who appeared at the door. She saw that her two elite guards of the treasure-stealing group were trampled under the girl's leather boots like dead pigs. If you look back, the fox members, like these guards, are twisted and piled up in the corridor behind the girl. Maybe they also felt the fox's sight. Huh? Why did they all fall down? Ah, they must be tired of playing? Vivian also turned around and looked at the pile of human flesh in the corridor. But when she turned back and looked at the only fox who could still stand up. So, can you please continue to play with me? The girl licked her lips. Chapter 217 The Price of Growth. The expression on Mayhew's face changed again and again. From her expression, there was no fear as expected, but more like surprise. And the reason for the surprise was not that Vivian would appear here, but the speed at which the little girl arrived here. And such a strange state. All these will affect her upcoming revenge. But I can't care so much. According to the plan. Yes. Mayhu had actually made preparations for Vivian to come to kill her. Which was not difficult to guess. And she was waiting for this moment. Black Tiger. Why don't you come out? Mayhu's sharp voice echoed in the room. The little girl holding the black sickle and blocking the door, as she said, seemed to be playing a game. Vivian was not in a hurry to fight. She focused her attention on a burly man with a naked upper body who walked out of the secret door in the room after the voice of the fox. Oh! There is another little mouse. Seeing the big man appear, the smile on the little girl's mouth became even stronger. On the other hand, from his swollen muscles and various tattoos on his upper body that seemed to be animals, just as the name called by the fox, the last and most powerful part of the treasure-stealing group, the leader of the tiger tribe, Black Tiger. Hurry up. That little girl is not in a good state. Different from usual. I don't have time for you to say those nonsense anymore. Give me that. As soon as Black Tiger appeared, he urged Charm Fox eagerly. He obviously also noticed Vivian's abnormality. As for Charm Fox, she gritted her teeth. Although the nonsense in Black Tiger's mouth was the key to her revenge on Vivian, she actually felt a bit of the same breath from the little girl, which made her dare not hesitate any longer. Here. It's best if you can achieve what you said. Charm Fox took out a small bottle from her arms and threw it to Black Tiger. After Black Tiger took the bottle from Charm Fox, his tall body trembled slightly with excitement. His big hand quickly twisted the bottle cap, and a faint smell of blood came from it. There was sticky blood inside, but Black Tiger did not reject it, but drank it down. The essence of the fox in the bottle gurgled down his throat and flowed into his stomach. Black Tiger smashed the empty bottle to the ground. After feeling the changes in his body, the big man laughed wildly and began to echo in the room. Finally, my 4-elephant power is finally gathered. Ha ha ha. After the ecstasy, when Black Tiger looked at the little girl opposite, his eyes were no longer afraid, but full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to try Vivian and fight with her to test his strength. This made the little girl sneer. Hee. It seems that I am still ambushed? From the conversation between Black Tiger and the fox, and the current situation, Vivian saw that the two had been waiting for her to arrive. However, the little girl in the second personality was not unhappy about this, but was even more excited. Just like playing a game to the final level and finding that there was actually hidden content. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Let me show you the secret manual of our treasure-stealing group for 100 years. The power of the 4 symbols. Vivian's attitude seemed to anger Black Tiger. After he roared, all the tattoos on his previously exposed upper body began to glow at this moment. The power of the tiger. As Black Tiger shouted, the tattoo on his chest, which symbolized the tiger, became particularly clear. At the same time, the powerful power of a tiger filled his whole body. The tenacity of the snake. Then the snake tattoos on his arms, which were originally very light and blurred, were activated, making the big man's arms like pythons, full of tenacity and extremely powerful. Feather of crow. Spirit of fox. The tattoo of crow on his back, and the blood of the fox that Black Tiger drank are like the last piece of the puzzle. Like the tattoo pattern of fox, it covers Black Tiger's face like a mask. Before, Count Berlin asked Black Tiger why he didn't care about the death of Viper, one of the 4 leaders. At that time, Black Tiger answered that Viper had brought it upon himself. But in reality, Black Tiger also had selfish motives. The power of the 4 symbols book he practiced must be collected, and the blood of the leaders of the 4 divisions of the treasure-stealing group must be collected. However, it is not easy to ask for blood from people, which is equivalent to a serious injury to the vitality and a decline in strength. The leaders are all black-hearted, except for the special case of Dead Crow. When Black Tiger asked Dead Crow for blood, Dead Crow gave it without hesitation. Therefore, Black Tiger, who secretly coveted the blood of the venomous snake and the charmed fox, did not find a suitable way before. But after Vivian appeared, he tried his best to cooperate and deliberately kept opposing her. His purpose can be said to be for today. The venomous snake was killed, and the charmed fox could only fulfill his wish for revenge. Now, feeling the surging power all over his body, the power of the 4 symbols gave him the power of a tiger, the resilience of a snake, the wings of a crow, and the perception of a fox. It can be said that his current strength is more than 4 times that of the original. And this is why Black Tiger is extremely inflated. And he is not afraid of Vivian, who is already a 3rd level mage. Little girl, I advise you to release your summoned beast quickly. Maybe you still have a chance. And I, can also collect the blood of your summoned beast to make my 4-elephant power reach the legendary 5-elephant level. Hey, whose current mentality should be like a local tycoon who suddenly became rich. Moreover, he has been patient for many years. And he has accumulated a lot of experience, and has soared to the same level of the 3rd level as Vivian. In Hey Who's mind, everyone is now at the same level. And there is no hardware gap. Can he still lose to a woman? You can be crazy. But corresponding to it, you have to bear its price. Originally, the second personality wanted to see what new tricks Black Tiger could come up with. But when Black Tiger became more and more arrogant, he even touched her taboo. The girl moved. Her calves slightly bent. And the force of her leather boots on the floor suddenly increased. The next moment, the legs that looked weak and slender on the surface burst out with incredible and terrifying force. Even with the keen perception of the fox spirit, Black Tiger could only see that the floor was cracking like a spider web. But the figure of the little girl, who was originally standing there, disappeared. What? Where did she go? Before Black Tiger's inner horror ended, a sarcastic, murderous voice sounded from behind him. You still want me to summon Xiaohei? You are worthy? The girl's voice was stern, and even the tone was amplified by several points. For the first time, I could hear a hint of anger in it. You? Hey, who wanted to turn around, but found that he couldn't complete such a simple action because he lost control of the lower half. At the same time, as he wanted to move, a delayed pain finally stimulated his whole body, making Hey Who's eyes widen and his breathing rapid. A faint blood foam overflowed from the big man's waist, forming a thin line. At first, there was not much, but as Hey Who wanted to turn around, the blood began to flow like a spring. It was not a serious injury. It was nothing more than being cut in half. A kick from the girl's leather boots from behind. Plop! After being strengthened by the power of the 4 symbols, the sturdy body of the 3rd level warrior of Black Tiger fell face down softly and hit the ground heavily. Why? My power of the 4 symbols. You, on what basis? Black Tiger was extremely unwilling. And before he died, he still stared with his eyes wide open, unwilling to believe that they were all 3rd level. And he was a warrior profession, proud of his physical body. But he was killed by a summoner in close combat. Instantly, after Vivian heard this, the girl turned in front of Black Tiger, looking down at the Black Tiger on the ground, who was unable to move, and entered the countdown to death. Why? The little girl repeated, as if she had heard something funny. Because this body is a masterpiece that Xiaohei and I have trained together. As for your 4 symbols power, just by hearing the name, you know it's a small skill. And you have the nerve to shout it out. You? Poof! The girl's vicious words made him so angry that his blood rushed to his heart. Originally, Hey Who could still live for a while. But now, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was dead. That, after Hey Who died, a weak voice came from the mental space. Because the second personality was controlling the body. The voice in his mind now belonged to the original little girl. Why? Don't say you want to blame me for killing someone. Shouldn't such a bastard be killed? No. No. I mean the other me. Please say less next time. That kind of thing. Okay? The main character Vivian hesitated. TSK. Are you shy? Vivian? The second personality teased with interest. However, the smile on her face froze the next second. No. I mean, isn't my body also your body? If you say that, it was Xiaohei who trained the 2 of us. And you were also trained. Right? Vivian finally said it. You? Immediately, a rare blush climbed up the second personality's cheeks, and she stomped her feet several times in shame and anger. Another me. Do you actually like Xiaohei as well? Vivian suddenly asked curiously. Bah! Don't put your emotions on me. But when Hey Who was saying bad things about Xiaohei, I could clearly feel in the mental space that your emotions seemed to be very volatile. And you were also against Xiaohei. Vivian hadn't finished her words when she was hurriedly stopped by the second personality. Stop. Look. It's all your fault for disturbing me. Just now, there was another woman who ran in. Ah. Yes. Sorry. The little girl in the mental space stopped talking immediately, fearing that she would disturb the second personality, and the young girl also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. How could she forget this? Whoever is in the spiritual space can sense the other party's emotions. This time it's completely exposed. Damn it! All this resentment was put on the charmed fox to vent. Picking up the black sickle, Vivian quickly went into the room. And the charmed fox just took advantage of the black tiger fighting and rushed into the secret door. The space inside the secret door is not big, but the scene inside made the second personality stop. You are here. You are finally here. After seeing that the black tiger was killed by Vivian without any suspense, the charmed fox completely gave up revenge by physical means. And the scene in the secret door room was actually her real revenge on the little girl. Did you see these people hanging on hooks? The fox looked crazy. At this point, she knew she was doomed to die. She was reckless and showed no fear. This person was born in a poor family, but she relied on her own efforts to get into the Fire Classic City Noble Academy. Her parents spent all their money and even sold their house to support their daughter, who they regarded as proud, to study. This person is a famous singer who is loved and admired by the citizens. She is indifferent to fame and fortune. She rejected countless invitations from nobles. Finally, she made a marriage contract with the poor boy who had always supported her and had a crush on him in her childhood. In a few days, they will get married. This person is a teacher at the academy. This person is a kind doctor. This person is... The fox enumerated them one by one for Vivian, who hung them on the wall with an iron hook. His whole body was burned, and it was obvious that he was burned in the scorching flames. Not only was his appearance completely destroyed, but he was also dying. Originally, the last position here was to be reserved for the pregnant woman. But unfortunately, I didn't expect you to come so soon. But I think this is enough. Did you see Vivian? These people, these innocent people who originally had a bright future and beautiful visions, have become like me now, neither human nor ghost. At the end of the conversation, Mayhu started to scream heartbreakingly. The best thing the fox tribe is to attack people's hearts. The best revenge for a white lotus is to blacken her, which is also Mayhu's goal. Taking a deep breath, Mayhu tore off the bandages on her body. And this is all because of you. It's you who indirectly made them like this, making them lose their future and their beauty. They will hate me, but they will also hate you. I hate you for provoking me, for making me like this, and for making me implicate them. This debt, this hatred, will follow you for the rest of your life, and will make you surround their painful wails in your dreams every night. Ha ha ha. The fox has lost her mind. It is better to say that she has been crazy since her appearance was destroyed. Now she has completed her final revenge. Her purpose of disgusting Vivian has been achieved. This can be seen from the other party's reaction. Vivian, why are you stopping me? The second personality who controls the body is full of anxiety towards the main person in the mental space. It is not that she lets the fox talk all the time. As early as the fox opened its mouth, the second personality noticed something wrong and wanted to cut it with a sickle. But the blocking will from the main personality restricted her actions. Then, from the mental space, Vivian's voice gave the answer. Another me. Sorry, but can you let me change back in advance? Compared with the anxious second personality, Vivian's tone was surprisingly calm. Vivian the second personality's tone was complicated, as if she had expected something. Then, as expected, the little girl's explanation came. Because I want to kill her with my own hands. When the voice fell, when the real Vivian opened her eyes again, there was no faint red light and sharp edge in her eyes. Instead, it was clear. But for some reason, perhaps as the saying goes, bloodthirsty slaughter is not scary. What is scary is calm killing. Chapter 218. Thank you. Another me. The fox did not sit there and wait for death. Although she knew it was a dying struggle, she still took out a dagger from her waist and stabbed Vivian. On the other hand, the little girl, who was obviously in the master's personality and knew nothing about close combat, did not put away the black sickle in her hand, and she did not feel any magic fluctuations from her body. She clumsily waved the sickle and met the attacking fox. The result was not surprising. Even though she was the weakest of the 4 leaders of the treasure-stealing group, the fox's skills were still much higher than those of a country girl. She easily avoided Vivian's sickle, and then used the dagger to cut a bloody mark on Vivian's arm. Suddenly, A burning pain came from the wound, which was like a needle prick. Obviously, the dagger was coated with a special poison by the charmed fox. However, before the poison took effect, a cool feeling came from Vivian's neck. It was the token given by the god of fire to her to go to the 1,000 Islands, the water god chain. It easily made the wound no longer painful and eliminated the poison that entered the body. However, bleeding from the dagger scratches was obviously not within its scope of business. On the other side, the charmed fox, who had staggered, looked stunned and surprised. Even she herself did not expect that she not only survived but also injured the other party. However, after that, the face of the charmed fox did not show any joy, but became even more crazy and angry. Because everyone would naturally think that this was Vivian humiliating her. Since it is so good, then she will fulfill the other party. Next, the charmed fox and Vivian continued to fight, and the battle was one-sided without any suspense. The little girl did not even know how to use a sickle, so how could she be an opponent of the charmed fox, who was mainly sensitive? Vivian could not even touch the body of the charmed fox. But the charmed fox's dagger left marks on the little girl's limbs. The water god's chain can resist negative states, but every time the sharp iron cuts the skin, the piercing pain cannot be exempted, and Vivian has to bear it again and again. Moreover, the fox became more and more addicted to fighting, and the frequency of attacks became higher and higher. She might have instinctively left some room for defense before, but now, she completely gave up defense. Or in other words, with Vivian's current childish attack, she didn't even need to defend. The fox now knew that the little girl didn't seem to be humiliating her, but more like being stupid. Do you think that this can make up for your mistakes? Can it offset their resentment towards you? You will bear this karmic debt for the rest of your life. It will be a shadow for your whole life. The fox thought that her revenge was successful. As she expected, Vivian, who was like a white lotus, was led into a ditch by her, and was using this almost self-harming method to offset the guilt. However, clang, with a loud sound of metal collision, Mayhu had never expected that the little girl, who didn't know how to use the sickle a few minutes ago, could block her dagger. And this sound seemed to announce the end of the battle and the death knell of her death. No, you are wrong. Vivian, who had been silent from the beginning, finally spoke. I just replayed the past me, so that the current me can more deeply understand the mistakes I made before. There is magic that can kill Mayhu in one fell swoop, but she still has to use the sickle that she doesn't know how to use. Not only can she not kill the enemy, but she also hurts herself all over, just like the past me. I obviously had the power to solve everything, but I avoided it, put it aside, and was timid to use it, which made the darkness like you grow and spread unscrupulously and evolved into the current situation. The little girl dropped the sickle in her hand, a weapon that she couldn't use at all at the moment. Then, the long-awaited terrifying magic wave burst out from Vivian's body. When the fox reacted and wanted to attack again, this time it was her turn, and she had no power to resist at all. She couldn't even get close to Vivian's body, and was surrounded by the magic barrier, and couldn't move. So, now-eyed Vivian looked at the struggling fox calmly. I have to correct this mistake. At the moment, the little girl's voice fell. The magic barrier that trapped the fox from all sides, like a prison, began to suddenly compress inwards, like four walls, squeezing the fox's body. You. The fox wanted to make a sound, but the strong squeezing first twisted her limbs, followed by her chest, and finally, bang, clean and neat. The four magic barriers stuck together, completely crushing the fox in the center. After the barriers were dispersed, all that was left was a pool of blood and a deformed fox corpse that was unrecognizable and could not be looked at directly. After doing all this, it seemed that she could not hold on any longer. Plop! Ugh! Vivian knelt on the ground. The little girl retched violently. Tears rolled in her eyes. She looked at her bloody hands, and felt strange and confused about her current appearance. Various complex emotions surged into her mind, giving Vivian a splitting headache. In a place that the little girl couldn't see, a few black mists seemed to be born from the void and quietly penetrated into Vivian's soul. However, at this moment, it's all over. Vivian. Another voice sounded in the soul space. The voice was gentle and healing, and it was hard to imagine that this could be emitted by the second personality. Then, a black shadow that looked exactly like the little girl appeared behind Vivian. She put her hands together and hugged the tormented Vivian from behind. At the same time, a more magical scene happened. I saw that the black mist that had originally merged into Vivian's soul was actually attracted out by the second personality and the little girl's arms. Just like metal encountering a magnet. It flowed from Vivian's body into the body of the second personality and disappeared. The blurry shadow of the second personality, after absorbing the black fog of the same color, became more solid. I don't know if it was an illusion, but in short, when the black fog disappeared, Vivian's mood seemed to have greatly improved. Her body stopped trembling, and her chaotic and torn mind gradually returned to normal. The black fog was like a combination of negative emotions. After being stripped away, Vivian felt much better. No longer negative and painful. Thank you, my other self. It's great to have you here. Unaware of this, Vivian took this as the power of an embrace. As the person involved, the second personality was actually completely unaware of the black fog, and everything seemed to be done quietly behind the scenes. In addition, her attention was now completely focused on Vivian, so she didn't feel the changes in her body at all. Therefore, the second personality was still a little surprised that her hug could have such an effect and instantly made Vivian regain her spirits. It was impossible to say that she didn't feel secretly happy. What did this prove? It proved her status and weight in Vivian's heart. If it was someone else's hug, how could it have such an effect? Okay. Stop crying. Your face is all red from crying. This is completely over now. Let's go home. There are still many people waiting for you. The second personality had read a book on psychology before, which said that when comforting people, you can't let the other person feel lonely, and you should list more relatives and friends, so that the other person can recall good memories and get rid of sadness. So, that Earl's daughter, and the little maid who follows you, that stinky bastard who has been plotting against you. Oh, and that little wizard who I think is just SOSO. And, as she spoke, the second personality couldn't continue. At first, she was still in a comforting mood, but later, her expression became more and more annoyed. Hey! I really don't know until I count them. And I'm so angry when I count them. I'm so angry. You are so good. Vivian, why do you make so many friends outside? Did you get my consent? Hey! Did you get my approval? Damn it. The second personality gritted her teeth and spoke sourly. And the little girl laughed out loud. She turned around and looked at the black shadow that looked exactly like her, with his hands on his hips. When he felt her gaze coming, he turned his face away proudly. Huh? Come to think of it, is this the first time we have talked face to face like this? Another me. I always feel that your shadow seems to have become much more real. Vivian spoke happily, and couldn't help but reach out to touch the shadow of another her. But this scared the second personality. She instantly rushed back into Vivian's body and returned to the spiritual space, not giving the little girl any chance to do anything. That's great. I really hope that one day you don't have to share a body with me anymore, and you can have your own body. Then, you can do all kinds of things you like in reality, and you don't have to be just a bystander anymore. Vivian spoke with a little regret and expectation, but the second personality's disdainful voice came from the mind. Humph. I don't want to. I feel good staying here. Reality is too troublesome. And if I'm not with you all the time, can you do it? Hee. But the other me. You were wrong just now. Those people you mentioned are not only my friends, but also your friends. And you forgot Xiao Hei. After Vivian's key words, the second personality curled her lips. Xiao Hei. Humph. You also consider that scumbag little wolf as a friend? I think he is a relative. Right? They are not on the same level. Why put them together? Oh, that's right. I didn't realize that the other me, Xiao Hei, has such a high status in your mind. Vivian nodded in agreement. Bah! No way. I would like him. Don't be kidding. An anxious denial came from my mind. You are lying. No. You are lying. No. You don't like Xiao Hei. No. The sound of slapping the table. After a few seconds of silence, the second personality, who was angry and embarrassed, only left a concluding sentence, "Are you a child?" and fled in panic without saying anything again. After a little fun with the second personality, Vivian's mood has stabilized a lot. She looked at the secret room of the fox and took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood came. But this time, the little girl no longer felt nauseous and wretched. She endured the discomfort and inner pain, and carefully moved down each of the charred bodies that were tortured by the fox and had no life. She put her 10 fingers together, prayed, and then a flame turned the bodies into embers, and kept each of the ashes. After doing all this, she went out and saw Nana, who had fainted long ago. Vivian hurried over to help her up, and after feeling the other's physical condition, she let out a long sigh. At least she saved one person. No, two. Vivian caressed the little life that was growing in Nana's bulging belly. Picking up Nana, the little girl was about to go out to find a hospital. But at this moment, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Just as Vivian subconsciously tensed her body, thinking that it was a remnant of the treasure-stealing group, a figure that surprised Vivian soon appeared in front of her. Elena? Seeing the familiar maid outfit, the little girl first let down her guard, and then asked with a little doubt, "You? How did you come here?" It was Demir. Mayor Thorin was afraid that you would suffer, so he told Demir. And I followed the teleportation, thinking if I could, help you a little. Elena explained quickly, as if she had thought of a reason long ago, based on her trust in the little maid. Vivian did not notice anything unusual, but was a little happy, because now she really needed someone to take care of the pregnant woman Nana. The two worked together to find the nearest hospital, and after Nana was settled, when they came out again, "Hey!" The maid Elena suddenly found that in her hand, there was a very small and difficult to detect injection. Did she bring it from the hospital by accident? Elena was curious. In fact, she didn't know when. Maybe it was when Vivian went to Woodyan City. She felt like something was strange, and from time to time she always had a kind of amnesia, blackout, and then when she came to her senses, she was doing inexplicable things. If I have to describe it, this feeling is like sleepwalking. Oh no, that feeling is coming again. Elena suddenly covered her head. The mechanical sound that she herself did not even notice began to murmur from her mouth. Test subject K421 is being activated and started. Progress 54%. Prompt that the witch factor test subject has been detected. Data is uploaded and waiting for the main brain command. Data exchange is complete. Switch mode remote control to start. Synchronous booster needle is successfully obtained and is ready for injection. 321. Just when she read one, she saw that the needle was about to pierce her arm. But suddenly, just like the word stay mentioned by the oracle at the beginning stimulated Elena, now the needle also stimulated the maid, making her wake up in an instant. Of course, this awakening was not complete. It was just like waking up from a dream, and she was only instinctively confused. Needle. How did the oracle ask her to make the needle mentioned? Elena tried to recall the fragments of memory left in her mind. Oh, yes, she remembered. Elena raised her head and set her eyes on Vivian not far away. The oracle said that the needle should be stabbed into the person who served her, so as to retain her humanity. With Elena's current blurred mind, she had no idea what the second half of the sentence meant. But she knew one thing, that the oracle would not harm her, and doing as the oracle instructed would definitely be beneficial to her. Chapter 219 Winter is coming. The Witch of Reason. Elena moved and walked towards Vivian step by step. At this time, the little girl was passing the message to the city guard she had just fought, explaining that she had just taken action to capture the underground hideout of the Fox treasure thieves. When the little maid approached Vivian within a certain range, who was talking, Elena only felt a mechanical sound coming from her mind. Error. Error self-checking and repairing. Repair stopped. Reason found that the natural witch embryo mission target was changed. Activation stopped copying data. Completed. Transfer preparation is ready. New mission target. Cut. When the word cut fell, the mechanical sound stopped abruptly, and Elena also magically felt that her mind suddenly returned to normal. No longer as dizzy as before. The return of consciousness made Elena realize what she was going to do now. No! No! The little maid subconsciously wanted to throw away the micro-injection in her palm. She didn't know what it was or when it appeared. But there was only one thing that Elena knew, was that it was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, because she had been secretly investigating the missing maids in the Earl's castle in the past, Elena actually had a vague premonition in her heart. Now, she is probably like those maids, being hypnotized and controlled by some magic or other weird things without knowing it. And the other party's goal is obviously to use her to harm Vivian. Before she can still think, throw away the injection quickly. No. Crush it to prevent her from being controlled again. A villain in Alina's heart thought so. However, another villain also emerged. She said to Alina, "Have you forgotten the words in the oracle? As long as you follow the other party's request and find an opportunity to insert the needle into Vivian's body, you will be saved. That is to say, from a puppet who is always controlled. Regain humanity." It was not until this time that Alina understood the meaning of humanity in the oracle. They obviously felt that controlling Vivian was more valuable than controlling themselves. The villain from the righteous side of the maid fiercely refuted at this time. "Have you forgotten who was the first to ignore status and respect you equally? Who did not look down on you, but encouraged you and became your friend? And who saved you? Have you forgotten what you wrote in your notebook that after meeting Vivian, you have endless stories to tell every day?" "Huh? Alina, what's wrong with you? From just now, I felt that you seemed weird." Vivian had finished her work at this time, and naturally noticed the abnormality of the maid. And when the little girl walked towards her again, the distance between them was about to be shortened again. "Don't come over. Don't get close to me." The voice of the righteous villain became smaller and smaller, and the voice of the evil villain was about to occupy Alina's will. Therefore, in order to avoid making a decision that would make her regret for the rest of her life, for the first time, Alina acted against the oracle's prompts while knowing it. Puff! Alina thrust the micro needle in her hand into her arm, and it was at this moment she seemed to faintly hear an angry voice coming from an unknown country that was not known how far away, as if it was angry at her sudden action and wasting the needle. At least they didn't succeed. This was the last thought in Alina's mind before she lost consciousness. After that, her eyes went dark, and countless weird garbled patterns that looked like chaotic text characters flashed by frequently, and Alina completely lost her mind. Injection of the same debugging agent. Remote control completed. Detection of the controller's identity. Confirmed as the highest authority. Open all which factor libraries for use. Situation judgment. Emergency. About to enter combat mode. Factor library search in progress. Search terminated. Manually selected S level. Which factor of reason? Loading. Which factor of reason? Loading completed. In an instant, a terrifying and powerful aura rushed straight into the sky, with the maid as the center, and spread to the whole city in a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in the Fire Classic city seemed to feel a shudder from the soul. They all stopped what they were doing, instinctively showing a look of bewilderment on their faces, and then began to look at Alina's position with surprised eyes. And Alina, the maid, raised her head again. The empty reagent in her hand fell to the ground, and the syringe broke, making a crisp sound. Along with it, there was also Alina's emotionless and cold voice. Structure, ice prison. The ground under Vivian's feet shook, and after a moment, 5 or 6 sharp ice spikes broke out of the ground. They were like a claw, imprisoning the little girl in the center of the claw. Although the incident happened suddenly, Vivian's reaction was still quite fast. Because of the frequent incidents during this period, she had at least honed some combat skills. Not to mention that she had experienced many battles. The flames ignited from her fingertips and shot towards the ice prison that imprisoned her. However, the imagined scene of breaking through the prison did not appear. The claws of the ice prison did not show any signs of melting under the burning of Vivian's flames, which proved that the opponent's ice element level was far superior to her fire element. In a short period of time, even a third-level full violent magician could not break free. Command, high-level teleportation. After trapping Vivian in the ice prison, the maid's mechanical voice continued to sound, and a new round of magic rose from the ground where the little girl was. But this was not a subsequent offensive spell. On the contrary, Alina had no intention of hurting the little girl. It was more like she wanted to pack her up and take her away intact. The complex and profound teleportation array was more than 10 meters long in diameter, with Vivian as the center. Everything covered, including buildings, vegetation, and even floor tiles, would be teleported away. It is said that high-level teleportation magic can cross the continent and travel between countries. Such magic is not even qualified for the supernatural level. Only the epic level, that is, the 50 or 60 levels, can be released. Similarly, because it is a high-level magic, it is far less instant than the previous ice prison. Even the current maid needs to have a reading time. But at this moment, sizzle! The raging fire fell from the sky and rushed towards Alina, forcibly interrupting the maid's teleportation magic. Then, A figure of a young wizard wearing an archbishop's robe walked out of the flames and confronted Alina with an extremely solemn face. Dimir, the successor of the heart of the god of fire, and the current archbishop of the god of fire. Alina's momentum fluctuations were so obvious that Dimir in the god of fire tower could not fail to notice it. And he rushed over at the first time. A quick glance at the situation. Although the young wizard wanted to help Vivian escape from the ice prison, the suffocating and terrifying pressure emanating from Alina made Dimir sweat coldly, and dared not be distracted at all. This pressure was so strong that even his mentor Maggie and the mysterious Mr. Bai had never given him such a pressure. "Who are you?" Dimir suppressed his fear and tried to communicate with the maid. But Alina had no intention of talking. Or rather, the maid had become a replica of the Witch of Reason. Structure: floating cannon. The water element in the air was quickly extracted and condensed into ice. Immediately afterwards, under the authority of the unknown power, the Witch of Reason, the ice was assembled and assembled. In less than half a breath, it turned into a cannon model that Dimir had never seen before, floating above the maid's head. Dimir didn't have time to observe more, because Alina's next syllable had already sounded. Command: bombardment. At the command, a deep blue halo suddenly flashed from the floating gun above the maid's head, and the next second, it turned into an ice beam and shot straight in Dimir's direction. The young wizard began to chant the spell secretly before Alina attacked. So facing the speeding beam, a 5 or 6 meter high flame shield completely protected Dimir behind. Boom! The beam hit the shield wall. It seemed to be a weak ice beam bombardment, but the energy it actually contained was beyond imagination. After hearing the violent explosion, the huge flame shield that could withstand even the supernatural attack was frozen by ice, turning from a fire shield into an ice wall. With the sound of crackling, it collapsed and turned into ice slag and foam on the ground. Even the flame shield was like this. So Dimir behind it was naturally not feeling well. Although the power of the ice beam bombardment was mostly offset, the young mage's body was still blown away under the strong impact, and his whole body was frostbitten to varying degrees. Seeing that the floating cannon above the floating maid's head started a new round of charging shooting, and Dimir had not recovered yet and was still lying on the ground. Bang! There was another loud noise. But this time, it came from the ice prison that trapped Vivian before. Alina's attention was immediately attracted. Obviously, compared with Dimir, Vivian's priority was definitely higher. The little girl who broke out of the ice prison this time was holding a black giant sickle, and her whole body was covered with the strongest amplification magic under the fire-type extraordinary level. The colonization suit. There is no doubt that under this outfit, coupled with the red light in the little girl's eyes, Vivian is now controlled by the second personality. However, even the second personality that often despised the enemy and was full of invincibility before, when facing Alina at this moment, his face was rarely solemn, and even the usual trash talk lines disappeared. Structure: ice prison. The maid wanted to use the same trick on Vivian again, but because she suffered a loss once, and now she was in the second personality, when the new ice prison broke from the ground below, the little girl tiptoed and easily flipped in the air, breaking away from control before the ice prison was formed. Structure: ice. The maid hadn't finished her next sentence when Vivian disappeared from her sight. When she came to her senses, a black sickle came from behind her. Bang! Unfortunately, the particle shield composed of countless blue particles covered the maid's body. Usually, she relied on optical invisibility, and would only appear after being attacked. The sneak attack of the second personality did not work. After noticing that Vivian seemed to have switched to a warrior form, both her reaction speed and speed were greatly improved. Ordinary magic could hardly trap her, let alone touch the little girl. So the maid also made changes accordingly. Structure: heavy ice rabbit. After the new construction order was issued, before Vivian's next black sickle swing, a half-body robot quickly condensed from the sky above Alina's back. It has 2 thick ice crystal armor arms, and the floating gun constructed by the maid before can be combined with one of them to transform into a brand new arm-hand cannon. The new half-body robot is sky blue all over. It has no independent consciousness, and all its movements are connected to Alina's nerves. So it is more like a set of heavy armor than a robot. But this armor is not worn on the body, but an external type. The only thing that may be a little strange is that the maid clearly said heavy armor ice rabbit. But from the appearance, it is heavy armor. But it has absolutely no connection with ice rabbit. Maybe it is just a model of mecha. Sparks burst under the high-speed friction. Vivian's sickle was blocked by the maid's newly appeared heavy-armed ice rabbit arm, leaving no scratches on it. At the same time, the other arm of the heavy-armed ice rabbit suddenly grabbed the little girl, who was in a state of attack stiffness. There was no time to dodge. With the appearance of the mecha, Alina seemed to have switched to melee mode. And although it was called heavy-armored, it was not clumsy at all. But it took into account both strength and dexterity. Damn it. Being caught in the palm of the heavy-armored ice rabbit, the second personality tried to struggle several times. But with her current strength, it was simply in vain. Demir was blown away by a cannon. And Vivian was also captured on the arm of the mecha. Under the absolute power gap, any resistance is futile. Command, high-level teleportation. The teleportation command started again. And this time it seemed that no one could stop it. Seeing that Alina, with a mecha floating behind her, was about to teleport away with Vivian. TSK TSK. The sound of a woman smacking her lips suddenly came from behind the maid. Alina, who had always been expressionless, frowned rarely, and the jet device of the heavy-loaded ice rabbit started up at a high speed. The powerful thrust made the maid quickly dodge her position. The next moment, a woman appeared at the previous position. She was wearing a Vulcan robe, but it seemed to have been redesigned. Her round and white thighs were faintly smiling from both sides of the robe. Her upper body was even more bare-skinned. Her half-wrapped breasts were undulating, and her deep ravines were like ravines. At first glance, the fire mage did not show it, but she was really hot. Plus the playful look she gave Elena and the sarcastic words she said. If they didn't look exactly the same, no one would be able to compare this woman with the dignified and intellectual Archbishop Maggie. You stole something from someone else's house while the owner was sleeping and wanted to run away? Let me see. Where did this little mouse come from? Chapter 220. The Vulcan brand Nani. Everyone says it's good. Facing Maggie, the former Archbishop is gone forever. And now there is only Vulcan Alice. The maid, after pulling away, stared at Alice with her eyes, and a huge amount of calculations began to be carried out quickly in her mind. But soon, the maid gave up. Because, warning, unknown energy source detected exceeds the upper limit of computing power. The enemy is evaluated as extremely deadly. Request to retreat immediately rejected. In the algorithms of all which test subjects, extreme danger is already the ceiling. In this case, there is only one option: self-destruction. If it reaches extremely deadly, it can only prove that even self-destruction cannot cause any damage to the opponent, and trying to escape is the only option. But obviously, someone took the initiative to cancel Alina's request to retreat. This is often the case. When a lion does not show its power for too long, it will become a sick cat in the eyes of others. People will be curious and pull its whiskers to see if the lion still has teeth. However, some people will be smarter and use tools to replace it. Trying to test the fire god, one of the 9 gods, changed to remote control mode. Alina's eyes were dull. If she was still acting independently just now, she has completely become a puppet now. Switch, overload mode. Command, all backup energy is released. The maid's breath suddenly rose a lot, and the heavy ice rabbit constructed behind her began to tremble faintly, as if it could not bear the excessive power. Construction, floating gun. Although it was the same command as against Demir, the number of floating guns hanging behind the maid had increased several times. More than 24 floating guns were aimed at Alice, each muzzle flashing a deadly cold light. And after Alina's order, they bombarded Alice. Teacher Maggie, be careful. Demir, who had finally climbed up in the distance, saw this scene, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He shouted anxiously, because he had deeply understood the power of the maid's floating gun. Even his extraordinary magic could be shattered with one shot. And now facing Maggie, it was not a beam of light, but more than 10 dense beams. But why are you shouting? Aren't you embarrassed enough? It seems that I have taught you in vain every night. Alice rolled her eyes at her stupid apprentice, looking at the overwhelming bombardment coming towards her. Alice seemed too lazy to move, and just let the beam cannon attack at will. Boom! The imagined explosion did not appear. Alice was still standing in the same place, and the beam cannons flying towards her melted when they were still 5 or 6 meters away from the woman. Yes, it seemed that there was a circle surrounding Alice with Alice as the center of the circle. Any long-range attack, even magic, would be burned by the flames as long as it got close, leaving nothing behind. Demir was dumbfounded by this scene. which gave him a completely new understanding of the strength of Maggie. Then he touched his heart, and it seemed that he suddenly understood something at this moment. Anyway, return the stolen things first. Alice spoke lazily, and her body turned into a flame phantom and disappeared on the spot. Alina, who was in overload mode, reacted quickly. She immediately deployed a particle barrier. But these barriers that could even block Vivian's black sickle were torn apart by Alice's hands as easily as breaking through window paper. He easily approached the maid and casually broke it with his hands. The mechanical arm of the heavy ice rabbit behind Alina that was holding Vivian was removed by Alice. During the whole process, the maid did not think about resisting. But it happened too fast. For her, it was as if time was suspended, and she could only watch Alice's every move. After Vivian was held in Alice's arms, the maid's time began to move. Her first move was to distance herself from the broken arm of the heavy ice rabbit behind her. And Sparks jumped, looking very miserable. But the more terrifying thing is still to come. Now, it's time to settle the account between us. After saving Vivian, Alice had no worries. Her body slowly rose into the air, and the momentum around her seemed to surge with the height. If the pseudo-witch aura released by the maid before had an impact on the Fire Classic City that scared everyone in the city, then what Alice released this time was that the azure sky began to be shrouded in red, and the white clouds turned red in an instant. The earth seemed to be placed in an oven, and the temperature around it was rising rapidly. Located in the center of the city, the most towering and spectacular statue of the god of fire shone brightly at this moment. All the people in the Fire Classic City prostrated themselves on the ground at this scene, because everyone knew what these symbolized. Whether it was changing the color of the sky and the earth or making the statue glow, only one person in the entire flame domain could do it. No, a supreme being, god of fire. But what all the people in Fire Classic City didn't expect was that the god of fire, who might not be seen once in several lifetimes, would come here again in just 1 week. And this time, everyone could feel the emotion of the god of fire. Anger, knowing it was me. You didn't run away, and even took the initiative to attack me, trying to test me. So, who gave you the courage to challenge the gods? Floating in the sky above the entire city, Alice changed her original frivolous temperament and became sacred and majestic, like the sun hanging high in the sky, which was out of reach of mortals. For the sun, people only remember the warmth it brings, bathing in the sun, exorcising demons and cold, but forget that the sun can also bring destruction. And for the sun, whether it is destruction or not, it may just be a sneeze. As soon as the words fell, Alice opened her eyes. At the same time, the fiery red sky also opened its eyes. It was a terrifying crack. From the depths of the crack in the sky, you can see an extremely huge meteorite surrounded by flames and burning like a meteor, which is about to fall down and hit the ground. Under this blow, not to mention the maids, the entire Fire City will suffer. Under the fiery meteorite, the city will be covered by a sea of fire, and all the buildings and creatures in the center will be destroyed the moment the meteorite falls. From Alice's chest, the black and evil lines, at this time, emit a strange light, as if they are excited, just like Alice's expression at the moment. What a wonderful thing it is to destroy the precious things that you created and protected for thousands of years. In the dark, such a voice echoed in Alice's mind. The line symbolizing falling into the abyss continued to climb up along the woman's chest, like a plant, growing wildly. But in the end, it still failed to invade Alice's more important parts. After stopping at the edge of the neck, it could not go up anymore. And the stop of the lines also made Alice frown. She seemed to lose interest suddenly. She waved her hand, and the traces of the sky tearing were closed. And the meteorite that was about to fall was also left unfinished. Instead, a small flame rose at Alice's fingertips, after she gently pointed it at the maid below. This harmless little flame floated down towards the maid. The flames did not actually fall on Alina, but penetrated the maid's body, as if igniting something farther away. It was an invisible line, one end connected to Alina, and the other end connected to the other side of the distant continent. Alice's small flame was like the fuse that lit the fuse. After the sizzling flame touched the virtual line, it actually burned it like a real thing, turning it into a fuse. It was a little slow at the beginning, but the fuse burned faster and faster, until a faint scream sounded from the void. At the end of the other end of the fuse, if you commit suicide, you will pay the price. This is the unchanging rule for thousands of years. It was after this sound that the maid Alina fell to the ground like a puppet without a string, or a robot without a controller, and lost consciousness. The sky returned to its normal azure color, and the fiery red on the clouds faded back to pure white. The statue of the god of fire returned to silence, and Alice also floated down leisurely from the sky. What should I do with this mess now? Her tone returned to the frivolous tone when she first appeared. Alice walked to the side of the maid who could no longer get up, tapping her chin, as if she was hesitant, or as if she had a headache. But soon, she had a flash of inspiration, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Alice looked at the little girl Vivian, who had also fainted due to the huge energy fluctuations that overflowed from her, and she immediately had an idea. Whenever Alice showed this expression, it meant that she was in the mood. But for the fire god, who was corrupted by the abyss, it was definitely not a good thing to make her interested. For example, she wanted to smash the fire city to the ground. This time, although it was not so exaggerated, Alice's idea was also full of bad taste. As we all know, because of her mama's boy policy, the flame territory stagnated and was secretly ridiculed as the weakest among the 9 countries. Alice thought it was nothing in the past. But now, the wheel of time visible to the naked eye is about to turn again. She thinks it is time to add some advanced combat power to the flame territory. Therefore, Alice did not choose to destroy the maid, because under her flame, it may be impossible for others to do it. But for her, it is easy to cut off the connection between the maid and the controller behind the scenes. To describe the current state of the maid in more intuitive words, it is a standby state without a master. The network cable was unplugged, and the local data, that is, the factor of the witch of reason, is still there, but it can't connect to the host. Although it is impossible to update new data packets, it will never be controlled by the host again. It feels a bit similar to Shirley. The former is out of the network of the fallen abyss, and the latter is out of the network of the test subject. In this way, as long as Alina can be successfully recovered, it is equivalent to having an extra witch of reason out of thin air. Although it is a replica, it is also powerful enough. It can be seen from the fact that she fought 1 against 2 before, and was able to crush Vivian and Demir, the 2 peak combat forces of the flame domain. But in this case, isn't it a bit too difficult to recover? So, after thinking about it, Alice knocked on the maid's head a few more times. Every time she knocked, Alina's aura weakened. Finally, when it almost stopped at the delicate level above the extraordinary and below the epic, Alice nodded with satisfaction. In this way, if Vivian really wants to recover Alina and reawaken the maid's self-consciousness, she must rely on that. Right? Really good. It seems that after she established and protected the flame domain for many years, the first witch native to the flame domain may finally be born. When Alice thought of this, she was full of energy. Moreover, she remembered an old proverb she had heard in Guili. That is, help people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. After leaving Demir a message, I'll leave the follow-up to you. Alice teleported away, carrying the unconscious Vivian and the maid on standby in one hand each. As for the teleportation location, it was naturally Swish, Shenlai Lake, deep in the Spark Forest. The movement created by the god of fire could also be felt here, combined with the message left by the Earl before his death and Vivian's current location. Liao Zixuan anxiously wanted to teleport back to the little girl. However, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone before him at this time. Maggie? Archbishop! Liz exclaimed, when Shirley saw the figure of the woman walking out of the flames. Her face turned pale. She was actually quite afraid of the god of fire. As for Liao Zixuan, he was relieved at first, because his focus was on the 2 people who came out of the flames with Alice. As he guessed, Alina, the little maid beside Vivian, had also awakened at this time. So once they killed the Earl, the control was immediately taken over by the little maid. It seems that when he was making the final break with the Earl, Vivian also went through a lot. The reason why Liao Zixuan was so relieved, even a little intentional, and wanted to leave the little girl, a big reason is that this is the flame realm. With the protection of the god of fire, he knows that Alice will not let the little girl have an accident. Since there is such a good nanny, it would be a pity not to use her. But now it seems a bit overtrained? Without saying a word, Liao Zixuan immediately flashed in front of Alice, and anxiously took the still unconscious Vivian from her hand and hugged her into his arms. After carefully checking the little girl's panel, Liao Zixuan was relieved. And there was nothing abnormal. When he raised his head and wanted to ask the god of fire what happened, what Liao Zixuan met was Alice's eyes full of playfulness and amusement. It seemed that she was saying, "Have you forgotten something?" What did she mean? Because he was concerned about the little girl's condition. Liao Zixuan didn't react for a while, until Vivian in his arms finally woke up after feeling the familiar breath and opened her eyes. Liao Zixuan hurriedly looked down and happened to meet the little girl's eyes. However, the friendly look that Vivian had imagined did not appear. On the contrary, Liao Zixuan saw a vigilant expression in the little girl's eyes. Similar to "Who are you?"